After growing up in an orphanage, I worked hard to build a fortune of hundreds of millions. Until my biological parents and sister found me. I was eager for family affection and was willing to provide them with everything. I gave them all my shares, real estate, jewelry, and tried my best to give them the best. However, they gave all of this to their adopted son, and even secretly planned to make me bear billions of debts and force me to sign an agreement to leave the house with nothing. In just 10 years, I went from being an entrepreneur to a homeless person, and even my wife was exploited by them and became pregnant with my adopted brother's child. I was standing on the brink of life and death. I suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from deep inside my body. I decided to expose their conspiracy and break this layer of hypocritical family affection. I will make those who betrayed me pay for what they did. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. At that moment, I felt a sharp pain coming from the top of my head. The anger of the four women struck me like thunder, punching and kicking, leaving no room for respite. Their faces were extremely familiar. They were my biological sisters. On the bed, Annie was crying. She was Anthony's girlfriend and my adopted brother. "William, what did you do?" The eldest sister roared, her voice tearing the air. My heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, as if I heard some incredible accusation. Their eyes were full of anger and disgust, as if they saw not their own biological brother, but a sinner. I was stunned. Under the dim light, I forced myself to understand the situation. Above my head, I could hear the crisp sound of slaps. It was my eldest sister's palm, which just slapped me hard in the face. "How could you?" And almost collapsed. Her crying made my scalp numb. "I was drunk. You actually—" She choked and couldn't speak. Every word she said cut my heart like a knife. My eyes passed through her and fell on the faces of my four sisters. My second sister picked up the kettle and smashed it on me, splashing water everywhere, and my body was soaked in the cold water. My third sister burst into tears. "Anthony has always treated you as his own brother. How could he have the heart to do this to his girlfriend?" Fourth sister's voice was low but full of determination. "We should call the police and have this beast arrested." After she finished speaking, another slap came across her face, and I had no way to avoid it. I opened my eyes with difficulty, feeling that I was about to collapse. However, a sneer rose in my heart. In order not to be killed by this group of people, I was reborn, and all this in front of me was the careful arrangement of Anthony and Anne. Their plan was simple. Anne was pregnant, but Anthony couldn't marry her. So they pretended that Anne was drunk and forced by me, forcing me to confess. In the end, I had to sign a marriage contract that was humiliating, marry Anne, and let them divide my tens of billions of assets after divorce. I remember that in my past life, I was stupid enough to believe their lies and gave in. I gave in to avoid going to jail. But this time, I will not make the same mistake again. "What are you standing there for? Kowtow to Anthony and apologize," the elder sister ordered, grabbing my head and pressing it down hard. I threw my hands away, breaking free from her control, and glared at her. They were stunned. They had never expected that I would resist. No matter how they beat and scolded me before, I always bowed my head and admitted my mistakes and endured it silently. But this time, I was no longer a puppet at their mercy. Anthony stood aside, tears in his eyes, and choked up. "Brother William, I always thought you were my good brother. How could you do such a thing?" He looked at me, his eyes full of disappointment and heartache. "If you like Qin Yin, I would rather let her find you, and even be willing to help you." Every word he said was like a needle piercing my heart. But I knew that all this was his trick. My smile was cold, and I couldn't control it anymore. The faces of those sisters who were so-called kind, innocent, and caring about me were distorted. Anthony, the seemingly harmless brother, later led me and my family to a catastrophic disaster. "You dare to laugh?" The eldest sister was furious and raised her hand to slap me. I quickly dodged and stared at Anthony, sneering. "Do you think I'm really a fool?" Anthony and were panicked when they heard this. "Are you trying to quibble? You forced me last night when I was drunk." An scream broke the silence. I was stunned when I heard this. The anger and despair in her eyes made me unable to react for a moment. My heart beat faster, and my mind flashed with all kinds of memories of my past life, those choices that led me to a dead end. Anthony stood aside, his expression angry and sad. "Brother William, I've always treated you as my own brother. How could you treat Qin Yin like this?" His harmless appearance almost made me laugh out loud. I knew that at this moment of my rebirth, I finally saw everything about him clearly. I watched their performance calmly, my heart full of laughter. If you think you can trick me with this trick, then please call the police. As soon as I said this, the whole room was silent. Anthony and looked at each other, with a trace of panic in their eyes. They didn't expect me to be so direct. William, are you crazy? My eldest sister roared, as if she couldn't understand why I didn't follow their routine. But I was no longer the puppet at their mercy. I had already seen through Anne and Anthony's plan. I didn't do those things, I said firmly. If they want to frame me, I will honestly accept the judgment of the law when the police come to collect evidence. My voice was cold and even a little challenging. I knew they were afraid, because as long as the police collected evidence, the truth would surface. Looking at their expressions, I felt a sense of relief. This time, I was no longer the easily compromised William. No matter what happened in the past, I would not repeat the same mistake. Anthony and an S-trick failed this time. At that moment, I decided to leave. Their screams rang in my ears, but I didn't care. I had more important things to do. When I walked out of the hotel, I was no longer the William who was manipulated by his family and betrayed by his friends. I had my own future. Arriving at the Lingyun Group headquarters, my heart was filled with endless anger and helplessness. This was the place where I had worked so hard to build my career. But now, it has become the backyard of the Lin family, and even my employees no longer recognize me. I pushed open the office door, and Eve stood in front of my desk. She used to be my most trusted comrade in arms, but now her eyes were filled with indifference. Chairman William, here is the equity transfer contract you requested. Her tone was flat, as if I had never existed in her life. I made up my mind. She put her resignation letter on my desk and turned to leave. I knew that all this was caused by me. Although she clearly loved him deeply, he only had Annie in his eyes. In her previous life, she asked to resign, and I angrily accused her of betrayal and told her to get out. But after I became seriously ill and was hospitalized, she was the only one who took care of me and paid for my medical expenses. If I want to turn my life around in this life, she is the only one I can trust and rely on. When Robert and Maria appeared in front of me, I was not shocked. Instead, a sneer rose in my heart. This couple never really cared about me. Instead, they were full of contempt and harshness towards me. Seeing their arrogant appearance, my patience has reached its limit. Kneel down. Robert slapped me. I stood still and looked at him coldly. These people dare to tell me what to do in this way. Once upon a time, I gave everything for this family, but they never thanked me. Maria cursed. How could you do such a thing? Qingyan is Anthony's brother's girlfriend, and you took advantage of her being drunk. Her words stunned the employees around her, their eyes full of doubt and disbelief. I know that this world will never do justice for me, but I no longer care. I think you really want to rebel. Maria's words shot at me like poisonous arrows, but I was not moved at all. I had long been numb to these accusations. My heart no longer belonged to this family, nor to these cold-blooded people. If you want to call the police, go ahead. I responded calmly, but I will never give you the shares. My words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. There was only coldness in my eyes, and I no longer had room in my heart to tolerate their stupidity and bullying. You beast! How can we be so different from each other? Robert was furious, but I just sneered. They were just trying to get benefits from me, and my shares had already been divided up by them. I will never give you the shares, I said firmly, not giving in. No matter how they pressed me, I had decided not to compromise. The employees who were watching were talking in low voices. Some of them had a new respect for me. The once weak chairman seemed to no longer be able to swallow his anger. They may have begun to see my true face, the William who silently contributed behind the scenes but was never appreciated. The chairman is quite tough today. Eve sneered, seeming surprised by my change. She looked at me with mixed emotions in her eyes. I closed the office door and whispered to Eve, I need your help to take back Lingyun Group. She sneered. Are you still going to be that family's good son? What group are you going to take back? Don't dream about it. I responded in a deep voice. I'm no longer their good son. A hint of hesitation flashed across Eva's eyes, and she finally said coldly, the company has been controlled by them for a long time. Why don't you do it earlier? I looked at her firmly. Only you can help me. Find a few private detectives and recall old employees. There will be a shareholders meeting at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. She was silent for a moment, pushed me away, and walked out of the office. I watched her leave with mixed feelings. The phone rang. I picked up. Annie's voice was as cold as ice. Emperor Grand Banquet Roommate, come here if you want to go to jail. Stay here. I closed my eyes, and memories came flooding back like a tide. Annie, my childhood sweetheart, became my biggest enemy. She betrayed me, And it all started because of Anthony. Are you deaf? Her impatience on the other end of the phone sobered me up. I hung up the phone, picked up the account book, and reviewed the company's finances. During lunch, the employees avoided me and whispered to each other. I didn't care. After lunch, I returned to the office to rest. Soon, a rapid knock on the door broke the peace. I sneered and knew who was coming. Annie rushed in angrily. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? How dare you not come without answering the phone? I sat down calmly, my eyes calm. Go on. She sneered. You have taken me. I can accept marrying you. I took the contract she handed over and quickly glanced at it, my heart full of contempt. The contract required her to have 20% of the shares, pay $1 million pocket money every month, not interfere with her private life, and the child must call Anthony dad. In my previous life, in order to avoid going to jail, I foolishly signed this humiliating contract. I sneered. Do you think I will sign it? She was so angry that her face turned red. If you don't sign, I will ruin your reputation and put you in jail forever. I stood up and said calmly, Please, let me ruin my reputation and put me in jail. As she left angrily, I felt calm in my heart. Her threats could no longer shake me. The call was connected, and the security guard's voice came through the receiver. Chairman William, what do you want? I said calmly. Come to my office and drive someone away. After her figure disappeared outside the office door, Eve came in with confusion in her eyes. It seems that Chairman William has really changed. I nodded and changed the subject. I have found private detectives. They're all capable, and the price is a bit high. She nodded. Understood. I will arrange for them to meet me. With a playful look in her eyes, she asked, How do we deal with the cooperation with Sue Group? Cancel it. I answered coldly. I can make the decision, and they don't need to tell me what to do. Eve chuckled. You slept with someone, and you still want to fight back? How cruel. I shook my head helplessly. I was framed, and even you don't believe me? She stared at me. Her smile gradually disappeared, and her tone was cold. Believe it or not, does it have anything to do with me? Of course it does. I took a deep breath and said seriously, I care about you a lot, more than anything else. She was stunned, stared at me for a long time, and then nodded slowly. Then you're not afraid of the Sue family's revenge, not afraid of trouble? I sneered. This is just my company. I naturally have my reasons for doing things. The old businesses of the Sue family should have been eliminated long ago. I narrowed my eyes and said what I was thinking without hesitation. We lost more than 300 million yuan. It is the greatest tolerance that we will not settle accounts with them. Eve nodded and stood up to leave. I'll do it. I whispered. I'll arrange for the detectives to see you. I watched her leave. When she walked out of the office, tears flashed in her eyes, and my heart moved slightly. Time passed quickly, and 3 men in suits and leather shoes arrived on time. They seemed calm, but their eyes were full of anxiety. Chairman William. I smiled and pointed to the desk. This is a gift for meeting, 100,000 yuan each. Check the text messages on your mobile phone directly. After receiving the text messages, the 3 looked at me in surprise and thanked me repeatedly. Sit down. I pointed to the sofa. Each of your tasks is very simple. Track down Anthony and get the evidence of their frame-up against me. 1 million reward, as long as you get enough evidence. I said calmly, with a certain determination flashing in my eyes. Then, I briefly arranged the tasks, and, after watching them leave, I looked out the window and fell into deep thought. It was already dark, so I left the company and found a hotel to stay in. After returning to the Lin family, I sold the villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan as a dowry for my eldest sister, and then lived at home. However, now I don't even have a place to stay, and I can only live in this hotel. Lying in bed, I looked at the clock on the wall, and suddenly stood up, my heart tightened. Tonight was the time when Eve fainted in the previous life. At that time, I was busy trying to please Annie and ignored her request for help. In the end, she stayed in the cold water for several hours. This time, Eve did not call me. Could it be that the change after my rebirth changed everything? Feeling uneasy, I quickly dressed, rushed out of the hotel, and drove to Eve's neighborhood. The familiar password easily opened the door of her house. I knew every detail about her, including the password of that door. At this time, I was no longer the weak person who was afraid of offending but a man who was willing to fight for Eve. When I pushed open a bathroom door, what I saw was Eve's panicked eyes. She screamed, "What are you doing?" I stood at the bathroom door, Eve in front of me, naked, water drops sliding across her perfect skin. My heart was in turmoil, my mind was blank. She pushed me away angrily, screaming, "Are you a pervert? Get out." The bathroom door slammed shut, and I was dumbfounded. I slapped myself twice, muttering, "It's over, I came too early." Yves's anger made me panic. Did she really think I was a pervert? I couldn't help but feel flustered and lower my head to sort out my thoughts. Eve took a deep breath. Her face was obviously filled with shame and anger, but more than that, there was a shyness that I couldn't ignore. I knew she had feelings for me. She struggled to put on her clothes, but suddenly realized that she didn't bring any clothes with her. I stood there, looking at her nervously. "Which one do you want? Suspenders or a short skirt?" I asked stutteringly, feeling helpless. "Where are the underwear?" She gritted her teeth. You go to the closet to find it." I pointed to her closet hastily, my heart beating faster. I searched through her clothes and saw her underwear. My heart beat faster and my face became hot. After handing her the clothes, I carefully explained, "I'm really not a pervert." She gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Wait until I come out." I sat on the sofa, feeling annoyed and feeling that my situation was getting worse and worse. However, there was a loud noise in the bathroom, followed by Eve's scream. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and I rushed into the bathroom, only to see her fall to the ground, her face pale. There was no time to think about it. I immediately fed her a quick-acting heart-saving pill, helped her to the sofa, pressed her chest, and eagerly waited for her reaction. 10 minutes later, Eve finally recovered her breath and looked at me in shock. "Are you okay?" I hurriedly explained, "I'm really not a pervert. I saw you fall just now, and I expected that you might have a heart attack, so I rushed over." She was stunned, looking down at her half-dressed underwear, her face pale. In an instant, all the embarrassment came to her heart, and she closed her eyes in despair, not wanting to talk anymore. I looked at her helpless appearance and felt a surge of self-blame in my heart. "Are you okay?" She opened her eyes and looked at me dimly. "Have you seen enough?" "Enough, enough." I quickly turned my head away, my face as red as a sunset cloud. After she put on her clothes, she glared at me and said, "Why did you come here so suddenly? You didn't even call me." I lowered my head and said, "Maybe it's telepathy." She didn't believe it. "Bullshit telepathy." "Really? I always keep you in my heart." I said solemnly, "From now on, you are the most important person to me." Her face instantly turned red, and she bit her lip. She took a deep breath and suddenly took out a stack of information and changed the subject. "Since you said so, I'll give this to you." She stared at me, as if waiting for some reaction. I flipped through the documents and my brows knitted together. The document in front of me recorded the fact that the Lin family had been damaging the interests of the company through illegal means for many years. My heart tightened when I saw the last page, which read, "So far, the Lin family has damaged the group's interests by 1 billion, most of which have flowed into the Lin group." My face quickly turned gloomy. The Lin family had been using Lin Yun Group's funds to fill the hole in the Lin group, but the 1 billion amount shocked me. This amount of money almost emptied Lin Yun Group's assets. Eve saw that I was silent. Her eyes were complicated and a little worried. "Look at this information. It's very important, right?" Her tone was soft and concerned. I took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you, Xiaoyu." She chuckled. "Last time you said I was alienating you from your family." I was slightly stunned, and a sense of guilt surged in my heart. "I'm sorry." I whispered and hugged her. If I had listened to her advice, could I have avoided those tragedies? She bit her lip lightly and lowered her head, seeming a little shy. We talked for a long time until late at night. I looked at her, full of apology. "Sorry for delaying your rest." She smiled. "I'm really happy to see you cheer up. We are so familiar with each other. How can it be considered a delay?" "It's so late. Are you going back?" "No," I said firmly. "That's not my home anymore. I've booked a hotel." Eve nodded and finally said softly, "Then be safe." After returning to the hotel, I continued to look through the records of the Lin family's damage to Lin Yun Group and did not fall asleep until 3 in the morning. The next morning, I rushed to the company after breakfast. As soon as I arrived at the office, I received a message from a private detective saying that he had installed a bug in Lin's house and sent me a voice file. When I saw the file, I was delighted and immediately transferred 500,000 to him. However, when I opened the voice chat, my face immediately darkened. In the voice chat, Annie and her father were confronting the Lin family, intending to expose the affair between Annie and me and create a scandal. Eve walked into the office, looked at my gloomy face and frowned. "What happened?" "The Lin family and the Su family teamed up with the media to slander me for forcing Annie." I took a deep breath, looking serious. If we don't handle it properly, the consequences will be disastrous. Eve said decisively, I will go to the media and suppress this matter. No. I shook my head. Hold a press conference. She was stunned. Are you really going to marry her? Fake marriage, I said with a cold look. I will expose their scandals at the wedding and ruin their reputation. Eve was silent for a moment and finally nodded. She called together reporters from major media outlets, and according to my request, each reporter received a reward of 100,000 yuan. The press conference was planned in the conference room. Just as I was about to go on stage, my second sister suddenly rushed into the conference room and shouted angrily, William, how could you hold a press conference? You didn't discuss it with us. The third sister followed closely and also said angrily, we are shareholders and senior executives of the group. How can you make decisions on your own? She waved her hand to drive the reporters away, and the scene was immediately in chaos. The reporters were stunned and couldn't understand why they were invited but then driven away. I sneered. My second and third sisters were so nervous, obviously not satisfied with the press conference, afraid that it would affect their plans, and even prepared to ruin my reputation. My second sister walked up to me angrily, raised her hand, and prepared to hit me. How dare you hold this press conference? The whole place was silent. The employees were frightened by this scene and began to worry. The second sister actually took action in such an occasion. If she was photographed by the media, it would definitely become a joke. I sneered at her and said in a cold tone, Nancy, I'm the chairman of the company. I don't need to discuss anything with you. I called the security captain and ordered coldly, drive away all the troublemakers. The security captain hesitated for a moment. After all, everyone knew that the actual control of Lingyun Group was still in the hands of the Lin family, and I was only the nominal chairman. You dare. The third sister glared at the security captain. If you dare to help him, you won't have to go to work tomorrow. I ignored them and looked at them calmly, having already made the decision in my heart. At this time, Eve came over and said to the security captain gently but firmly, Captain Du, remember who is the chairman. After hearing this, Captain Du nodded heavily and decisively began to execute orders and drove those people away. Seeing this, the second and third sisters were so angry that their faces turned red. How dare you let the security guard chase us away? You're a rebel, the second sister shouted angrily. The third sister sneered, if you don't apologize immediately, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. I responded calmly. You are too emotional, calm down, and don't lose face with the group in front of outsiders. The two were so angry that they were speechless and were eventually taken out by security. Afterwards, I officially announced the news of my marriage to Annie, and the wedding was scheduled to be held at the Imperial Banquet 3 days later. Once the news was released, it immediately caused an uproar. After all, the marriage of the head of a company with a market value of tens of billions was undoubtedly big news. Oh my God, the daughter of the Su family is going to marry Chairman William? Is this true? I heard that Chairman William has been pursuing her for several years. However, another piece of news suddenly diverted everyone's attention. In a video, Annie was in tears, accusing me of forcing her to sleep with him and not taking responsibility. Although this incident initially caused public indignation, Annie's crime became a joke after I announced my marriage. This little rich girl is just a socialite. She can get married even if she gets slept with. Why is she crying? The CEO of Lingyun Group is going to marry her. Why are you crying? At the same time, in a restaurant, the faces of two families who were having a celebration banquet suddenly changed. What? Screamed in. When did I ever agree to marry him? Anthony's face turned ugly, and his tone was unkind. How can Brother William act on his own? Father Su said angrily. Your family won't gang up on me, right? If you do this, Qing Yan will have to marry William. Otherwise, everyone will know that she and William had a relationship. How can she get married in the future? Anne's tears flowed even more freely when she heard this, for she knew that if I got married, her situation would become extremely embarrassing and she would no longer be able to benefit from this marriage. Robert roared angrily. How did this beast become like a human being? The second sister cried and complained. We went to the company to stop him, but he kicked us out. He doesn't take us two sisters seriously at all. He relies on the fact that he is the chairman of the board and doesn't listen to us. The third sister added angrily. What a damn thing. If the Lin family hadn't helped him, would he have been able to become the chairman? Maria said angrily. Anthony whispered, Brother William is definitely not that smart. It must be that secretary who is behind it. That's right. We can send someone to follow the secretary and see if we can find any evidence against him. The eldest sister nodded in agreement. The secretary must have bewitched William to make him dare to go against us. The fourth sister hesitated and said, "Should we go to the shareholders' meeting this afternoon?" "Go," Robert said angrily. "Let all the shareholders go and see who is the owner of Lingyun Group." In the afternoon, the shareholders' meeting of Lingyun Group was about to begin. I was surprised to see that almost all shareholders were already present. Most of the shareholders were from the Lin family. Logically, they should not support me. However, now almost everyone came, which seemed a little unusual. Just then, Robert walked in aggressively with a group of people. I immediately understood what was going on, and a sneer appeared unconsciously at the corner of my mouth. "William, what do you mean? You held a press conference and a shareholders meeting without even asking for my opinion. Do you take me, your father, seriously?" Robert's voice was as deafening as thunder. "This is a company, not a place for you to mess around." My eldest sister angrily interrupted. The shareholders were divided into 3 groups at this time. A few supported me, most blamed me, and some remained silent. I sneered. "As the chairman and the largest shareholder of Lingyun Group, do I need your approval to do anything?" Robert was speechless for a moment. "Do you still have me as your father?" "Yes, of course," I whispered, knowing in my heart that I couldn't get angry with him yet. "But you also said that family matters are family matters and business matters are business matters." "Chairman William, please sit down and don't waste everyone's time," I said calmly. Although there was some truth in my words, it still sounded harsh to their ears. Robert and the others were filled with anger, but they had no choice but to sit down. I glanced at everyone. My eyes were calm and sharp, with a chilling momentum. Many shareholders lowered their heads with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Obviously, they were a little confused by my change. The first thing is about the personnel adjustment of the purchasing department. "Linda, as the director of the purchasing department, you are pregnant. According to company regulations, you can enjoy pregnancy benefits and go home to take care of the baby first." I spoke slowly. "I have rehired the former purchasing director, and she will temporarily lead the purchasing department." As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. My eldest sister Linda was so angry that her eyes narrowed. She didn't expect me to be so direct and wanted to drive her away. "What?" Robert said angrily. "You actually want to fire your eldest sister? Do you still have any conscience? Did you get my consent?" I replied indifferently. "Chairman William, your daughter is pregnant. Are you still going to force her to work?" Robert and his sisters were all stunned and speechless. The shareholders were talking one after another. "Chairman, please think twice. The purchasing department is so important that the position of the director cannot be easily changed. Taking maternity leave might affect the entire purchasing department. How about letting her work remotely? Should you at least discuss this with us first?" I ignored them and said calmly, "Start voting and allocate weights according to the proportion of shares. Who agrees and who opposes? Anyway, I have absolute controlling rights, and no matter how much the shareholders oppose, this decision can be passed with my one vote." There was silence in the room. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect me to be so tough and directly initiate the voting process. Normally, shareholders' meetings would first seek the opinions of all major shareholders, but I was so direct and merciless. When the voting results came out, most shareholders were against it, and I was the only one who supported it. But my vote determined the result, and there was no suspense. "According to the procedure, this decision has been approved," I announced calmly. "Linda, I officially resign as the head of the purchasing department. Go home and take good care of your baby. The company welcomes you back at any time." I added, "As soon as you give birth to the baby, I will hire you back to the company immediately." The people present were confused, not understanding what I was thinking. They thought I was going to oppose the family, but the results seemed not to be what they expected. "Can I really come back after I give birth to the baby?" Linda looked surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect me to say that. "That's right." I smiled slightly. "You are my eldest sister. How can I treat you unfairly? You're just thinking too much." I knew in my heart that if she really wanted to return to the company, I would arrange for her to do cleaning work. Spending thousands of dollars every month to humiliate her was also my revenge. Robert and others looked at each other with complicated expressions, and for a moment, they were completely unable to understand my true intentions. After the meeting, the shareholders left one after another. Only Robert and his group remained sitting there, obviously ready to settle accounts with me. Robert stopped me as I was about to leave. Stop. Dad has something to ask you. The shareholders next to me looked at me jokingly. Logically, I should be scolded at this time. But many shareholders also gave me complicated looks. Obviously, they have noticed that I am different from before. Robert calmly, what's the matter? I tried to keep my tone calm. After all, everyone at home was there. Robert snorted coldly. In front of outsiders, I will give you some face. Today, behind closed doors, you should answer me properly. How can you not discuss such a big matter as getting married and dismissing your eldest sister from her position with us? Do you still consider yourself a member of the Lin family? The eldest sister, Linda, said sharply. Sure, you've grown so powerful that you even dare to fire me. I sneered. Are you going to get married? Or am I going to get married? Besides, your daughter is pregnant, and you still force her to go to work. Wouldn't it be good to have paid leave? Robert was so angry that his face turned green, and the eldest sister was so angry that her chest heaved violently. It was obvious that what she cared about was not just the salary, but the power in her hands to pursue personal gain. At this time, Anthony said sincerely, Brother William, you are going too far, aren't you? Qingyan didn't even agree to marry you. I turned to him and smiled faintly. Brother Anthony, I remember that you're not a shareholder of the group, right? Why are you here to attend the shareholders meeting? Do you really think this is a joke? Anthony's expression suddenly became unnatural, and he turned to look at Robert and others for help. The second sister said sharply, Didn't I tell you to give Brother Anthony 10% of the shares? If you give it to him, won't he be a shareholder? I put the documents in order and said calmly, Let's talk about this later. I have something to do first. After that, I stood up and left despite their shouts. Robert slammed the table and stood up. Evil beast! What a rebellion! The second sister snorted, but he is still honest. He may really care about the eldest sister, so he let her rest. And he has already agreed to marry Qingyan and promised to give Anthony's brother shares. He didn't dare to say no. Robert and the sisters nodded, as if they thought I was still as easy to deal with as before. Brother Anthony is so old now. How can he not have some capital? The third sister agreed. If he has a conscience, he will give it. Anthony said a little aggrievedly. 10% of the shares is quite a lot. Brother William is probably reluctant to give it up, right? This immediately aroused the indignation of the crowd. The third sister said fiercely, He is your brother. He has so many shares. So what if he gives you 10%? If he dares not to give it to me, I will slap him in the face. After everyone left, Anthony received a call from, and they agreed to meet at a hotel. And cried until her eyes were red, and she hugged Anthony. Brother Anthony, I'm going to marry that loser. I really can't bear to leave you. I want to be your wife. Anthony skillfully reached into her clothes and said, I'm sorry for wronging you. After you divorce him, we can get married openly. Our relationship cannot be made public right now, otherwise it will affect my fans. Anne's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she let Anthony's hands grope inside her clothes. Don't worry. Even though I'm married to him, I won't let him touch me. You're the only one in my heart. After you marry him, we have to be careful and not let him catch us. Anthony said with concern, I will treat you well today. After that, he pulled down Anne's shirt, revealing her smooth shoulders. Well, let's have a good time together before I get married. Anne's eyes were full of deep love. A few hours later, the two took a shower and ordered takeout. For a whole day and night, neither of them left the hotel. During this time, they also called staff to clean the room. However, little did people know that both the delivery man and the staff were private detectives in disguise. I sat in the company office, as calm as ever, flipping through the documents in my hands. Eve suddenly walked in, with a little worry in her tone. The wedding will be held in 3 days. Isn't it too soon? Will the Lin family and the Su family object? This may affect your reputation. I smiled, with confidence in my eyes. They are eager for Annie to marry me, and they will definitely come. You should quickly arrange the wedding and don't forget to send out the invitations. She hesitated, looked at me with complicated eyes, and asked, You're not really going to marry Annie, are you? I shook my head and said firmly, Absolutely not. I find that kind of women dirty. I paused and added, Besides, I may already have someone I like. I looked straight into her eyes and said softly. Eve's expression froze slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then I'll go to work first. I couldn't help but smile and continued to look through the documents in my hand. I had already written down all the shareholders who opposed me at the meeting in my little notebook. At 8 o'clock in the evening, I was about to leave the company, and Eve suddenly said, How about coming to my house for dinner? I'll cook something and we could talk about the wedding and the company. There's still some unfinished work. I nodded and agreed. Okay. In her home, I sat on the sofa and read documents, while Eve was busy in the kitchen. Watching her busy back, I felt a long-lost peace and warmth. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. The private investigator sent me the latest file. I opened it, and my face immediately darkened. On the screen was a blurry video of two people in disheveled clothes rolling on the bed. One of them was Anthony, and the other was Anne. What's worse, the two were discussing how to seize my company assets after marriage. Eve looked at the screen on my phone angrily and said through gritted teeth, "This bitch, you are about to marry her, and she is still having an affair with someone else." I smiled coldly and sent the video to her. On the wedding day, make this video public. I will bring complete disgrace to their reputation. Eve nodded, picked up the computer, and began to edit the video, taking close-ups of Anthony and Inez's faces. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing, her face slightly flushed, and she looked at me, her heart beating faster. I noticed her change and chuckled. "Are you shy?" She rolled her eyes at me and immediately responded, "No, don't think about that." The next day, Eve returned to the company with a serious expression. All the employees in the purchasing department went on strike, and many employees in other departments also went on strike, all demanding that Linda come back. Now the company's operations have been affected, and many of our previous partners have also been put on hold. I smiled calmly. It doesn't matter, let them go on strike first, and after the wedding, these people can be fired without compensation. Let Minister Sean collect the evidence of Linda's abuse of power for personal gain in recent years and hand it over to the Ministry of Justice. By the way, let her recruit new employees. Eve nodded, and I continued to call business partners to invite them to the wedding. I planned to use this opportunity to show everyone the ugly appearance of Anthony and Anne. However, the tone on the other end of the phone was not friendly, especially those friends who used to have a good relationship with me. Because of the relationship between me and the Lin family, they are now full of dissatisfaction and indifference towards me. Next, I called my closest friend, Li Chi-tian, Deputy Director of the Nanzhou City Police Department. On the other end of the line, his tone was very bad. "Are you cleaning up your family member's ass again?" I chuckled and said, "Laoli, I'm getting married. I'd like you to come and support me tomorrow. I'll send the wedding invitations later." "Haha, you are quite capable. You married a woman from a small family. William, you are really promising." Li Chi-tian's voice was full of sarcasm. I remained unmoved and said with a smile, "Old Li, help me find Annie's hotel check-in records. I can use them. Are you okay? How could such a thing be in your hands?" His tone became heavy. "Last time, I was scolded for your second sister. Don't worry, I promise you'll get what you want this time. I'll help you secure your position as director within a month." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and finally he sighed, "Okay, give me some time and wait and see." After hanging up the phone, I already had a plan in mind. Tomorrow's wedding will be the beginning of my uncovering the truth. I was sitting in the office, feeling calm, when suddenly the door was pushed open and several sisters came in aggressively. The eldest sister said, "You are getting married tomorrow, but you don't even answer the phone. You don't even want us to help you arrange the wedding." I replied calmly, "Don't bother you. The people below will take care of it." The second sister immediately interrupted. "Since you are getting married, transfer the shares to brother Anthony first, so that they don't become joint property after marriage," and refused. The third sister was not to be outdone. "You are getting married, shouldn't you give us some gifts? The $50 million investment from the Lin Group should have been finalized, right? Otherwise, none of us will attend your wedding." I couldn't help but laugh. They were really here for the benefit. He said calmly, "These things can be discussed, but we have to wait until after the wedding." After hearing this, their faces immediately turned gloomy. They threatened not to attend the wedding and even started smashing things in the office. I still said calmly, "You don't have to go. I won't force you." After that, I signaled the security guard to take them away. I knew that the Lin family's current wealth and status were all due to me. If they didn't go to my wedding, the outside world would definitely speculate that I had a falling out with them, but in the end, they would still come to maintain their good image. The four sisters left angrily, having failed to achieve their goal, and were obviously in a bad mood. Not long after, Annie also came. She coldly dropped a marriage contract and said, "You are smart. I have changed a marriage contract. The conditions are not so harsh. You should know how to be content." Her words were full of disdain. After signing, "Go with me to choose a wedding dress and come to my house to discuss the details of the wedding." I glanced at her, and a slight sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. The content of the marriage contract made me even more angry. 15% of the shares, no contact with her after marriage. The child had to call Anthony dad, and 800,000 pocket money every month. A woman who was pregnant with someone else's child dared to put forward such conditions. Without hesitation, I tore the engagement into pieces and notified security, and was furious. What do you mean? Is this your attitude towards marriage? I said calmly. I have sent someone to your house with the details of the wedding. Come directly tomorrow, and the professional wedding team will help you dress up. She sneered, her eyes full of anger. You don't want to go to jail, so you reluctantly marry me, right? Do you believe that I will not attend the wedding, but call the police directly and ruin your reputation? Seeing her furious, I ignored her and just signaled the security guard to take her away. The next day, the wedding was held as scheduled, with many guests and dozens of media reporters. The Lin family arrived on time, but their attitude was cold, and they didn't give me any face at all. Even though I was the groom, they still loudly ordered me to do things. Anthony was in the hotel lobby, enjoying the air conditioning with several sisters, looking relaxed and happy. He seemed to be the protagonist of the wedding. At this moment, a luxury convoy slowly drove over. The Cullinan door opened, and sat firmly in the car with a cold look in her eyes, and had no intention of getting out. Her parents came over with gloomy faces. The originally festive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. The guests were stunned, and the blessings they said were silent. The whole scene fell into an awkward silence. Robert and Maria immediately became anxious. Robert shouted at me, "What did you do?" "The bride is unhappy. Go and apologize." Maria also blamed him bluntly. "How can you be so unreliable? Such a big wedding actually made the in-laws look unhappy." At this moment, Father Sue took out a prenuptial agreement and said slowly, "William, if you want Xinyan to get off the car, you must sign this agreement." Annie turned her head coldly, not wanting to look at me again. The scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on me. I stood there, my eyes calm, staring at Father Sue and with a cold face in the car, with a sneer on my lips. Father Sue saw that I didn't react, and his tone became more serious. "William, as my future son-in-law, I don't want to make things too ugly. You must sign this prenuptial agreement. If you don't sign it, Xinyan will never get off the car." Mother Sue said gently, "William, you are a qualified husband. My daughter just wanted a little protection, so I asked you to sign this agreement. You won't refuse to sign it, right?" I sneered. This tactic of playing the good cop and the bad cop was obviously an attempt to force me to sign. Others looked at me, as if they had expected me to agree. After all, William always listened to Anne. With just one word from Anne, I would drop everything and run to her side, even solving family problems for her. I smiled faintly. Why not read out the contents of the prenuptial agreement so that everyone can hear what you ask of me? Father Sue and Mother Sue looked at each other. Their faces suddenly turned ugly. If these conditions were read out, wouldn't it make the Sue family look greedy? At this time, Anne gritted her teeth coldly and read out word by word. "William, I am so outstanding. This is the price you should pay for marrying me." She continued reading as if it was a matter of course. "First, the betrothal gift is 100 million yuan and 10% of the shares of Lingyun Group. Second, 1 million pocket money per month after marriage. Third, you must obey me in everything after marriage. You cannot even touch me without my permission." She held her head high with pride, as if these conditions were nothing. The scene immediately exploded, and everyone looked at her conditions in amazement. These requirements may not be a big deal to me, but the problem is that Anne is not worthy of them. Everyone looked at me, thinking that I would agree obediently. After all, I had always obeyed Annie before. Anthony urged, "Brother William, just sign it. Sister Qingyan has entrusted her life to you, and you are not willing to pay even this little bit. If I had as much money as you do, I would have agreed long ago." People around me looked at Anthony. Although he had no skills, he was very arrogant. Some sisters also started to mock me. "Look at you, you are so cowardly. Can you be like Anthony? Anthony is so manly. Isn't it just money? You are so rich. How could you be lacking in this?" Robert said angrily, "Sign it quickly. Don't embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Otherwise, others will think that our Lin family can't afford the money." I looked at Robert and smiled. "How about giving your and your sister's shares to Qingyan? Consider it your wedding present to me." As these words were spoken, Robert and others were speechless and furious. The whole place erupted in laughter and screamed, "William, you are so rich. Will you die if you give me some? I'm so outstanding that many young masters from big families are attracted to me. Don't think you're great just because you have Ling Yun Group. Anyway, if you don't sign today, I will never marry you." The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence, and the colorful flags fluttered in the air as if mocking me. "You can sign it, but only after the wedding is successfully completed," I said calmly. As soon as these words came out, there were exclamations from the audience. "You even agreed to such a condition? It seems that I am really a bootlicker." Annie and her parents smiled immediately, but she still said coldly, "What's the difference between signing now and signing after the wedding? Are you trying to trick me?" Father Sue frowned, signaling Annie to stop while she was ahead, but she still urged coldly, "Sign it quickly." I laughed, a very creepy laugh, and my voice gradually grew louder. "Annie, I have given you enough face. Now I will give you 10 seconds. If you don't come down obediently, then this wedding will not take place." I spoke quietly, but my words were deafening. The whispers in the room gradually dissipated, and everyone was obviously surprised by my reaction. And S face quickly turned ugly, and she stared at me, but I just counted down calmly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sue's father and mother hurriedly urged her to get out of the car. What they hoped most was that the wedding would go smoothly. When I counted to the last second, I saw Annie finally wavered. At Anthony's suggestion, she got out of the car reluctantly and said coquettishly, "I'm just testing you. Why are you taking it so seriously?" In some places, during wedding pranks, the groom is tied to a tree and beaten. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter, and the atmosphere eased slightly. I smiled coldly, didn't respond, and turned away. Every time Annie felt that my attitude was wrong, she would use sweet words to make me continue to lick her, and I was always willing to give for her. Next, the guests took their seats one after another. At this moment, a young man in his 20s, dressed luxuriously, suddenly came up to me and said angrily, "Today is my sister's big day. How dare you bully her? Don't you take me seriously at all? Being able to marry my sister is a blessing you have earned in 8 lifetimes." These words made the atmosphere at the scene suddenly silent. Even Annie's brother dared to speak to me like this, completely disrespecting me. Sue's mother quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. "You are drunk, come with me." "No need, my brother is right," Annie said proudly. "My family should be more domineering, so they don't dare to bully me." I raised my eyebrows and recognized that this person was Annie's younger brother, Sue Binbin. I used to treat him like my own brother and always gave in to him, but he obviously didn't show any gratitude and instead ordered me around. At this time, Sue Binbin put the bottle close to my mouth and said viciously, "I was not here just now, and you dare to bully my sister. I'll give you a chance. Drink this bottle of wine in one gulp. Otherwise, you can't marry my sister today." The bottle of wine was almost full, and if I drank it all in one gulp, I was afraid something serious would happen. Annie said proudly, "Why don't you drink it obediently? My brother is here, so you better behave yourself." There was an uproar at the scene. This was a complete humiliation to me, and it was obvious that they were trying to make me completely lose face in front of my family and friends. Robert was furious. "You useless bastard." Several sisters also started scolding me, saying that I didn't have any manliness at all. The corner of my mouth curled up with a sneer. "Annie, did I give you face? Do you really think you were some kind of treasure?" She was stunned, her brows furrowed, and she said angrily, "What do you mean? Didn't I just ask you to drink some wine?" I smiled faintly and looked at everyone. "Actually, I invited you here today not to attend the wedding, but to let you witness a dirty couple. Please watch the video." As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking scene began to play on the large screen in the center. The video made the whole hall fall into a dead silence. Anne and Anthony were disheveled, hugging each other and rolling on the bed in the hotel. The screen flashed, and then they discussed how to take away my assets. That night, William was drunk by us and slept like a pig. He really thought he forced me. In fact, he did nothing, but we had to use this as an excuse to force him to marry me. Even his family thinks he forced you, so he must be responsible for you. Once we worked together to get all his assets, we could be together openly. The scene changed, and then there was the hotel check-in record of the two people. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone was stunned and shocked. They could hardly believe what they saw. Eyes turned from the screen to Anthony and, but their mouths opened, but no words came out. Sue's father and mother were stunned. They had always thought that Annie and I were together, but they didn't expect that she had an affair with the adopted son of the Lin family. What's worse is that they were completely kept in the dark by Annie, and they mistakenly thought that I forced her to propose such an unreasonable prenuptial agreement. Now that the truth has been exposed, the couple feels ashamed. Anthony, who had always seemed innocent, would do such a thing. I sneered. The truth is in front of us. There is nothing to explain. The wedding is canceled. Lingyun Group and Su Group are at odds with each other. All cooperation is cut off. From now on, whoever cooperates with Su Group will be slapping the face of Lingyun Group. As soon as I said this, there was an uproar. Everyone understood that all my previous tolerance was for the purpose of completely revealing Annie's true face at this moment. At this moment, and suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, "William, you beast! You actually took a secret photo of me. Are you a slut? Do you have any conscience? Now that everyone has seen it, how am I going to live my life in the future?" Everyone was speechless. Not only did Annie not explain, but she also accused me of telling the truth. Father Su hurried onto the stage and pulled Annie, who was crying and breaking down, for fear that she would continue to embarrass herself. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Anthony. Anthony's eyes were fierce and his fists were clenched. It was obvious that his simple personality had been completely exposed. His image had been collapsing all along, and this would be a fatal blow to his future, especially his stardom. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he quickly pretended to be innocent and squeezed out a few tears. Robert was furious. "William, you beast! You even want to harm your brother? Turn off the video immediately." At this time, the video on the big screen was still playing in a loop, and Anthony's conspiracy voices were clearly audible and extremely harsh. The eldest sister rushed to the console, turned off the computer, and screamed, "William, are you crazy? This kind of thing can be discussed in private. Why do you have to release it in front of everyone? Do you know how much harm this will do to Anthony?" Maria rushed towards me angrily and said, "I will beat you to death, you bastard. Why did I bring you home? How could you do this to Anthony? He respected you so much and you brought him to ruin." Several sisters also blamed me and were angry. I frowned and said coldly, "It was Anthony and who teamed up to harm me and seize my assets, but you guys are blaming me? Anthony, the only one you have eyes for." The third sister was so angry that her voice trembled. "He is still young. It is normal for him to make mistakes. Can't you forgive him? Why do you have to make such a mess? Who hasn't made mistakes? We forgave you when you made mistakes, and we would have kicked you out of the house long ago." The second sister gritted her teeth and said angrily. I stood in the crowd, feeling mixed emotions. I was clearly the victim, but my family stood by Anthony and accused me. I felt powerless. Li Qiqian, the deputy chief of the police station, finally couldn't help but stand up. His voice was full of anger. Anthony and S actions are suspected of being illegal. They got William drunk, fabricated facts of coercion, and sought to seize huge assets. He said in a heavy tone, "Any one of their actions is enough to send them to jail." Anthony's sister screamed back, "Who do you think you are? One of William's bad friends? You have no business getting involved in our family affairs." She was shaking with anger. Robert hurried forward and stopped several people. "Sorry, my relatives were too emotional." He looked at them and said angrily, "Are you blind? You didn't even recognize the deputy chief of police." Maria and the others immediately shut up and began to defend Anthony. Li Qiqian glanced at me and smiled meaningfully. At the same time, Annie was surrounded by her parents. Father Su angrily scolded, "Are you crazy? William is the person in charge of Lingyun Group. Why do you like an adopted son of the Lin family?" He was obviously disappointed. He is just a little star, and he is nothing without the Lin family. Su's mother also cried, "Qingyan, how could you even lie to my parents? How can you live like this now that the video has been exposed?" She urged anxiously, "Go and apologize to William." Annie sneered, "Why should I apologize? I don't like him at all. He forced me to get married." She gritted her teeth and said, "If he didn't have some money, I wouldn't even want to look at him." There was a burst of laughter at the scene. "Didn't you get him drunk, fabricate facts, and force him to marry?" Someone laughed loudly. "This Miss Su is really arrogant. Does holding a billion-dollar group mean shit to her? This woman is really weird. Whoever marries her will be unlucky," and broke down and screamed, "You don't understand love at all. Anthony and I are the ones who truly love each other." She shouted frantically, "If it were ain't for William, that bitch, we would have lived together long ago." She turned to me with a hint of expectation. "Since you don't want to hold a wedding, I will use this place to marry Anthony. She seemed confident. William, open your eyes and see clearly. You are the most ridiculous clown today. Anthony in the audience, her eyes full of expectation. Anthony, will you marry me? Anthony sat in the audience, looking hesitant. He had no intention of marrying, but he framed her for me because she was pregnant and even wanted to use this to evade responsibility. His hesitant expression at this time made a joke. Ann's voice almost collapsed. Anthony, come up quickly. I can't stand it anymore. She looked at him, her voice full of helplessness. Anthony clenched his fists with an innocent look on his face, but still refused to go on stage. All this made me feel absurd. Anthony's eldest sister hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, Anthony and Qingyan have been dating for a long time, and our family knows it. She changed the subject and looked at me coldly. It was because William, that bitch, got drunk that Qingyan mistakenly thought she was violated, so she rushed to get married. She looked at me angrily and said, why don't you come over and apologize and clear up the mess for Anthony? She said sharply, they were obviously fine, but you insisted on interfering. This is all your fault. And also screamed, yes, Anthony and I have been dating. If William hadn't tempted me with money, I wouldn't have been fooled. I sneered and took the microphone on the stage. Anthony framed me, forced me to marry, and stole my assets. How could it be my fault? I smiled. As for Anne, you said I tempted you with money. How do you explain your prenuptial agreement? If you don't value my money, why would you ask me to give you 100 million yuan as a gift and 10% of the shares? As soon as the words fell, the audience burst into laughter. She is such a chauvinist that she still wants to be a saint. No wonder Chairman Williams said that he would not sign the prenuptial agreement until after the wedding. It turns out that he had no intention of signing it at all. Chairman William finally sees the true face of this woman and became the laughing stock of the whole audience. Her former arrogance disappeared. She stood there in a mess, her eyes full of resentment. Robert's face turned red, and he realized that if he stayed any longer, the whole family would become a joke. He said angrily, follow me. He glared at me again. You too, follow me. I was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned away. Evil beast, he roared angrily. After leaving the wedding scene, I drove directly to Phoenix Avenue, my heart filled with excitement. Although I control a large group with a market value of tens of billions and have sufficient white resources, the resources of the underground forces are still insufficient. The person I want to meet today is the former underground boss of Nanzhou, Black Wolf. The car stopped at Fengwang Avenue, and sure enough, I saw a fiery red Ferrari parked in the middle of the road. In front of the Ferrari, a middle-aged man in delivery clothes was lying in front of the delivery car. I immediately braked and looked at the man carefully, with a strange light flashing in my eyes. It was him, Black Wolf. 3 months ago, he had just been released from prison. His original power had already collapsed, and the leader of the new power mocked him. So he had no choice but to become a delivery man. But today, because he crashed into a Ferrari, a rich lady demanded a compensation of 100,000 yuan, which led to him going on a rampage and killing someone. A gorgeously dressed lady screamed, "Are you blind, you stinky delivery man? You dare to run a red light?" Heiling looked painful. "Sorry, my delivery is about to be overdue." "Don't talk nonsense. You broke my headlight. 1,500,000 is not cheap for you," the lady said angrily. Traffic police and insurance company staff arrived and ordered Heiling to pay 100,000 yuan for the repairs. The lady was still aggressive. "You are a piece of trash at the bottom of society. If you can't pay, go to jail. I can make you stay there for life." Black Wolf's face was filled with humiliation and anger. He was once a big shot in Nanzhou, but now he was in such a mess. He slowly reached for the dagger in the trunk of the electric car. At this moment, my voice sounded calmly. 100,000, right? I'll give you 1 million, and you apologize to him." People around me looked at me in surprise, not knowing who I was. I handed the lady a check for 1 million. The lady widened her eyes and cursed. "Who are you? You want me to apologize? No way." She took the check and saw the signature. Her face changed instantly. "Chairman William of Lingyun Group?" "Apologize," I said coldly. The lady's face changed immediately, and she apologized quickly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She then forced out an embarrassed smile. "Chairman William, I'm the owner of Xinhua Department Store. I wanted to discuss cooperation with you before." I smiled coldly. "Get out." She left in disgrace, not even daring to look back. The people around me were shocked. and sighed as they watched me leave. It turned out that rich people are different. After the crowd dispersed, Hailang looked at me with complicated eyes. Thank you. But let me make it clear first. I can't pay you back the 1 million. The most I can pay you back is 100,000. I helped him up and smiled faintly. Brother Hailang, do you want to rebuild the Black Wolf gang? Hailang was shocked and looked at me in shock. Chapter 18, Are You Worthy? 10 years ago, he was known to everyone as a man who could stop children from crying. But after spending 10 years in prison, the people of Nanzhou had long forgotten about him. How could this young man in his 20s in front of me know me? Black Wolf shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Give me 3 hours and I will convince you. William smiled faintly and personally opened the car door for Hailang. Black Wolf nodded. I'll take you to see someone. William said calmly. Li Qiqian, deputy chief of the Nanzhou Police Department. He is my brother. What? Black Wolf was startled, and his eyes became more serious when he looked at William. At first he thought William was just a rich boss, but he didn't expect he also had connections in the white world. It seems that his strength is not simple. William continued. He is still the deputy chief now, but I can make him take down the current chief within a month and become the chief. Black Wolf narrowed his eyes and sneered. What a bullshit I was sent in by Chief Kong 10 years ago. His influence in Nanzhou is unfathomable. How could he be easily taken away? William didn't want to say much, so he called Li Qiqian to meet him at the tea house. In the tea house, Li Qiqian pushed open the door of the private room and laughed. You are really good. You were so cowardly before. You were planning this big move. The whole of South State is in an uproar now, and in Anthony are completely disgraced. Huh, why does this guy look so familiar? William smiled. Black Wolf. Li Qiqian's eyes narrowed immediately. Why did you call him here? I'll warn you, we are brothers, but I will not do anything illegal with you. Brother Hailang, please buy me a pack of Blue Lotus with exploding beads. William looked at Hailang with a smile. Hailang nodded, knowing that the two men wanted to get him out of the way to talk, and turned and left. Remember I told you to overthrow Chief Kong and take control of the Nanzhou Police Department within a month? William gave him a cigarette and lit one for himself. Speak. Li Qiqian stared at William for a long time, and seeing that he was not joking, he said in a deep voice. William said slowly, You know he is colluding with the White Dog Gang, right? How do you know? Li Qiqian was surprised. William did not answer, and continued. The province will send someone to investigate in 3 days. Once the investigation is completed, Director Kong will definitely be finished. He would send someone to kidnap the envoy's wife, strip her naked, and take photos to threaten the envoy. What the hell? Li Qiqian looked shocked. William calmed him down and smiled faintly. I also know his detailed plan. You just need to collect the evidence and save the wife of the special envoy, and the position of the head of the bureau will be within your reach. Li Qiqian stood there in a daze, unable to believe his ears. How could the brother who I've always regarded as a bootlicker become so crazy? And means are almost horrific. How could you possibly know this top secret stuff? Li Qiqian shook his head and said, Dude, are you kidding me? Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know after you read this document. William handed him a document. It details the action plan of Director Kong, Baigo, and others, as well as the envoy's name, where he lives, and where his wife is. Li Qiqian took a few glances and then stood there in a daze, staring at his phone. At this time, Black Wolf came back. William opened the cigarettes, shared them between the two of them, and lit one for himself. Li Qiqian took the cigarette and lit it casually, then stared at his phone blankly until the cigarette became red and hot. Then he hurriedly threw it away. What's wrong with him? Black Wolf said in a muffled voice. Li Qiqian suddenly grabbed William's shoulders with both hands. If this is true, brother, you are my godfather. You decide. William laughed and turned to look at Black Wolf. You need a white glove. Li Qiqian frowned. You know I don't do that kind of stuff. You know the truth that if the water is too clear, there'll be no fish. William said calmly. It is impossible to completely eliminate the underground forces. Only by supporting obedient forces can we keep peace in Nanzhou. Do you think I'm stupid? Black Wolf laughed rudely and shook his head. I think you too just want to fish for a living. Li Qiqian frowned and looked at Hailang with a serious look. He was indeed moved. But whether Black Wolf is willing or not is still another matter. William smiled faintly and looked at Hailang with disdain. Fishing method? Are you qualified? Chapter 19. Starting to live together. As soon as these words were spoken, Black Wolf, who was feeling smug just now, and thought he had seen through the trick was slapped in the face. He is no longer the same as he used to be. Now he is just a delivery man. If it weren't for William, he would still have to bear a debt of 100,000. If a big boss or a deputy director wants to take care of himself, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Hailang and I are leaving first. Buddy, you can handle it yourself. William smiled and motioned for Hailang to get up. Li Qitian nodded blankly and continued to study the document in his hand. In the car, Hailang remained silent. If you just want to be an ordinary person, then I have misjudged you. William smiled faintly. Black Wolf was silent for a long time and said, I need to think about it carefully. Okay. William signed a check and handed it to him. Come to my Lingyun group and be a security captain. This is your salary for the next year, 120,000. Have the courage to go see your mother. She doesn't care about your past. She just wants to see you, her son. When Hailang heard this, tears instantly filled his eyes. William added him on WeChat. He left. After seeing his WeChat name and WeChat avatar, William couldn't help but laugh. The avatar is a black local dog, and the nickname is the Honest Black Dog. After taking a look at the missed calls and the overwhelming unread messages on WeChat, he decisively gave up the idea of going to the company. If I go to the company, I'm afraid I'll be overwhelmed, so I'll just wait and see. He called Eve. Eve's accusing voice sounded. You just remember to call me back? Do you know how long I've been cleaning your ass? Thank you for your hard work. William grinned. The company must be in an uproar, right? Yes, the whole company is almost paralyzed. Eve said with a smile. Why don't you go to my house and hide there first? Okay. William hung up the phone and drove to Eve's house. Lying on the sofa, looking at the message sent by Eve, a smile appeared on his lips. Because of the wedding scandal, the company was greatly affected and the stock market hit the limit down. Many shareholders were extremely anxious and tried their best to ask for an explanation from me. The Lin family also took action, organizing employees to go on strike and ruining many collaborations. The purpose is to force myself to come forward. In the evening, Eve came back with a tired look on her face, but her pretty face with a little makeup on was still beautiful enough to make people's heart beat faster. Thank you very much, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find shelter. William stood up, gave her a hug, and said with a smile, You are so good that you let me clean up the mess for you in the company. Eve pushed William away unhappily. But you slept in my house. Why don't you just move in? You don't have a place to live for the time being anyway. Okay, I'll move in. You have an empty room here, and it's just sitting there anyway. William's eyes lit up. What? Eve's eyes widened. Are you serious? Of course. William nodded. I don't even have a place to live. You don't want to see me homeless, do you? Eve hesitated for a moment and looked at William with her beautiful eyes. You sound really pitiful. Seeing that she didn't refuse, William took it as her consent and went into the empty room to clean up. The empty room was very clean and there were unopened beddings. William packed up and said with satisfaction, Not bad. Let's stay here. Eve came in with a plate of fruit. Would you like some fruit? Are you really going to stay here with me? If you don't allow it, then forget it. William smiled faintly and looked straight at Eve. Miss Young, you're not so stingy, are you? Men and women should not touch each other. Eve wanted to refuse, but she was afraid that William would return to the Lin family and become his old self again. So she said righteously, You can live in me, but you can't rush in when I'm taking a shower. William blushed. It was a special case before, and I was taking care of you. If the situation like last time happened again, wouldn't I be able to save you in time? Eve rolled her eyes at him. The two of them spent the evening in peace, and William stayed in his room obediently. The next day, he came to the company. There was a crowd of people at the entrance of the building. All of them were teenage girls. As soon as they saw William's car, they screamed loudly. That bastard is coming. Chapter 20, Crazy Fans. Then, she screamed and rushed towards William's car. Stones, brooms, rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even slippers. Hundreds of young girls surrounded William's car and smashed it. Fortunately, William's car is a Mercedes-Benz. If it was a Japanese car, it would have been smashed long ago. He frowned and looked at the almost crazy girl outside the car window, realizing that this was Anthony's means of revenge. Anthony is a well-known star in the southern wilderness and has many fanatical fans. I'm afraid these young girls were bewitched by Anthony and came to the company gate to chase and block him. Bitch, bastard, get out of here if you have the guts. You rich and heartless beast. Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Brother Anthony is so pitiful. How could you have the heart to bully him? William frowned and looked into the building. only to see that the first floor had been smashed into a mess. And he didn't see a single employee, not even a security guard. No one even tipped him off. He couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tightly, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. Lin family. As expected, most of the company was infiltrated. This was their first wave of revenge. At this time, a police car drove slowly over, and the officers shouted to stop them. But the fanatical fans remained indifferent. The police officers did not dare to take action and could only stand at a distance, fearing that they would be affected. William put the car in neutral and stepped on the accelerator. The roar of the engine startled the fans, and they stepped back. William took the opportunity to take out tens of thousands of dollars in cash from the car and threw them out. The fans who had been cursing just now immediately started scrambling for the items. William took the opportunity to turn the car around and drove away. After stopping on the side of the road, he called Li Qiqian and said, "My company was smashed." "I know." Li Qiqian's voice sounded faintly. "I have sent people over, but there are too many people. They are all children, so it is difficult to handle them. Help me deal with it." William's voice was cold. "Don't let any of them go. Catch them all and notify the school and parents. Afterwards, I will donate 5 million in allowance to the Nanzhou Police Department, and you could be exiled at will." "Hey, I've been waiting for you to say that." Li Qiqian laughed and hung up the phone. William put down the phone and lay down in the chair with a gloomy expression. The Lin family's random move would cause unrest among his entire family and cause him to lose 5 million. At this time, a Mondeo stopped next to her car. Eve rolled down the window and said, "Come with me. Your car has been targeted. Those fans will find this place soon." William, looking gloomy, got in her car. Eve opened a video with a cold face and handed the phone to William. "Look at your good brother." "He is not my brother," William said coldly. "He is just an orphan adopted by the Lin family." When I opened the video, I saw Anthony crying in front of the camera. "Thank you for your concern, my family. I have always been single, and I have always loved you all. I have never been in a relationship with Annie." William, the chairman of Lingyun Group, my brother, used despicable means to force Annie to marry him, and he also maliciously edited and used AI to slander Annie and me. He is really rich and powerful, and he even sent people to follow me. I feel so suffocated. What followed was an overwhelming barrage of accusations online. Those fans who were only in their teens were instigated to form a guardian gang to denounce him together. Eve said angrily, "Your family members really don't care about family affection at all. They even want to ruin the company, but they also have a lot of shares in Lingyun Group." William smiled coldly. "A bunch of mad dogs trying to force me to compromise. I'll deal with them first. How's the evidence that my eldest sister abused her power for personal gain and damaged the interests of the company? Let Shan Kai-wei, the new head of the purchasing department, submit evidence directly to the board of directors, call the police in the name of the company, and bring her to court." Chapter 21. William S. Methods. Eve nodded and said worriedly, "Aren't you afraid that they will do something desperate? After all, your sisters are all powerful figures in the company. You were really good to them at the time. In terms of education, background, and workability, they were not even qualified to be ordinary employees, but you directly made them department heads." William sighed awkwardly. "Stop scolding me. Stop scolding me. I was too stupid before. Don't worry. They won't do anything desperate. In their eyes, Lingyun Group belongs to them. They only dare to make small moves to threaten me, but they dare not shake the foundation of the group. Yes, but the group's shares have plummeted, which has a huge impact." Eve frowned slightly. "You control 51% of the shares, your family members control 30%, and the rest are small shareholders. However, although those small shareholders hold a low stake, they are also well-known companies in Nanzhou and are our important partners. You spread the news that I want to cash out 30 points of shares." William smiled and said, "Lower our stock price and trick those small shareholders into selling their shares, and then we will buy them back." Eve looked at William deeply, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears, and she didn't speak for a long time. William laughed and said, "Why? Are you shocked by my intelligence? This feeling is so good." Eve wiped away her tears. "You are back again. Now everyone looks down on you and thinks you are just a puppet controlled by the Lin family. They have all forgotten how you built Lingyun Group from nothing." William smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. It's almost noon. Let's ask Minister Shan to come out for lunch." Eve understood what William meant and nodded. William made a phone call and asked Li Qiqian to send someone to keep an eye on his car. If something gets smashed, the murderer can be caught in time. Then we came to a restaurant. What a coincidence, I met Annie. She was begging a middle-aged man desperately, Boss Wong, please don't cancel the cooperation with Sue Group. We have already improved the production process and changed the mold and plan to launch new products. The middle-aged man named Mr. Wong sneered. Annie, I only cooperated with you because of Ling Yun Group. Now William has said that whoever cooperates with Sue Group will go against him. If I continue to cooperate with you, wouldn't that be a violation of the will of God? Please don't hurt me anymore. Annie gritted her teeth and said, What's so scary about Ling Yun Group? Isn't it just a little rich? Mr. Wong, your company is also worth more than 100 million yuan. You don't have to be afraid of them. William was too nice to you before, making you forget how terrifying Ling Yun Group, which has a market value of 10 billion, is. President Wong waved his hand. One move by Ling Yun Group can affect the employment of thousands of people. Even a mayor has to give William face. One phone call from William could bankrupt my company. Annie gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Mr. Wong, actually William and I are just having some conflicts as lovers, but he is more impulsive. Have you forgotten how good he was to me before? I believe that in a few days, he will come to me to apologize. Your cooperation with me now is like a timely help. I will ask William to invest tens of millions in you when the time comes. After saying this, Mr. Wong obviously hesitated. At this time, Eve stepped forward and said coldly, Annie, you are so shameless. Yesterday, you scolded William, and now you have the nerve to use his name to attract investment. Annie and Mr. Wong were shocked when they heard this, and noticed William and Eve watching coldly on the sidelines. William looked at Anne with contempt and sarcasm. Chapter 22, You Follow Me. Anne's eyes lit up when she saw William, and she said arrogantly, William, I've already told you, no matter what you do, I will never forgive you. I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to follow me here. Before, she thought William was really against her, but when she met William here, she naturally thought that William was following her and asking for her forgiveness. Her chest straightened immediately at the thought. William sneered when he heard this. This woman is so shameless. I am still immersed in her world and think I have to please her unconditionally. A gleam of light flashed in Mr. Wong's eyes. Is William going to start licking Annie again? See, and said triumphantly, William didn't dare to go against me at all, and now he has started to follow me and beg for my forgiveness. If you don't cooperate with me now, I won't cooperate with you even if you beg me in the future. Mr. Wong's face changed, and he said hurriedly, Misunderstanding, I am blind, and snorted coldly and returned to her previous condescending attitude. William smiled coldly. Annie, can you be more shameless? I came out for a meal, but it turned out to be following you. Oh, you're still trying to save face. And glanced at William and said, Okay, I'll give you some face in front of outsiders. He frowned slightly and said speechlessly, I think she has some serious illness. You can choose to cooperate with her. William looked at the bewildered Mr. Wong and said with a faint smile, But I can guarantee that your company will go bankrupt within a month. After saying that, he left. Mr. Wong was so frightened that he trembled all over and said hurriedly, Don't worry, William, I can't possibly cooperate with her, and was so angry that her pretty face turned red. She stamped her feet and shouted angrily, William, stop right there. But William had already gotten into the elevator. Mr. Wong said angrily, How dare you, you bitch, harm me? Without William's protection, you are nothing more than a canary. Do you really think you are a big shot? He followed me here just to apologize to me and beg for my forgiveness. Why can't you understand? And he looked at Mr. Wong as if he was a fool. You're dreaming. Mr. Wong sneered and left quickly. Annie stamped her feet in anger. Don't regret it. As long as I forgive him, I can immediately become the mistress of Ling Yun Group. Seeing William and Mr. Wong leave one after another, she gritted her teeth and said, It seems that revenge is not enough. Just wait. Anthony and I will make you cry and beg us. On the other side, in the private room, Eve blinked and smiled. You don't seem angry at all. You're so calm. Being angry is a cowardly act. William's lips curled up into a smile. As the saying goes, a biting dog doesn't bark. There's no point in arguing with her. The only thing I should do is to retaliate with thunder and lightning and make her fall into eternal damnation. Eve nodded with relief. Seeing William's gloomy face, she teased, A dog that bites doesn't bark. Aren't you scolding yourself? William's face darkened. It's just a metaphor. Soon, Shan Kaiwei came to the private room. She was about the same age as William, also in her 20s. She wore a pale yellow traditional-style shirt and a light green long skirt, which highlighted her slender waist and pretty face, making her look particularly elegant. Although her appearance and figure are not as good as Eve's, she is also called a goddess by many employees. But her face was a little cold, and her voice was flat. "William, what's the matter with calling me here?" William sighed softly, knowing that she still cared about him, and smiled and said, "Can I treat you to a meal if I have nothing to do? Come and sit down." "I dare not sit down." Shan Kaiwei shook her head and sneered. "William, just say it if you have something to say. If it weren't for Xiao Yu, I wouldn't have returned to Ling Yun Group." Eve held her hand. "Come on, don't be angry with him. He's different now. Let's work together to bring down the Lin family and return Ling Yun Group to its former self. Okay?" "I don't believe it," Shan Kaiwei said unhappily. "I'm afraid he was just acting on impulse. If he gives in, wouldn't all of us who fought for him become a joke?" Eve looked at William helplessly. William looked calm and smiled faintly, saying, "I will give you an offer you can't refuse." Chapter 23 Lin Family Reports the Case. Shan Kaiwei frowned slightly and shook her head. "William, do you still think I'm as stupid as before? Ever since you kicked me out of the company because of your sister, I, Shan Kaiwei, swear that even if I starve to death or jump off here, I will never believe you again. I will give you 0.1% of the shares." William tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly, "Ling Yun Group has a market value of 10 billion. 0.1% is 10 million. Even if I do as you say, I will give in to the Lin family, and you can just take the 10 million and leave in style." William in shock. "I am just a minister. I have ability, but no capital or background." For his own sake, William was willing to give him shares worth 10 million. She stammered, "Really? Then I promise you. Xiao Yu, help me prepare the documents and sign the share transfer agreement tomorrow." William said calmly, "If the former ministers are willing to come back, I will give them 0.1% of the shares." Eve was shocked. "William, it's easy for you to lose absolute control like this. I have my own plans." William smiled faintly. "Soon, some of the shares will be returned to me." William excitedly. "This is a fortune of 10 million. Even if you don't sell it, you can still get hundreds of thousands of dividends every year. William, if you need any help from me, just let me know." Shan Kaiwei said with a smile. "I asked you to investigate the evidence that Linda abused her power for personal gain and damaged the interests of the company. How is the investigation going?" William smiled faintly. "It's almost complete. I have collected all the evidence." Shan Kaiwei said angrily. She never considered covering it up. "All kinds of evidence can be easily found. I'm afraid she never thought that you would do something to her." "Haha. Okay, you submit the evidence directly to the board of directors and then call the police for me. I will let the legal department cooperate with you." William sneered. "Call the police directly?" Eve frowned slightly. "Aren't you afraid that they will do something desperate?" As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed and she said hurriedly, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about your family." "What are you apologizing for?" The metaphor of a cornered dog jumping over the wall is very good. William took a sip of tea nonchalantly. "Don't worry, I know my limits." After dinner, the three of them came to the company. Seeing the messy scene, the three of them looked unhappy. "I didn't expect Anthony's appeal was so strong that a group of kids ignored everything and directly smashed our company." Shan Kaiwei said angrily, "Those girls are really stupid. They were all taken advantage of. If they were caught, they would lose everything they had and even go to jail." William frowned fiercely. "If nothing unexpected happens, they have all been taken to the police station. Xiao Yu, you guys go back to work first and try to get the group back to normal operation as soon as possible." Eve sighed. "Almost all the staff in several of your sister's departments are on strike. I'm afraid it will be difficult to resume normal operations. If you strike for 1 day, you will have your salary deducted for 3 days." William said calmly, "If you continue to strike, you will be fired directly, which will save you the severance pay." "Okay." Eve nodded. Although William's methods are domineering and ruthless, the group is so chaotic that tough measures are indeed necessary. At this time, Li Qiqian called and said excitedly, "Those troublemakers have been released by the bureau chief. I'm afraid your family took action." William frowned. He didn't expect the Lin family and the bureau chief to be so deeply involved. Hundreds of people who smashed Ling Yun Group were released just like that. "I try my best." Li Qiqian's voice became quieter. "That old guy didn't give me any face at all and even scolded me. He's so damn arrogant. Wait until I catch him and see if he'll cry and beg me for mercy. Don't alert the enemy yet. Once we collect evidence, he will cry, William said calmly. The cost of dealing with those troublemakers is too high, so let's focus our main efforts on dealing with the Lin family. By the way, you have to come to the police station. Li Qiqian hesitated for a moment and said worriedly, your family members and Annie came to the police station to report the case, saying that you forced Annie. I believe you would not do such a thing, but Annie swore to it, and your family members testified for her. I'm afraid you're in big trouble. Chapter 24, Isn't This Natural? William clenched his fists suddenly, his eyes full of coldness. I didn't expect the Lin family to be so ruthless. They reported the case to the police directly and even testified for Annie. This is really leaving no way for yourself to survive, and you want to put yourself in jail. Even if they don't have substantial evidence, you will at least have to stay in the police station for a day and a night, and you'll have to come to the police station more often afterwards, Li Qiqian said in a heavy voice. They can then make some moves on your group's affairs. How about we compromise with them first and get them to withdraw the lawsuit? It's impossible to compromise. William's voice was cold. Are they in the police station now? Yes, your 4 sisters and your parents are all here. Li Qiqian suddenly said anxiously, come here quickly. The chief has sent people to arrest you. It wouldn't be a good thing if you were caught in public. By the way, I've asked someone to park your Mercedes in the underground parking lot of your company. Okay, I'll be there now. William hung up the phone, went to the underground parking lot, and drove away. As I was driving away, I saw a police car driving towards the group building. William breathed a sigh of relief. If he was taken away by the police, there would probably be a lot of rumors, making the group even more panicked. When he arrived at the police station, Li Qiqian took out a cigarette and smoked it dejectedly. What? William took a deep breath and said with a smile, it looks like you are even more unhappy than me. It's really frustrating. Li Qiqian coughed lightly. Your family members are really weird. A few years ago, the Lin group was on the verge of bankruptcy, and each of them had to bear hundreds of millions of debts. It's because of you that they have reached their current status, but not only are they ungrateful, they're even trying to kill you over this matter. The bureau chief probably received a lot of money from them and speaks for them everywhere. William sneered. They can use my money to please the head of the bureau and make him target me. They can do such a thing. Don't worry, in 3 months at most, I'll make them beg me on their knees. It's good that you've come to your senses. Li Qiqian stamped out his cigarette, and said, come in with me. Be careful not to talk nonsense. No one dares to do anything with me at the head of the bureau. William nodded, his eyes flashing with a gleam. In a previous life, the head of the bureau was arrested and many dirty things were made public. I happen to remember several of them. Just mentioning any one of them would scare the shit out of the bureau chief. So he didn't take the chief of the bureau seriously at all. As soon as they entered the police station, Robert and others' eyes fell on William. Disdain, anger, ridicule. William jokingly, waiting for him to beg for mercy. But William just glanced at them calmly and was too lazy to speak. The eldest sister snorted coldly. Oh, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die? We have clearly given you a chance, but you forced us to do it without mercy. That bastard really doesn't deserve to be a member of the Lin family. The second sister sneered. He said nice things, saying that he regards his family as everything and will do everything to be good to them. Anthony's brother for his own selfish desires. Robert snorted angrily. Beast, what else do you have to say? William couldn't help but clench his fists, veins popping out of his arms. He didn't want to break up with him yet. So he said coldly, what do you mean by this? I gave you shares and power. Is this how you repay me? You knew that Anne and Anthony were colluding to harm me, but you still gave false testimony for them. What do you mean? The third sister frowned and said, you gave me all these things? Do we need your little money? If it weren't for helping you manage the group, we wouldn't bother to take it. Besides, we are your relatives. Isn't it your duty to give us shares and assets? That's right. The fourth sister said angrily. You've made money, so helping your sisters and parents is only natural, isn't it? The sisters stood with their hands on their hips and glared at William, wishing they could scold him to death. Their words implied that they didn't care about the money William gave them at all. These are what they deserve. William smiled and said, okay, if you don't want it, return the shares to me tomorrow and resign from Ling Yun Group. When these words were spoken, several people were so angry that their faces turned green. Chapter 25, Confession. Robert shouted angrily, enough. William, come here. He stared at William and scolded him. I have already given you the opportunity to give Anthony shares and help you marry, but you didn't appreciate it and even caused such a scandal on the wedding day. Then don't blame me for killing my relatives for the sake of justice. Stay at the police station. When you figure out, come to me with a share transfer contract. Several sisters nodded, their faces filled with indignation. You really don't want to drink the toast, but you have to drink the forfeit. This time you have to give us at least 20% of the shares. You bastard, you did this all by yourself. At this time, several police officers came down from upstairs. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. And when she saw William, she screamed, "You heartless bitch! How dare you come here? Officer, he was the one who forced me. Arrest him immediately. His sisters can prove it for me." A middle-aged man with a square face and wearing a senior police uniform came over and asked solemnly, "Who is William?" "Chief, he is William." A hook-nosed man next to Li Qitian said respectfully, "Okay, take him to the mediation room and mediate first." The head of the bureau snorted coldly, turned and left. The hook-nosed man nodded respectfully, "Yes." Li Qitian winked at William. William immediately understood that the hook-nosed man was another deputy director, Zhang Chengchang. He is a loyal lackey of the bureau chief and does not get along well with Li Qitian. "It seems that I am in a lot of trouble." William coldly, then looked at Annie, "Follow me," and gave William a sarcastic look and walked towards the mediation room with her long white legs. Inside the mediation room, William with eyes as sharp as an eagle, as if he wanted to overwhelm him with his momentum. But William remained unmoved and looked at him calmly. "Chief Zhang, what's the matter? I advise you to take care of yourself." Zhang Chengchang sneered. "Your matter can be big or small. The key is how you deal with it. If you don't have the sincerity to admit your mistake, we will follow the normal process. I believe that the person in charge of Lingyun Group knows what to do." After saying that, he closed the door heavily. William raised his lips in a sneer. It could be heard that he was threatening him. What this means is that you can satisfy this group of people without paying any price. Even without substantial evidence, the police can still convict themselves. But they were just dreaming too much, and sat on the chair, crossed her long legs, and looked at William smugly. "Are you still arrogant? I ask you, are you still arrogant? Weren't you very arrogant in the restaurant just now? Show me how arrogant you are now." William looked at her teasingly. With a straight and beautiful nose, small red lips, and charming eyes, she is indeed a first-class beauty. No wonder I was so obsessed with it before. But in this life, I will make her strip naked, kneel before me willingly, and beg for her life. And waited for a while. And when she saw that William did not beg for mercy, she angrily asked, "Is this how you want to ask for my forgiveness? Do you know what the consequences are? At least 10 years in prison. You don't want to go to jail for 10 years just for your little money, do you?" William raised his eyebrows. "Do you think the police officer will believe your one-sided story? Without substantial evidence, you guys can't convict me of any crime just by colluding to slander me. You're about to die, and you still want to struggle?" Anne's beautiful eyes were full of disdain, and she sneered, "Take a look at this confession." After saying that, he slapped a document on the table in front of William. William took a closer look and saw that it was a confession in which he admitted to forcing Anne. "All that's missing is your fingerprint to serve as solid evidence. If you can't satisfy us today, you will be beaten up and have to sign your fingerprint on it," and giggled, looking like a smug little villain. "William, you are still a little naive to play with us." William frowned. He didn't expect the Lin family and Annie to be so cruel. He directly bribed Director Kong and Deputy Director Zhang. "I'm afraid that if I rely on Li Qitian alone, I will be in big trouble. But I have plenty of ways." Annie, with a joking expression, "Your conditions are not the same, are they?" Chapter 26, "I don't want your money." "You wish," and raised her voice a few notches and looked at William with disdain. It was as if we were back in the old days when William was a bootlicker. "You've caused me so much trouble. If I don't make you bleed a lot, will I still have any face left?" Annie's voice trembled with anger as she spoke. "At least 20% of the shares. Of course, we'll need 100 million in cash. Is this your condition alone, or the condition of the Lin family and you together?" William sneered, and thought William was going to agree, and said proudly, "Are you sane? Of course it's only my condition. You can handle your family's affairs on your own." "Huh, 20% of the shares means 2 billion. You really dare to ask for it?" William's voice was extremely cold. "You want 2 billion, the Lin family wants 2 billion, then won't I be stripped of everything by you?" Annie's heart skipped a beat. and she cursed the Lin family for being greedy and ruining her good fortune. She said angrily, "This is your own business and has nothing to do with me. William, you took away my most important innocence. This is a bargain for you." William clapped his hands. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, I get it. You go out first." Annie stood up suddenly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm your subordinate?" "William, you need to understand the situation. Now you are begging for my forgiveness. I know, go out and wait for news." William waved his hand impatiently and was so angry that smoke came out of her head. At this time, Robert and others also pushed the door open and would take all the benefits, and William would have no money to give them. So they hurried in to stop it. "Look at your good son, your good brother," and cried. "He took away the most important innocence of a woman, and he still has this attitude. How much does she want you to give her?" Robert frowned and shouted. William said calmly, 20% of the shares and 100 million in cash. As soon as these words came out, the Lin family immediately breathed a sigh of relief. William owns 51% of the shares and should have hundreds of millions in cash. It seems they still have a share. Give her 20%, and you still have 31%. The eldest sister said sternly, "If that's the case, then our terms will be the same as Annie's. 20% of the shares and 100 million in cash." "That's right, you got a bargain." The second sister agreed. "If you weren't our brother, we wouldn't leave you a penny. 11% of the shares is enough for you to spend." The third sister nodded in approval. William raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "No, why should I compensate you? Annie slandered me for forcing her and asked me to pay compensation. What's wrong with you? Did I force you, sisters?" When everyone heard this, they immediately became furious. "You are such a traitor." Robert rushed to William and slapped him in the face. "How dare you say such a thing, you bastard?" William's eyes turned cold. He grabbed his wrist tightly and pushed him hard. Robert stumbled back a few steps. "Bold!" Several sisters shouted angrily in unison and were about to slap William. "Stop! He's in the police station now. We'll deal with him when we get home." Robert's eyes were full of viciousness. After hearing this, the eldest sister and others reluctantly put down their hands and glared at William. "What you did at the wedding had a huge impact on Anthony's career path, and it also brought shame to our Lin family. Do you think you should pay for it?" The eldest sister shouted. "Do you still consider me as your family?" William sneered. "Are you my family or my creditors? How can a father treat his son like this, or a sister treat her brother like this?" Robert and the others felt a burning pain on their faces when they heard this. Although what William said made sense, they wanted to embezzle William's billions of assets. The fourth sister shrieked, "How could you think of us like that? You bastard. We are helping you avoid jail. We don't need your money at all. If you have the ability, don't give us shares and money. Let's see if you can walk out of this police station today." As soon as these words were spoken, Robert and the others became proud, because William's life and death are in their hands. Chapter 27 asked the chief to come and see me. As long as William is not crazy, he will definitely agree to their conditions. And also looked at William coldly. She needed William's sisters to testify for her, so she had to reluctantly distribute William's money to the Lin family. William couldn't help but laugh. "You were so nice to me. You gave false testimony for her and cheated your own son and brother's money together. I'm so lucky to have a family like you. Fake evidence? Don't try to quibble." The eldest sister said angrily, "We caught you red-handed." Robert slammed the table angrily, frowning fiercely. "What? Are you dissatisfied with me? Are you dissatisfied with this family? If you have the guts, get out of the Lin family and become a stray dog that no one wants." As soon as these words were spoken, Robert and the others looked at William arrogantly. Every time they threatened to kick William out of the house, William would obey. William sneered, his expression calm. "For now, I still treat you as family. It is not appropriate to fall out with the Lin family now." So he could only use such ambiguous words to make the Lin family let down their guard. Upon hearing this, the Lin family couldn't help but burst into laughter. William gave in. They succeeded again. As expected, William was no match for this threat. William glanced at Annie, then at the Lin family, and said lightly, "But I won't pay a penny. As for sending me to jail so easily, you are too naive to think so." After saying that, without waiting for their reaction, he pushed the door open and walked out. The Lin family and Annie were stunned in shock. Not spending a penny? Is he crazy? You don't really want to go to jail, do you? This is clearly a lose-lose situation. As soon as he pushed the door open, Deputy Director Zhang, with the hooked nose, rushed over and asked angrily, "Who allowed you to come out? Huh? Get in there." William glanced at him coldly, suppressing his anger. "Chief Zhang, I broke up with them. Can I come out?" "Handcuff him." Deputy Chief Zhang shouted angrily. "How dare you? Do you really think the police station is your own home? You can come and go as you please." Seeing this, several police officers took out handcuffs and surrounded William. "Stop it," Li Qiqian shouted. "Zhang Qingchang, don't go too far." William worriedly and whispered, "I'm afraid you'll have to suffer for a few days. There's nothing I can do to help you now. The chief is determined to deal with you." William smiled faintly. "Ask the chief to come see me. I have something to say to him." The sound was not loud, but it was deafening to everyone's ears. Let the chief come to see him? What a big tone. Even the richest man in Nanzhou didn't dare to speak to the head of the bureau like this. William is just the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. How dare he do that? Li Qiqian looked at William in shock. "Brother, you said the wrong thing. If you want to see the head of the bureau, I will take you to see him." He blinked wildly to signal William. "That's right. I said let the chief come to see me." William was confident and just smiled faintly. The scene immediately exploded. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? You've committed a crime of rape, yet you dare to act so arrogantly in the police station. You're really bold." The Lin family and Annie all looked at William as if he were a fool. Although William is the chairman of Lingyun Group, his status is still far inferior to that of the police chief of Nanzhou City. After all, Nanzhou is a city that created miracles overnight, and there are at least 100 groups with a market value of over 10 billion yuan. There's only one police chief. Annie's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said viciously, "Since he wants Chief Kong to see him, then Chief Zhang, please satisfy him. Let's see if Director Kong will listen to him." Deputy Director Zhang with the hooked nose understood what Annie meant and sneered. "Okay, I'll tell the director right away." William a sarcastic look and walked quickly towards an office deep inside. "Wait." Li Qiqian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "William, that's not what he meant, don't go." But Deputy Director Zhang didn't even look at him and even quicken his pace. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Chapter 28, Can We Have a Good Talk? William is so arrogant that he is simply courting death. Once Director Kong comes in person, things will get out of hand. Almost no one in Nanzhou dares to be so disrespectful to Director Kong. By then, even if William had 8 mouths, he would still be charged with a serious crime. "Dude, are you crazy?" Li Qiqian looked at William in shock. "You don't take Chief Kong seriously at all and are trying to offend him to death. Haha, do you really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has a little money?" Annie said smugly. "He really should be taught a lesson." Robert shouted angrily, "Stupid. We were already having a headache about how to force him to hand over his shares, but he just asked for his own death. Is this considered an aggravated crime?" The second sister's eyes flashed with teasing. "It seems that if he wants to leave the police station, he will have to pay a higher price." William ignored it and said calmly, "I'll wait for him inside." After saying this, he turned and went into the mediation room nearby, amid everyone's shocked looks. Li Qiqian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect William to be so stupid. Even if he has something on Chief Kong, he can't be so arrogant, right? After all, Kong Lingzhao is still the head of the bureau and has not been overthrown yet. Soon, Director Kong came over aggressively and said with a gloomy face, "He asked me to come see him? Okay, very good. Do you really think you could be above the police station just because you have money? If he doesn't give me an explanation, don't blame me for making things special." "Director Kong, he's in there." Annie showed a pitiful look. "I'll let you go in and find him." "What?" Director Kong didn't expect William to be so arrogant and asked angrily, "Did he really say that?" "That's right." Deputy Director Zhang nodded and said, "He relies on his little money and doesn't take you seriously at all. Maybe he relies on the fact that Deputy Director Li is his friend." Okay. Director Kong glared at Li Qiqian fiercely, pushed the door open, and walked in. He looked around and saw William sitting leisurely on a chair, looking at him with a smile on his face. He frowned fiercely, pulled up a chair and sat down, saying with a fake smile, "William is such a big shot. I'd like to see how you want to explain it." William smiled faintly. "Chief Kong, there's no need for this expression, right? It's as if I slept with your aunt." As soon as these words came out, Director Kong's face suddenly darkened, and he said with a stiff smile, "William, you should know the consequences of provoking the director." Plus, you are suspected of coercion. I can definitely take you to the interrogation room for questioning. By the way, let the recorder run out of power." William's mouth curled up with a teasing smile. "How much did you receive from the Lin family?" "I believe you have received money from the Lin family for several years, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so determined to help the Lin family get me this time." "How dare you?" Director Kong slammed the table angrily and shouted. "I have always acted impartially. You are slandering me. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, he kicked the chair away and was about to turn and leave. But William's words made him stop. "Chief Kong, you forgot to draw the curtains last night." According to his memories from his previous life, Director Kong had a secret meeting with his aunt last night, but he didn't draw the curtains and was photographed by passersby. Because the passerby didn't know that the man was Director Zhang, the video was not exposed online until several months later. Director Kong turned his neck stiffly, his eyes widened as he stared at William, and he didn't speak for a long time. The two deputy directors Li Qitian and Zhang Changchang rushed in. Deputy Director Zhang said angrily, "Director Kong, I will arrest this guy now." Li Qitian had a look of despair on his face. Half of the police station could hear Chief Kong's angry shout just now. It seems that William is in great danger. "Get out," Director Kong said in a deep voice. "Go out." Deputy Director Zhang was stunned. "Don't you have ears? Get out." Chief Kong roared angrily. Li Qitian and the other person left the mediation room in confusion. The people outside the door were also confused. Since Director Kong was so angry, instead of executing William on the spot, he also drove out Deputy Director Zhang and the other two. Inside the mediation room, William had a faint smile on his face and looked at Director Kong calmly. But Director Kong was sweating profusely. William slowly said, "Chief Kong, can we have a good talk now?" Chapter 29, Breaking the Pot. Chief Kong said stiffly, "I don't understand what you mean." William sneered. Director Kong still wanted to play dumb. He said calmly, "Do you have to let me show you the video before you believe it?" Director Kong was immediately dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. "William even took a video?" William smiled faintly. "I don't want to waste time with you. First of all, just accept the money the Lin family gave you. I want to take it back. Second, from now on, you're not allowed to provide any help to the Lin family and Annie. Third, arrest the Lin family and Annie for defamation and lock them up for a few days." Kong Jisho had a gloomy face and said word by word, "Are you ordering me?" "That's right." William grinned and admitted frankly, "I think Chief Kong knows what is important. Aren't you afraid that I'll just go all out and arrest you?" Director Kong stared at William. "I have the ability to convict you and sentence you tomorrow and put you directly in jail. I advise you to be honest, destroy the video, and keep this matter to yourself." An aura of a superior emanated from him, and the temperature in the mediation room immediately dropped to freezing point. Even the people outside the mediation room couldn't help but shiver. William's eyes were calm, knowing that he couldn't be fooled by him. He smiled and said, "As long as I don't reply in half an hour, Director Kong's heroic figure will appear on the internet." "Ha ha ha." Director Kong couldn't help but laugh. "At worst, I'll lose my job, but you'll have to spend more than a decade in jail. You're still a little immature if you want to threaten me. Is it just as simple as losing your job?" William said jokingly, "Are you not afraid that your father-in-law in the War Department will kill you? After all, both of his daughters fell into your hands." "What?" Director Kong was horrified. He didn't expect that William even knew the identity of his father-in-law. This is a highly confidential secret. Even his wife and aunt don't know what specific position his father-in-law holds. "I'm leaving first." William clapped his hands, a smile on his face. "Chief Kong, don't let me down." Director Kong sat there in a daze until William pushed open the door of the mediation room, and then he woke up from his dream. When everyone saw William come out safe and sound, they looked at him in shock. "What's going on?" Deputy Director Zhang scolded. "What did the director say?" "I must have made him surrender himself," Annie said with a vicious look, mercilessly. "Do you really think you can fight the chief of the bureau just because you have a little money? You don't know your own limitations." The eldest sister smiled contemptuously. "It seems that we have spoiled you. Even the director of the bureau dares not to give you face. Now it's over. If you don't hand over Lingyun Group, you will definitely go to jail." The second sister said sarcastically, "If this bastard had been obedient, there would have been more to it." The third sister glanced at Robert and smiled. "We have avenged Brother Anthony." William looked at everyone as if they were fools and said calmly, "Take care of yourself." After saying that, he walked straight out of the police station. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't he too arrogant? Stop right there. Deputy Director Zhang shouted angrily. Several police officers immediately surrounded them. Li Qiqian frowned and said, "Brother, don't mess around." But at this moment, Kong Jisho, whose face had returned to normal, pushed open the door, strode out, and asked gloomily, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Annie immediately said earnestly, "Chief, he forced me not to confess and dared to challenge you. Now he wants to run away. We are trying to stop him." Director Kong's mouth twitched fiercely, and he slapped Annie hard. With a snap, exceptionally crisp. Chapter 30, Reversal of Situation. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Director Kong with shock on their faces. Director Kong snorted coldly. "It has been investigated clearly. William was slandered. Annie and the four sisters of the Lin family colluded to make false evidence, framed a famous young entrepreneur in Nanzhou, destroyed the business environment, and caused adverse effects. Zhang Chengchong, Li Qiqian, arrest them immediately." When these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. Didn't Chief Kong agree with them to blackmail William? How to catch them in return? William say to Director Kong? Seeing Li Qiqian and Zhang Chengchong stunned, Director Kong shouted angrily, "My words are useless, right?" The two reacted immediately and called the police officers on the scene to handcuff the Lin family and Annie. Annie's pretty face turned pale with fear, and she screamed, "It's unfair! It's unfair! He violated me!" "Chief Kong, what did that idiot tell you?" The Lin family also cried out that they were innocent and looked at Director Kong in horror. Why did Director Kong suddenly turn against them? Did William offer more conditions? Thinking of this, the Lin family was already furious. Director Kong snorted angrily. "Do I need to report to you? Take them all away. Don't embarrass yourself here." When these words came out, Annie and the Lin family were dumbfounded and screamed, "William, what did you do? Tell the head of the bureau immediately, or I will never forgive you." The eldest sister said sternly, "You bastard, are you going to get our whole family locked up in the police station? Why don't you explain to the chief?" "Beast!" Robert was shaking with anger. "William pretended to be innocent. I just told the truth. You were deceived by and Anthony. Admit it honestly. At most you will stay in the police station for a few days. Don't worry, I will definitely bail you out." Hearing William say this, the Lin family and Annie became even more furious. Even a fool could see that it was William's doing, but he still pretended to be innocent. William smiled brightly and turned away. Li Qiqian looked at William's back, resisted the urge to call him to ask for clarification, and clenched his fists. He understood that William was probably using the leverage over the bureau chief to blackmail him. He followed Director Kong to the interrogation room, wanted to get some information, but Director Kong glared at him fiercely. "Li Qiqian, I will remember this. You wait for me. Go away. Don't get involved in this case." Li Qiqian looked shocked. Could it be that in order to get out of this situation, William told Chief Kong all the plans? Otherwise, why would the bureau chief be angry with himself? His face flushed instantly. How could he act rashly and ruin the situation? In the police station, Chief Kong openly and covertly asked the Lin family for information about William. When he learned that William had been sidelined in Ling Yun Group, he felt relieved. Since William doesn't have enough strength, he doesn't dare to offend himself. Robert said with a smug look on his face, "Boss, don't take that loser too seriously. Within 3 years, I will take away all his shares and take control of the entire Ling Yun Group." Chief Kong looked at him gloomily. If he is as useless as you say, how could he have built a large group with a market value of tens of billions? Robert was stunned for a moment, then stammered, "It's just good luck. He doesn't dare to disobey me. Otherwise, I will kick him out of the Lin family." "He values your family very much?" "I have heard that," Chief Kong said with a little contempt. "Then do you have any way to make that kid lose power as soon as possible? I can provide you with some help. I'll let William go just now, just to confuse him. Don't mind it, Brother Lin. As long as William loses power, he will definitely take responsibility for it. I can force William to destroy the video." Robert's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. He was originally wondering why Director Kong, after giving him so much money, turned around and punished him. It turns out that Director Kong just wanted to confuse William. Chief Kong sneered and muttered, "You are still a little naive if you want to threaten me." Chapter 31, Dismissal of the Security Department. William returned to the company and immediately called a meeting with the security department. Soon, the conference room was full of people. Many security guards were whispering to each other, looking nonchalant. He didn't take the chairman William seriously at all. Because they all came from a Lin group, William was sure that he would not dare to touch them. At most, you'll be scolded and have some salary deducted. Eve handed William a booklet. William glanced at the security guards on the scene. There were a total of 53 people, and most of them were young and middle-aged men over 1.8 meters tall. Captain Du. William looked at the man next to him who was about 30 years old and said in a deep voice, "Your security department really opened my eyes. Those girls who attacked the company, the ones who ran the fastest, were actually you security guards. I understand that you're afraid of causing trouble. After all, you don't dare to do anything to hundreds of girls. But the fact that you ran away without even doing something as simple as blocking the elevators and closing the doors makes me doubt your professionalism." As soon as these words came out, the scene exploded. The security guards were all dissatisfied. "You make it sound easy. There are more than 300 of them. How dare we stop them? Yeah, with just this little salary, do you still want us to work so hard? We don't dare to do anything. So are we just going to stand there and let those girls vent their anger?" Captain Du also said with embarrassment, "Chairman, that's not the case. We don't have any merits, but we have worked hard. You will make our brothers feel disappointed. What do you say?" William frowned and sneered. "I spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every month on security expenses, but it seems to be all in vain. The losses have been calculated, and the economic losses are more than 1.3 million. As long as you block the elevators and close all important doors of the company in time, it won't stop there." The security guards at the scene lowered their heads after being scolded, but many of them looked unhappy. In their view, the chairman was being bullied and could only vent his anger on them. "If you have the guts, go find those fans and vent your anger on them." Eve's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and there were stars in her eyes when she looked at William. So domineering. The William of that year is finally back. William sneered. "Taking money but not doing anything is just like sitting there doing nothing, isn't it? From now on, you are all fired." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a terrible silence. All the security guards widened their eyes and looked at William in disbelief. Fire them all? How dare he fire all the security personnel of Lingyun Group in one go? Aren't you afraid that the company will be in chaos? After the silence, there was a shocking outburst of opposition. "We don't accept it. We have contributed so much to Lingyun Group. How can you just fire us? Isn't it just a small mistake? Can't you be more magnanimous? Chairman, are you crazy? If you fire us all, what will happen to the company's security?" Many security guards even slammed the table, stood up, and glared at William. It looked like they would rush up and beat William up if he dared to fire them. "Quiet," Captain Du shouted angrily. The security guards at the scene were all obedient and quiet. William narrowed his eyes. He had expected the security guards to be dissatisfied with this scene, but he didn't expect that they would listen to Captain Du more than to himself as the chairman. "It is obvious that I am the one who pays them." He looked at Captain Du calmly, having already guessed what he wanted to say. Captain Du stared at William and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "William, it is indeed our fault this time, but isn't it too radical for you to fire the entire security department? Besides, did you get the consent of the head of the Human Resources Department before you fired us?" The head of the Human Resources Department is his third sister, Lin Keshin. William narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists unconsciously. A rage was brewing in my chest. He knew that Captain Du would use his family to threaten him. After all, I didn't dare to disobey my family before. Chapter 32, Security Guards Rage. When Captain Du said this, the whole place went into an uproar. The security guards who were afraid of being fired just now are now tough. Yes, it's such a big deal, but the head of the Human Resources Department and the board of directors didn't agree. "We used to work at the Lin Group. Aren't you afraid that your dad will get mad if you fire us?" That's right. To fire someone, you need the consent of the head of the Human Resources Department. Even if you are the chairman, you are not qualified to fire us. Looking at the quarreling security guards, Eve's beautiful eyes were a little flustered. These security guards are all young and strong. If there is chaos, William will be beaten half to death. And she didn't expect William to be so drastic and fire the entire security department right away. She whispered, "William, how about we just forget about it? It doesn't count." William narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "I need to establish my authority after I regain control of the group. The security department is the least important department, and its personnel are highly replaceable, so they are chosen for the cuts. If I give in so easily, No one in the group will dare to go against me in the future. He looked at the security guards with cold eyes. Many of them are from the Lin family, but they only know the Lin family and don't know me, the founder and chairman. So it must be clear who will replace Black Wolf. Whenever I make big moves in the future, I will be able to rely on Black Wolf to control the situation. He pressed down with his hand, but the security guards kept arguing and ignored him. William frowned, packed up the documents on the desk, and was about to turn and leave. Now it was the security guards' turn to panic, and they quickly shut up. Captain Du hurriedly walked up to William and said, "William, please think twice." "Haha." William sneered when he saw the quiet scene. William, don't need anyone to tell me what to do. I don't need the approval of the head of the Human Resources Department to fire someone. If she doesn't obey, I can just replace her with someone who does. As for the fact that you were members of the Lin group before, you could just go back to the Lin group after you leave. It has nothing to do with my Ling Yun group. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Isn't it said that the chairman is most afraid of his sisters? He was so bold that he even dared to say something like expelling his sister. The security guards were completely panicked. They can't bear to give up this high-paying job. Captain Du's face changed drastically. Seeing that William had made up his mind, he looked at William with a cold look instead of a respectful one. "William, you are too ruthless. We brothers have worked diligently for so many years, but you fired us all because of such a small matter. We don't accept it." Upon hearing this, the security guards slammed the table and stood up. More than 50 people glared at William. "We don't accept this. We're going to sue the Shareholders Meeting. Your father will never allow you to fire us. Do you really think you are the only one who has the final say in this company?" Seeing that William was determined to fire them, they stopped tolerating him and turned against him completely. Anyway, the Lin family is protecting them from behind. As long as the matter gets out of hand, William will never dare to fire them. Captain Du suddenly pulled off his shirt, revealing his muscular body, and stared at William with an unfriendly look. "William, it was a pity that I blocked the purchasing director and others for you at the last press conference. Is this how you repay me?" William unkindly. It seemed that as long as William didn't retreat, they would rush forward and beat William half to death. Eve's pretty face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take a step back. "I'm afraid things are getting out of control." William looked at Captain Du calmly and said, "I don't like subordinates who are sometimes obedient and sometimes disobedient." He glanced around slowly and sneered. "Are you trying to threaten me?" Captain Du looked sullen and glared at William. "Where's the threat? You have treated the brothers badly, and you don't allow them to resist. I've been in Ling Yun Group for so many years. How can you fire me just because you want to? Brothers, right?" The security guards at the scene shouted in unison, "Yes." The sound was deafening. Eve's pretty face turned pale with fear. She pulled William's sleeve and said, "Why don't we just forget it? Otherwise, we'll really die here." Chapter 33. Bring your people up. You are too impulsive. You should bribe Captain Du first, and then slowly disintegrate them from within. William with some disappointment in her beautiful eyes. William is decisive in his actions. He is indeed too impulsive. The people in the security department were forced to turn hostile, and they didn't even dare to fire him. William's prestige in the company was greatly reduced afterwards. William smiled faintly. "I won't do anything I'm not sure of." He took out his cell phone and sent a message. "Bring your people up." After saying that, he looked at Captain Du with a joking expression. Captain Du said angrily, "Chairman, do you really want to force everyone to turn against each other?" William smiled and said, "Everyone here is paid much higher than the market salary and has been paid for several years. What's the result? The company's security work is a mess. When something happens, you are the ones who run the fastest." The security guards were in an uproar and protested angrily. "If it weren't for your trouble, would those girls have stormed the company? You didn't even dare to come to the company that day. So how can you say anything about us? We deserve those wages." "Ha!" William sneered. "I understand the principle of gratitude for a little rice and hatred for a little rice. I have raised you for so many years, and now I'm suddenly not supporting you anymore. You are beginning to hate me." Captain Du said in a deep voice, "William, there is no point in talking anymore. We don't want to hear what you have to say. We just want to have something to eat. As long as you don't fire us, we promise to work hard in the future." The security guards spoke up one after another, promising that as long as William didn't fire them, they would pretend that the incident had never happened and work harder in the future. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was an attempt to force William to back down. As long as William gives in, then every time he fires someone in the future, someone will make trouble. No prestige at all. At this moment, the door of the conference room was kicked open. The Black Wolf, who was dressed in black, wearing sunglasses and a large gold chain around his neck, touched his bald head and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing? Are you going to rebel?" After saying that, he suddenly took out a telescopic baton and smashed it hard against the desk. The desk was immediately smashed to pieces, with broken glass scattered everywhere. Behind him, a dozen thugs with tattoos and fierce looks rushed in. There were hundreds of people surrounding the scene. The entire conference room was packed. The thugs all took out telescopic sticks and hit the object around them in unison. Bang, bang, bang. The dull knocking sound was like the sound of a huge bell, striking everyone's heart. The security guards, who were originally very aggressive, immediately became silent and dared not speak. They are just security guards and dare not go against the thugs who are active in the underworld. Everyone present was dumbfounded and looked at Hailang and others in shock. The underground forces are actually attacking Ling Yun Group? Captain Du said in a trembling voice. William, you seem to have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. Now let's see if you dare to fire us. Without us, it's hard to predict whether you will live or die. William with disdain, as if they were seeing him making humble attempts to redeem himself. Many people were talking in low voices. With so many thugs, the chairman is in big trouble. Isn't he going to fire us? He'd be scared shitless without us. Now it's his turn to beg us. I'm not going to work anymore. Only a fool would work so hard just for a little pay. A series of mocking and sarcastic eyes swept over William, waiting to see William's embarrassed look. But at this moment, Black Wolf quickly walked up to William and bowed his head and said, "Hello, William. The new security captain and 78 security team members are here to greet you." The unruly hooligans shouted in unison, "Hello, William." The sound was deafening. The security guards and Eve were dumbfounded. Are these thugs with tattoos and dragon-patterned security guards? Ling Yun Group is crazy to use these people as security guards, right? William's lips curled up into a smile. Okay, very good. He looked at Captain Du and the others sarcastically. Aren't you dissatisfied? Who else is dissatisfied now? Captain Du and others looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Captain Du was so frightened that his teeth were chattering. Chapter 34, Black Wolf's Doubt. They finally understood. William dare to fire them all at once? It turned out that he had been prepared for this. They usually only dare to bully late employees and delivery men who are left alone. I don't dare to fight with these thugs at all. Captain Du felt so embarrassed when he thought about the threats he had made to William. Meeting William S. Gaze, he said in a trembling voice, "Lin, William, we are all convinced." William snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Get out of here now, and I can give you 3 months' salary. If you dare to continue making trouble, don't blame me for being rude." Captain Du's expression changed several times, and he was still hesitant when looking at William's cold eyes. But when I think about it, even if a fight breaks out, the security guards will definitely not be a match for this group of thugs. In addition, William had connections in the police station, so even if they could win, they would still be the ones who suffered, so he nodded and agreed. So, Captain Du left with a group of security guards. William glanced calmly at the hooligans who were hanging around. These people were all Black Wolf's former subordinates. After the fall of Black Wolf, they scattered and some started legitimate businesses, selling fish in the vegetable market, doing odd jobs, and running a mobile noodle stall. Some of them are still in the underworld, working as thugs in gambling houses, bars, and clubs. But without exception, their income was greatly reduced, far less than what they earned following Hailang, and their social status was much worse than before. So Black Wolf raised his arm and immediately gathered more than 70 younger brothers. The thugs were also looking at William. They followed Black Wolf because they wanted to create new glories, not to be crappy security guards. William smiled faintly. Since we are here, we are all brothers. I, William, will never mistreat my brothers. Each person will receive a basic salary of 10,000 yuan and join Ling Yun Group. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene went wild. The basic salary is as high as 10,000, which is 3 or 4 times their income. Even if they're still in the underground forces, they only make about 5,000 yuan a month. Not to mention those who kill fish or fry noodles, who only earn 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. Black Wolf was shocked and shouted, "Why don't you thank William quickly? He is my boss and also your boss." The gangsters thanked him in unison. But the look he gave William was still full of doubt. They understand the principle of no reward without merit. With so much salary, you wouldn't want them to keep doing dirty things, right? You guys rest in the conference room first. Black Wolf, come with me. William turned and left. Arriving at the chairman's office, William invited Highlang to sit down and have tea. Black Wolf's honest eyes were sharp. Since William is so sincere and has given us such a high income, we will do whatever you want with just one word. William laughed and stared at the Black Wolf for a long time before speaking. Do you think it's still the same as it was 10 years ago? The public security is much better now. The system from 10 years ago is no longer effective. You don't want to make the same mistake again, do you? You have to behave yourself. Black Wolf was stunned for a moment. His thick brows furrowed tightly. He gathered dozens of brothers to accompany William in a big fight and rebuild the Black Wolf gang, and he was also prepared to go to jail again. Unexpectedly, William asked them to behave themselves as soon as he opened his mouth. He said in an excited voice, "William, do you think that I, Black Wolf, and my brothers came to hang out with you because we want to keep to ourselves? Although it's much cleaner now, it's only on the surface. Behind the scenes, Bai Lang, Ma Zi, and others are still making a lot of noise. I can still make a name for myself with my brothers." He knew that William must have other motives for paying him such a high salary. He thought William was testing him. That's why he expressed his determination so excitedly. William tapped the table lightly with his index finger, signaling Black Wolf to stay calm. The situation of the underground forces in Nanzhou is now settled. All major entertainment venues have been divided up by those gangs. If you want to rebuild the Black Wolf gang, there will definitely be fighting and killing. So I have a different way. Chapter 35, Microloans. Black Wolf frowned and said with some disappointment, "That's true. With only a few dozen brothers like me, it's really not enough to compete with them for territory. But those who are in the underground world only have those few ways to make money. If we want to rebuild the Black Wolf gang, we have to squeeze money out of other gangs, and there will be fighting and killing. Then how can we find another way?" William pondered for a moment and took out a document. "I will set up a company, which I will control. I will give you 30% of the shares and invest 100 million yuan in the early stage. You can bring your people to do microloans." Highlang was very excited. Although he had no idea what microloans were, he was immediately delighted when he heard about the 100 million yuan investment. He owned 30% of the shares, which meant that he had 30 million more in his pocket for no reason. "Thank you, William. I, Black Wolf, will do my best," he promised, patting his chest. "Don't be too happy yet. Take a good look at this information." William said in a deep voice, "Once you are ready, earning tens of millions a month will not be a problem. Currently, there are very few people doing microloans in China, and the demand is not that high." But William knew clearly from his past life experience that in a few years, microloans would become popular all over the country. As long as you have a little capital, you want to get involved in microloans. The information in Black Wolf's hands was summarized based on his experience in his previous life. After saying that, he stood up and walked aside to smoke. Black Wolf looked at it for a long time, then suddenly looked at William, his expression unable to hide his excitement. "William, isn't this our old high-interest loan? It's just that the interest rate is lower." William said calmly, "All interest rates are in accordance with national regulations, so the interest rates are so low. This is also a legitimate business. There is no need for violence." "I understand. Then my brothers will be responsible for debt collection." Black Wolf nodded heavily, tightly grasping the information in his hand. "They are very good at debt collection. But I don't quite understand the mortgage notes you mentioned, the loans from the bank, and the loans that are made out." "It's okay. I will let the group's financial department cooperate with you." William smiled faintly. "Find half of your brothers who are more honest to work as security guards in Ling Yun Group. The group paid for them to remove their tattoos, dye their hair back to black, and wear suits. When things get better, I'll start a security company." Black Wolf smiled, revealing his big white teeth. "I understand what you mean. The Black Wolf gang can be rebuilt, but it must be covered with the shell of a legitimate business. Yes, keep your people under control. If they do anything that is harmful to the world, don't blame me for being merciless." William's voice became colder. "If I can help you, Black Wolf, I can also help others." "I understand." Black Wolf understood what William meant. Minor fights are still allowed, and even William can help to settle them, but is no longer allowed to attack people with knives as before. William took out a check for 10 million and handed it to Black Wolf. "Take this money first and expand your power. Brother Black Wolf, I really hope to see the day when you regain control of the underground forces in Southern Province." Black Wolf nodded, his eyes filled with passion, and he looked at William with even more admiration. He originally just wanted to bring his brothers here to make some money, but he didn't expect William's plan to be so grand. Not only can he rebuild the Black Wolf gang, but he can also avoid the risk of fighting and going to jail. He looked into William's deep eyes and sighed. William is only in his 20s, but he always feels like he is talking to an experienced old man. After sending the Black Wolf away, William lit a cigarette. I don't even think highly of the little money that I can get from microloans. The main purpose is to establish an underground force that can be used for one's own benefit and do dirty things for one's own benefit. Black Wolf must be aware of this as well. Microloans are just a way to make money, and the main purpose is to rebuild the Black Wolf gang. Chapter 36, Brother-in-Law. William called a private investigator and asked him to come to his office. Soon, a man with simple clothes and a very common appearance walked in and said respectfully, "William." "Well done." William's lips curled up into a smile. "Any action from Anthony?" He recently attended a gathering of several big names in the entertainment industry. Fan Wenwei handed William a few photos. In the photo, Anthony was very close to Yang Li, a famous actress in the entertainment industry. His right hand was still gently around her waist. Fan Wenwei said apologetically, "The security measures at the party are very strict. I can't get in." "It's okay." William smiled faintly and looked at Anthony in the photo. "If he continues to be arrogant for a while, I will definitely make him fall into ruin." He threw the photo into the shredder and smiled faintly. "I have a new task for you. Find someone and buy the video he shot last night, no matter how much it costs." William locked onto the name and residence of the person who filmed the video based on his past life memories. Chen Wei lives in Zhongxing, Mingjun. "What specific video is it?" Fan Wenwei nodded. "It's a disgusting video," William said slowly. "I understand." Fan Wenwei put away the information and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the bug we installed in the Lin family has been removed. Besides, the security at the Lin family villa has become even tighter. We tried several methods, but couldn't get in." William frowned. It seemed that the Lin family was very vigilant. Knowing that he had sent people to secretly take pictures of Anthony and they suspected him and discovered the bug. "But as long as I refuse to admit it, they can't do anything to me." "It's okay," William said calmly. "Go ahead and do your work. I'll transfer the reward to you later." Fan Wenwei nodded, turned and left. William drummed his fingers on the table, thinking about how to drive the Lin family out of Lingyun Group. A hard approach might shake the foundation of the group, so we can only take a soft approach. At this time, there was a noise outside. A man slammed open the office door and angrily asked, "William, where did you find these brainless thugs as security guards? I already told you he's your brother-in-law, but these three idiots won't let me in." William raised his eyes and narrowed them slightly. The man was his eldest sister's husband, Chun Xuanhe, the owner of Xuanhe Garment Factory. Relying on the fact that he was his brother-in-law, he never took me seriously before, and he demands too much from himself. The eldest sister, relying on her position as the head of the purchasing department, would place large orders to the garment factory from time to time. It can be said that the entire garment factory depends on Lingyun Group for its survival. Behind Qin Xuanhe were three traffic light thugs. One has red hair, one has green hair, and one has yellow hair. The green-haired thug said hurriedly, "William, this guy said he was your brother-in-law, so we didn't dare to attack him. Otherwise, I would have beaten him to a pulp." "It's okay, you guys wait here first." William frowned and said, "A security guard should act like a security guard. I don't want to see you at the traffic light again tomorrow." The three of them scratched their heads awkwardly and nodded in agreement. The yellow-haired thug grinned and said, "Brother Black Wolf has taken the other brothers to buy clothes and pack up, leaving a dozen brothers to guard the company. Let's go dye our hair back tomorrow, too." William nodded, thinking that Black Wolf was quite efficient. "Let them go." Chun Xuanhe sat on the sofa carelessly. "Do we need the traffic lights to be present when we discuss business? I just happen to have something to ask them." William looked at Chun Xuanhe with a meaningful smile. "But your business is more important. Let them wait first." The three thugs seemed to understand what William said and stood there with a sneer. But Chun Xuanhe nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this was a sign that William valued him. After all, I am his brother-in-law. He obeys his elder sister's orders, so of course he has to obey me too. "What do you want to talk to me about?" William looked at Chun Xuanhe. "Of course there is something." Chun Xuanhe stared at William, his tone filled with anger. "Didn't Lingyun Group purchase a batch of t-shirts? Why haven't they sent anyone to sign the contract or receive them yet? Linda, my elder sister, yesterday, and she told me to ask you myself. What's wrong with you? Did you make Linda angry? Chapter 37, Abuse of Power for Personal Gain. William smiled warmly. I bought a batch of t-shirts. How come I didn't know about it? This is an order from your eldest sister. Why do you need to know? Chun Shuinha sneered. We are family, so let's sign the contract quickly. That batch of t-shirts has been produced. After signing the contract, have someone go to the garment factory to pick them up. William took the contract and sneered sarcastically. 10,000 pieces? The total number of employees at Lingyun Group headquarters, including its subsidiaries, is only about 2,000. Why do they want to purchase 10,000 pieces? The purchase price of a t-shirt is 1,000 yuan. Seeing this, William frowned deeply. Hearing this, the three brothers of Red Light were dumbfounded. A t-shirt given to employees costs only 1,000 yuan. Is Lingyun Group so rich? And there are 1,000 pieces at a time, which means a full 10 million. Chun Shunha looked a little embarrassed and hurriedly urged, This is what your eldest sister agreed to. Just sign it. Explain to me why you want to purchase 10,000 pieces and why each piece costs $1,000. William said in an extremely cold voice, As far as I know, your Shunha garment factory only produces low-end clothes for Duo e-commerce, right? A piece of clothing is sold to Lingyun Group for 1,000 yuan. Do you think the money comes from the wind? Chun Shunha's face flushed immediately, and he slammed the table angrily. William, what do you mean? How dare you question me? Don't forget, I'm your brother-in-law. Just because I'm your brother-in-law, you can treat me like a fool. William crumpled up the contract and threw it into the trash can. But this action completely angered Chun Shunha. He stood up suddenly, pointed at William and yelled, What do you mean? Do you believe me? I'll tell your elder sister to deal with you. Go ahead and talk. William waved his hand. You. Chun Shunha glared at William and immediately took out his phone, crying like a complaint. Linda, you really have a good brother who relies on his little money and doesn't take me seriously at all. I went to his house with good intentions to sign the contract, but not only did he refuse to sign it, he also scolded me. William triumphantly. It was as if I had already seen his frightened look. He knew in his heart that what William feared most was his eldest sister. At this time, William also made a phone call and asked the new purchasing director Sean Kaiwei to come over with the information. He frowned. Didn't he ask Director Kong to lock up all the members of the Lin family? How come Linda can come here at this time? He sneered. It seemed that Director Kong was not very obedient. William, these are the order records of Shunha Garment Factory and Lingyun Group over the years. Sean Kaiwei handed a stack of documents to William. She opened the bag in her hand, revealing t-shirts printed with the Lingyun Group logo. You don't even need to look closely to know that it's very cheap. Chun Shunha finally showed a panicked look on his face. What do you mean? Wait until your wife comes, then we'll have a good chat. William smiled faintly. Soon, the eldest sister rushed to the office. William with cold eyes. What's going on? William, my patience is limited. Please don't challenge my bottom line again and again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. Kaiwei, talk to her. William didn't even want to look at her and spoke lightly. William. The elder sister raised her voice a little, put her hands on her hips, and looked down at William. I'm talking to you. What do you mean by letting her interrupt? You rely on your position as the chairman to ignore me. Your elder sister? William glanced at her and was too lazy to speak. Sean Kaiwei said righteously, Ms. Linda Lin, I am Sean Kaiwei, the current director of the purchasing department. Before he could finish his words, the elder sister interrupted him angrily. So it was you who stole my position as the head of the purchasing department. You want to show off in front of me, right? You bitch, did William sleep with you behind my back, which made him disregard family affection and fire me directly? Sean Kaiwei took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, During your tenure, the purchasing department spent a total of 235.62 million yuan. According to my investigation, more than 100 million yuan of expenditure was abnormal. For example, we purchased t-shirts from Shunha Garment Factory 12 times, each time for more than 3 million yuan. The unit price of each t-shirt was more than 500 yuan, but the quality was very poor and they were not from any big brands. The factory site that was purchased at a high price of 50 million yuan was rented to Shunha Garment Factory at a price of 1,000 yuan per month. I want to ask you, is this an abuse of power for personal gain? Chapter 38. Using Lingyun Group's money to subsidize my husband. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Shuna's expression changed instantly, and he looked at William in surprise and suspicion. He never asked about the purchase of t-shirts. Why is the liquidation starting now? Linda's face darkened instantly, and she stared at Sean Kaiwei. Do I need to explain to you? You don't have to explain to me. Sean Kaiwei opened her red lips slightly. But you need to explain to the police and the judge. Ms. Linda, your behavior has seriously violated the law. Please take it seriously. Linda's face became even uglier. Her eyes were full of anger, and she turned to William and asked, Are you crazy? I'm your elder sister, and you actually asked someone to investigate me? Get this bitch out of here and explain it to me. William tapped the table lightly with his fingers and chuckled. No wonder Ling Yun Group has been losing money for years. It turns out that the eldest sister used the group's money to subsidize her husband. Chun Shunha was so scared that he took a step back, his face full of panic. He has cheated a lot of money from Ling Yun Group. Once William gets serious, he and Linda will definitely be finished. He hurriedly said in a gentle voice, William, this is all a misunderstanding. We are a family. Don't say these things. Are you free now? Brother-in-law will treat you to a meal and explain everything to you. What do you want to explain? The eldest sister said sharply, pointing at William, You fired me and let a bitch take my place, and you even dared to question me? She rushed to William, raised her hand and slapped him hard. Every time William disobeyed, she slapped him mercilessly. William would just take the beating obediently and then apologize to himself. She believed it would be the same this time. Seeing the eldest sister taking action, everyone present was shocked. This happened in the company, in front of the employees, and the eldest sister didn't even give William, the chairman, any face at all. Seeing this, the three traffic light brothers rushed towards William and grabbed Linda. Get out of here, let me go, the eldest sister said angrily. Are you guys rebelling? Xiao Huang shouted, What are you doing? I'm the company's security guard. Let me go. I'm teaching my brother a lesson. You don't need to interfere. Linda struggled hard and shouted angrily. How can Ling Yun Group have security guards like you? Are you gangsters? William, how dare you let the thugs beat me up? Chun Shunha was still a man, so he rushed forward directly. But he was stopped by Xiaolu and Xiaohong. William watched all this with indifference and said calmly, Let her go. Linda broke free and screamed, William, are you really going to force me to disown you as my brother? Just wait for me. Why go home and tell my parents you're dead? If you don't obediently hand over your shares and apologize, I guarantee that you will be kicked out of the Lin family. She glared at William, waiting for him to grovel and beg for mercy. But William grinned and said, It's not that I'm heartless. It's just that the evidence is irrefutable. There's nothing to say. I forgot to tell you, Kaiwei has already contacted the legal department to sue you. If you still don't realize your mistake, then you can only go to jail. Chun Shuanha was dumbfounded and looked at William in shock. I didn't expect he would do it so ruthlessly. This is his elder sister, he said hurriedly. William, don't be impulsive. We are all family. Haha, family. Do you treat me as a family? William sneered. From today on, all cooperation with Shuana Garment Factory will be cut off. I remember that there was more than 20 million yuan of investment in the third phase, all of which were withdrawn. Get them out of here. Seeing this, the three brothers of the traffic light stepped forward, grabbed the two men, and dragged them out by force. William looked at Sean Kaiwei. It seems that she won't cry until she sees the coffin. Let the Ministry of Law sue her. Okay, William. Sean Kaiwei's voice was full of respect. Chapter 39, Sisterhood Talks. Outside Ling Yun Group, inside a black Volvo car. The eldest sister who had just been kicked out was furious. How could he become like this? He used to be very well behaved. He actually brought up the past. I don't believe he dares to sue me. I'm so pissed off. I'm his brother-in-law after all, but he doesn't even give me any face. It's just a little money. Chun Shunha pounded the steering wheel hard. The eldest sister looked at Ling Yun building coldly with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth and said, He is so ruthless. When he needs help, we sisters will all join Ling Yun Group to help him manage the company. But just for a little money, you threw away our kindness. I don't think I've done anything wrong to him. How could he do this to me? Could it be that someone is trying to sow discord between him and others? Chun Shunha snorted coldly. He was so obedient before, but he suddenly became like this. There must be something wrong. It must be that bitch, Eve. The eldest sister said angrily. She has been at odds with us before. She must have been trying to sow discord between us. William doesn't like her, does he? Chunshuna's eyes flashed with viciousness. My eldest brother is a white dog. How about I have someone arrest her and warn her? The eldest sister was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but I have to discuss this with my sisters. Because the other sisters all worked at Lingyun Group, the four of them quickly gathered in a cafe. The eldest sister told the story again with a cold face. After saying that, several people panicked, because they have always abused their power for personal gain. The second sister was so angry that her voice trembled. How could he do this? Isn't Lingyun Group our Lin families? We are our own family, using our own family's money, and he actually wants to settle accounts with us? I think he has changed his mind and doesn't recognize our family at all. The third sister put down her phone, looking angry. Didn't he almost put us in jail just now? We just wanted him to hand over his shares, but he turned the tables on us. There was a hint of something strange in the eldest sister's beautiful eyes. They had indeed gone a bit too far in the police station, but she soon felt relieved. After all, William had so many shares, so what would be wrong with giving her some? He should think about his family. My parents and Chief Kong are trying to find a way to deal with William. The second sister sneered. It won't be long before he begs for mercy from us. Oh, the eldest sister's eyes lit up. What method? Since he can't get Annie, he must be looking for another woman. The second sister's eyes were cold. Let's contact one of Anthony's pretty female fans to seduce him. Hearing this, several people were shocked. Wouldn't that be bad? What if that female fan doesn't obey? What if she really causes William to go to jail? William, this idiot will definitely be fooled. The second sister shook her head. He has done this to us, so we don't have to consider him. That's right. The eldest sister gnashed her teeth in anger. He also wants to sue me, saying that I am damaging the interests of the company. Dad said, let's stop here. After all, we are all family. The second sister said slowly, it's enough to take all his shares. After all, we are not comfortable leaving Lingyun Group in his hands. We must control it in our own hands. Told the story of catching Eve. Several people nodded in agreement. After all, they also disliked Eve. Oh, Anthony wants to hold a small concert to appease his fans. We need to hurry up and arrange it for him. The fourth sister glanced at her phone and said anxiously, just ignore that jerk William for now. Yes, brother Anthony is important. We can't let that bastard William affect him. The eldest sister nodded heavily, looking concerned. Chapter 40, Encirclement. In the evening, William called Black Wolf and his men and booked a banquet hall for the Dihao banquet. He looked at the thugs who had dyed their hair black and were wearing neat suits, with a faint smile on his face. They are now like monkeys wearing human clothes, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. It also looks awkward. After Hailang put on the suit, he looked like a big boss of underground forces. He came to William with a smile. William, how is it? I still need to get used to it. William smiled faintly. It's quite efficient. It will be quick if you have money. Black Wolf laughed. You don't know, when I took my brothers into the barber shop, everyone inside was scared away. After much persuasion, they finally came back to help their brothers dye their hair. William looked at everyone with satisfaction. Well done. I really hope to see the day when Brother Black Wolf will revive the South State. Thank you, William. Black Wolf said sincerely. If it weren't for you, I, Black Wolf, would probably have lived my life in a muddle. Don't worry. I will do my best to handle the matters you asked me to do. William nodded and looked at the gangsters. Black Wolf shouted, everyone, stand up and say hello to William. Without William, our brothers from the original Black Wolf gang would not be able to get together. I, Black Wolf, would not want to step into this line of work again. The gangsters stood up in a hurry and shouted in unison, hello, William. William laughed. Brothers, eat and drink well. As long as you follow me and Black Wolf, I guarantee you will have a good life in the future. There was a burst of cheers at the scene. The gangsters had been down and out for a long time, and William helped them regain the feeling they once had. They were naturally very grateful to William. William's voice sank. Let me be frank. The previous fighting and killing is no longer effective. I will not allow you to get involved in anything illegal. I don't want anyone here to be thrown in jail. There's a saying that goes, the real underground bosses are all polite and dressed in suits. Those who only know how to fight and kill are all low-class hooligans. Everyone responded. Don't worry, William. We will be honest. Brother Black Wolf has already told us that from now on we will just be collecting debts instead of collecting protection money. We're no longer the gangsters we used to be. We are all handsome men in suits now. As William started to eat, the atmosphere became filled with the sound of toasts. William squinted his eyes and watched the scene, very satisfied. With this group of people, it becomes much easier to deal with the Lin family. After eating and drinking, the gangsters were all drunk and talking nonsense. Black Wolf squinted his eyes to stay awake and laughed. These brothers have been suppressed for too long. Today, they finally let it go. They're a little out of control. Please don't blame me, William. It's okay. William smiled faintly. I'll take them to the club later and bring the receipts to me for reimbursement tomorrow. Hyling was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect William to be so proactive and nodded. Well, you guys play first. I'm leaving, William said, turned and left. 10 minutes ago, he had called Eve to pick him up. He lit a cigarette, stood downstairs of the hotel, and waited quietly for Eve. Soon, a pink Tesla drove over. William walked forward a few steps and realized it was Eve's car. After getting in the car, Eve asked, "Why are you drinking so late at night? Are you in a bad mood?" William smiled and said, "I took the Black Wolf brothers out for a meal so we could get to know each other." The car started slowly. It was already past 2 in the morning and the road was empty. Passing through a one-way construction road, a van came speeding and forced Eve's car to stop. Behind the car, the retreat was blocked by a van. Eve's pretty face turned pale with fear, and she said in a trembling voice, "It's over." Chapter 41, Cruel Means. William's face changed, and he immediately confirmed that the car windows and doors were locked, and said coldly, "Don't open the car doors and windows. Delay time. I will let Black Wolf and the others come over." Eve nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. William called Black Wolf. At this time, 5 people had already gotten out of the car holding iron bars and were shouting and cursing outside the car. "Get out here, quick! Isn't there just a woman? Why is there a man too? Smash it quickly. Don't let them call the police." A group of people immediately started smashing the car windows, making a loud noise. The glass is already covered with cracks. William immediately crossed over the passenger seat, moved the car seat back, and sat on Eve. Because the front and back were blocked, he stepped on the accelerator hard, trying to knock the van in front of him away. But the van had its handbrake on, so it couldn't crash for a while. He actually hit himself pretty hard. This action scared the people outside the car. The leading man yelled angrily, "Behave yourself. I'm just asking you some questions." William kept reversing and accelerating so that those people did not dare to smash the car window easily. But even so, the driver's seat window was almost smashed. Several people were almost mad and kept cursing. "You're looking for death. Come down here immediately. If you dare to resist again, you will only be beaten even worse later." William's expression remained unchanged, and he looked coldly at the people outside the car. At this moment, more than a dozen Toyota Hiaces came speeding from a distance. The car door opened, and a group of drunken men rushed down holding newspapers. The people who were smashing the car were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Black Wolf took the lead and chopped one man's waist directly with a machete. The man screamed and fell to the ground. Within a few seconds, the 5 men who smashed the car were knocked to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Eve's pretty face turned pale with fright. William returned to the passenger seat, gave her a hug, and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Then he opened the car door and got out. Black Wolf said apologetically, "Sorry, we are late. Are you and your wife not hurt?" "It's okay." William's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Ask them." Black Wolf grabbed a man and roared, "Who asked you to come? What's your purpose? Who are you?" The man looked at the Black Wolf in horror. He had no idea when this force had emerged in Nanzhou. Black Wolf touched his big bald head and said, "I am Black Wolf." "What?" the man exclaimed. "Hey, Hyling brother." When the men lying on the ground heard this, they were so frightened that they came back to life and looked at the Black Wolf in shock. "Hylang, the Nanzhou today is no longer the Nanzhou of the past. You'd better let me go, otherwise my boss will make you pay for it." The man threatened angrily. Black Wolf didn't waste any time. He took out a dagger and stabbed it into the man's mouth. The man let out a shrill howl and struggled desperately. But his hands and feet were firmly grasped by Black Wolf's men. The Black Wolf took the dagger and spun it around in his mouth, then cut off a piece of his tongue and threw it on the ground. The man fainted from the pain. The remaining few people were so scared that they peed themselves on the ground. They had heard that Black Wolf was cruel, but they didn't expect him to be so brutal. William's face also looked unhappy. Although he had lived a new life, he still couldn't accept such a cruel scene. But he was still very satisfied with Hylang. After all, If he didn't kill his way back to Nanzhou, he would not be able to survive without being cruel. Will you tell me or not? Black Wolf looked at the other person. The man was so scared that he almost died. We are Brother by Go's men. Chen Xuanhe asked us to catch this woman. Eve inside the car. Chapter 42. Destroying a person's financial resources is like killing his parents. William's face changed, and he grabbed the man's neck with a ferocious expression and said, Chen Xuanhe? Is he from the White Dog's side? Yes, yes, he is one of Brother by Go's most trusted brothers. The man was shaking with fear. William dropped him, his face uncertain. Chen Xuanhe, you gone too far. Black Wolf said in a deep voice. Don't worry, William, I will catch Chen Xuanhe right away. William nodded. Thank you for your help. I'll take you back first. After saying that, he drove Eve back to the community. Along the way, Eve was distraught and kept her lips tightly closed. William tightly and said, I was scared to death. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. William said in a calm and comforting voice. We're home now. Everything is fine. I didn't expect them to be so arrogant and dare to kidnap you. Don't worry. I'll take care of them right away. Forget it. Forget it. Eve shook her head in horror. I'm afraid someone might get killed. I didn't expect Black Wolf to be so cruel. Did you see everything? William frowned. Eve bit her red lips. I took a look. Black Wolf was involved in the underground forces 10 years ago. He even had guns 10 years ago, so his methods were very cruel. William said slowly, I will go back and warn him. It's better not to be too tough on some things. Have a good rest. Don't wait for me to come back. I'm afraid it will be very late when I come back. After saying that, William turned and walked out. As he drove out of the community gate, he saw several men walking towards him. Looking closely, they were Black Wolf's men. William stopped the car and frowned. Did Black Wolf ask you to come? William, Brother Black Wolf, asked us to come and protect his sister-in-law. A man said respectfully, It's okay. We don't need to go into the community. We can just watch at the gate. If someone weird comes in, we'll have enough time to react. William nodded. Black Wolf was still the most thoughtful one. It would be troublesome if it was a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The other side. Chen Xuanhe was sitting in the office of the garment factory, drinking tea with Linda sitting next to him. Don't worry, we'll bring that bitch Eve here soon. Chen Xuanhe said confidently, the brothers we sent out are very reliable. Isn't it easy to capture a woman? What are you always worrying about? I'm just afraid something might happen. Linda frowned and said, What if William is also there? TSK. Do you really think he's something? Chen Xuanhe pouted and said with disdain, Isn't he just a little money? In my opinion, if he can give me money, he is the boss. And if he can't give me money, he is a nobody. Linda, think about it. Brother Baigo doesn't have much assets. His net worth is only a few $100 million. But those wealthy people with billions of dollars in assets were all polite to him. This is power. Your brother just has some money, but he has no power at all. That's not the case. Linda shook her head. If you push me too far, I'll break his legs. Chen Xuanhe said fiercely, destroying someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. If he dares to cut off my source of income, I will definitely make him pay for it. Linda's face darkened. What did you say? He is my brother after all. Her eyes looked a little complicated. After all, Chen Xuanhe had been cheating William of his money, and William's refusal to let him do so was actually said to be cutting off his source of income. This is too unreasonable. Okay, stop pretending. You don't even consider him as your brother, otherwise you wouldn't treat him like that. Chen Xuanhe hugged Linda and said, Let's just be honest and cheat him out of his money. Otherwise, if he sues, both you and I will be finished. Linda nodded heavily. Yes, my dad has also contacted Brother White Dog and is ready to deal with him. Just wait until that bitch Eve is caught. We must deal with this bitch. It was she who bewitched William. Otherwise, why would William turn against us? At this moment, there was a noise outside. Chapter 43, Mixed with White Dogs. Chen Xuanhe's eyes lit up. The person should be caught. Linda's beautiful eyes were full of coldness. She nodded and crossed her legs. She looks like a rich lady. She planned to teach Eve a lesson. But the noise outside was getting louder and louder. The sound of the wheels rolling over the concrete ground and then braking suddenly was extremely harsh. And there were also dense footsteps. Linda's face changed slightly. Didn't you send a few people out? Why are there so many people? Oh no, Chen Xuanhe reacted. It's over. William won't find out, right? No, that's impossible. How could he find so many people? Linda was shocked. Stop wasting time, run. Chun Shunha grabbed Linda and walked out. Hide over there in the factory. Turn off the power. I know a place we can escape to. But at this moment, the office door was kicked open. A large group of people rushed in, each holding a machete wrapped in newspaper and with bandages on their wrists. Chun Shunha knew at first sight that they were ruthless criminals from the underworld. But when he looked around, he found that he didn't recognize any of them. Suddenly, a bald man wearing sunglasses and a gold chain walked in. Chun Shunha was so frightened that his legs went limp. Black Wolf. Linda was so scared that she collapsed on the ground, crying and wailing, "Mercy, mercy, mercy." Black Wolf walked up to Chun Shunha with a grim smile. "Do you know me?" "Of course, I follow Brother Baigo. If I have offended you in any way, please, Brother Hailang, spare me for Brother Baigo's sake." Chun Shunha looked horrified. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Didn't Hailang just get out of prison? His original forces and followers have long since ceased to exist in the underworld. How'd he gather so many people all of a sudden? Black Wolf slapped Chun Shunha in the face and angrily yelled, "A piece of trash like you is worthy of knowing me? It's really shameful." Chun Shunha was slapped so hard that he was dizzy and his face turned gloomy. After all, he was following White Dog, while Black Wolf had just been released from prison. Hitting yourself is like hitting a white dog in the face. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Black Wolf, although you used to be the boss of our Nanzhou, things are different now. You can no longer be the boss. Brother White Dog's power has grown even stronger than yours did back then. I'm following Brother White Dog. If you want to touch me, you'd better think twice." When the gangsters heard this, they looked a little more fearful. They have also heard of the White Dog's reputation, which is well known in the underground forces of Nanzhou. Even with William S. support, the Black Wolf is no match for the White Dog. Black Wolf slapped Chun Shun again and sneered. "White Dog used to treat him like a dog. And you're the White Dog's dog. According to grief and indignation, you have to call me Grandpa. Bah, it's so damn unlucky. I cursed myself into prison." After saying that, he threw Chun Shunha to the ground and kicked him several times. Linda said in a trembling voice, "Brother Black Wolf, we have no grudges against each other. Why did you attack us?" "I am from the Lin family. If you have anything to say, please speak nicely." "The Lin family? Just a third-rate family," a younger brother said. "It's even less useful than the name of a white dog." Linda's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, "What about Ling Yun Group? I am a senior executive of Ling Yun Group, and the chairman of the group is my younger brother. Brother Black Wolf should give the face of the 10 billion group CEO, right? After all, Ling Yun Group is a large and powerful company and a household name in Nanzhou. It even has a certain degree of popularity throughout the country, and its products are sold well both at home and abroad." Black Wolf's face changed, and he said in doubt, "The elder sister of the CEO of the 10 billion group? Her status is not ordinary." Linda immediately raised her head, as if she had gained confidence. "Yes, Ling Yun Group is very wealthy. As long as you let me go, I will let my brother give you as much money as you want." Chapter 44. Floods flooded the Dragon King Temple. Chun Shunha also raised his head with a proud look on his face. After all, Hailang has to give face to the president of the $10 billion group, right? They have put aside their plan to murder William and regard themselves as William's closest relatives. But everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Chun Shunha and Linda looked at each other, confused. Black Wolf grinned. "What a coincidence, we also have a good relationship with William." Hearing this, both of their eyes lit up. Linda's beautiful eyes. William actually had a close relationship with a former boss? She snorted angrily. "In that case, I must give William a good beating when I get back." William and Hailang knew each other, but William didn't tell Hailang his identity. Chun Shunha smiled and said, "It seems that the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. We are all one family. Brother Black Wolf, I have to blame you for this. Didn't you investigate my identity in advance?" Linda said angrily, "You know William is my brother, and you still dare to attack me?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, speechless by the woman's confidence. Just then, a person walked in from outside the office door. It was William. William put his hands in his pockets and glanced around with a gloomy face, full of momentum. Even Linda was shocked that William, who had been so timid in front of her before, actually had such a powerful aura. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "William, get over here. Why are you saving me now? I'll give you a chance to beg for my forgiveness. Hurry up and make things clear with Brother Black Wolf." Seeing her so arrogant, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this woman's brain okay? He sent people to kidnap William's lover and dared to be so arrogant to William. William sneered, walked up to Linda, and said calmly, Linda, Black Wolf and the others came to arrest you. Don't you know why? Linda and Chun Shunha looked at each other, their faces filled with panic. William discovered that they had kidnapped Eve? It's impossible? Linda gritted her teeth and said, I asked you to explain it clearly to Hailang. Why are you talking to me about this? William, do you really want me to completely hate you? What you have done has angered our whole family. I advise you to be more sensible and not to ignore us family members just because you have a little money. William smiled. I really don't take you family members seriously. You are nothing but a bunch of parasites or ungrateful wolves lying on top of me and making fun of me. Linda, who was full of shock, I gave you money and status and saved the Lin Group from collapse. How did you repay me? You tried to seize my shares, falsely accused me of forcing Annie, and abused your position for personal gain. Feed your husband. Linda, I'm so disappointed in you. Linda's eyes were filled with horror, and she looked at William in disbelief. William, who was always so timid before, become like this now? Chen Shuina panicked. He didn't expect William to completely turn against Linda. This is not as simple as cutting off the financial resources of Shuina Garment Factory. I am afraid William will go bankrupt. William looked at Chen Shuinha and said calmly, let him speak out himself. At a glance from Hailang, several of his younger brothers immediately stepped forward and started beating and kicking Chen Shuinha. Hearing Chen Shuinha's screams, Linda was furious. William, are you crazy? This is your brother-in-law. Ah, this beast is worthy of being my brother-in-law. William sneered. And you, are you worthy of being my sister? What do you mean? Linda was shocked. Are you thinking the opposite? If your parents knew you did this, I don't know how disappointed they would be in you. Chen Shuinha couldn't bear the beating and screamed to confess to kidnapping Eve and put all the blame on Linda. Linda screamed angrily. Are you crazy? You said that. Meeting William's gaze, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear, and she finally understood everything. William sneered. I asked Black Wolf to deal with you. I didn't expect you to ask me to beg for mercy for you. It's ridiculous. Linda, please explain me why you kidnapped Eve. Chapter 45, White Dog Appears. Linda's face turned pale, and she glared at William. Don't forget, I'm your elder sister. How dare you question me? William spoke slowly. You still know that you are my eldest sister? She slapped me, scolded me, took my shares, tricked me into signing a contract, and put me in jail. Is this what a sister should do? I didn't want to attack you so early, but you've already touched my bottom line. With one look from him, Hailang and the others gathered around him. Hit her face, I think it's dirty. William said slowly. Hailang immediately understood and walked forward to slap Linda. Linda screamed, William, are you crazy? I just wanted to deal with a little secretary, and you hit me for a secretary? Chen Shuinha was so frightened that he trembled and dared not speak. William glanced at him and said slowly, Don't forget about him. At least break his 2 legs. You guys beat him up. Black Wolf gave the order. Then, screams of Linda and Chen Shuinha were heard in the office. It was not until the 2 men fell to the ground, barely breathing, that William said calmly, Okay, don't really beat them to death. He lifted Linda's bloody chin and said coldly, Within 3 days, you will receive a court summons. According to the Ministry of Justice's estimate, you will be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison. If you don't want to go to jail, just keep silent about what happened tonight and come to my office tomorrow to see me. Linda's eyes were red as she stared at William. You're dead. I will tell my sisters and parents about this and let them see clearly what a beast you are. I'm your eldest sister, and you actually let someone beat me up like this. I'm going to ask my parents to kick you out of the Lin family and turn you into a stray dog. Just then, the roar of engines was heard from the factory. Countless noisy footsteps reached everyone's ears. Black Wolf's expression changed. White Dog's people. Chen Shuinha got up from the ground and glared at Hailang. That's right. I just informed Brother Baigo. After all, I am his most trusted brother. You beat me up like this, which is a slap in his face. Naturally, he has to come to save his face. He stared at William and said viciously, Wait for death, you useless bastard. I don't believe that Black Wolf, who just got out of prison, will fight with White Dog for you. William glanced at him and was too lazy to speak. Linda climbed up and said arrogantly, You bastard, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I will let you live for our previous friendship. Now that Brother White Dog is here, do you still dare to act arrogant? You dare to act arrogant just because you have a little money. Who do you think you are? Go out and take a look. William didn't bother to pay attention to her, smiled disdainfully, and spoke lightly. Hiling nodded and asked everyone to walk out of the office and towards the factory. Chun Shunha gritted his teeth and helped Linda up. Don't worry, Brother White Dog definitely has more people than Black Wolf. Your brother is dead. I want him to kneel down and apologize to me. Linda, whose face was covered with red marks for being beaten, screamed. William and his group collided with White Dog and his group. William narrowed his eyes slightly. Baigo brought more than 100 people with him, and all of his men were carrying machetes. If they fight, Black Wolf's men will definitely not be a match for White Dog. What's more, Baigo has more than 100 men under his command. One phone call can call hundreds of people. The White Dog is thin, with dyed white fur and a rebellious look on his face, but he also exudes the pressure of a superior. He laughed loudly and said, "It was worth it that I kicked the chick out of bed in the middle of the night. I didn't expect to see Brother Black Wolf again." Brother Black Wolf, didn't I hear that you were delivering food? Why are you bringing so many of your brothers with you? Are all these people around you also delivery men? Then I will add a punctuality when I order takeout from now on. Let's see if you dare to come and mess up my business in the middle of the night. Chapter 46, The Arrogant White Dog. As soon as these words were spoken, Black Wolf's face instantly turned gloomy. The faces of the many younger brothers around him were also not looking good. 10 years ago, White Dog's status was even lower than theirs. It was only after the fall of Black Wolf that most of them gave up their activities, allowing White Dog to develop. Black Wolf said gloomily, "White Dog, 10 years ago, you didn't even have the qualifications to talk to me. TSK, are you still thinking about the glory days of 10 years ago?" The White Dog laughed sinisterly. "Black Wolf, times have changed. The world belongs to us now. You old antique, why do you want to join the underground forces when you can just deliver food honestly?" Black Wolf sneered. 10 years ago, I, Black Wolf, could dominate Nanzhou. 10 years later, I, Black Wolf, can still do the same. He touched the machete in his hand, as if he was touching his beloved wife. "White Dog, I advise you to be sensible, lest you say that I, Black Wolf, bullied a junior like you in the future." As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him. Everyone was in a trance, as if they saw the powerful Black Wolf 10 years ago again. Baigo's face darkened, and he said angrily, "I'm not afraid of being scared. Don't think that just because you hook up with a rich man, you can step into the underground forces again. This kid can't even protect himself, let alone help you." He looked at William and said with disdain, "Isn't this William from Lingyun Group? He's been a bootlicker for several years. He finally got Annie a few days ago, but he was cuckolded by his own brother. Everyone in the city knows about it. He was deserted by his friends and relatives and was almost sidelined in Lingyun Group. His assets were also reduced by half. You are such a loser, and you still want to support Black Wolf." William's expression remained unchanged. He smiled faintly and said, "White Dog, you guys who live in the underground, are you only good at talking? Did you learn this skill of talking from the ladies in the club?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in Black Wolf's group burst into laughter. Baigo and the others were filled with anger. Chun Shina pointed at William and angrily yelled, "Brother Baigo, this guy was the one who brought Hailang and the others in and beat me and my wife like this. I told you about your name, and they beat me even worse." He stared at William with an arrogant look on his face, which was in stark contrast to his painful begging for mercy just now. "Wait for death if you kneel down and beg for mercy for Brother White Dog. Maybe Brother White Dog will spare you the trouble of breaking one of your legs because you're my brother-in-law." Linda stared at William coldly, with a sarcastic look on her face. William said calmly, "White Dog, is this how you discipline your dogs? Didn't they teach them that when adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt?" Hearing this, Linda and Chan Shuna's faces turned red with anger. But it is true, William's status is enough to be on par with the White Dog. "Who are they?" The White Dog sneered. "William is not bad at talking. Since you beat my people, let's talk about compensation. If the compensation is in place, I will let you go. If you make me dissatisfied, haha, I'm afraid that the few dozen Black Wolves won't be enough to fill my teeth." William narrowed his eyes. Chun Shuanha and Linda are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Baigo. He was trying to blackmail me. "Huh, I haven't killed anyone in years, my hands are itching." Black Wolf sneered and called his subordinates. "Brothers, since William trusts us, we can't let him down. Even if the white dogs have more people, one of us veterans can beat 10 of them. Fuck him. Everyone on Black Wolf's side was in an uproar. Fuck him. The white dog looked fierce. In that case, let's touch it. William frowned. The Black Wolf had just started, and it was definitely impossible for him to fight the white dog head on. He knew in his heart that Black Wolf was just expressing his stance and didn't actually want to fight. But I want to see how I want to deal with this matter. If I don't handle it well, I'm afraid Black Wolf won't want to be associated with me anymore. He narrowed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop. White dog, how much do you want?" At the same time, he pretended to look at his mobile phone, but actually dialed Li Qitian's number. Chapter 47, Who Called the Police? Seeing this, everyone stopped. The white dog laughed arrogantly. At least you have some sense. Only small thugs would fight and kill. I believe that you're not a brainless thug after you have made it this far. William said slowly. Tell me, what are the conditions? Baigo's expression softened, and he ordered everyone to stop. William's words were very useful to him. He sneered and said, It seems that you have some sense. Black Wolf and other weaklings are no match for me. He looked around and said, Since you injured my people and destroyed my place, I won't ask for more. 50 million, and this matter is over. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. This is not just asking for too much, this is blatant robbery. The younger brothers brought by Black Wolf were all very angry, and they wanted to rush up and fight White Dog right now. But he was stopped by Black Wolf. Black Wolf's eyes were deep, and he knew clearly that William was stalling for time. Then I'll give you 50 million. Will you let me deal with these two people? William smiled faintly and looked at Linda and Chen Shuanha. The White Dog laughed loudly. As long as we get 50 million, we will be friends. I don't care whether these two people live or die. 50 million was his entire year's income, so it was impossible for him not to be tempted. But Chen Shuanha panicked. Brother Baigo, you can't just ignore me. I am loyal to you. The originally arrogant Linda was frightened. William can still come up with 50 million. Wouldn't that mean it's the end for him and Chen Shuanha? William sneered. Linda, did you hear that? In our eyes, trash like you is not worth even 50 million. Don't think you're somebody all the time. If it weren't for me, William, you would have to work as a foot washer now. Linda stared at William angrily, her face flushed with anger. I am his elder sister. How can he speak so harshly? But when she saw the White Dog's disdainful look, she instantly became even more panicked. Baigo glanced at her and snorted angrily. Hurry up, take out the 50 million, and I will take the people away immediately without saying a word. William smiled faintly. 50 million, right? When you die, I will burn it for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the White Dog became furious. The people on the White Dog side even raised their machetes and were ready to hack William to death. But Hailang and others burst into laughter. Just then, sirens sounded outside. Everyone present suddenly panicked. The most panicked ones were the younger brothers brought by Black Wolf. They knew that Baigo had strong connections in the police station. They also injured Chen Shuanha and Linda. If William's background wasn't strong enough, he would probably have been locked up. The White Dog roared. Who the hell called the police? He swung the machete into the ground, cutting through the concrete floor. Although he had connections in the police department, he had the upper hand tonight. Now that the police are here, there is no way to blackmail William. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. William smiled faintly. I reported it. You gathered together to hurt people, and you don't allow me to call the police? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at William as if he were an idiot. Did he call the police? Don't you know that Brother White Dog has strong connections in the police station? Besides, it was clearly Black Wolf's people who injured people. Isn't he walking into a trap? Linda couldn't help but laugh. You bastard really have no brains. Who will you help when the police come? You beat me and Shuanha like this, so you can just prepare to be detained. Baigo was even more arrogant. Are you crazy? My background in the police station is not comparable to yours. The people behind him laughed. The reason why Baigo was able to become so successful is because he has very strong connections in the police station. Every time they got into trouble, even if they were taken to the police station, they would be released the next day. Black Wolf winked and said in a deep voice, Throw away all the weapons you have. The younger brothers behind him looked confused and unhappy. White Dog has strong connections in the police station, and even if he loses his weapon, the police officers will still side with White Dog. But they still threw away their weapons obediently. At this time, Li Qitian rushed in with a group of police officers and shouted angrily, Everyone, hold your heads and squat down. Chapter 48, Do you take me for a fool? By Go and the others had big smiles on their faces and did not squat down obediently. Because every time the police came, it was just a formality. As long as the white dog said a few words of greeting, the police officers would leave obediently. But Black Wolf's minions were like a cat encountering a mouse, and they immediately squatted down with their heads in their hands. William looked at Li Qitian and smiled faintly. Director Li, how are you? Li Qitian glanced at him angrily, glaring at Bai Go and the others. Why don't you just hold your head and squat down for me? Gathering together to fight with weapons. You are so brave. The white dog chuckled and said, It turns out to be Deputy Director Li. Nice to meet you. My brothers and I are having a party at the factory. Do you want to join us? He placed great emphasis on the word deputy to emphasize Li Qitian's identity as deputy director. The person behind him is the head of the bureau. If Li Qitian wants to touch him, he has to think twice. As soon as he said this, everyone behind him burst into laughter. Deputy Director Li, we are the victims. Why should we squat? Yes, we were having a party this time, and Black Wolf and his gang rushed in and beat up our brothers. Hai Lang and his men beat my brother and his wife until their faces were covered in blood. You have to stand up for us. Li Qitian frowned and looked at William. Is what they said true? The expressions of Black Wolf's brothers changed involuntarily. William smiled but didn't say anything. Chun Shunha pointed at William and said angrily, Boy, you are dead. You have no idea how strong Brother Bai Go's connections are. Linda looked at him with hatred. If you dare to beat me like this, I will definitely make you spend the rest of your life in jail. Bai Go laughed arrogantly. That's the truth. You rush into my place and beat people up. Deputy Director Li, arrest them immediately. Boy, don't think you can fight me just because you have a little money. You're still young, although he is a bit naive towards the billionaires. But he had heard about William's useless behavior, so he didn't take him seriously at all. William looked at the mentally retarded man with a caring look, then looked at Li Qitian and said calmly, Don't listen to their nonsense. They brought people to surround my sister and brother-in-law. I brought the company's security guards to rescue them. I thought they would surrender obediently when they saw the police, but I didn't expect them to slander me instead. He sighed and looked at the white dog with regret. If you were honest, maybe I could forgive you. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Chun Shun's face turned red and his whole body was shaking with anger. William said is sheer bullshit and a complete distortion of a truth. It was clearly him who led people to beat me up, but he still said he came to save me. Linda's face changed and she shouted angrily, William, can you be any more shameless? William speechlessly. Not only does he have no background, but he also says things that could be easily exposed. Is there really a future in following him? Some people looked around and planned to run away. The white dog laughed and said, William, is there something wrong with your brain? Who broke into the house and beat people? And who came to rescue them? Wouldn't it be clear if we asked the two parties involved? Chun Shunha and Linda both pointed at William angrily, saying that William was the one who beat them. Everyone was expecting Li Qitian to fly into a rage, but he laughed instead. You guys are a bunch of underground forces, and William is the younger brother and brother-in-law of the person involved. Isn't it clear who beats whom and who saves whom? He looked at Chun Shunha and Linda with a serious face. White Dog must have threatened you to give false testimony, right? Don't be afraid. Come to the police station. I have the ability to guarantee your safety. He looked at the white dog coldly. Now that you have grown up, you are threatening others and harming their relatives. Do you think I'm a fool? Chapter 49, Who Has Stronger Connections? When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Even the parties involved said that it was William who led people to beat them. And Li Qitian actually believed William's lies. Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't believe this, right? Linda was furious. Chiefly, it's not what William said at all. He was the one who brought people to beat me up. Yes, please don't misunderstand. Chun Shunha said hurriedly. We are not threatened. Bai Go also said angrily. You believe all that bullshit he said? How did you become the deputy director? Li Qitian sneered and stared at everyone. What you mean is that William beat up his sister and brother-in-law, and you outsiders are here to rescue them. Do you take me for a fool? White Dog, get your men to hold their heads and squat. Everyone was even more dumbfounded when they heard this. Li Qitian is not stupid, but he clearly favors William. Bai Go stared at Li Qitian and said coldly, So you are William's man. You are really capable. You dare not even give face to me, Bai Go. Even Chief Kong has to give me some respect in front of me. You, the deputy chief, have such a big face. Seeing that Li Qitian was William's man, Baigo didn't plan to pretend anymore and directly brought out Director Kong to pressure him. After all, a higher-ranking official can crush people to death. Linda gritted her teeth and looked at William sarcastically. You've become so capable that you even learned to use your connections to pressure me. But you don't know that Brother Baigo's connections in the police station are much stronger than yours. Okay. Baigo said yes 3 times in a row, looking at Li Qitian fiercely. I wanted to give you some face, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Don't blame me for being rude. He made a phone call and cried. Chief Kong, you have to make the decision for me. It was clearly me who saved the person, but Deputy Director Lee of your bureau said that I beat him up and wanted to arrest me, the rescuer, and take me to the police station. Is there any law here? Kong Jusho's calm voice came from the phone. Is that true? What did the person involved say? Linda quickly started crying. Director Kong said angrily, Li Qitian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I have repeatedly emphasized that we must enforce the law impartially, but you actually abuse your power for personal gain just because the person who hurt someone is your friend. Hurry up and bring the person who beat him back to me. As soon as these words were spoken, Baigo, Linda, and others all looked arrogant. Li Qitian looked grimly at William. William smiled faintly and took the phone. This is William. Can Chief Kong ask someone to capture Baigo and the others? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene laughed. William, okay? He even dared to give orders to Director Kong. The white dog sneered. You don't know your own limitations. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds. Li Qitian, bring Baigo and the others to the police station. Don't worry about William's people. After that, the phone was hung up and a beeping sound was heard. The scene was in an uproar, and everyone looked at William in disbelief. The white dog was even more dumbfounded. He worked like a slave for Director Kong, but Director Kong didn't give him any face at all. On the contrary, William has more face in front of him. Why? Chun Xuanhe and Linda turned pale instantly. Li Qitian glared at William fiercely and waved for the police officers to take action. Baigo glared at Li Qitian angrily. You dare? Wait until I call Director Kong. After saying that, he dialed the number, but was quickly hung up. He was completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, Li Qitian said coldly, Cuff all the people of Baigo and take them away. Soon, Baigo and others were taken into the police car. William fiercely. Just wait, I'll get back at you sooner or later. Although he was taken to the police station, he was released soon. But today William made him lose face in front of his younger brothers. If the news got out, how could he survive in Nanzhou? William smiled faintly. Idiot. Chapter 50, Eve Can't Sleep. Once Li Qitian overthrows Director Kong, it would be easy to deal with a small white dog. Linda and Chun Xuanhe were also dragged away to take statements. And Black Wolf just called a little brother over to cooperate with him. After everyone in the police station had left, there was a burst of cheers at the scene. Black Wolf's followers were all excited. They didn't expect William's connections to be so strong. Even Black Wolf looked at William with more admiration. William smiled faintly, took out a check, and handed it to Black Wolf. Thank you, brother, for your help tonight. Here is 500,000 yuan. Please go to the club to play, and the rest of the money will be given to you brothers as a bonus. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Isn't this too generous? Even a Black Wolf back then was not so generous to them. Black Wolf nodded heavily, bowed, and said in a deep voice, Thank you, William. William smiled and drove away. Was almost at Eve's neighborhood. A police car stopped him. Li Qitian walked out of the car angrily, threw his hat at William, and cursed. You are really good, kid. For the sake of a momentary gain, they actually used those crucial pieces of evidence to threaten Director Kong. I don't know how to scold you. You're alerting the enemy. I'm afraid Chief Kong is cleaning up the evidence now. William frowned slightly and handed Li Qitian a cigarette. Li Qitian glared at him fiercely, but still took the cigarette and took a few puffs, then started coughing violently. Damn it, you almost pissed me off to death. William couldn't help laughing and said, I didn't threaten Director Kong with those things at all. I used something else. Li Qitian said angrily, Do you think I'm crazy? William was too lazy to waste time talking to him and directly told him about the matter between Director Kong and his aunt. Li Qitian was dumbfounded. Is that old man so frivolous? He even dared to have sex with his wife's sister. Damn, why don't you draw the curtains? This bastard is so brave. He believed that William would not joke about such things and said seriously, "Can you get the video? If you can, Director Kong will be the fish on the cushion." "I can get it." William kicked him angrily and said, "Hurry up and apologize. You scolded me for no reason." Li Qiqian laughed awkwardly. "I have to go back to the bureau quickly and go to bed early tonight. I have to send my grandma to school tomorrow." After saying that, he ran away. William shook his head and smiled, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He'd be terrified? Back home, he was lying on the sofa in her pajamas, staring at her phone with lifeless eyes. She was wearing a loose nightgown, with her long, shiny white legs casually placed, and her chest was baggy, revealing most of her breasts. Seeing William coming back, she stood up quickly. "What happened?" "I asked Li Qiqian to arrest those people and take them to the police station." "Don't worry." William frowned. "Why are you still awake?" "I don't dare to sleep." Eve bit her red lips. "When I think about what happened just now, I don't dare to sleep." "Don't be afraid. I'm here," William said seriously. "If anyone dares to bully you, I will beat their brains out." Eve chuckled. "I hope we're all safe." William's handsome face under the warm yellow light, and her heart was moved. Suddenly, she noticed that there was something wrong with William's eyes. He lowered his eyes and was looking at her chest. She looked down and saw that most of her chest was exposed. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly covered it up, glaring at William. "What are you looking at?" William's face turned red, and he coughed lightly. "Go and have a rest. I'm going to take a shower." After he finished his shower, he noticed that the light was still on in Eve's room and frowned. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Is it because of fear?" When I entered the room, I smelled a fragrant breeze and saw Eve hugging the quilt pitifully. Chapter 51, Take the Blame for Me. "Can't sleep?" William smiled and caught a glimpse of her white calves, tender white feet, and red knees, and an evil thought arose in his heart. "Yeah." Eve's eyes sparkled. "Go and have a rest. Don't worry about me. Don't let it affect tomorrow's work. Then I can't just watch you unable to sleep." William's heart moved, and he said righteously, "How about I sleep with you?" Eve was dumbfounded, her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head. This is not good, right?" "What's wrong with that?" William said nonchalantly. "You've been following me since I was just a small boss. Over the years, I've already treated you like a sister." "Sister?" Eve's voice suddenly trembled a little. "Have you always just treated me as a sister?" William's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that she had misunderstood. Without saying a word, he turned off the lights, turned on the nightlight, and got into her quilt. "What are you doing?" Eve resisted. "If you treat me as your sister, don't get in my bed." "I treat you as my baby." William's magnetic voice sounded in her ears. Eve's pretty face turned red, and she curled up into a ball, feeling the warmth of William's embrace. "Go to sleep. Don't be afraid." William patted her back gently. The other side. Baigo looked at Kong Ju's show with an extremely unpleasant expression. "Kong Ju, how have I ever let you down? How much money and women have I given you over the years? How many political enemies have I helped you deal with? You made me lose face just because William gave you some money. You're making it very difficult for me to handle this." Chief Kong poured him a cup of tea and said politely with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. I was helpless. Don't try to evade me with these official words." Baigo said angrily, "William is just a guy with a little money. Did you take a lot of money from him? Don't forget, he is just a piece of junk that has been sidelined. Lingyun Group hardly listens to him. Even if I have shares, they will be eaten up by his family members. You're going to make things difficult for me just because of a loser like him?" Director Kong slammed the teacup heavily on the table. With a snap, several police officers were frightened and rushed in. The white dog shuddered in fear and shrank its neck. Only then did he realize that he had gone too far. After all, Chief Kong was still the chief who held the power of life and death over the underground forces in Nanzhou. Chief Kong looked at the police officers and waved his hand. "Go out." Seeing that the white dog was frightened, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Anyway, William has some leverage over me, so I can't touch him for the time being. This is not a big or small handle, but it is enough to disgust me. He thought he could use this as an excuse to hold me hostage for life, so he was so arrogant. If God wants someone to die, he will first make him crazy. The more crazy he is now, the more evidence I can get on him. As long as the time is right, I can make him unable to speak and be shot directly." "I understand." Baigo nodded, and the dissatisfaction in his heart eased a little. "This kid is really too arrogant. He even dares to provoke me. What about this tonight? Sentence William for rioting and breaking into a house and injuring someone. But let's suppress it first and catch him in one fell swoop at a critical moment in the future. After hearing this, the white dog nodded with satisfaction. Go and make some trouble for him. Director Kong took a sip of tea and said, I need more evidence against him. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have dealt with him. I would have made his group in chaos. The white dog said fiercely. After the white dog left, Director Kong sneered. It's just a dog I raised. You dare to question me? Have you really forgotten who gave you everything? It just so happens that the provincial capital is coming to investigate. I have to wash my hands clean and not let any problems be found. Haha, Lily Chi-Tien take the blame for me. Chapter 52, Third Sister's Obstruction. The next day, William opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Found the aroma tangy. When he looked down, he found Eve sleeping in his arms like a kitten. At this time, Eve also opened her sleepy eyes. When he found William beside him, he sat up nervously. After finding that his clothes were intact, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, and he yawned and said, I'm so sleepy. Why did you wake up so early? I haven't slept enough. William scratched her nose and smiled. It's already past 8 o'clock. It's almost time to go to work. Oh, Eve rolled her eyes at William. You are lazy? I get up early every day, okay? Is it because you touched me last night that I couldn't sleep well? She seemed to have discovered some secret. Her beautiful eyes widened. No way. You're not really going to do anything to me, are you? That's right. William nodded seriously. I touched everything I should touch. Eve's eyes widened and her pretty face turned red. How could you do that? I'm your secretary. How could you do this? We've known each other for so long, and you still don't believe me? William smiled and said, I have to be a gentleman when facing a beauty like you. TSK, you have the desire but not the guts. Eve pouted, I'm starving. Go make me some food. I'm your boss. William said jokingly with a straight face. How can you, secretary, be so tactless? Aren't you afraid that your boss will make things difficult for you? This house is mine, so you have to listen to me. Eve said proudly. Otherwise, I will kick you out. Okay. William smiled bitterly. Soon, the two were eating breakfast. Eve asked curiously, how was last night? My eldest sister and brother-in-law sent them. William's voice was cold. I didn't expect they would dare to touch you. Eve's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, and she gritted her teeth and said, They're going too far, aren't they? He took so much money and shares from you. Not only didn't he show any gratitude to you, he also tried to harm you everywhere. How about I let my brother help you deal with him? After saying that, she had already taken out her cell phone. You still have a brother? William was stunned for a moment and shook his head. No, I can handle them myself. The two came to work and found the 3 traffic light brothers waiting in front of the office door. Although the 3 brothers dyed their hair back to black, they all left a little bangs. Still red, yellow, and green. William smiled and said, Why is there still some hair left after dyeing it? Xiao Hong said with a smile, Brother Black Wolf sent the 3 of us to follow you. He was afraid that you wouldn't be able to recognize you, so he let us leave some hair so that it would be easier for you to recognize us. William smiled dumbly and didn't care too much. Okay, he's quite considerate. What do you want from me so early in the morning? Xiaolu said angrily. When we brothers came to work, the head of the HR department told us to get out, saying that we were not employees of Lingyun Group and threatened to call the police to arrest us. William, didn't you ask us to come and join the company? Why don't you allow us to join the company? William frowned. Go and ask the head of the Human Resources Department to see me. The 3 traffic light brothers nodded, turned, and left the office. William tapped his fingers lightly on the office desk. The director of the Human Resources Department is my 3rd sister, Lin Keshin. Now is the time when I am recalling old employees on a large scale. I must take her down as soon as possible, otherwise I will always be disgusted by her. Soon, Lin Keshin walked into the office. She was wearing light makeup and her appearance was very eye-catching, but her eyes looked like a resentful woman. What do you want to see me for? I hired new security guards. Why don't I process their onboarding? William said slowly. You still dare to question me? Lin Keshin shouted angrily. Why did you fire the original security team? They are all veteran employees of the Lin Group. I specifically transferred them to Lingyun Group, but you want to drive them away after only a few years. Where can I put my face if you do this? William smiled faintly. Lin Keshin, don't forget that this is in the company. I am the chairman. You don't even want to call me 3rd sister. Lin Keshin said coldly. William, you have changed. You used to be so well-behaved and obedient. Huh, that's why I was fooled by you. William sneered. The little things you did can't embarrass me at all. Tell me, what is your purpose? Chapter 53, Annie Panics. Seeing William's anxious look, Lynn Keshin gritted her teeth in anger and said, Don't you know the head of the Cultural Bureau? Brother Anthony wants to apply for a concert, but he hasn't been able to get it. Go talk to him. William raised his eyebrows. Anthony again. They're making things difficult for themselves just for their brother Anthony. That's ridiculous. How could the head of the Cultural Bureau block you for such a small matter? William sneered. What did you do after you found him? Did you not give him enough money? Did you offend him? This kind of thing can usually be solved by giving money. It has come to the point where I have to step in myself. It must be that Lynn Keshin and the others have offended the head of the Cultural Bureau, and they want me to take the blame for them. Lynn Keshin slammed the table and said angrily, Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you asking so many questions? William sneered and said calmly, Help them with the onboarding process first. I will consider this matter. You should first help Brother Anthony get the qualifications for his concert. Lynn Keshin responded sharply. William tapped the table with his fingers and sneered. If you don't help them with the job application, I have plenty of ways to get them employed or replace you as the minister. Lynn Keshin, are you saying to embarrass me over such a trivial matter? Lynn Keshin was so angry that she said, Aren't they just a bunch of stinky security guards? Let's do it. She changed the subject, stared at William, and said, By the way, your parents asked you to go home tonight. You'd better give us an explanation for what happened between my eldest sister and my eldest brother-in-law last night. William nodded calmly. I understand. Seeing this, Lynn Keshin left angrily. William turned on his computer and checked the stock market changes. I found that Ling Yun Group's stock price has fallen a lot again, but it was also expected, and the fall is in line with my wishes. If the Lin family refused to hand over their shares, he would sell off a large number of shares, trick the Lin family into selling their shares, and then buy them back himself. However, this operation requires a lot of funds. The liquid funds in my hands are simply not enough. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he noticed a soaring stock. According to the memory of the previous life, this stock was a conspiracy by major capitals in Nanzhou City, which defrauded tens of billions of yuan. The Lin family was badly cheated back then and was forced to pay money to make up for their losses. He sneered, knowing that he knew the highest point of the stock. He could take advantage of the situation and make a fortune. Time passed little by little, and at noon, Eve brought him food. It's not the food in the cafeteria, but the customized takeout meal from Dihao Feast, and this table cost about 1,000 yuan. You've worked hard. Let's eat. Eve smiled and said, All the security guards brought by Brother Black Wolf have already started work. Brother Black Wolf has also registered a company today and bought a floor of office space. William nodded. He is quite efficient. By the way, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. William, please do me a favor. Eve chuckled and picked up a piece of crab meat tofu for William. William was stunned for a moment, glanced at the clock, and then realized that today was Eve's birthday. He hid his expression and nodded with a smile. Miss Young personally invited me, so I must give her face. The other side, at the Sioux Corporation, Annie sat in the president's office, sweating profusely. What? All the funds were transferred by my uncle and his family, she asked sharply. Why are they traveling abroad at this time? Ever since Ling Yun Group severed its cooperation and investment. After William spoke, Sioux Group ran away from most of its partners, and its stock price continued to hit the limit down. The entire Sioux Group was in a panic. She has tried her best to appease the emotions of major shareholders, saying that she will make William bow his head and reinvest in Sioux Group. But unexpectedly, the two major shareholders, my uncle and my second uncle, actually ran away with the money. Chapter 54, Crisis of the Sioux Group. Now the entire Sioux Group only has a few $100,000 in liquid funds. As the 15th is approaching, we can't even pay our employees' salaries, not to mention the payments to various suppliers. The penalty for breach of contract could cost the Sioux Group half its life. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. Father Sioux walked in angrily. What a bunch of beasts. I treated them as my brothers. But when faced with a problem, they ran away faster than the other. Annie, go find William and ask him to give you some money to fill the vacancies in the group. Otherwise, the group will go bankrupt. How can I find him? He even blocked me on WeChat and my phone number. Annie held her head in pain. What should we do? Father Sioux was furious. At that time, your cousins were stronger than you and had more experience in the Sioux Group. It was because of William that the family let you be the CEO. Look at what you have done as a CEO. You have been deserted by your friends and family. and your funding chain is broken. If the old man knew about this, wouldn't he be so angry that he would die? And looked at her father speechlessly, biting her red lips. To be honest, she began to miss William. With William as her bootlicker, she doesn't have to worry about anything. All you have to do is fall in love with Anthony's brother, wait for the money to come in, and wait for everyone's praise. But now William has turned against me, and everything I'm used to is gone. Father Sue said in a deep voice, hurry up and find a solution, or you can quit your job as CEO. Just find a rich second-generation man to marry and leave this mess back to the family. Annie's eyes turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, no, I am the CEO of Sue Group. I can't give this position to anyone else. What are you going to do now? Sue's father asked angrily. Without William, you are nothing. Anthony, the adopted son of the Lynn family, he is an unknown little star, or to put it bluntly, a gigolo. If it weren't for the Lynn family, he wouldn't even be able to be a minor star. Anne's chest rose and fell violently, and she shrieked, don't talk about Brother Anthony. Father Sue looked at her with a look of disappointment. You decide. If we can't pay the wages on the 15th, the workers will go to the Labor Bureau, and we might all end up in jail. And took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Wait, I'll go ask William for money. Are you crazy? Father Sue frowned fiercely. Are you sure he is still willing to give you money? He once loved me so much. If I just lower my head a little, he would have definitely given me money. Annie said, biting her red lips. She drove her father away and went to the bedroom in the office, where she took off her work attire and changed into a loose white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. Tuck the bottom of your short sleeves into your skirt. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her long white legs, and took out a pair of white stockings that only reached her knees and put them on. Afterwards, she washed off the delicate makeup on her face and put on light makeup, turning around in front of the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. She has transformed from a strong career woman into a pure school beauty. She knew William liked this innocent look. Once before, she wore this way, and William liked her so much that he couldn't take his eyes off her for a long time. But she was disgusted at the time and thought William was too greasy, so she never wore it like that again. She got in the car, confidently, and drove to Ling Yun Group. William will definitely be fascinated by it. But just as he was about to drive into the company, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. A security guard was holding a cigarette in his mouth, rubbing his hands, and said, Hey, pretty girl, what do you want to do? Brother will take you there. Another security guard slapped his cigarette away and scolded him. Be serious. We are employees of a legitimate company now. Don't bring out your old gangster attitude. If the boss sees you, you can go back to the market and sell fish. The man shrank his neck and said seriously, Madam, what are you doing here at the group? Do you have an appointment in advance? Who do you want to meet? Annie frowned slightly. It seemed that the security of Ling Yun Group had been changed. It feels different from before. She said coldly, Don't you even recognize me? When I came to Ling Yun Group before, no security guard dared to stop me. Chapter 55, Take Off. On the other side, Xiao Hong, one of the 3 traffic light brothers, knocked on the door and entered William's office. William, there's a beautiful woman at the company gate who wants to see you. We asked her who she was, but she wouldn't tell us. William checked the surveillance video and saw Annie. A sneer appeared on his face. It's pretty much what I guessed. Annie had nowhere else to turn and came to find him. He thought for a moment and said calmly, Let her in. Xiao Hong nodded and went out. Soon, Annie opened the door and walked in. A fresh fragrance wafts into the air. William looked up and frowned slightly. He saw, and he could not deny that he felt a little moved. Because Anne is really beautiful. His eyes lingered slightly on the absolute territory on in white silk. At this moment, she looked like the pure goddess in her student days. But it soon turned into indifference. How dare you come to me? And locked the office door, lowered her head, and said softly, I'm here to apologize to you. Apologize? No need. William sneered. He came to apologize to me because he was short of money. I can't afford her apology. And looked at William, her high nose bridge carrying a hint of pride, but her beautiful eyes flashing with pity. I know I was wrong, so I have thought of a way to make it up to you. After saying that, she came to William and held William's hand with her little hand. William shook her hand off and frowned. What for? Annie's beautiful eyes trembled, and she bit her red lips, looking pitiful. Before I agreed to let you hold my hand, you were happy all day, and now I take the initiative to hold your hand. How can you do this to me? Just say whatever you want to say. Don't act like a bitch in front of me. William tapped the table with his fingers and said coldly. Anne's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she said angrily, "You?" But after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't you want to have me before? Let's go into the room and talk." William frowned and said calmly, "Tell me, how are you going to persuade me? Lend me 300 million and I'll pay you back within a year." Annie clenched her fists and said with a troubled look on her face, "I'm willing to sleep with you. I'll give you 1 hour. I'll do whatever you want to do to me, and I'll do my best to cooperate with you." Hearing this, William smiled. She's indeed a bitch. When she was desperate, she thought of exchanging her body for money. 300 million, this is not a small amount. William smiled coldly. Even if Ling Yun Group wants to come up with so much money, it will take half a month to raise it. Even if you put it in the bank, you can earn 10,000 yuan in interest a day. You only paid for 1 hour, and you want to borrow it? You're not even going to pay me the interest. Annie, aren't you thinking too beautifully? Annie said coldly, "I can still give you whatever interest the bank gives you." William, "I'm willing to give my body and pay interest, but you won't even lend me this little money?" William smiled coldly. "Then you can go to the bank to borrow money from you. Get out and remember to close the door." And was so angry that she was shaking all over, gritted her teeth, and stamped her feet. William in disbelief. "I'm willing to give so much. Why is he still unwilling to agree? Before, he would be happy for a long time even if someone held my hand. This time he could have gone to bed with me, but he refused and said coldly, William, I don't believe you don't have any thoughts about me. As long as you nod, I can become the woman under you. I'm so beautiful. Are you really not moved at all?" William looked at and with a faint sneer on his face, and was delighted to see this, thinking that William had taken the bait. So she pretended not to care and gently lifted a corner of her skirt, then slowly put it down. A charming snow-white area is revealed vaguely. William looked calm. In the past, he would have been unable to hold back. But when he thought about how he married her in his previous life, granted her every wish, and made her the most famous female entrepreneur in Nanzhou, but she didn't even let him touch her and caused him to be burdened with huge debts. But in this life, I ignored her, but she came to me obediently. It turns out that if something is easily obtained, we will not cherish it. And if something is not obtained, we will love it more. He looked at Annie and said calmly, "Take it off." Chapter 56, just a few $100. And was stunned and looked at William in disbelief. "Take it off? Let me take it off? Here." William nodded slowly, yes, and knew that William was humiliating her. Her pretty face flushed, and she gritted her teeth and said, "William, don't go too far. I'm just having some troubles now, and you're taking advantage of my misfortune. How can you be so cruel? Didn't you say you would love me forever? It seems you were lying to me all along." William took out his cell phone and said calmly, "If you don't let me see your sincerity, then leave quickly and don't affect my mood," and was so angry that sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. Her long white legs trembled slightly, and she stared at William intently. "Do I really want to take off my clothes in front of this man I despise?" She clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, hesitating to make a decision. William tapped the tabletop with his fingers and counted down slowly. "I'll give you 10 seconds. 1987. Wait, let's go to the room." Annie took a deep breath, thinking of the Sioux group and her hard-earned power and status, and gritted her teeth and said, "There's a small transparent window on the door of your office. What if someone sees you?" William sneered, "Except Eve, no one else can come in without my permission. Xiaoyu is busy now and won't be here for 2 hours, so feel free to take off your clothes." And saw William's smug look, and her voice trembled with anger. William gave me whatever I wanted, not to mention borrowing 300 million. Even if he was given 300 million, William would agree obediently. But now he has to ask William to lend him money in a humiliating way. She had a conflicted expression as she slowly took off her black pleated skirt. She endured the discomfort and took off her loose short-sleeved shirt, revealing her curvy figure. William sneered, "Go on. You want me to take off all my clothes?" Annie said angrily, "I advise you not to go too far. Just know when to stop. Then put on your clothes and get out now." William sneered. He gave and was without any thought, just endless indifference. It seems that the person in front of him is not an attractive and pure school beauty, but a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy, and stared at William intently, and finally suppressed her shame and took off all her clothes. Then she covered her key parts with both hands, blushing, and said delicately, "Is it okay?" "Almost." William looked at and without any thoughts in his eyes. Although her pure and beautiful face, coupled with her tall and naked figure, is a fatal temptation to men. But the thought of her and Anthony in bed made him feel sick. William casually took out a stack of cash from the drawer, took out a few, and threw them on the ground. "This is a reward for you." A few big red bills slowly fell to the ground and landed on Anne's white feet. And didn't care that she was naked. She pointed at William and shrieked, "What do you mean? What else can I say?" William smiled faintly. "Give me some money as a reward." 300 million. I want 300 million. Give it to me quickly." Annie was furious. She was shameless and exposed her young body in front of William. "I only got a few $100s. She is the president of the group and a recognized beauty in Nanzhou. These few $100s are like giving money to a beggar." William smiled contemptuously. "In my eyes, you are only worth a few $100s. Are you kidding me?" Anne's voice trembled with anger, and she threw the underwear in her hand at William. William's face changed. He dodged and threw the underwear into the trash can. "You can ask my security guards later. The girls they found in the alleys of the urban villages only cost a few $100s, right?" He smiled contemptuously. "How dare you compare me with those bitches?" Annie was furious and put on her clothes in a hurry. "In my eyes, you are much more despicable than them." William smiled faintly. "At least they know what they are doing, and they are willing to put aside their dignity to make money and reduce the crime rate in society. And you, even though you are a prostitute, you still want to be a saint." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called the three traffic light brothers over. Chapter 57, Jewelry Store. Annie was furious. "I haven't even put on my clothes yet, and you asked someone to come over. What if I'm seen naked? Are you afraid of being seen naked, bitch?" William teased. "Hurry up and put it on. It will take them a few minutes to get here," and was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She finally managed to put on her clothes, but her clothes were very messy. She stared at William and said, "Do you believe that I will call the police now and say that you forced me again? Even if there is no evidence, I can still ruin your reputation in the company." With William to this extent, she didn't want to hide it and threatened him directly. She subconsciously touched the recorder in her skirt pocket. Originally, she didn't want to honestly ask William to borrow 300 million. Instead, she wanted to keep evidence that William had violated her. But unexpectedly, William was not fooled at all and could only make tough threats. William raised his eyebrows, knowing that she had no good intentions, and said with a disdainful smile, "You can call the police now and see whose side the police are on." Annie was stunned for a moment, and then she recalled her last experience at the police station. She was so angry that her voice trembled. "You beast!" William's connections in the police station were much stronger than his own, and even Director Kong had to give him face. Even if she calls the police, she will be the only one to be ruined. At this time, the three traffic light brothers walked in aggressively. Xiaohong looked at Annie. "William, is this the person causing trouble?" William nodded. "Kick her out. I can walk by myself," and glared at William fiercely and turned to walk out. The three traffic light brothers followed considerately. "We'll take you away." Annie was kicked out of Ling Yun Group just like that. When she got home, she angrily smashed everything in the bedroom. "You heartless bastard, I gave you a chance to pursue me before. I didn't expect that you would completely turn against me just because of such a small matter." William had seen her naked body without him paying anything. She was furious. After a while, she slowly calmed down. There is no point in getting angry now. What is important is how to solve the problem of capital shortage of Su Group. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she opened the drawer and saw several sparkling gemstones inside. These were given to her by William before. Considering how much William had pursued her before, the gift he gave her must have been very valuable. But she had never taken it seriously before and just threw it into the drawer. In the window next to her, the cheap gifts Anthony had given her were displayed very beautifully, and she was reluctant to even throw away the gift box. She picked up the jeweled ornament and smiled to herself. "I didn't expect that I would have to rely on the things William gave me to barely get through this difficult time," she said coldly. "I hope your little things are worth something." After saying that, she hurriedly put a few jewel ornaments into her bag and walked out the door. When she arrived at the famous jewelry store in Nanzhou, the boss with a mustache greeted her into the office with a smile. "Boss fan, look at how much these things are worth. I'd like to pawn some of them from you for cash and redeem them later." Annie took out a few things and placed them on the desk. Boss fan's face changed instantly, then returned to normal in an instant. He put on his glasses and held it up to look at it carefully. Seeing that there was no surprise on Boss fan's face, Annie frowned and felt even more dissatisfied with William. "You said you loved yourself so much before, But it turns out these things are worthless. Boss Fan took off his glasses, took out a ruby necklace, and stretched out a hand. Annie looked delighted. Could it be possible to exchange it for 5 million? That's not bad. Boss Fan said seriously, Miss Sue, you are also a well-known figure in Nanjo. I will not lie to you and give you a fair price. 50 million. Chapter 58, Angel's Heart. When these words came out, Annie was dumbfounded. 50 million. A tiny ruby is actually worth 50 million. But I never cared about it before and just threw it into the drawer. She pretended to be calm and said, 50 million is too low, Boss Fan. I both know the value of this. It is definitely more than 50 million. I came here with sincerity, and I hope you can give me a sincere price as well. Boss Fan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you an extra 5 million. Annie grabbed a few gems with one hand and said coldly, since Boss Fan is not sincere, there is no need for us to continue the discussion. She already knew the value of these items. Even if she didn't sell them here, she could still get a good price somewhere else. Boss Fan was anxious and stretched out his right hand and shook it a few times. Hey, Miss Sue, wait a minute. I'll offer 60 million, which is already very sincere. If I can't sell it, I'll lose a lot of money. And nodded in satisfaction. And after bargaining, she set the price at 65 million. Boss Fan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other gems. In the end, the 3 gem products were sold for a high price of 80 million. Boss Fan was very quick and contacted the bank directly to transfer 80 million into Annie's account. Annie left happily and returned to Sue Group. Annie, who was delighted, and asked in surprise, Annie, will William lend you money? Annie sneered and shook her head. If we expect him to take the money, we might as well wait for death. He's a dead bitch. Then why are you so happy? Father Sue asked angrily. Don't you know that the group is in big trouble now? I don't know when the news of our funds being siphoned away got out, and many partners came to collect the debts. And now the employees are also in a panic. Annie said directly, I have 80 million here, transfer it all to the company, and remember to issue me a loan contract. Hearing this, Father Sue was overjoyed. 80 million? Who did you borrow it from? Anthony. And lied, wanting Anthony to make a good impression in front of her father. Father Sue looked surprised. Anthony? He's just a little star. How much money can he make? In a year, the most he gets is about 1 million in advertising fees, right? You don't have to worry about it. Brother Anthony is much better than you think. Sooner or later, his achievements will far surpass William. And look proud. On the other side, William finished his work and went to the jewelry store. Today is Eve's birthday, and he wants to pick a gift for her. He sighed, his eyes filled with a hint of guilt. She has been with me for so many years and has done so many things for me silently. But I didn't even give her a decent gift. Oh, I was wondering why the magpie has been calling today. It turns out William is coming. When Boss Fan saw William, his eyes sparkled and he hurried forward to greet the guest. I want to buy a piece of jewelry for my girlfriend. William smiled faintly and said, Mr. Fan, please recommend one. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Just call me Xiao Fan. Boss Fan was very humble, clapping his hands and shouting, You came at the right time. I just received a good thing. This is the final work of Zach, the world-renowned jewelry master, Angel's Heart. William was stunned for a moment. Angel's Heart? Isn't this the one I gave to Annie before? Did she sell Angel's Heart? Boss Fan continued with great excitement. William is well informed and must know the price of Master Zach's final work. I won't waste any more time on it. Since William is an old customer, you can take it away for only 200 million. Chapter 59. Selling at a low price. William frowned tightly. At that time, in order to give a gift to show my determination, I went abroad to meet Master Zach. But he no longer works in jewelry or designs jewelry. I followed him around and persuaded him, accompanied him to travel to Dragon Country, and finally got him to help me design a necklace called Angel's Heart. Using extremely expensive scarlet blood diamonds as the raw material, a lifelike angel was carved inside. When this work appeared, it caused a sensation in the international jewelry industry. Master Zach also announced that this was his final work and he would no longer be involved in jewelry work from then on. And I also paid a price of 100 million. And with great hope, she accepted it without a care, turned around, and left with Anthony. Boss Fan saw William was stunned and said quickly, William, my price is absolutely fair. Zach is an internationally renowned jewelry designer, and this is his last masterpiece, so the price must be several times higher. William's expression was moved. He paused and continued. Countless people have offered high prices for this angel's heart, but it has never been sold. I didn't expect that I would receive it by chance. You see, this is made of the most expensive blood diamond, and the angel carved inside is even more exquisitely crafted. Even without the title of Master Zack, this angel's heart is worth at least over 100 million. William smiled. No one knows the value of this angel's heart better than me. To be honest, I was the first owner of this angel's heart, and later I gave it to Annie. This angel's heart is what Annie sold to you, right? Boss Fan was stunned and remained silent for 3 seconds before he spoke. I see. I was wondering how Miss Sue could possibly get this angel's heart with her strength, and she doesn't know the value of this angel's heart. So it was you, William, who gave it to me. Then it all makes sense. William sneered and really found a way out. The more than 100 million yuan from the sale of Angel's heart is enough to keep the Sue Group going for a long time. But I have a way to make her spend the more than 100 million quickly. He looked at Boss Fan and said calmly, 200 million is indeed a fair price. I want it. Boss Fan was overjoyed. He earned 140 million just by yawning. He quickly said, William is a real expert. The value of this angel's heart will only increase. Maybe in a few years, it will increase to 300 million. I'll put it up for you right away. William nodded. How much did and sell this angel's heart for? Boss Fan looked embarrassed and stammered. William, you know that this is the industry rule. We cannot disclose the recycling price and selling price. William's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked at Boss Fan coldly. Boss Fan, I'm giving you face now, but I can also choose not to give you face. Boss Fan was frightened. After all, with William's strength, it would be easy for him to cause trouble for him. He said timidly, Miss Sue doesn't know much about goods, so I spent 60 million to buy it. Hearing this, William smiled. Annie is really stupid. She didn't even check carefully before selling it. The angel's heart, which was worth 200 million yuan, was sold at a low price of 60 million yuan. If she had any brains, she wouldn't have suffered such a loss. But it's also a good thing. Only 60 million can barely fill the whole of Sue Group. It won't be long before Annie comes to beg him again. He paid 200 million, put away his angel heart, and left. At night, he and Eve came to Zoatian Pavilion. As luck would have it, I ran into Anne and Anthony, and was arguing with the staff with her hands on her hips. Chapter 60, Supreme Member. Why can't you let us go to the top floor? Annie said angrily. I could go every time I came before, and I'm tired of going to the top floor. I'm a chairman of the Sue Group after all. Do you look down on me? Anthony also frowned and scolded. Don't you have eyes? Apologized to Annie immediately, and was moved and took Anthony's hand. Brother Anthony is still good to me. The leading staff member said respectfully, Miss Sue, we're not deliberately making things difficult for you, but every time you came to Zoatian Pavilion before, you used the William Supreme membership of Ling Yun Group. And you yourself are not a member of Zoatian Pavilion. So I'm sorry, you can't enter the top floor restaurant exclusive to Supreme members. Hearing this, Anthony said angrily, Isn't it just a Supreme membership? I'll apply for one. After saying that, he took out his bank card. The staff member glanced at him with contempt. Before becoming a Supreme member, you must verify your capital. Your personal assets must exceed 1 billion, and you must top up 10 million at one time. Anthony and Anne's faces instantly fell when they heard this. They had used William's membership card many times before and used the money in the card to date and spend money at the top floor restaurant of Zoatian Pavilion. But I didn't expect the application requirements for the Supreme membership card to be so strict, and felt a little embarrassed and said coldly, Then just continue to use William's Supreme membership card. The staff member smiled and said, Miss Sue, are you kidding? Your current relationship with William is well known to everyone. He has fallen out with you. How dare we let you use his membership? Annie's face suddenly turned ugly. We are just quarreling temporarily. Sooner or later, he will come to ask me to forgive him. You can just give it to me. The staff member shook his head. No, unless you get William's consent first. Anne's face turned cold. Anthony scolded lightly. I am William's younger brother, so I am qualified to use his Supreme card, right? Someone sneered. The brother who put the hat on him? The onlookers burst into laughter. If you put a hat on him, he'll want to beat you to death. Yeah, you actually have the nerve to use his money. Don't make people laugh here. Can't we eat in a regular private room? And was shaking with anger. Anthony sighed. Brother William is so heartless. Sorry. Why don't we just stay in a regular private room? Annie sighed. It's okay. A regular private room will do. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. William pursues himself. He gets whatever he wants. But now William has completely turned against me, and everything that I had easily obtained before is now as difficult as ascending to heaven. Anthony, whom he loved deeply, could not give him any help at all. But she believed that as long as Anthony worked hard, he would surpass William sooner or later. At this time, William smiled faintly. Annie, please have some shame. He casually took out a few hundred yuan and handed it to the staff. Thank you. Please tell Mr. Xiao that from now on, no one except me is allowed to use my membership card. No one can use my membership card except Miss Eve next to me. The staff member took the money and nodded. Thank you, William. As soon as these words came out, everyone smelled something strange and looked at Eve, who was wearing a professional suit beside William. Could it be that William has completely given up on and turned to pursue Eve? Everyone was looking at Eve. William is so lucky to have found another beautiful woman to accompany him. Yes, her looks are just as good as Annie's. It's too late for Annie to regret now. And heard this, her face suddenly turned cold and she stared at Eve. Chapter 61, How Could I Fall in Love with a Dog? Eve blushed slightly and glanced at William accusingly. William smiled faintly and said, Let's go. Don't waste time with these two idiots. Eve nodded and said coldly, Eve, stop right there. I remember you are just William's secretary, right? Haha, you're really capable. You took advantage of the opportunity when William and I broke up. How can you be so mean? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Eve. Anthony said sarcastically, Are you working as a secretary for Brother William just to be his girlfriend? Eve's pretty face turned cold, and she looked at the two of them coldly. You two are really like clowns. Stop trying to attract attention here. She took William's hand, smiled sweetly, and said, Let's go. William glanced at Anthony and said calmly, Take care of yourself. Anthony clenched his fists suddenly, then slowly loosened them. Brother William, I am your brother. Are you threatening me with this? Watching the two people leaving, Annie stamped her feet in anger. It's just trash that I don't want, but this bitch treats it as a treasure. With her character, she will only pick up unwanted men. The onlookers burst into laughter, mocking in. After all, William is a thigh that countless people in Nanzhou dream of clinging to, but it just gave it up to someone else. How stupid. Ms. Su, please be careful with your words and actions. If you offend our Supreme members, we have the right to kick you out. A staff member scolded. You. Annie frowned angrily. William's Supreme membership before, even the owner of Zue, Xiang Ge bowed and scraped to me. But now he even dares to scold me. It's okay, Annie. Anthony held Annie's hand and comforted her softly. Isn't it just a Supreme membership card? Look how arrogant he is. I'll borrow one for you now. Annie looked surprised. Do you know any big shot who has a Supreme membership card? As far as I know, even your dad doesn't have one, right? He's a senior in the entertainment industry. Anthony dialed the number and actually borrowed a Supreme membership card. A meticulously dressed manager came over respectfully and said, Mr. Anthony, right? Miss Young asked me to give you the membership card. Anthony took the card and handed it to Anne, and put on a different expression and said arrogantly, Now we are qualified to enter the top floor banquet hall, right? The staff looked at each other and quickly invited the two to go upstairs, and took Anthony's hand and proudly got on the transparent elevator and entered the top floor banquet hall. The top floor banquet hall is extremely luxurious. Even the chandeliers are made of natural crystal. Groups of fancy-dressed dignitaries sat in semi-private rooms in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. The two came directly in front of William and Eve. William frowned and asked, How did you two get up here? William can get here, so why can't we? Anthony asked sarcastically. Is this a place where only people like you who don't have a father or a mother to love can get here? William's face darkened instantly. Eve frowned and looked at Anthony with disgust. He was clearly exposing the scar that William was most reluctant to look back on. William is a winner. She said coldly, Please don't disturb our meal. Thank you. Anthony smiled brightly. Sister, you are so beautiful. How could you be interested in my brother? You know what? He stole my watch at home before, and my sister slapped him on the face until it was swollen. He knelt on the ground and begged me to forgive him. You know how much of a dog he was then? You are so beautiful. How could you fall in love with a dog? Chapter 62, Bigwigs in the Entertainment Industry. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's attention was attracted. When everyone saw William, they immediately understood everything. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be William. Now I understand. I've heard that too. William S. family is really weird. They made William kneel down and apologize for such a small matter. As the CEO of a billion-dollar group, he has no dignity at home. How cowardly. Humph. If it were me, I would beat them till the shit is gone. William S. face darkened instantly, and countless memories flooded into his mind. Anthony framed him many times, making the Lin family think that he was always bullying him. Every time, my sisters would beat me up without asking why. He even knelt down and apologized to Anthony without any dignity. At this time, Eve held William's hand with her delicate hand and whispered, "Don't argue with him about this little bit of argument." William's mood calmed down. He dialed the phone and said coldly, "Mr. Xiao, I'm on the top floor of Zue Xiang Pavilion. Please come over and help me drive someone away." Annie's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Mr. Xiao is the boss of Zue Xiang Pavilion, and she and Anthony cannot afford to offend him. If he came, he would definitely favor William, and she and Anthony would be kicked out in disgrace. She hurriedly said, "Brother Anthony, don't bother with him. Let's go sit over there." Anthony sneered. Brother William is so capable that he actually wants to use outsiders to drive away his relatives. No wonder he was kicked out of the family. William's clenched hands were trembling slightly. His face was extremely gloomy, and he wished he could beat Anthony half to death with one punch. But he knew that Anthony was deliberately provoking him to make him take action. Anthony takes action himself. He can use his influence to put himself at the center of public opinion and suffer countless accusations. I will be retaliated against by his fans. At this time, an old man in his 60s or 70s, wearing a brown jacket and a pigtail, walked in. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, looking dignified without being angry, and walked up to William. "William, what can I do for you?" "Drive them both away," William said coldly, "and I don't want to see them again in Zue Xiang Pavilion in the future." Anthony and Annie sharply. "Oh, Miss Sue and Anthony, you are famous people in Nanzhou. I've also seen the video of the two of you rolling around on the bed. It's totally disrespectful. Someone kick you two out and put them on the Zuetian Pavilion's blacklist forever." As soon as these words were spoken, a dozen sturdy men dressed in Zhe Xiangge clothes came over and stared at the two men ferociously. "Do you want to get out of here on your own? Or do we force you to get out?" Annie was so scared that her face turned pale. We will go by ourselves." Everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Anthony said calmly, "Boss Xiao, I borrowed Sister Yang Li's Supreme card. If you drive me away, you are slapping Sister Yang in the face. You should think it over carefully." When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment and then took a deep breath. Yang Li is a veteran star in Long Country. She has huge assets and extensive connections, and her status is higher than most people present. But this is not someone that a small person like Xiao Jian can afford to provoke. I didn't expect that Anthony could hook up with such a big shot like her. Xiao Jian's expression changed, and he bowed to William and said, "William, this. Forget it." William shook his head. His company is in a lot of trouble now, and he doesn't want to offend anyone again. Anthony smiled smugly. "Brother William, weren't you arrogant enough to drive us away? Why are you silent?" Seeing this, Xiao Jian scolded, "If you speak rudely to William again and disturb the VIP's meal, Miss Yang won't say anything even if I kick you out." Anthony then found a seat and sat down awkwardly. William winked at Xiao Jian, indicating that he could arrange for people to enter the venue. Xiao Jian nodded and left. Eve smiled faintly and said, "Why are you flirting with Mr. Xiao? Is there some story between you two?" Chapter 63, and the Star of the Night. William raised his eyebrows. "Maybe." Eve's eyes widened. "You're not hurt by love, so there's something wrong with your sexual orientation, right? You like men now, and you like old men." "Wow," she said with an exaggerated expression. "William, you won't go to Chengdu secretly without telling me later, right? I heard that many men like men." William's forehead was covered with black lines. "Aren't you exaggerating?" "Oh." Eve shook her head helplessly. "It's over. Your image in my mind is ruined. William, you need to cheer up. That's enough." William scolded with a smile. "You haven't finished yet." Not far away, Annie looked at the two people flirting and felt a little jealous. William, who was madly trying to please her before, but now he turned around to please other women. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. At this time, Anthony, who had just made an excuse to go to the bathroom, came over with an exquisite cake. He carefully unwrapped it on the table and lit the candles. "Happy birthday, Annie." Then he took out a small gift box and opened it gently. Inside was an exquisite blue crystal heart-shaped necklace, and gently covered her red lips. Her eyes widened with surprise and let Anthony put the necklace around her neck. "Brother Anthony, you were so kind to me." Tears glistened in her eyes. Anthony smiled proudly. "I bought this necklace specially from a luxury goods counter. It has our initials engraved on it. It cost more than 300,000 yuan," and was so moved that she hugged Anthony and kissed his cheek. Anthony also hugged him without hesitation. Everyone at the scene looked surprised, but they put aside their past grudges and applauded the two. Eve's beautiful eyes twinkled, filled with envy. She knew that, and she had the same birthday. But every year William was so attentive to, and never knew that it was his birthday too. She bit her red lips and looked at the blue crystal necklace around N's neck. A full 300,000. She didn't expect William to give her such an expensive necklace. She would be very happy even if he gave her an ordinary silver necklace. William agreed to have dinner with her today, because in previous years, William would never agree. William saw the deep envy in Eve's eyes and felt extremely guilty. "I treated her so badly before, but she still stayed with me. In this life, I must make it up to her." He smiled and said, "Silly girl, don't envy her." "No, I'm not envious." Eve shook her head. "I'm not envious." At this time, the sound of orderly footsteps rang out. A dozen beautiful women in cheongsams came in, each carrying a plate of exquisite dishes, and formed two teams. Afterwards, Xiao Jian personally pushed a big cake into the banquet hall. The cake was large and exquisite, measuring a full 16 inches. When everyone at the scene saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. "Oh my God, is it such a big deal? Isn't this cake too big? And it's a royal meal. This cake alone is worth hundreds of thousands." The most important thing is that President Xiao personally pushed the cart. Who was so honorable that President Xiao personally delivered the cake? Annie was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her red lips. "Wow. Brother Anthony, you are too nice to me, aren't you? They actually bought such a big cake." And they even asked Mr. Xiao to push the cart himself. There was an uproar at the scene. Does Anthony have such a big face? He's going to great lengths to please Annie. Annie is so happy, isn't she? "I want this to be my birthday too, husband." Eve's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the big cake in a daze. "Today is my birthday, and I deliberately turned down celebrations with my family and friends to accompany William. No one celebrates my birthday. I didn't even receive a small cake or a single blessing. And who had her birthday on the same day was like the moon surrounded by stars." Chapter 64, "You're the one who deserves the spotlight." Only Anthony was dumbfounded. How could he afford to buy such a big cake? And how could he have the face to ask President Xiao to deliver the cake personally? This was definitely not arranged by myself. But now all eyes were on him and Annie. He wanted to retort, but was extremely embarrassed. And Anthony in the expectant eyes of everyone. And looked expectant. Here. There are so many dishes. I don't think our small table can hold so many. Brother Anthony, you are such a fool. Why did you order so much? Don't waste your money." Anthony's mouth twitched. "No, it's not." But the cheongsam women naturally bypassed and Anthony's table and came to William's table, carefully placing the dishes. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Jian pushed the big cake in front of William's table. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Isn't it Annie's birthday? What happened to the table that was pushed to William? Everyone thought of an incredible reason, but no one dared to confirm it. Could it be that William gave it to Anne? Didn't he have a falling out with Annie? Should I continue to be her licker? Annie's expression changed from surprise to complacency, and then to arrogance. "Ha! I thought he was heartless and really turned against me. Aren't you just making a scene to please me on my birthday?" Anthony had a playful smile on his face when he heard this. As expected, a dog will always eat shit, and William couldn't help but try to please Anne. When everyone at the scene heard this, there was an uproar. Isn't William too flattering? And has already cheated on him and is living with another man. And he still makes such a scene on Anne's birthday. Bah, even if I don't have as much money as him, I still look down on him. Is William crazy? He still wants to please Anne in this situation. Eve's face turned cold instantly. If William tried to please in this time, she would never forgive William. She looked at William, who had a calm expression, and her face softened. She chose to believe him. What if he was celebrating his own birthday? She was looking forward to it silently, and said arrogantly, "William, bring the cake to me quickly, and I will consider giving you a chance to beg for my forgiveness. William slowly stood up, and under the gaze of everyone, he looked at and coldly. Can you stop being so self-indulgent? Xiao Jian couldn't help but sneer and said, Miss Su, you really opened my eyes. How can a person be so shameless? This cake is from William to Miss Eve Yang. Ms. Eve, on behalf of all the staff at Zuation Pavilion, I wish you a happy birthday. The waiters took out their firecrackers and blasted them. The salute burst into flames. Then they said in unison, Happy birthday, Miss Yang. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Everyone present was upset with Annie, and seeing that the cake was not for her, they all tried their best to support her. Annie's face turned red instantly, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She didn't expect that the cake was actually for Eve. If she had known that Eve and she had the same birthday, she wouldn't have done such a stupid thing just now. Now, I had become a laughingstock. Anthony's expression was also extremely ugly. He lowered his voice and said, Don't worry about him. We'll eat our own food. Eve's beautiful eyes widened. She covered her red lips in surprise. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at William. Is this really for me? You. How do you know it's my birthday today? Don't just stand there like an idiot. William handed the plastic knife to Eve. It's time for the birthday boy to cut the cake for everyone. You are the one who deserves to be the center of attention today. Eve was so excited that she couldn't even hold the knife steadily. She nodded seriously. William laughed loudly and said, Sorry to bother you all. All the expenses of everyone present today will be paid by me. William, please give me some face, have a piece of cake, and celebrate Xiaoyu's birthday together. Except for Annie's table, of course. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter and gnashed her teeth in anger, staring at Eve, her voice trembling. Bitch. Chapter 65. A 200 million gift that shocked everyone. She recalled the times William had celebrated her birthday in previous years. A huge cake, a fireworks show that shocked the whole city, and a private theater. William was generous and magnanimous, making her the most envied object of all women in Nanzhou. Eve today, she looked at the small cake Anthony sent and felt even more disappointed. At this moment, Eve cut the cake in the middle with trembling hands, but unexpectedly, she cut into an exquisite gift box. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was filled with joy. Is it a gift? Yes. William took a plastic knife to help cut the cake and took out the gift box wrapped tightly in plastic wrap. He opened the gift box, took out the dazzling red angel heart, and put it around Eve's neck. Eve's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She recognized it as the angel's heart. She didn't expect William to give it to her. She said in a trembling voice, Thank you. Everyone applauded, their words full of envy. Although they didn't know the value of the angel's heart, they knew it was priceless just because it was made of blood diamond. Annie was dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the crystal red angel heart in disbelief. Didn't I pawn this at the jewelry store? It amounted to 60 million. William actually bought it back. When she thought of the 60 million gift William gave Eve, she gnashed her teeth in anger. These 60 million could have been hers. At this moment, someone exclaimed, Master Zach's masterpiece Angel's Heart, my God. It actually appears here. Everyone looked and found that the person who spoke was Luo Binbin, a famous jewelry appraiser in Nanzhou. Luo Binbin said in a trembling voice, This material, this carving, this design, and a lifelike angel inside, it is definitely the heart of an angel. William is so generous. This angel's heart is worth 200 million. The scene suddenly exploded. The final work of internationally renowned jewelry designer Master Zach. 200 million angel hearts. And was completely dumbfounded. 200 million. It's actually worth 200 million. And I sold it for 60 million. Her heart is bleeding now. She never expected that William would be so kind to and give her a gift worth 200 million yuan. After taking a look at the sapphire necklace Anthony gave her, her eyes were full of disgust, and she felt extremely frustrated. Anthony's face became even gloomier, and he felt his face being hit. William didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them, but looked at Eve with eyes full of love. Eve's white neck, an artistic gem, sways gently, making her look even more beautiful. He smiled softly. Do you like it? I like everything you give me. Eve's beautiful eyes turned red. She took a deep breath and said seriously. She recalled the previous scenes, and her eyes gradually became red. Before, William would give everything for and his family, and let them bully him. No matter how much he advised, William didn't take it to heart. He didn't even care about my feelings for him. And William finally came to his senses and seemed to understand her feelings. She was really happy from the bottom of her heart. At this time, William made a phone call and said with a faint smile, "Let's get started." He took Eve's hand and walked to the French window together. Boom! Countless fireworks shot into the night sky. Fireworks exploded and brilliant flowers bloomed. The night sky is decorated with a dreamlike and picturesque look. Under the tall buildings, pedestrians on the street stopped and looked up to admire. William pointed at the bright sky and smiled. "Do you like it?" "I like it." Eve stared blankly out the French window and nodded heavily. There was warm applause at the scene. William's deep eyes looked at Eve's breathtakingly beautiful face. "Next year, I will help you celebrate your birthday like this." Chapter 66, Why Care So Much? Eve looked at William with tears in her beautiful eyes and nodded. Then she bit her red lips and mustered up the courage to say, "Do you want to say anything else to me?" William was stunned for a moment, looking at Eve, who was full of expectation. Someone shouted loudly, "Confess your feelings." Everyone at the scene burst into laughter. "The atmosphere is already here. Why don't you express your feelings?" Together. This beauty is much better than, and the ungrateful person. William is lucky. Eve looked at William with her clear and beautiful eyes, smiled faintly, and said, "Then can I confess my feelings to you?" "William, I like." William's head buzzed. He didn't expect Eve to take the initiative to bring it up. "I was afraid that a sudden confession would scare her, so I wanted to proceed step by step. But I didn't expect Eve to be so fast." William hurriedly put his fingers against her red lips. Eve's beautiful eyes, and she almost shed tears. Is William going to reject her? Everyone at the scene held their breath and stared at the two of them, and looked incredulous and gritted her teeth in anger. She won't let William agree, because William said that he only loved her in this life. Although she looked down on William, she would not allow William to be with another person. Anthony sneered, "Don't be nervous, Sister Anne. William might just be doing this to make you jealous." "Look, that bitch took the initiative to confess, but William didn't let her continue. I'm just afraid that I'll end up with that bitch," and felt relieved when she heard this. She looked at William sarcastically and said, "It's just a little trick. Of course I can see it. It's ridiculous. I don't like him at all. Why would I be jealous?" Everyone present looked at, and with strange expressions. Is this woman too confident? William smiled faintly and looked at Eve. "I think confession should be done by boys, otherwise, what kind of man are you?" "I like you, Eve. Will you be my girlfriend?" Eve's beautiful eyes trembled, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Her heart seemed to be filled with spring flowers blooming and winter snow melting. The man whom I love to the core actually took the initiative to confess his love to me. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone started to make a fuss. Together, Eve said in a trembling voice. "Okay." William held her in his arms. There was warm applause at the scene. For everyone present, this was not just a simple feast. Rather, the person in charge of the group with a market value of tens of billions has made a big move. Maybe the stock price will go up as a result. Anthony and were dumbfounded. They never dreamed that William and Eve would be together. "Let's go home." William took Eve's hand and left, and stood in the way with red eyes. "William, is it fun for you to do this? You and this bitch are performing in front of me. Aren't you just trying to piss me off? As for being with her, Sister Annie is very angry. If you apologize to her now, maybe she will forgive you." Anthony looked at Eve with disdain. "You are the CEO of a billion-dollar group. You are with a little secretary. Isn't that lowering your status?" William was about to speak when Eve said in a cold tone, "A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way." Annie was so angry that her face turned red, and she screamed, "You bitch, you were just picking up the garbage I don't want. You're the trash." Eve chuckled. "Why else would there be flies around you?" She glanced at Anthony. Anthony glared at him. "You scolded me? I advise you to be more careful with your words. After all, if I don't agree, you will never be able to marry into the Lin family again. Let's go." Eve looked at the two of them disdainfully, then took William's hand and left. In the car, Eve covered her chest with her hands, staring blankly at the night scene in front of her. William waved his hand in front of her, grinned, and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just feel it's unreal." Eve smiled faintly. "After all, I never dared to hope that you like me. Actually, I've always been attracted to you, but Annie is my obsession and I can't break free." William smiled softly. "But I've made up my mind. Xiao, I really like you." Eve smiled happily. "Let's go home." She looked forward with some anxiety in her eyes. With William is actually quite risky, because once my family gets to know about this, they will probably forcefully separate me and William. William, who was filled with happiness, she smiled sincerely. Why bother so much? Chapter 67, Doing Bad Things. Return home. Seeing Yves's pretty face flushed, she clutched the edge of her skirt tightly. William's breathing started to quicken. Since the two have confirmed their relationship, they should do some things between lovers. At least we can't sleep in separate rooms anymore, right? I'm going to take a shower first. Eve quickly went into the bathroom with her clothes. William smiled and shook his head, then stood on the balcony and lit a cigarette. Eve, so soon. But when I saw the hope in her beautiful eyes, I couldn't help but be moved. However, he frowned slightly, because according to his memories of his previous life, Yves's life experience seemed not simple. Because before he died in his previous life, he received the news that she had raised the money. But at that time, I didn't believe it at all, and I was too embarrassed to see her again, so I chose to jump off the building. She owed more than 10 billion in her previous life. How could she raise that much money in such a short time? Soon, Eve came out of her nightgown, her pretty face still flushed. You should take a shower quickly. It's getting late. William looked at her shy appearance and said with a smile, What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will eat you? No, I just can't get used to it. Eve shook her head hastily and pretended to be generous. We've known each other for so long. There's nothing I'm afraid of. William, with her beautiful eyes twinkling. You are not going to do anything bad to me, are you? William grinned. You've washed it all clean. I'm afraid I can't control it. You. Eve glared at William angrily and ran back to the room. After William finished washing up, he only wore a pair of pajamas. The water drops slid down his handsome American front-spiked hairstyle, across his deep eye sockets, three-dimensional facial features, and onto his well-proportioned pectoral muscles and eight-pack abs. In fact, William's appearance is among the best in the whole South State. He was even voted by netizens as the most handsome entrepreneur in Nanzhou. Countless girls are attracted to him. After all, there is no girl who doesn't like the young and rich William. Annie crazily, his image in people's minds has plummeted. Before, he only had eyes for Annie and was dismissive of girls who pursued him. This is why he has always been single and there are not many women around him. He raised a smirk and walked straight towards Yves's room. Finding that the door was not locked, he walked in naturally. After all, they're in a relationship, so it's not too much to sleep in the same bed, right? The room was only lit with a warm yellow nightlight and was filled with the faint scent of shower gel. He was wrapped in a quilt, like a pitiful kitten. William came up to her, looked at her trembling eyelashes, and smiled. Don't pretend to be asleep. If you're scared, then I'd better go to sleep in my room. After saying that, he turned and was about to leave. But Eve held her hand and whispered, It's okay. Her beautiful eyes swept over William's abdominal muscles and chest muscles, and finally stopped at William's brilliant young smile. Her face turned red. Is it too fast? What are you thinking about? William couldn't help but laugh. Just sleeping with you. Eve tightly. That night, the two of them just slept in each other's arms. William is not a gentleman, but he is not a person with a dirty mind either. He loved Eve and couldn't bear to see her get hurt. The next day, with a scream, William opened his sleepy eyes. When he found Eve was held tightly in his arms like a kitten, he felt filled with happiness. The love that you have been pursuing is always by your side. In my previous life, I was still pestering Annie. Eve opened her beautiful eyes and was startled. You, why are you in my bed? I'm your boyfriend. William was stunned. Oh, I remember now. Eve's pretty face flushed. She was half asleep. Chapter 68. Order you to break up with her now. William looked down and blushed. What's wrong? Nothing. Eve shook her head quickly and looked at William through her fingers. After breakfast, they went to the company together. Seeing the two of them coming to the company hand in hand, there was quite a stir in the company. Many employees came out to see the two of them. Eve's pretty face flushed. She took William's hand and walked quickly towards the elevator. Why are you shy? William grinned. After all, I'm your secretary, and I'm afraid people will talk about me behind my back. Eve whispered. What are you afraid of? William smiled faintly. Since we are together, we don't have to care about these rumors. If someone goes too far, I will naturally take action. The two just arrived at the office. William found the stocks he had before his past life memory, and they were now rising slowly, and the situation was very good. Without even frowning, he invested 50 million yuan, because he knew clearly that this stock would rise to a terrifying level. causing countless people to invest frantically and then suffer heavy losses. It is only in the early stages of a rise. In order to prevent the parties behind the scheme from noticing the clues, he planned to proceed step by step and not invest too much at the beginning. After finishing, he looked at the stock market for a while and then looked through the information on the desk. The more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. The entire Lingyun group almost came to a standstill. A large number of orders were not delivered in time, and the company had to pay several times the amount of liquidated damages. According to the information Eve collected, many employees are giving up. Although I was in the company, my mind was already wandering overseas. The company's business has been greatly affected. William sneered. It seemed that the Lin family still wanted to use the group to threaten him. If I don't obey, they can keep the company shut down until it goes bankrupt. Eve walked in and said angrily, "Your sisters are too much. They deliberately messed up a lot of business. In just these few days, the company has lost more than 100 million yuan, and its reputation has also dropped significantly. They want to force me to obey, and they are also taking revenge on me." William sneered. "Let them lose money anyway. Those businesses will be cut sooner or later. Don't bother with them. They're digging their own graves. Cut it off." Eve said incredulously. "Are you serious? Those businesses are the group's main businesses. I plan to transform," William said confidently. "If successful, the group's market value can at least increase tenfold." Seeing William was so confident, Eve stopped arguing. She trusts William's judgment. Just then, the eldest sister and others pushed open the door and rushed in. The eldest sister's face turned red with anger, and the look she gave William was as if she wanted to kill him. Because she has received a subpoena, if William does not withdraw the lawsuit, she will probably have to go to jail. So today I went to William's house to interrogate him. The second sister said gloomily, "Do you know that we have been looking for you? William, let me tell you, if you don't remove us from the blacklist, you will never be able to return to the Lin family again." William said slowly, "What do you want me for?" Did you get our permission to be with this bitch?" The third sister sneered. "We are your sisters after all. Why are you hiding such an important thing as finding a girlfriend from us? You bitch, I advise you to stay away from William." The eldest sister screamed, "William sued me. It must be you a bitch who instigated it." Eve's pretty face turned cold. "This is the company, not your Lin family. I advise you to be careful with your words. Otherwise, I will ask the security guards to chase you away." As soon as these words came out, the four sisters were furious. "Just because you became William's girlfriend, you think you are the mistress of the group?" The eldest sister said angrily. The second sister looked at William with a gloomy face. "This bitch is with you just for your money. Can't you see it? I order you to break up with her now." Chapter 69, Cutting the Gordian Knot. William laughed angrily. "Nancy, this is ridiculous, isn't it? Just because you said we should break up, I have to break up? Who do you think you are?" The second sister's face became even gloomier. "What did you call me? You don't even want to call me second sister. Do you still think of me as your second sister?" William sneered. "I treated you as my relatives before, but did you treat me as your family? You followed me through hardships not long after I started my business, but you came to me and asked me to give you money when I already owned Lingyun Group. You should know better who is after my money. How dare you say that Xiaoyu is with me only for my money?" As soon as these words were spoken, the four sisters became furious. Although what William said was true, they felt embarrassed when he said it so openly. "It sounds like they're all beggars who are after William's money." The eldest sister said sharply, "The four of us sisters came here today to give you face. If you piss us off, we won't come to you for a discussion next time. If you withdraw the lawsuit now, we will consider forgiving you." "Withdraw the lawsuit? Withdraw what lawsuit?" William sneered and pretended to be confused. "You sued my eldest sister, and you are still playing dumb with us?" The third sister said angrily, "You are trying to kill my eldest sister. How could you be so cruel to send your elder sister to jail?" The second sister gnashed her teeth and said, "We still treat you as our brother, and this is how you repay us?" William sneered. "Oh?" The eldest sister abused her power for personal gain and caused the company to lose hundreds of millions. Isn't it normal to sue her? Why would I sue her if she didn't do this kind of thing? "You." The eldest sister's chest rose and fell violently with anger. "Do you really have to do this to the extreme? I just made a small mistake. Can't you forgive me?" The fourth sister said coldly. "William, even if the eldest sister is wrong, but putting aside the facts, are you not wrong?" William smiled and looked at Eve. Let them in. Eve nodded, stood up, and opened the office door. The three traffic light brothers rushed in with a dozen security guards. The second sister's expression became even uglier. William, what do you mean? Are you going to drive us away? Stop talking nonsense and get out. William waved his hand impatiently. Just get out of the company. The eldest sister and others were even more furious when they heard this. After all, they're the top executives of Lingyun Group. If they're kicked out of the company like this, where will they put their faces? You dare touch me? I am William's elder sister, the elder sister said angrily. William intently. As long as you kick us out, don't blame us for turning our backs on you in the future. The three brothers of the traffic light didn't care about that. They shouted angrily and took several people away. Eve closed the office door, but the screams of the four sisters still came in. She said worriedly, William, you are too impulsive. Don't underestimate the influence of the Lin family in the group. They control more than 50% of the group's resources. Once they completely turn against each other, I'm afraid the group's market value will evaporate by several billion. It doesn't matter. William's eyes flashed with a cold light. We must cut the Gordian, not quickly. It doesn't matter if we lose tens of billions. I can make it back soon. And it won't be long before Linda comes to me and asks me to drop the lawsuit. Then I can take over her shares for free. At this time, the private detective called. William, the mayor's people went to the Lin family. The specific reason is still unknown. I guess they may be inviting you to attend his birthday party in 3 days. I understand. William hung up the phone, and memories of his past life appeared in his mind. In the previous life, the mayor's birthday party invitation was intercepted by the Lin family without even telling me. Father Robert brought Anthony to the banquet on his behalf. Anthony bought a painting by Wu Daozi at a low price at an auction and presented it to the mayor at his birthday party. The mayor was very impressed with him, and he adopted Anthony as his godson on the spot. Later, the mayor became the Lin family's backer, providing the Lin family with many conveniences and even helping the Lin family swallow up the Lingyun Group. William looked at the date and found that the auction for the Wu Daozi painting would start in the afternoon. Chapter 70, Priorities. On the other side, the four sisters returned to the office in the group, each of them looking angry. The second sister frowned tightly. Is he really going to turn against us completely? We just did something wrong, but he ignored our family relationship and treated us so badly. Humph. It must have been that cousin who instigated it. The third sister snorted coldly. He was so obedient before. How could he become like this? How about we trick him into coming home and give him a beating? A hint of ferocity flashed in the fourth sister's eyes. Before, as long as we slapped him, he would be obedient. No, no. The eldest sister screamed. He is not the same now as before. If I piss him off, he might really send me to jail. Sisters, you must help me. Although I have embezzled a lot of money, it is all for the Lin family. We must find a way to get him to withdraw the lawsuit. The second sister and others looked at each other and nodded. How about letting the people from the law department withdraw quietly? The third sister's eyes lit up. I don't believe that the people from the law department will listen to William so much. I've had dinner with that minister a few times. Maybe if I give her some benefits, she'll help me. The eldest sister smiled bitterly and shook her head. I've already looked for her, but she refused no matter what she said. It seems that Eve, that bitch, has been keeping an eye on this case. She doesn't dare to make any moves, or else even she will be implicated by me. At this time, my second sister's phone rang, and Anthony's voice came from the phone. Second sister, has the Cultural Bureau agreed to let me hold a small concert? My fans are urging me to do so. If I don't hold a concert soon to appease my fans, I'm afraid they will all stop following me. Whoa, sisters, you must help me. I don't want my dream of becoming a big star to be ruined by Brother William. Don't worry. The third sister patted her chest and said, we will definitely help you find solution. The second sister, who is the director of the finance department of Lingyun Group, smiled and said, I have already used Lingyun Group's reputation to find the head of the Cultural Bureau. I believe that with the group's intervention, the head of the Cultural Bureau will agree. And the group has allocated 10 million yuan for your concert, so you can rest assured. Thank you, sisters, you're so nice to me, Anthony said and hung up the phone. The second sister said seriously, this is Anthony's first large-scale performance. We must help him make it a success and try to raise his profile to a higher level. Sisters working together can break any obstacle. The third sister was full of confidence. Brother Anthony is so outstanding, he will soon become a big star that will shock Dragon Country. How proud we will be as his sisters then. The second sister and others all looked excited, except the eldest sister who looked sad. The second sister said dissatisfiedly, "Sister, why are you so sad? Shouldn't you be happy for your brother Anthony?" The eldest sister looked helpless. "I also want to be happy for him, but I can't protect myself now. Can you help me solve the problem first?" She looked at her three sisters, but they were all happily playing with their phones and contacting people to help Anthony organize a concert. They didn't take her words seriously. "Do you think Anthony's concert is more important than my imprisonment?" The eldest sister's voice finally became a little angry. "Can you distinguish priorities?" The fourth sister said nonchalantly, "Sister, didn't he ask you to go to his office alone to see him? Why don't you go and see him? Maybe if you give in, he'll drop the lawsuit." The second sister nodded. "Yes, William is our younger brother after all. He just did that to scare you. No need to talk about it anymore. I have already contacted the people at the Nanjo Stadium and am ready to talk to them about the venue." The third and fourth sisters nodded. "We have to get busy too." After that, the three of them left, leaving the eldest sister disheveled in the air-conditioning wind. The eldest sister looked angry and incredulous. He was about to go to jail because of William, but his sisters were all focused on their brother Anthony's concert. At this moment, she finally realized that her family seemed to be overdoing Anthony. Chapter 71. The elder sister suddenly realizes. She looked at the family photo on the cover of her phone with complicated eyes. William's bright and happy smile inside attracted her eyes. Let her recall the past events. The whole family was overjoyed when they found William, who had been missing for many years. When the family learned that William had become the chairman of the 10 billion group, they felt even more proud. Only Anthony was crying. When his parents asked him why he was unhappy, Anthony explained that he was just adopted, and once William came back, all the love his parents and sisters had for him will be transferred to William. He even became so depressed that he wanted to run away from home. The eldest sister sighed. They were all very worried at the time and assured Anthony that he was the most beloved brother in the family. So after William returned to the Lin family, even though he gave the Lin family countless money and power, everyone deliberately targeted and alienated William. The reason is that they are worried that Anthony will become depressed and run away from home. But later, the targeting and alienation of William changed its nature, because the family members all felt that since William could rise from an orphan to the head of a multi-billion-dollar group, he must have ulterior motives and ruthless methods. Coupled with some of the bad things William did and his deliberate targeting of Anthony, the family not only deliberately alienated and targeted William, but also hated and abused him. Linda looked at the photo with complicated eyes. She didn't take it seriously at first. It was not until today, when she experienced what William did, that she felt the same way. Only then did I realize that the Lin family really doted on Anthony too much. He doted on her to the point that he even abandoned himself, even though he was about to go to jail because of a lawsuit. She gritted her teeth, stood up, stepped firmly on her high heels, and walked towards the stairs to William's office. She was afraid that she could no longer rely on her family, so she planned to have a good talk with William. But as soon as she approached the office, she was stopped by the security guard at the door. Normally, there were no security guards in the chairman's office, but because he and his sisters often came there to cause trouble, William specially asked the three brothers of the traffic light to guard it. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. William really not care about family affection at all, and is so heartless to his family? Please go back, Xiao Hong said coldly. Ms. Lin, you are no longer an employee of the group. If you dare to make trouble again, don't blame the brothers for throwing you out. I have something to talk to my brother about, Linda said with a cold face. No ears, right? Xiao Huang's expression darkened, and he stretched his hands behind his back. After realizing that this was a company and he didn't have a machete on him, he stopped. I'm his sister. You have no right to stop me, Linda said angrily, still with arrogance. But it seems that William doesn't recognize you as his sister, Xiaolu sneered. If any random person claims to be William's family, we will let him in. Then the three of US brothers will be expelled sooner or later. After saying this, the three brothers burst into laughter. His eyes were full of mockery. Linda was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The security guards of Lingyun Group are all William's men, so she doesn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, Eve opened the door, glanced at Linda, and said calmly, William doesn't want to see you. Come with me. I want to see him, Linda said angrily. You bitch. Halfway through her words, she shut up obediently. William now, so she couldn't offend Eve either. Follow me. Eve left a word and walked towards the meeting room next to her. Linda had no choice but to follow her into the meeting room. Sitting in a comfortable armchair, Eve thoughtfully gave her a bottle of coffee with the Lingyun Group logo on it. You are not allowed to make tea during working hours, so have some coffee. Linda didn't even look at coffee and said coldly, Eve, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you were William's girlfriend. I want to ask you, was it you who instigated William to fall out with us? Eve's beautiful eyes twinkled and she smiled slightly. I think you know this better than me. Chapter 72, he deserved to be beaten. How should I know? Linda said angrily. William used to be so well-behaved and obedient, but recently he suddenly fell out with his family. If it wasn't because someone instigated him, what else could it be? Eve's beautiful eyes were cold, and she spoke slowly. Yes, William was indeed very obedient in the past. He worked very hard for you and gave you everything he had worked so hard to get for free. After he came out of the orphanage, he has been isolated and helpless and has never experienced family love, so he cherishes you, his family. She became more and more angry as she spoke, gritting her teeth and saying, For you, he didn't hesitate to turn against the old investors, drive away the original senior executives, and offend big shots one by one, just to help you clean up the mess you made. Especially Anthony. You know how much trouble he has caused. Last time he slapped the daughter of Mr. Lau of Tunglong Group. You forced him to help Anthony, so he rushed to Tunglong Group and was slapped 10 times. Think about it. The position of the CEO of Tunglong Group is almost the same as William's, but he would rather be slapped 10 times and lose face for you. You said he was well-behaved, and he was indeed well-behaved at that time. Linda nodded, realizing that she and her family had gone too far, and her expression became complicated. You're right. He was indeed our good brother before. But are you her good sisters? Eve's clear voice sounded. Her beautiful eyes began to turn red. Every time you beat him up for a small matter, you bruise him all over, and you proudly show off to outsiders, showing how noble your Lin family is. Let everyone know that the person in charge of the 10 billion yuan group is nothing but an obedient dog in front of you Lin family members. I always get so angry that I want to question you. But William told me that you beat him for his own good. He believes that if he is more obedient, you will stop beating him. Well, then he deserves to be beaten. Linda gritted her teeth, feeling guilty, but she said, It's his fault for always bullying Anthony and making us angry. Haha, Eve said coldly, every time you beat Anthony to the ground because of his false accusations. No matter how he explains, you only believe Anthony's one-sided statement. Linda's eyes widened and she slammed the table in anger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Anthony is so kind. How could he frame William? It is obvious that William is vicious and jealous of our love for Anthony's brother, and he often bullies Anthony. Eve took a deep breath and her voice became even colder. Then let me tell you one thing. Half a year ago, you were drunk with a client at UAU Business K. You were harassed by the client and were about to be taken away because you were unconscious. William got to know the news and rushed to save you, but he was knocked down. In the end, I brought Li Qiqian to save him. When we arrived at the scene, William was lying on the ground covered in blood, and Anthony, who was with you, was so scared that he hid under the table and watched those people touch you. What? Linda's eyes widened, a look of disbelief, and she said angrily, You are lying to me. You must be lying to me. William asked me to receive those clients. He must have colluded with those clients to harm me. In the end, it was my brother Anthony who accompanied me to the hospital and took care of me the whole time. If William hadn't felt guilty, how could he not dare to take me to the hospital and take care of me in the hospital? William was injured at that time, and his injury was much more serious than yours. He lost too much blood and fainted on the spot. He was hospitalized for more than a month. How could he take you to the hospital and take care of you? Eve was so angry that she laughed. You are such a good sister. You didn't even know that William was hospitalized for more than a month. Linda found that what Eve said made sense and was shocked. Impossible. You must be lying to me. It was obviously Anthony's brother who saved me. Her eyes were red. She simply couldn't believe that Anthony would watch her being insulted, nor did she believe that such a simple Anthony would take away William's credit. Chapter 73. Anthony's brother is so innocent. Anthony is so innocent. How could he do such a thing? Eve, you bitch, you want to drive a wedge between me and Anthony's brother. Linda said angrily. Is it fun to make up these things? Was it William who ordered you to do this? Eve's eyes grew colder. You can easily get the truth from the police or the employees of Yueyushan K. They all know that it was William who saved you. It's just that you always believe in your brother Anthony and were unwilling to find the truth. Impossible, Linda said angrily. Don't even think about making excuses for William or slandering Anthony's brother. I won't fall for your scheme to sow discord between us. Second sister and the others are right. You, Eve, are a bitch. And because of you, our Lin family is in turmoil. Eve took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. In this case, there is nothing to talk about. If you sign this contract, the law department will withdraw the lawsuit and will no longer pursue you for damaging the interests of the company. That's what William meant. As for the past events I just told you, it's just that I personally can't stand it. William doesn't care whether you listen or not. Linda was stunned. She actually decided not to pursue the matter. She knew that this contract was definitely not a good thing. When he picked it up and took a look, he found that the contract required him to transfer 5% of the shares of Lingyun Group to William free of charge. She angrily tore up the contract. Let me hand over my shares? Is he crazy? I only damaged the group's interest by more than 100 million, but these shares are worth 500 million. How dare William? He has such a big appetite. Eve chuckled and said, Ms. Lin, have you forgotten that William gave you this 5% share for free? You have enjoyed the dividends for several years. Is there anything wrong with returning the shares to him now? Linda's chest heaved violently. Although what Eve said did make sense, she was reluctant to give up the 5% stake. She gritted her teeth and said, How can I take back what I gave away? What is given to me is mine. Tell William that he can never get this 5% stake. Eve looked at Linda coldly. Ms. Lin, greed will only kill you. Impossible. There's no way I'm going to hand over my shares. Linda's face turned red with anger. Then prepare to go to jail, Eve said and walked out of the office. This contract was just to let Linda hand over her shares in a decent manner, and it was also the last bit of affection William had for her. If Linda is unwilling to sign, William has many ways to save her face. So she wasn't worried. Seeing Eve leave, Linda's eyes turned red with anger, and she angrily said, Bitch, you just want my money and my shares, and you want to kill me. There is a world of difference between having shares and not having shares. She owns 5% of Lingyun Group's shares, which means she is considered a shareholder and senior executive of Lingyun Group. A single word from her can affect millions of profits for other companies. Without her shares, she would be no different from an ordinary person. Naturally, she was unwilling to give up these shares and her superior position. Just as she was smashing potted plants and cups in anger, Xiaolu came over with 3 security guards. Xiaolu held a notebook in her hand, recording the things she had broken. Ms. Lin, you have to pay for the things you broke, otherwise I will sue you as well. As a gangster, he naturally didn't understand what prosecution meant. Eve taught him to say this. Hearing this, Linda was so angry that she trembled all over. I am William's elder sister, and this is how you treat me. Get out of here, all of you. Drag him away and throw him out. Xiaolu snorted coldly. Several security guards stepped forward, dragged him away, and threw him out of Lingyun Group. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, she fell heavily to the ground, her face completely disfigured. Chapter 74. You are all in danger now. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she stared at the Lingyun Group's logo on the gate. A few days ago, she was still a senior executive of Lingyun Group and could enter and exit this gate at will. But now he is thrown out like a dog. William, just wait for me. I don't believe you are not afraid of your parents. Eve looked angry and turned away. Linda returned to the Lin family with red eyes. But Robert and Maria were sitting on the sofa, playing with their phones, not even looking at her. Mom and Dad, Linda was about to cry out of grievance. That bastard William wanted to put me in jail. I went to him to ask for an explanation, but he had me thrown out of the group. This is not only embarrassing for me, but also embarrassing for you. You must make the decision for me. But her tearful accusation did not arouse the anger of her parents. This damn bastard, Maria cursed nonchalantly, then turned to look at Robert. If Anthony can really introduce us to that big shot, then we will be rich. Of course. Robert didn't hear Linda's words at all and said in a deep voice, She is a big figure with great influence in the national entertainment industry, and her network of connections is very strong. As long as we get her investment, we will definitely be able to turn the Lin Group into a multi-billion-dollar group within 3 years. Maria laughed and clapped her hands excitedly. That's great. What did you just say? Robert noticed Linda's tears from the corner of his eye. Did that beast cause trouble to you again? Yes. Linda seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He is now strong enough. My sisters and I went to find him, but he didn't even give us the slightest bit of face. He even refused to acknowledge us as sisters. If you insist on nitpicking about that little problem, it's fine. If you want to send me to jail, I'll be fine. Dad, William is most afraid of you. Why don't you go find him and ask him to withdraw the lawsuit? Robert frowned and cursed. I gave birth to him and raised him, and this is how he repays me? We are family after all, but he wants to send you to jail. He is such a beast. Yes. He also said that if I don't hand over my shares, he won't withdraw the lawsuit. Linda's eyes were red, and she said angrily, just think about how big his appetite is. He asked for all my shares right away. What? Maria screamed. He dared to take your shares worth $500 million? This is outrageous. Robert then put down his phone, his face extremely ugly. A full 5% of the shares, he really dares to ask for it. You must never give him your shares. He is just daydreaming. Even if these shares are lost, they will not be given to him. I'll call him and tell him to get back here, and then I'll show you how I'll deal with him. After that, he called William, but found that he was blocked. He was so angry that he slammed the table hard. What a rebellion. He even dared to block his father. What a beast. What an ungrateful bastard. If I had known, I should not have brought him home. Let him be an orphan without parents. Linda and Maria were both dumbfounded. I didn't expect William would even block Robert's phone number. This is his biological father. Why don't you call his office? Maybe you can get through. Maria looked extremely unhappy. Robert, be nicer and trick him into going home. We'll deal with him once he gets home. Okay. Robert dialed the phone. Eve's voice came from the other side. Mr. Lin, if you are here to scold William, then don't call me again. Let William answer the phone. Robert said, suppressing his anger. William's voice came from the other end of the phone. Let me talk to him. Then William's cold voice sounded. If you have something to say, just tell me. Robert suppressed his anger and said, come home for dinner tonight. We have something to discuss with you. Home? That's your home, not mine. William's cold voice said, Robert, if you want to persuade me to let Linda go, don't waste your time. I can find evidence that Linda is harming the interests of the group, and I can also find evidence against you. So you guys are in danger now. If Linda doesn't hand over her shares, I will not only sue her, but also collect evidence of your crimes and sue you. Chapter 75. Anthony asks for money. When these words came out, Robert and the others were dumbfounded. Although they were not as greedy as Linda, they were still quite greedy. If you get caught, the minimum you have to pay is tens of millions in compensation. Maybe you'll even have to go to jail. Robert's hands were shaking as he held the phone, and his face was flushed. He didn't expect that William, who had always been submissive, would be so ruthless. Linda screamed, Mom and Dad, look, is he speaking human language? We are his blood relatives, and he wants to sue us. She snatched the phone and screamed angrily. Are you still a human being? We are all family, so what's wrong with taking the company's money? Which family's house, car, food, drink, and entertainment are not bought with the company's money? When my sisters go out to play, which one of them doesn't take the receipts to the company to get reimbursed? But before she could finish her words, her cell phone beeped. William has hung up the phone. Robert slammed the table angrily. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. I thought he was just having a little temper tantrum, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. How could I, Robert, give birth to such a beastly son? What a sin. If I had known, I would not have brought him home. Maria covered her face and cried, slapping her thighs with her hands. I said that this orphan had no manners since he was a child, and he hung out with those low-class people all day long. No wonder he has such a vicious heart. Now he is so cruel as to attack his family. Well, what should we do? If he is determined to pursue the matter, I will be sent to jail. The eldest sister looked panicked. At this moment, Maria's phone rang. She quickly answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Anthony's voice rang out. Mom, I have something to do this afternoon. Can you help me reply to my fans online? Just use your number. Maria was flattered. Okay, go ahead and do your work. Mom is here. Dad, I want to buy something. It might cost more than $50 million. Anthony said as a matter of course. When will you transfer the money? When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at their phones. Whatever you want to buy, it will cost more than $50 million. More than $50 million is not a small amount. What do you want to buy? Robert said with a smile. I want to auction an ancient painting and publish an album about lost national treasures. Anthony said pitifully. Because the original of this ancient painting has been lost overseas, it is hard to get news about it. If I had the original ancient paintings, this album would definitely sell like hotcakes. It will also help me to increase my influence in the entertainment industry, and it may even help me become the #1 trending search. Isn't this too expensive? Robert frowned and said, besides, how can ancient paintings be so cheap? I heard that any famous ancient painting is worth hundreds of millions. Be careful not to buy fake ones. Anthony's voice was filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you unwilling to support my cause? The reason why this ancient painting is so cheap is that some experts say it is fake, while some experts say it is real, and all parties are arguing endlessly. We can only cut off a part of it and send it for appraisal, but the seller doesn't dare to take the risk, so we put up for auction, and the starting price is only 10 million. I've studied it, and there's a high chance that this ancient painting is real. If it's auctioned, I'll make a killing. A full 50 million. Be careful. Robert frowned and took a deep breath. Maria glared at him, then smiled lovingly and took the phone. Isn't it just 50 million? Mom believes in you. For the sake of your career, we must support you. She subconsciously said, wait for me to make a call and ask William to give you 50 million. When she said this, she was stunned. Now that William has fallen out with his family, how could he possibly give money to them? Because I used to ask William for money, I blurted it out here. Anthony's voice became angry. Brother William has changed now. How could he be willing to give us 50 million? Damn bastard. What an ungrateful bastard. Robert cursed. It's better not to go to him. That bastard will definitely not give it to you. Dad and your sisters will collect some money for you and give it to you later. Thanks, Dad, Anthony said, and the call was hung up. Maria and Robert were talking seriously about how to raise money for Anthony. Linda became extremely anxious. She will be prosecuted in court and will probably go to jail. But his parents ignored him and instead discussed Anthony's trivial matters. Is Anthony's career more important than going to jail? Chapter 76, Country Road. She finally understood how William felt. In the family, William has the lowest status. His parents and sisters only cared about Anthony and didn't pay any attention to him at all. They even treated him like a slave and ordered him around. Now he was going to jail, but his parents and sister were helping Anthony and didn't care about his life or death at all. At this time, Robert looked at Linda and said, tell your sisters that each of you will contribute 5 million. I'll pay for the remaining 30 million. Anthony's account within half an hour, and we'll have the total of 50 million. I'll also give 5 million. Maria said kindly. Don't you want more than 50 million? Then make up a little more. Anthony is under a lot of work pressure right now, and we can't let him pay for it himself. Dad, Mom, Linda was furious. I'm going to jail. Don't you care about me at all? What are you talking about, 5 million? If it goes to court, I won't even have enough money to pay for it. When these words came out, Robert and his wife were stunned. Yes, Linda is also involved in a lawsuit. Forget it. If you don't have enough money to pay, you don't have to pay. Maria waved her hand. Just explain it to Anthony. He won't blame you. What do you mean by make it clear? Linda asked sharply. Why should I give him money? If I don't give him money, I still have to make it clear to him. What kind of logic is this? How can you talk like that? Robert scolded. It's only natural for a sister to help her brother. Then what should I do? Linda's face turned red. Is it just that I should go to jail obediently? Think about it yourself, or just hand over 5% of the shares. Robert waved his hand nonchalantly. William should not dare to cause trouble to us again after taking the shares. It's because you always beat and scolded him before, so he was so angry that he sued you. That's right. You were the one who beat him the most before. Otherwise, why would he target you and not your sisters? Maria waved her hand. The couple then continued to discuss Anthony's matter. Seeing that they ignored her, Linda got furious and walked out of the house in anger. Sitting in the car, she slammed the steering wheel hard. William's feelings better. No wonder he fell out with his family. I was furious after just one experience. Not to mention William, who had been ignored and scolded over the past few years. If it were me, I would have fallen out with my family long ago. Then she turned pale. Do I really have to hand over 5% of my shares? On the other side, William was driving on the road with Eve. The auction was held in the provincial capital. Because William wanted to take a ride and relax, he did not take the highway, but chose to take the country road. This is a self-driving tour route with many rural scenery along the way. The air is so fresh. Eve smiled and looked out the window. Sometimes I really need to go to the suburbs more often. It's so depressing to be stuck in the city all the time. Indeed, William took a deep breath and grinned. It's still early anyway. Let's drive slowly. He had already asked, and the auction of the ancient paintings had been changed to start at 9 o'clock in the evening. It's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so there's plenty of time. Eve, who was smiling happily in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and blew the smoke out of the car window. Eve showed no disgust on her face. She just smiled and said, "Smoke less." William smiled and nodded, taking another sip. I haven't felt this comfortable in many years. But at this moment, the vehicle suddenly skidded and crashed into a wasteland covered with weeds. Chapter 77. It hurts a little here. William's head hit the steering wheel hard, and he felt dizzy, but he still looked at Eve hurriedly. She was seen sitting there in shock, her pretty face pale with fear. William hurried to the co-pilot's seat, pulled her up, looked at her carefully, and asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Are you not hurt?" Eve covered her thigh. "It hurts a little bit here." William hurriedly lifted the hem of her suit skirt and found a small swelling on her snow-white skin. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, there is no bleeding. Don't worry. I will take you to the hospital now." He gently touched Eve's snow-white thigh with his hand. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I'll blow it for you." Eve's pretty face turned slightly red. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Please stop touching me." She slapped William's hand away, looking angry. "You won't take advantage of me, will you?" William then realized that the place he touched was very close to his underwear, and he quickly withdrew his hand, frowning, and said, "It's all swollen. Doesn't it hurt?" "It's okay, just wait a while," Eve said helplessly. "The car has crashed into the wasteland. We need a crane to lift it up. We definitely can't get out. We can't delay our trip to the provincial capital." "It's a delay, but your safety is the most important thing," William said with a guilty look on his face. "Sorry, I didn't notice it." Eve felt warm in her heart and hugged William gently. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I was probably just bruised." She looked at William. "Luckily, you weren't hurt either." William breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the roadside, and discovered the cause of the accident. There were broken pieces of porcelain and a torn white cloth scattered on the roadside. The country road was not an asphalt road, but a cement road. It had just rained heavily, so the road was washed white. No wonder I didn't see it. Anyone would have a car accident if it happened to them. Eve frowned slightly. Why are there people putting these bowls and plates on the road and covering them with white cloth? Something's wrong. William lit a cigarette and frowned slightly. He took out his cell phone and sent the location to Hailang, asking him to bring people here quickly. At this time, a tattered Nissan drove over and several men in plain clothes jumped out of the car. The man with a mole on his chin rushed down from the car, knelt on the ground and cried, "Ah, my Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. My Ming Dynasty auspicious plate." Who was the blind person who smashed them all to pieces? The people around him looked fiercely at William, who was standing in the wasteland. "You too, stop right there." When they saw the Mercedes-Benz S stuck in the wasteland, their eyes lit up. "Caught a big fish." Then several people rushed over in a hurry. Eve's face turned pale. "What do they mean?" "A scammer." William sneered and calculated the time in his mind. "This place is half an hour away from Nanzhou City. I'm afraid it will be too late for Hailang and the others to come." He sent another message to Black Wolf. "There's trouble. Hurry up." Soon, several people rushed over. For people surrounded William and Eve, looking them up and down. "How can you be so careless?" An elderly, skinny man stared into William's eyes. "Where are you from? Where are you going?" William glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you a police officer? I have to tell you this." Several people did not expect William to be so tough, and their faces were immediately filled with anger. In the past, when they tried to scam people, they were basically scared into pieces and allowed themselves to be interrogated. William actually dared to use this attitude. The skinny old man snorted angrily. "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit wine. You're quite tough, young man. I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, I will make you cry later." "What are you going to do?" Eve stared at them fiercely. This girl is really top-notch." One of them looked Eve up and down, his eyes lingering on her pretty face. "Are you hurt? Come here, let me take a look." "My dear, this place is all swollen. Let Uncle help you rub it." After saying that, he leaned forward and touched Eve's chest. Chapter 78. Why are you so cowardly? "What are you doing?" William's face was gloomy, and he stood in front of Eve. "What are you going to do in broad daylight?" "Look at what you said." The skinny old man sneered. "Seeing you guys get into a car accident, can't I just show some concern for you first?" Eve greedily and smiled sinisterly. I promise to make you feel comfortable. Pervert. Eve took William's hand and said, let's go. When several people heard this, they immediately blocked the road. The man with a mole on his chin angrily said, what are you doing? Stand still. You guys want to run away after you bumped into our stuff? William frowned. What are your things? Those things you hit were all our stuff, the man with a mole on his chin shouted. We put our stuff on the road to dry, and you broke them all. Don't you have to pay for it? Do you know how valuable these things of ours are? I'm afraid we can't even afford the compensation, even if we sell you guys. The other man sneered and looked at William. Look at how elegantly they are dressed. They should be able to afford the compensation. Aren't they just some broken porcelain? William said coldly. How can you properly dry things? You put a pile of porcelain on the street and cover it with a white cloth. You guys are clearly trying to scam me, right? William fiercely. Young man, since you have this attitude, don't blame us for being rude. The skinny old man snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, and walked quickly towards the pile of broken porcelain on the roadside. Let's go over and see how much compensation we have to pay. Let's go, Eve whispered. Just pay some money and don't bother with these people. No, I'm the only one who makes others suffer. No one can ever make me suffer. William said coldly. Hearing this, the man with the mole on his chin laughed in anger and said angrily, good boy, we have already talked to you in a nice way. Don't force us to do it. He had a fierce look on his face and walked slowly towards William, rubbing his fists. The other two also looked at William with a sly smile. You are so delicate and white, you can't stand a beating. If you get slapped, you will cry for your parents, right? You're still so arrogant, even after breaking things. Do you really think we're easy prey? The man with the mole on his chin suddenly raised his hand, pretending to hit William. William was so frightened that he took a step back, his eyes full of horror. This was a subconscious action on his part, because before his sisters and parents always raised their hands to slap him, and the next second, they would slap him hard on the face. Whether at home, outside, or even at work, you may be slapped at any time. So he was frightened and had a stress reaction. When they saw William's miserable appearance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. I thought he was so tough, but it turns out he's just a wimp. I just wanted to scare him, but I didn't expect to scare the shit out of him. What a coward. Are all the people in the city so cowardly? They looked at William, was even more disdainful and greedy. William is, the more ruthlessly they can kill him. Eve held William's hand and glared at them angrily. No matter what, you can't do it, right? And he wasn't frightened, but he was often bullied by his family in the past, so he reacted this way subconsciously. When several people heard this, they laughed even louder. Are you often spanked by your family? The man with a mole on his chin looked William up and down. You're already this old, but you're still afraid of your family. Aren't you ashamed? Luckily, this kid was born in the city. If he was in our village, he would be bullied to death for being so cowardly. The skinny old man spat and urged, hurry up, go and see how many treasures were broken. Seeing this, several people also urged William and Eve to the side of the road. Chapter 79, Microwave Oven Only. William had a gloomy face, staring at the few people, clenching his fists, and forcibly suppressing his anger. In another 20 minutes or so, Black Wolf and his men will be here. They'll make them look good. Eve whispered, don't be angry, just by time with them I'll call the police. No need, I've already asked Black Wolf and the others to come over. William whispered, there are probably more than 20 minutes left, let's delay for a while. Eve nodded worriedly and walked to the side of the road. William and others, as well as the porcelain they were surrounded by, curiously. The man with the mole on his chin picked up the broken porcelain bottle and cried, it's a Ming Dynasty porcelain. I heard that it was used by the emperor himself. It's worth tens of millions. William fiercely and said, I am kind-hearted. I will only give you 100,000 for this porcelain worth tens of millions. Another person held up 2 broken plates and exclaimed, these are blue and white porcelain plates from the Qing dynasty, worth millions. Several people hurriedly picked up the broken porcelain on the ground, crying and wailing for their prices. No piece of porcelain costs less than 1 million. Finally, everyone came to an agreement on the amount of compensation. The skinny old man sneered and looked at William. Little kid, some of our porcelains are worth tens of millions. But since you are still young and you didn't break it on purpose, I will let you pay less. The total is over 13 million, so I only need to pay 10 million. William and Eve with fierce eyes. Eve's eyes widened when she heard this. Aren't these just ordinary bowls and vases? How could they be antiques? She picked up the two broken pieces of the plate, put them together, and said angrily, "You said this was a Ming Dynasty rich plate, worth millions, but why are there a few modern words written on the bottom of it? It's obvious that this little girl is uneducated." This modern word also existed in ancient times. The skinny old man frowned and scolded, then snatched the plate, looked at the words on the bottom, and muttered, "For microwave oven only." William almost couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Were there microwave ovens in the Ming Dynasty? Eve chuckled. "Your products are so fake, aren't they? You can tell at a glance that they were bought from the market." The skinny old man's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. He stared at someone viciously and roared, "How the hell do you do things?" The man said timidly, "I will definitely not buy the wrong one next time. Don't worry about whether it's microwave safe. Just look at the glaze, the base, and the patina." The man with a mole on his chin said shamelessly, "It's easy to see at first glance." William was amused. "Are you trying to blackmail me? You can even make it up. I can pay you compensation, even 10,000 yuan, but what you did is a scam. If you call the police, you will be in big trouble." As soon as these words were spoken, several people's faces changed. "You're dreaming. You think you could just pay 10,000 yuan for damaging our valuables worth hundreds of millions of yuan?" a man said angrily. "Do you think we're easy to bully?" He rubbed his fists and stared at William. It seemed that as long as William dared to say no, he would rush forward and beat William. "Don't come over here. I've called the police," Eve said coldly. "How about this? I'll pay you 100,000 yuan, and we'll just let this matter go. Otherwise, if the police come, you will be in trouble." Several strong men looked disdainful when they heard this. The skinny old man sneered, "We dare to do this. Do you think we have connections in the police station? Even if you call the police, you still have to pay the compensation. Young, go get the appraisal certificate." He looked at a sturdy man. The sturdy man trotted over to the broken Nissan and fetched a stack of appraisal certificates. The skinny old man raised his reading glasses and sneered, "The appraisal certificates are all here, and the prices are clearly written on them." He pointed at the broken pieces on the ground. "This one, 7 million. This one, 36 million. And this one, 2,300,000. The man with a mole on his chin said arrogantly, "With the certificate, even if you go to the police station, you have to pay the money honestly." Chapter 80, Big Brother, Spare My Life. Eve's pretty face changed. She didn't expect these people to be so well prepared, even having certificates. William squatted down, carefully examined the appraisal certificate, and picked up the broken porcelain pieces for comparison. He murmured, "It's exactly the same as what's on the appraisal certificate. Hiss, it's really worth more than 3 million. A few people were stunned for a moment. They thought William had already determined the fact of fraud. The purpose of taking out the appraisal certificate was just to get William to pay faster. I didn't expect that silly boy William took it seriously. It seems that he is a rich second generation who is stupid and has a lot of money." The skinny old man looked at William as if he was a fool. "Boy, your family is rich, right? Otherwise, why would you drive a Mercedes-Benz? Not bad, a little money." William nodded. Several people were overjoyed when they heard this. The skinny old man saw William packing up slowly and urged him, "Rich second generation. It's not easy. I'll give you a discount. 8 million will be enough. Hurry up and take out the money. We will pretend that this incident never happened." "Mercedes-Benz, I want that Mercedes-Benz again," the man with the mole on his chin said anxiously. "Then add another Mercedes-Benz." The skinny old man nodded. Several people immediately surrounded William. "Boy, call home and ask for money quickly," the skinny old man urged. William glanced and saw a few silver-white sea lions coming in the distance. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "How much do you want? I'll burn it for you." Hearing this, several people immediately became angry. The man with the mole on his chin was furious. "Boy, do you think I'm joking with you? Burn it for me?" The skinny old man sneered. "It seems like you are itching for trouble. You guys give this kid some slack. As for this chick, let the old man deal with it." Eve greedily. William protected Eve behind him and looked at the highest cars coming at high speed with a sarcastic smile on his face. "Do you know why I said I would burn it for you? Because I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and accidentally kill you." Several people were furious. The man with the mole on his chin could not help but said angrily, "This kid is playing tricks on us. Let's break his legs first and see if he still behaves." After saying that, he raised his fist and hit William hard. Just then, a harsh brake sound was heard. A silver-white Toyota Hiace braked suddenly in front of several people, causing a gust of wind that blew up the corners of everyone's clothes. The man with a mole on his chin trembled with fear and said angrily, "Don't you have eyes?" At this moment, the doors of several Toyota Hiace cars were suddenly pushed open, and a group of strong men holding newspapers in their hands rushed out. There were more than 20 of them, surrounding the scene tightly. He kept saying, "Freeze my hands." The man with the mole on his chin was halfway through cursing, "Hey, it's my fault for not having eyes. I'm blocking your way." The skinny old man was shaking with fear. Someone from the underground forces? Why did they come here suddenly? Did I offend a big shot who shouldn't be offended? William in shock. "You didn't call him here, did you?" "No, that's impossible." Another person said, "This kid is stupid. He must be a rich second generation. How could he possibly call so many people here?" At this time, Black Wolf, wearing sunglasses and holding a shining machete, rushed over with his brothers. Big brother." The skinny old man was about to step forward to speak when he was kicked away by the Black Wolf. He fell to the ground and spit out blood. The others were all terrified and begged for mercy. "Brother, spare my life." But they were all knocked to the ground with the back of the knife. Chapter 81, Whose Relationship is Stronger? Black Wolf looked at William hurriedly. "William, are you okay?" "It's okay." William smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for your help. It's not a problem. My brothers are itching to hit someone, so you're the perfect vent for them," Black Wolf said with a smile. When the younger brothers heard this, they all laughed. The man with the mole on his chin and others were dumbfounded when they saw this and looked at William in shock. Only then did they realize that they had offended a big shot whom they should not have offended. The skinny old man begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "Young man, I am blind. Please show some mercy." He scratched his head in annoyance, wondering why he had to pick on these unreasonable underground forces. William sneered and kicked the skinny old man. "Are you still going to pay the money?" "No, no need." The skinny old man shook his head repeatedly in fear. Black Wolf glanced at the appraisal books and broken porcelain pieces scattered on the ground and said with a sinister smile, "You have grown eyes, and you even dare to play tricks on William." He looked at William. "What should we do with these people?" Hearing this, several people begged for mercy. "Please spare us. We won't dare to do it next time." Don't hit me. "Young man, please be kind and let us go." Eve said angrily, "You beg for mercy now? Weren't you very arrogant just now?" "Break all their legs." William smiled faintly. Hearing this, several people were frightened out of their wits and struggled to get up and run. But he was kicked over by his younger brothers. At this time, sirens sounded. A police car drove up and 3 officers rushed out. The leading police officer shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Stop it." The skinny old man's eyes lit up and he cried, "Grandson, help me. They broke my things and beat me up. You have to help me." The man with the mole on his chin looked at William and said arrogantly, "I told you that we have people in the police station, but you still dare to let these underground forces show up. How dare you?" William and Black Wolf looked at each other, both speechless. Who among those involved in underground forces doesn't have connections in the police station? The old man thought the two were scared and said smugly, "We were just stalling for time just now. Now that the police are here, I think you underground forces will have to go in." "I don't believe you dare to go against the police." One of them stood up sarcastically and said, "Do you really think we have no connections and dare to extort people on the street? Mr. Chien's grandson is the captain of the police station. Isn't that a strong enough connection? No matter how rich you are, do you dare to compete with Mr. Chien? Captain Chien is Mr. Chien's grandson." At this time, the leader rushed over quickly and helped the skinny old man up. "Master, why are you vomiting blood? Damn it, who hit my grandfather? Stand up for me." He glared at William and others. Black Wolf sneered and signaled his brothers to ignore him. William even laughed jokingly and said, "Oh, Captain Chien of the police station, you are such an important figure. Are you going to sacrifice your own family for the sake of justice? Or are you abusing your public power for personal gain?" The skinny old man and others were stunned when they saw William being so arrogant. Could it be that he even dared to mess with a big shot like a police captain? When the underground forces see the police, isn't it like a mouse seeing a cat? Captain Chien looked at William and suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this William?" Hearing this, Mr. Chien and others were trembling with fear. "Grandson, do you know this boss?" Old Chien immediately became flattering. "It seems that a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Let's make a big deal out of a small matter. William, what do you think?" Captain Chien suddenly sneered and said, "Yes, of course I know him. Everyone in Nanzhou knows that William was cuckolded. His fiancée ran off with his brother at the wedding. He really embarrassed himself. He couldn't help laughing sarcastically. Director Kong told his confidants to try their best to find something to hold against William. He wanted to take this opportunity to teach William a lesson. Whoever can catch William's handle will be promoted to a higher rank. Captain Qian looked at William with greedy eyes, feeling that William was more attractive than the beautiful Eve standing next to him. It's true that someone will send you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. Chapter 82. The weak will only be crushed if they get involved in a fight. Mr. Qian and the others looked at each other and finally understood what Captain Qian meant, and they all grinned with their big yellow teeth. It seems that the flood did not wash away the Dragon King Temple, but the little toad. Hey, William, where's your hat? Why can't I see your hat? Are you still arrogant, young man? You and your men should all go to jail. Eve's pretty face was cold, and she said in a cold voice, Captain Qian, you represent the image of a police officer. Please pay attention to your attitude when speaking. How dare you, a mistress, point fingers at me? Captain Qian said smugly. I'm telling you, your man has offended our chief, so you'd better stay away from him, or you'll get into trouble. William sarcastically. You're still gathering a crowd to cause trouble. You're in big trouble. Black Wolf's brothers all changed their expressions. Isn't William's background very strong? How dare a small police officer tell him what to do? But Hailang looked calm, as he was well aware of the game between these big shots. If a small figure like Captain Qian comes out to make trouble, he will be crushed easily. He glared at his younger brothers and told them to be patient. William frowned, took out his cell phone, and called Li Qiqian. Chief Kong is so bold. Even though I have the leverage over him, he still dares to instruct his subordinates to target me. When the call was connected, he briefly recounted what had happened, including the fact that Director Kong had asked Captain Qian to target him. Then Li Qiqian asked Captain Qian to come over and answer the phone. Captain Qian took the call, and instead of being afraid, he challenged, Deputy Director Li, you are not going to protect your friend, are you? He not only beat the farmers, but also entangled dozens of underground forces. If you make a big fuss about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your hat on your head anymore. Li Qiqian's steady voice sounded. Captain Qian, I advise you not to ask for trouble. Trouble? Humph. I'm asking for trouble just because I enforce the law impartially? Captain Qian said with disdain. He thought he was from Director Kong's faction and was not afraid of Li Qiqian at all. Li Qiqian smiled and said, Give the phone back to William. William picked up the phone and heard Li Qiqian laughing softly. Turn off the speakerphone and call Director Kong. He just wants to give you a favor and make you owe him a favor. Captain Qian, this fool, was sold out but still helped Director Kong count the money. What a fool. William understood what he said immediately, looked at Captain Qian with a hint of sarcasm, and then hung up the phone. Captain Qian's face was full of mockery. What do you think? Don't think I won't punish you just because you have a good relationship with Deputy Director Li. Director Kong is behind me. Brothers, handcuff William. After saying that, several police officers around him surrounded William. Eve's face turned panicked. Being taken to the police station was not a big deal, as she couldn't do anything to William, but it would delay her trip to the provincial capital. William smiled faintly. Wait, I'll call Director Kong to ask. Since Chief Kong wants me to owe him a favor, I'll just take advantage of his trick. Ha ha ha. Captain Qian laughed until tears came out of his eyes. It was Chief Kong who asked me to arrest you, and you even called him to beg for mercy. Is there anything wrong with your brain? William was too lazy to pay attention to him and dialed the phone. Director Kong, your people are a bit blind. They're trying to arrest me by confusing right and wrong. He briefly recounted the incident and sneered. He also said that you instructed him to target me. Captain Qian felt that William was about to die and said arrogantly, Of course, don't waste your energy. After saying this, he waited proudly for Director Kong's praise. Chapter 83. They didn't know they were wrong. They were just afraid. The skinny old man and the man with a mole on his chin also looked arrogant. They began to count the broken pieces of ceramic on the ground, planning to make a killing on William. At this time, Director Kong's furious voice rang out. Bullshit. When did I ever say such a thing? William is a well-known entrepreneur in Nanzhou. He has made great contributions to Nanzhou and is someone I admire. How dare you slander him like this? I think you don't want to wear this hat anymore. He was almost furious. He was the one who secretly told these things to his trusted subordinates. I didn't expect Captain Qian to be so stupid and told William directly. Isn't this clearly telling William that he is going to trick him? Upon hearing what Director Kong said, Captain Qian was dumbfounded. We were talking fine a few days ago. Why is it that now he just pulls up his pants and ignores me? Kong, Director Kong, did you remember it wrong? He asked hurriedly. What's wrong with your memory? Director Kong said angrily. Give the phone to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang is an ordinary police officer at the scene. He took the phone flatteredly. Director Kong, this is Zhang Tao. What can I do for you? When Director Kong's dull voice sounded, everyone pricked up their ears. Qian Senli has seriously violated the regulations. Not only has he favored his relatives and abused public power for personal gain, he has also fabricated and slandered his superiors in private. His police number should be revoked immediately, and he should be expelled from the police station. You must immediately arrest him and his cheating relatives and bring them back to the police station. If you do a good job, you'll be the new team leader. Zhang Tao was overjoyed when he heard this. Captain Qian, the skinny old man, and others were almost frightened to death. Captain Qian slumped to the ground, a look of disbelief on his face. I was following Director Zhang's instructions, but I ended up losing the stable job that I had worked so hard to get. This world is so unfair. Mr. Qian and others were even more dumbfounded and looked at William in horror. They finally realized what kind of big shot they had offended. Mr. Qian even wanted to die. After all, he had implicated his grandson. He knelt on the ground and cried, William, I really know I was wrong. I was stupid. Please beat me to death, but don't remove my grandson from his position. William glanced at him coldly. I still like your rebellious look just now. He would not have any sympathy for Qian Lao and others. If he had no strength and no background, he would be blackmailed to bankruptcy, and Qian Lao would also reveal his greedy and vicious face. Captain Qian and old Qian knelt on the ground and kowtowed to William. William, please, I'm begging you. I worked so hard to get into this police station. If I'm fired, I'll be finished. Don't let the disaster affect your family, William. The old man really knows his mistake and will never cheat anyone again. Eve couldn't bear it and said, How about persuade Chief Zhang to let Captain Qian go? They won't dare to do this again in the future. William gently touched her head and said lovingly, They didn't realize they were wrong, but they knew they were going to be doomed. If they were ordinary people without power, they would have acted differently. If we let them go, it will hurt more people. There's no need to pity them. Eve took a deep breath and looked at William with admiration. I understand. Afterwards, Zhang Tao, who was about to be promoted to team leader, handcuffed Captain Qian and others and called a police car to take them away. Black Wolf touched his big bald head and said with a smile, William, I'll ask my brothers to find someone to tow your broken car away. I'll take you wherever you want to go. No need. I've asked someone from the company to take care of it. Eve smiled faintly and said, But I'll have to trouble Brother Black Wolf to take us to the provincial capital. I have something to do in the evening, and I'm afraid we'll be delayed. Black Wolf laughed and said, Okay, sister-in-law. Eve blushed slightly. Calling me sister-in-law is too fast. Just call me Secretary Yang. Just call me sister-in-law. William smiled and looked at Hailang. Since you brought so many brothers here, it's just right to bring your people and go to the provincial capital with me. Hailang was stunned for a moment. What was William going to do in the provincial capital? Why did he bring so many people with him? Chapter 84, I feel like I'm being kept by you. William took Eve to get into Black Wolf's second-hand tank 300. Black Wolf opened the door for them like a driver. More than 20 of his younger brothers followed behind in 3 Toyota Hiaces. They marched towards the provincial capital in a mighty procession. Inside the car, Black Wolf tried his best to control the situation, but it was still a bit bumpy. He laughed at himself. 10 years ago, only others could drive for him. No one could let the dignified Black Wolf be their driver. I didn't expect that I would be someone else's driver today, and that person is just a big boss with some money. But on second thought, if it weren't for William, he would probably still be delivering takeout to pay off his debts, let alone reviving the Black Wolf gang and taking revenge. Thinking of this, he held the steering wheel with both hands, looking extremely serious. William pretended to casually put his hand on Eve's snow-white thigh under her short skirt and said seriously, Help me find a few ancient painting appraisal masters, and they must be famous in the appraisal circle. Tell them to bring professional appraisal equipment and come to Tianqing Auction House before 9 o'clock tonight. By the way, buy them admission tickets. And find a few influential media outlets. I want to let everyone know the value of that ancient painting tonight. Eve asked worriedly, Are you so sure that the ancient painting you bought at the auction is real? I heard that it was sent to the auction because it was difficult to tell whether it was real or fake, and the seller was afraid to authenticate it. If an ancient painting that is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake can be sold for 50 million, then an ancient painting that is identified as a fake may not even be worth 500 yuan. It must be true, William said seriously. I believe you. Eve smiled faintly, then took out her cell phone and started a contact. William closed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I will repay double the humiliation I suffered in my last life in this life. Chief Zhang's behavior just now has aroused his vigilance. William subconsciously touched Eve's thigh with his fingers, muttering, "How ridiculous. You want to use this to control me. Do you really think that video is the biggest bargaining chip in my hand? Chief Zhang, White Dog Gang, I'll let you guys jump around for a few more days." His hands subconsciously moved deeper and deeper. Eve's pretty face was already red. She bit her red lips tightly, and she wished she could pinch William's stomach with one hand. But seeing that William was thinking so seriously, he endured it. William suddenly felt something was wrong with the touch. He looked down and saw that his hand had already reached into Eve's skirt. Eve's pretty face also turned red, and she stared at him angrily. He was so frightened that he quickly put his hands away and said with a wry smile, "Well, I was lost in thought just now. Do you like touching women's thighs when you think about something?" Eve said in a low voice. "SHHHHH." William's face changed, and he glanced at Hailing. Seeing that he was driving seriously, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Let's talk about it when we get home. Let's talk about it when we get home." Eve glared at William unhappily and folded her hands on her snow-white thighs to prevent William from taking advantage of her again. William quickly changed the subject and looked at Black Wolf and said, "Why are you driving a tank 300 and a second-hand one at that?" "Ha, this is not the startup of the company. Let's spend the money where it matters most." Black Wolf chuckled. "Tanks are also very impressive." William smiled and said, "Go buy a Range Rover. It suits your temperament. With a luxury car, it will be easier to get things done in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke for a great Black Wolf brother to drive a second-hand car? After you buy it, bring the receipt to see me at the company, and I'll reimburse you." Hailing was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect William to be so generous to him. He bought a car worth 1.5 million yuan without any hesitation and even reimbursed himself. After all, William himself only owns a Mercedes-Benz worth nearly 1 million. "William, it's better not to do that. After all, you drive a Mercedes-Benz." Black Wolf scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm going to change my car." William smiled faintly. "I'll change it if I tell you to." "When did you, Black Wolf, become so slow?" "Hey, thank you, William." Black Wolf slapped the steering wheel excitedly and scratched his head. "William, why do I feel like I'm being kept by you? Give me money, give me a house, buy me a luxury car. Go away, I don't have this habit." William cursed with a smile. Eve couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 85. Full of momentum. Soon, the convoy arrived at the provincial capital. William randomly found a relatively high-end restaurant. A tank 300 drove directly to the store entrance, followed by 3 Toyota Hiaces. More than 20 people swarmed out of the Toyota Hiace, cursing and complaining that they were about to vomit after sitting in the car for so long. The restaurant owner had never seen such a scene before and was almost scared to death. The waiter had been so scared that he hid away. The boss trembled as he walked up to the seemingly boss Black Wolf and said, Big brother, let's talk it over." Black Wolf took a step back and looked at William respectfully. "He is the boss, you talk to him." The boss was shocked. William, who looked to be in his 20s and was the leader of the group, nodded and bowed hurriedly, saying, "Brother, if our store has offended you in any way, please forgive us. We're not here to cause trouble. We're here to eat." Eve smiled. "Well, just book the place." William looked at Black Wolf with a smile. "Tell the brothers to order whatever they want to eat. Don't save money for me." Hearing this, the younger brothers cheered. "But there is one thing, no drinking." William's face darkened. "If anyone drinks, don't blame me for being ruthless." Black Wolf's face darkened, and he asked angrily, "Did you hear that?" The younger brothers looked at each other and said in unison, "I heard it." The boss came over and glanced at William and Eve and asked politely, "Do you want me to arrange a private room for you?" "No need, just eat with everyone," Eve said softly. William nodded approvingly. If you want to have a good relationship with the Black Wolf group, you can't ask for special treatment. It's best to get along with them. He was also worried that Eve would have an issue and not want to dine in the hall with this group of rude people. I didn't expect her to bring it up on her own initiative. After eating and drinking, it was just past 8 o'clock and the group drove to the auction house in the city center. Soon, dignitaries lined up in front of the building to enter, including an Anthony, and was shocked and said, "Your family helped you raise more than 50 million so quickly? They are so kind to you. If I ask my parents for 1 million, I have to write a paper explaining how to spend it. It's only 50 million, that's nothing." Anthony said nonchalantly, "As long as we get Wu Daozi's Fisherman Fishing painting tonight, we'll be rich." "Are you so sure it's true?" Annie frowned. "What if it's fake? Wouldn't that 50 million be wasted?" "It must be true. I trust my instinct." Anthony's eyes flashed with greed. "That person shouldn't lie to me. She knows the source of this painting very well." He couldn't help feeling elated. As long as he got the painting, he could carry out a series of plans. The moment of rapid development begins. At this moment, there was a sharp brake sound, and a tank 300 rushed directly to the front of the building. A dozen security guards surrounded them angrily. "Don't you have eyes? Didn't we inform you long ago? You can't park in front of the building. Drive away and park in the parking lot. It's just a broken car, but you dare to be so arrogant." But at this moment, 3 Toyota Hiaces followed closely. More than 20 men wearing sunglasses and black suits rushed down in unison. Then they lined up in front of the tank 300, looking very impressive. When the security guards saw this scene, they were so scared that they stepped back. If they knew that the visitor brought so many bodyguards, they would definitely not dare to say anything. And Anthony were stunned. "Who is this big shot?" Annie asked curiously. "How dare he be so arrogant in front of Tianqing Auction House? He goes out with dozens of bodyguards. It seems that this big shot is not simple." Anthony looked envious. When will he be able to become such a big shot? At this moment, Black Wolf, wearing sunglasses and a big gold chain, opened the car door himself, and Eve appeared in front of everyone holding William's hand. William was wearing a neat suit. He was 1.85 meters tall, and with his cold expression, he looked very imposing. Eve's beautiful face and tall figure also attracted a lot of attention. Everyone at the scene looked over, curious about who the big shot was who would come to such a low-end auction house. Anthony and were dumbfounded. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. "What? They are here too." Chapter 86, A Burst of Jealousy. This time they came to the provincial capital, but they didn't tell anyone else. "William get here?" Anthony couldn't help feeling annoyed. He was determined to get Wu Daozi's ancient painting and didn't want to make any mistakes. And snorted coldly. "Look at their airs. Do they really think they are important people? This is the provincial capital. His strength is not enough. Not to mention that he is the CEO of a billion-dollar group that is half empty. It's okay, just treat them as flies." Anthony looked at William, who was being watched by everyone, with envy in his eyes and sneered, "Let it be arrogant for a while. In less than 3 years, he will be the one watching us being the center of attention." Eve also noticed the two of them and frowned slightly. "Why are they here too?" "I expected that." William smiled faintly. "Anthony also came here for the ancient painting, but unfortunately, I won't let him get his wish." "Is he also sure that this ancient painting is real?" Eve's face was filled with doubt. "It's obviously an ancient painting whose authenticity is uncertain. Why are you and him so sure about it?" William smiled, "Because he and I both know the origin of this ancient painting." At this time, a young man in a well-dressed suit came over and shook hands with William. "William, I've heard a lot about you." William smiled. The person who came was Lai Qing, the young master of Tianqing Auction House. "Mr. Lai, please take us in." Lai Qing laughed. "You're welcome. You're re-welcome. It's an honor for Tianqing Auction House that William can visit it." While the two were exchanging greetings, Lai Qing personally led them into the auction hall and arranged them in the VIP seats in the front row. Anthony and couldn't help feeling jealous when they saw this scene. Anthony gritted his teeth coldly. "Wait until I get the ancient painting and win the favor of the mayor, and then I'll see if you dare to act arrogant in front of me in the future." Soon, the auction began. This was a relatively small auction, and the highest prices for most items did not exceed 30 million. William kept chatting with Eve and had no intention of making an offer. This couldn't help but make Lin Ziwu nervous. Could it be that William really came here for that ancient painting? After more than half an hour, we finally arrived at the last item. The young and beautiful auctioneer sweetly introduced the picture of a fisherman fishing and also informed the specific risks. There was an uproar at the scene. The starting price of an ancient painting whose authenticity is uncertain is as high as 30 million. What fool dares to take this photo? However, there are also some people who had known the news a long time ago and made bids with the attitude of giving it a try. Since no one is bidding, I'll take it for 30 million, 31 million, 32 million. Everyone was making tentative bids, and no one dared to spend a high price. When the price reached 40 million, there was total silence, and no one dared to bid anymore. The seller is just a retired old man from a power plant. How could he possibly get an authentic work of Wu Daozi? I just checked his identity. His ancestors were all poor peasants, not even landlords. It's definitely not left by his ancestors. Who gave him the courage to put this fake painting up for auction? Anthony breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that William did not bid. He said loudly, 41 million. Having said that, he waited confidently for the auction to be successful. At this time, a discordant voice sounded, 45 million. William sitting in the VIP seat. There was an uproar at the scene. Someone was actually willing to pay 45 million to buy an ancient painting whose authenticity was uncertain. Too much money to spend? Anthony's face changed drastically. His face turned red in an instant, and he glared at William. Chapter 87, 60 million. William also bid. He was sure that William didn't know the value of this ancient painting. William made the bid, definitely to disgust himself, and glared at William with disgust. You are willing to spend so much money on a fake painting, but you won't lend me the money. Anthony gritted his teeth. 46 million. William quickly quoted, 50 million. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Anthony looked extremely unhappy. He only had more than 56 million in his hand. If William continued to raise the price, he would miss out on this painting worth hundreds of millions. But on second thought, since William just wanted to disgust me, I might as well take advantage of him. He said slowly, Brother William, we are all family. There's no need to fight for it, right? Who are you and I? William sneered. A bastard like you is worthy of being my family? Anthony curiously. Anthony suppressed his ugly expression and said with a smile, Since Brother William wants it, I'll give it to you. After all, this ancient painting is most likely fake. I only bought it because my dad likes Wu Daozi's paintings. After that, he laughed loudly and said, I will raise the price for the last time. If you still insist, then I won't raise the price anymore. I'll pay 51 million. After he finished speaking, he sat down pretending to be indifferent, feeling secretly proud in his heart. If William just wanted to raise the price to disgust me, he would definitely not dare to raise the price further once he heard that I would not raise the price further. William looked at him speechlessly and said calmly, 55 million. Everyone was shocked again. Is it worth spending 55 million for a fake painting? Since you don't want to raise the price any further, I'll accept it with pleasure. William sneered. Anthony was dumbfounded. He didn't expect William to continue to raise the price. He clenched a bank card with 56 million in it and gritted his teeth. 56 million. William teased. You're not going to raise the price, are you? Anthony glared at him unhappily. For the last time, then I'll offer 60 million. William remained calm. There was an uproar at the scene. William is really arrogant. He always adds millions when he opens his mouth. The young and beautiful auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. This gentleman has already bid up to 60 million. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 60 million once, 60 million twice, 60 million. Anthony's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face looked extremely ugly with anger. 60 million. He could no longer afford a bid, and whispered, why not just forget it? It's just a fake painting anyway. Yes, a fake painting. A hint of viciousness flashed in Anthony's eyes. Since I can't get it, I'll just pretend it's a fake painting. In the end, William successfully took the photo of this ancient painting. A pot-bellied old man in the audience jumped up excitedly. 60 million, 60 million. I can't spend it all in my lifetime. Everyone at the scene was filled with emotion. The fat old man was just an ordinary office worker. He took out a painting from somewhere and sold it at a high price of 60 million. Anthony sneered. Congratulations, you bought a fake painting. I really don't know what you're thinking. Annie said disdainfully. 60 million to buy a fake painting, that's too much money to spend, right? William glanced at her and said, I would burn it for fun, but I would never give it to a white-eyed wolf like you. You? Annie stomped her feet in anger. Lai Ching came over personally to help William with the formalities and finally said with a smile, Congratulations, William. I sincerely hope that this painting is authentic. I wish your appraisal will come true. I've invited a few experts to lend you their space. William said with a smile. Of course, no problem, please. Lai Xing nodded. 3 white-haired old men walked out from the audience and came to the stage holding William's ancient paintings. When they saw the three old men, there was an uproar at the scene. These three people are all famous authentication masters in the ancient painting world and have authenticated countless ancient paintings. William invited them all over and wanted to conduct on-site appraisal. Are you so sure that the ancient painting is authentic? Chapter 88, The Origin of Ancient Paintings. Anthony was stunned and looked at William in disbelief. It was actually carried out on the spot with such fanfare. Could it be that he also knew that this ancient painting was authentic? How is that possible? And sneered, he wouldn't be stupid enough to give false testimony, would he? With so many people present, there must be many knowledgeable people. Falsifying evidence will only lead to being exposed. He wants to give false testimony. Don't be fooled by him. Anthony suddenly stood up and shouted. People at the scene were talking about it. After all, William had lost 60 million, so he might want to do an appraisal to make sure the fake one was real. Maybe this is a setup by Tinching Auctions. He's not that stupid, is he? To give false testimony in front of so many people. These three masters are very famous. It is impossible for them to give false testimony for him just for money. The original owner of the painting, a fat old man, saw that the situation was not good and was worried about being retaliated against if the painting was identified as a fake, so he turned around and tried to run away. William said calmly, "Wang Tiechue, wait a minute." The fat old man was so scared that he trembled all over. You've already paid. You can't refuse to pay. I'm not that kind of person. I just need your help to testify later. William smiled. As the fat old man was hesitating, several thugs in black clothes and wearing sunglasses surrounded him. The crowd at the scene was even more shocked. Lai Ching saw that William seemed to be here to cause trouble, and his face darkened. William, our Tinching auction is not easy to mess with. If you want to force a move on the seller, I advise you to think twice. Let's get started. William was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The three masters on the stage started the identification procedure, and the whole process was projected on the big screen for everyone to see clearly. As the identification results came out step by step, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. The paper is old, the ink is old, and every stroke is in the style of Wu Daozi. And the last three treasure appraisers were also dumbfounded, their voices trembling with excitement. Open the door, open the door. This is definitely authentic. I never thought that I would be able to authenticate an authentic work of Wu Daozi in my lifetime. There was an uproar at the scene. If this painting is authentic, its value must be higher than 200 million. William only spent 60 million to buy it, which means he made at least over 100 million in profit. Anthony slumped in his chair, looking hopeless. Anne's face turned red, and she looked at William with resentment in her eyes. Why? Why should he be allowed to take real photos? Annie was so angry that she was shaking all over. Impossible. Don't be fooled by them. This is probably a setup. Seeing everyone looking over, she said righteously. After all, the authentic product is worth hundreds of millions, and these appraisal masters are likely to join forces with him. And think about it. This fat old man is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly get Wu Daozi's authentic work? The three appraisal masters were almost furious. The treasures I have appraised are worth more than 1 billion yuan. What is 200 or 300 million yuan? I've been an appraiser for my whole life. There is no way my reputation will be ruined because of this painting. Little girl, you look pretty, but why are you so vicious? William smiled and said, Wang Dachui, did you find this painting in the rental house? The owner of the house disappeared after renting it to you, right? Wang Dachui was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You investigated me? Yes. The owner's original name was Fan Keita. He went abroad last year and was killed by his enemies. William smiled faintly. His ancestor was Fan Lao, who, a famous landlord in the southern wilderness. And this painting was passed to him by Fan Lao, who. If you don't believe it, you can go check it out. Anthony, with a sarcastic expression. The origin of this ancient painting was investigated by Anthony in the previous life and was confirmed to be authentic. In this life, it has become a wedding dress for myself. Chapter 89 by Moyu. There was a sensation at the scene. It seems so. Rumor has it that Fan Lao, who likes to collect ancient paintings and has a whole room full of them. We have found out that the owner of Wang Dachui's rental house is indeed named Fan Keita, and he's indeed the direct descendant of Fan Lao Hu. It was passed down by Fan Lao Hu, so even if this ancient painting is not authenticated, it is definitely authentic. After hearing this, The fat old man slumped to the ground with a look of despair on his face. Just now he was laughing at William for buying the paintings in his room, because he knew very well that if it was a real painting, the landlord would not keep it hanging in the house he rented. But I didn't expect this to be a real painting. It could have been sold for 200 million, but he only got 60 million. Everyone at the scene looked at the ancient painting with excited eyes. An old man suddenly stood up and said, "Mr. Lin, I am willing to pay 200 million to buy this ancient painting. I'll offer 230 million. A noble lady stood up and scolded. "I'll offer 250 million. Lai Ching suddenly said. Anthony saw this scene. He almost fainted from anger. This ancient painting should be his. The person surrounded by people bidding should be him. But all of this was snatched away by William, and walked up to William angrily and said, "How shameless of you. This painting is obviously Anthony's. You just took advantage of your little money to rob him of his things. Are you sane?" William glanced at her and said, "The highest bidder wins. I bid the highest, so it's mine." "Hey, he is your brother. Can't you just give him up?" Annie gritted her teeth. The onlookers burst into laughter. How shameless. He's just an adopted brother. How can he save face in front of William? This little girl should use some brains when she's jealous. William was too lazy to argue with her and just turned and left. Many people followed him with fiery eyes. But when they saw Black Wolf and more than 20 of his men taking William away, everyone gave up dejectedly. After all, he has more than 20 younger brothers. Who would dare to rob him? "William, please get in the car," Black Wolf said respectfully. He looked at William with eyes full of respect and admiration. William only came to the provincial capital and easily made more than 100 million. He was convinced by William's way of making money. William took Eve's hand and got into the car. On the other side, Anthony was too embarrassed to stay in the auction house, so he took his hand and left. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Why? Why did he know about this too? Have you told anyone else about this?" And asked angrily, "Otherwise, how could William be so well informed?" "I didn't say that." Anthony gritted his teeth and said, "I don't understand why he knew that." At this time, a tall woman wearing a black windbreaker and with a cold face walked over. Behind him, there were 3 or 4 bodyguards in black. Seeing that the woman was not ordinary, Annie subconsciously stepped back with fear in her eyes. But the woman looked at Anthony with surprise. "Brother Anthony, is that you?" Anthony was stunned, looking at the woman with a look of surprise in his eyes. You are the sister who fell off the bike at that time?" "Yes." The woman smiled happily. "Thanks to you for sending me to the hospital in time. Otherwise, I would never be able to stand up again." Annie was stunned for a moment. "Ziwu saved you?" Anthony excitedly. "After he saved me, he left without asking for anything in return and without leaving his name. I've been looking for him for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet him in the provincial capital." "Anthony, you are so kind. You should at least leave me your contact information so that I can repay you." Anthony smiled innocently. "I don't like to leave my name behind when I do good things, otherwise it seems too deliberate." Having said that, the reality is that he was worried about being blackmailed, so he ran away after being sent to the hospital. "My name is Bai Moyu, and I'm glad to meet you here," Bai Moyu said with a grateful look on his face. "I noticed you at the auction just now, but I wasn't sure it was you, so I didn't help you." Suddenly, Annie was shocked and asked, Bai Moyu, are you Bai Go's sister?" Chapter 90, For My Respect. "Yes." Bai Moyu nodded, his expression showing a bit more pride. Anthony's eyes widened in shock. Unexpectedly, the girl he rescued turned out to be the younger sister of Bai Go, the overlord of the underground forces in Nanzhou. If I had known, I shouldn't have run away. If I had established a relationship with White Dog earlier, I wouldn't have been constantly being stepped on by William. Annie was shocked. "Ms. Bai, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Sister Bai is so beautiful." Although Anthony was excited, his expression was as harmless as ever. "It seems that the rumors are true." "What rumors?" Bai Moyu was overjoyed when Anthony praised him and smiled proudly. "Is someone saying bad things about me behind my back?" "Well, I heard that Brother White Dog's sister is heroic and beautiful, a heroine." Anthony praised with admiration. "I saw it today, and it is true. I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to be able to save a beauty like my sister." Bai Moyu was flattered by the compliment. "Brother, you have a sweet mouth. Okay, I'm not going to listen to your praise anymore, or I'll fly to the sky. Do you really want the painting at the auction just now?" "Yeah." Anthony nodded. "It's a pity that it was bought by William. Just now I seem to hear that he is your brother." Bai Moyu frowned. Isn't that too much? How can a brother snatch things from a younger brother? If you want it, he should give it to you, but he is still bidding against you. We are obviously a family, yet you still do such an awkward thing. William Anthony looked confused and disappointed. What's wrong with him? Tell your sister, and she will help you deal with him. Moyu looked angry. She couldn't tolerate her savior being bullied. Besides, she is Go's sister. In the entire Nanzhou area, few people dare to provoke her. So she also developed an arrogant and domineering personality, and said angrily, William is nothing. He behaved badly at home and made his family unhappy with him. But instead of blaming himself, he went even further and wanted to take the Lin family's assets for himself. He also bullies Anthony often. This is just a small matter. I heard that he beat Anthony before. Anthony's head distressfully. Don't worry, I will help you get justice. Forget it. I don't want you to provoke him because of me. Anthony shook his head quickly and said sincerely, is the boss of the 10 billion group, and he has a group of underground forces under him. Oh, underground forces. Moyu smiled contemptuously. Don't you ask for humiliation by mentioning underground forces to me in Nanzhou? Now everyone knows that the boss of the underground forces in Nanzhou is my brother. But he is very rich. Anthony continued to refuse. Sister Mou, you don't have to help me out of guilt. I am willing to help you. I'm willing to help you. Moyu was heartbroken and felt even more disgusted with William. She looked at a bodyguard coldly. How is the investigation going? Sister Bai, what your savior said is basically true. William has been deserted by everyone in the Lin family. The black-clad bodyguard bowed his head respectfully. However, he found the former Nanzhou boss Black Wolf to cooperate with him and formed an underground force. Now he has hundreds of thugs under his command, and he had a conflict with the boss before, and because Director Kong stood on his side, the boss suffered a setback. Anthony and Anne's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. They wanted to provoke Moyu to deal with William, but they didn't expect that she would ask someone to check William's background. What if Moyu doesn't dare to take action? Then wouldn't their plans be ruined? Interesting, he can actually make my brother lose face. Moyu frowned. It seems that this person is really not simple. Anthony looked aggrieved, but said provocatively, Brother William is too powerful. You'd better not provoke him. If he gets angry, he'll even dare to hit you. Humph. Moyu snorted coldly. Isn't it just a little money and some connections? Compared to my brother, it's nothing. While he is still in the provincial capital, Director Kong can't intervene at all. Let's catch up with him now. For my sake, he will obediently hand over the painting you like. Chapter 91. Acting Bravely for Justice. William was sitting in the car when he received a call from Shan Kaiwei. The eldest sister Linda and her brother-in-law, Chan Xinhe, made a scene in the company and wanted to find him. Because the second sister and others had positions in the company, they would not allow the security guard to chase her away. So Shan Kaiwei had no choice but to call William for his opinion. Eve said angrily, You sisters really don't consider the interests of the group. You always make trouble at the group headquarters. The reputation of Lingyun Group in the outside world has become very bad now. William smiled and said, It's just a child's trick. He said into the phone, Kaiwei, tell the security guards to throw Linda out. If Nancy and the others try to stop us, throw them out as well. Shan Kaiwei said okay and hung up the phone. At this moment, a truck rushed over and forced the tank 300 to stop. Black Wolf said in a deep voice, William, someone is blocking us. Should we turn around and leave? He had barely said half of his words when several Santanas rushed over and surrounded Tank 300. William frowned, wondering who was looking for trouble with him. Director Kong and Go are still members of the Lin family. Black Wolf kicked open the car door and said in a deep voice, William, you and your wife had better not get out of the car, lest you get into danger. I can handle this little thing. William nodded, not bothering to get out of the car, and smiled to comfort Eve. Don't be afraid. Black Wolf brought more than 20 brothers with him. This is just a small matter. He can handle it. I'm not scared. Eve rolled her eyes at him and smiled faintly. I've seen all kinds of storms over the years. Outside the car, Hailang angrily said, Who dares to block my car without having eyes? His younger brothers had already gotten out of the car and were looking at the Santanas menacingly. 7 or 8 people also rushed down from several Santanas. The leader had a scar on his face. He laughed and said, Brother Black Wolf, long time no see. I heard you got out of jail. Scarface. Black Wolf's face darkened. He recognized him as White Dog's man and laughed hoarsely. White Dog is so impatient that he comes to trouble me so soon. Just you? Just a poor dog, not worthy of Brother White Dog's personal attack. Scarface laughed. At this time, several cars rushed over again. Bai Moyu walked towards Hailang domineeringly. Where's William? Tell him to get off. Bai Moyu. Black Wolf frowned and sneered. Since Baigo doesn't dare to show up, he sent a woman like you to cause trouble for me? This man is Black Wolf. Scarface said respectfully. TSK. Bai Moyu sneered. I heard that Brother Black Wolf was very powerful back then. How come he ended up in jail? I would have respected you back then, but now you have fallen to the point of being a dog for an entrepreneur. This is really a disgrace to our underground forces. Get out of the way and let William come down to see me. Hailing got angry when he heard that, and the younger brothers behind him started cursing in anger. He squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. Bai Moyu only brought a dozen people, and they were no match for him at all. But if he attacks Bai Moyu, wouldn't he be completely at odds with Baigo? At this moment, William got out of the car and looked at Bai Moyu coldly. Miss Bai, there's no hatred between us two, right? Are you planning to help your brother teach me a lesson? Don't talk so much nonsense. Just hand over the ancient painting you photographed. Bai Moyu lit a cigarette and looked at William with disdain. Hand it over, and we can live in peace. If you don't hand it over, I'll let my brother do it. Then you'll know how miserable it is. Hailang and the others looked solemn upon hearing this. The last time Baigo let them go was because he was giving face to Director Kong. If they really dare to touch Bai Moyu, Baigo will probably turn into a mad dog. William smiled and said, It seems that my green tea brother has brought in reinforcements. When did the sister of the great white dog brother become a volunteer? She likes to do things for justice so much. Chapter 92 Scarface. You still have a nerve to say that. Bai Moyu said angrily, I've never heard of you bullying your brother like this. No wonder you've been abandoned by everyone. If I were your father, I would have broken your legs and kicked you out of the company long ago. William shook his head and smiled. Then when Black Wolf winked at him, he nodded. Ask him to gather his younger brothers over to avoid being surrounded by Baigo and his men. I won't waste my time talking to you anymore. Bai Moyu stared at William fiercely. Where's the painting? Take it out from me now. She looked at the bodyguards behind her and said, Go, get the painting from his car. Without any hesitation, several bodyguards walked quickly towards the tank 300. Hailang snorted coldly, and several of his younger brothers immediately blocked the bodyguards. The other younger brothers also slowly gathered around. When Scarface and the others saw this, their faces changed and they all took out their weapons. The scene suddenly became tense. William smiled nonchalantly and said, I spent $60 million to buy this painting, and you want to snatch it away with just one sentence. I just want to ask you one question, why? Because you are Baigo's sister. Scarface said angrily, William, you are not an ordinary person. The lady is willing to speak to you in a nice tone, which is already a great honor for you. I advise you to hand it over honestly. If Brother White Dog shows up in person, you will end up in trouble. What's a white dog? Black Wolf laughed. Didn't he lead people to surround William, and finally left in disgrace? Black Wolf's brothers all laughed. That time really made them feel good. Scarface snorted coldly and sneered. If you think so, then you are not far from death. What a joke. You really think you are something. Bai Moyu sneered. My brother has dominated the underground world of Nanzhou for nearly 10 years. If it were that simple, he would have been kicked down long ago. William, listen to me carefully. You have to hand in today, or you can't hand it in. She raised her chin and said with disdain, An entrepreneur like you with a market value of 10 billion yuan would be at least 50, if not 30 in Nanzhou. When they saw my brother, they were all as scared as their grandsons. There aren't many people like you who dare to bargain with me. William grinned. The one thing I'm better than them is the people like Black Wolf. Indeed, Bai Moyu looked a little puzzled. Some entrepreneurs do employ some people, but they dare not employ more than 20 people. Otherwise, they will be raided by the police. It's rare to find someone like you who has hundreds of followers at once. He won't be able to laugh for much longer. Scarface sneered. He knew very well that the reason why Baigo did not dare to touch William for the time being was because of Director Kong. But if the relationship is completely broken, Baigo will not give any face to Director Kong and will directly take people to kill William. Just then, the roar of the engine was heard. More than a dozen Toyota Hiaces drove over in a mighty procession. Seeing this scene, Scarface's expression changed drastically. Bai Moyu looked at William with a smug look on his face and said, My brother sent someone over. If you beg for mercy now and hand over the ancient painting, I can let you go. Are you sure he's your brother's man? William sneered. Could it be yours? Bai Moyu sneered. I don't believe you dare to call so many people over. Scarface said with an unpleasant expression, Miss, I didn't tell Brother White Dog that these people belong to that guy. What? Bai Moyu's face flushed red. This kid dares to attack us. Hurry up and ask my brother to send someone over. Scarface nodded and quickly called for help. At this time, hundreds of people rushed out of more than a dozen cars and surrounded the scene. This scene frightened many passers-by so much that they ran away in a hurry. William's lips curled up into a smile. But it seems that you don't have as many people as I do. If I beat you up now, you can't do anything to me, right? Chapter 93. The one who dares to challenge my brother has not been born yet. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at William in shock, unable to believe their ears. Even Hailang and others took a deep breath. William dare to completely break off relations with White Dog? They thought they just wanted to scare Bai Moyu. Bai Moyu said with disdain, Are you scaring me? If you dare to touch me, my brother will kill your whole family. Thank you. I'll leave it to your brother. William couldn't help but laugh. I'm still worried about how to deal with my family members. I'm very grateful to you for doing it for me. You. A look of speechlessness flashed across Bai Moyu's face. Go and bring the ancient painting over. I don't believe he dares to do anything. Bai Moyu pointed at the tank 300 angrily. Scarface hesitated. Miss, why don't you wait for our people to arrive? He looked around and saw that the Black Wolf men were very aggressive, so he was afraid that they would really attack him. If Bai Moyu was still beaten under his protection, both of his legs would be broken by the White Dog. No need. He is definitely just bluffing. Bai Moyu said proudly, The only person in Nanzhou who dares to challenge my brother has not been born yet. Scarface was helpless. He glared at William fiercely and raised the iron rod in his hand. If you want to take action, consider the consequences. Our people will be here soon. As long as we take the ancient painting, this matter will be over. After saying that, he led a few people towards a car. Black Wolf's younger brothers looked at Black Wolf hesitantly. Do it, William said coldly. Black Wolf took out his machete and shouted angrily, Except for that woman, chop all the others to pieces. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Black Wolf's minions hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward with machetes. Scarface and others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Black Wolf really dared to take action. William squinted his eyes and watched the people brought by Scarface being chopped down one by one. In just a few minutes, the ground was filled with screaming thugs. Even Scarface's legs were cut, with several deep bloody marks. Black Wolf panted and looked at William. William, what should we do with this woman? Aren't you afraid of offending Black Wolf to death? William raised a smile. You're not afraid. So why should I be afraid? Black Wolf laughed. It was he who stabbed me in the back and put me in jail. Even if I risk my life, I will bite off a piece of flesh from him. What am I afraid of? Black Wolf's brothers were a little panicked at first, but when they thought of what White Dog had done that year, they all started shouting loudly. Damn White Dog. I will fight him even if I die. Revenge for Brother Black Wolf. As long as Brother Black Wolf gives the order, we will go and chop up the White Dog right now. William raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. The scene suddenly became quiet, with only the strong smell of blood and people pretending to be dead on the ground. Bai Moyu was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he looked at William in disbelief. She is the sister of Black Wolf, the underground boss of Nanzhou. No one has ever dared to treat her like this. Are you still so arrogant now? William lifted Bai Moyu's chin and sneered. Don't you want that painting? I'll give you 10 seconds. Take off your clothes and let the brothers feast their eyes on you. Then I'll consider giving you the ancient painting. When everyone heard this, they all laughed loudly. Many gangsters rubbed their hands and took out their mobile phones to record this scene. William, are you fucking crazy? Bai Moyu screamed. If you dare to touch a hair on me, my brother will never let you go. If I let you go, will the White Dog let me go? William looked at Scarface and the others lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and said calmly, The White Dog won't let me go anyway, so I might as well get some benefits from you. Bai Moyu noticed the greedy eyes of the gangsters and took 2 steps back in fear. You dare? Why shouldn't I dare? William sneered. At this moment, his cell phone rang. William answered the phone, and the roar of the White Dog sounded on the phone. William, if you dare to touch my sister, I guarantee that you and Black Wolf will live a life worse than death. Chapter 94. Stay in Nanzhou and wait for death? Hey, it's your fault that you didn't teach your sister well. William sneered. Since you can't teach your sister well, then I will help you teach her. Okay. The white dog said angrily. I let you take advantage of me last time, so you think I dare not touch you, right? I'm telling you, I have 100 ways to kill you. Let my sister go, and I can pretend nothing happened. William handed the phone to Black Wolf and said with a smile, do whatever you want. I'll hold up the sky if it falls. The Black Wolf frowned. He was still a little afraid of the white dog. This time, I took action with the mentality that I would die. But when he saw William's eyes full of confidence and disdain, he hardened his heart and said in a muffled voice, Dog, do you still remember your grandfather, Black Wolf? Back then you were not even qualified to serve me footbath water, but now you are the king. Black Wolf, has your brain been damaged by being in jail? White Dog laughed out of anger, almost roaring. William is only the deputy chief of the police station. The police department has not touched you yet, allowing you to gather so many followers. But as long as I say one word, no matter how powerful he is, I will chop off your head and use it as a chamber pot. TSK, then your ability is much worse than mine back then. Black Wolf laughed hoarsely. If you can only talk big, then you might as well get out of here and let me be the boss of the underground in Nanzhou again. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. It was obvious that Baigo was very angry. He asked angrily, what do you want? As long as you let my sister go, I can let you develop in Nanzhou, as long as you don't touch my territory and the business I run. Black Wolf smiled hoarsely. If I don't touch your territory and don't enter your industry, then what will my brothers and I eat and drink? The white dog said angrily, Black Wolf, you've been fooled by William, right? He won't be able to bark for much longer. I advise you to be honest and quit while you are ahead. William smiled and said, okay, stop talking nonsense with him and do his sister. What? The white dog roared angrily. You dare? Baimayu was so frightened that her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Hailang would actually dare to challenge her brother. Mads, you are a bunch of lunatics. She stepped back with a trembling voice. I'm regretting it so much now. In order to help Anthony vent his anger and get back an ancient painting, he had to sacrifice himself. Black Wolf held the machete in his hand, laughed hoarsely, and walked towards Baimayu step by step. Your brother hurt me so badly, so I will ask you for some interest first. Baimayu was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. No, spare my life. I really know I was wrong. She was so frightened that her voice was trembling, in stark contrast to her arrogant and domineering appearance just now. But after taking a few steps back, he was kicked to the ground by Black Wolf's men and let out a scream of fear. The white dog on the phone was almost going crazy, roaring, if you dare to touch my sister, I promise to make you live a life worse than death. Let her go now, and I can make sure this incident never happened. Hailang ignored her, dropped his machete, grabbed Baimayu's hair, and lifted her up, slapping her hard one after another. Baimayu was beaten until his face was covered in blood, and he let out a shrill scream. Black Wolf's younger brothers at the scene roared with excitement. William narrowed his eyes and sighed that people like Black Wolf were indeed underground forces. Each of them was ruthless and cruel. Even the car window frowned and said calmly, okay, don't make anyone die. Hailang nodded, threw Baimayu to the ground, and stepped hard on her head. William took out his cell phone and took a picture of the scene. White Dog's men are coming. Shall we run? Black Wolf spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Baimayu's face fiercely, looked at William, and said, we will escort you and your wife to the outside of the province now. White Dog has a certain influence in the southern wilds, but as long as we are outside the province, he can't do anything to us. No need. William smiled and said, no need to run. We will stay in Nanzhou. Hailang and others couldn't believe their ears and looked at William in shock. Stay in Nanzhou, waiting to die. Chapter 95. Things got out of hand. Baigo has a huge influence in Nanzhou. Once he goes crazy, he can easily kill them whether through the underworld or the legal world. If White Dog goes crazy and wants to take revenge on us, I'm afraid we brothers won't be able to protect you. Black Wolf looked worried. And we caused such a big incident today, I'm afraid the police won't let us go either. I said no. William smiled faintly. You and your brother should go to Lingyun Group and stay there. Don't run around and cause trouble recently. As long as White Dog is reckless and does it, I have a way to make him die miserably. William in disbelief. He is just an entrepreneur. How can he be so confident? Even with Deputy Police Chief Li Qitian, he could not defeat Baigo. Do you remember the first day we met? William said calmly. That day I told you that I would kill the current police chief Kong within a month. Now is the chance. As long as Director Kong falls, won't the White Dog be at our mercy? Black Wolf's eyes were filled with awe and shock. Okay, I'll send you and your wife away now. He called out to his younger brothers and asked them to go to Lingyun Group together. He then got on the tank 300 and drove away. The only ones left there were by Moyu, who was beaten beyond recognition, and Scarface and others. After more than 10 minutes, Baigo arrived at the scene with hundreds of people. Seeing Bai Moyu being beaten beyond recognition, he was so angry that he screamed to the sky, "Ah! How dare Black Wolf? How dare William? How dare these two dogs?" He picked up the machete and slashed hard at his Land Rover. With one cut, the glass shattered directly. In a short while, the Range Rover was hacked into pieces. The ambulance also arrived, and the medical staff took a deep breath when they saw this scene. The white dog said angrily, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." He squatted down, picked up by Moyu, and rushed to the ambulance. Then he said with red eyes, "If you can cure my sister, you will all get a share of the 1 million. Go quickly, go quickly." After the ambulance left, the white dog roared with red eyes, "Brothers, follow me," and smashed the Lingyun Group owned by that dog. At this moment, Chief Kong surrounded the scene with more than 20 police officers. Baigo said angrily, "Chief Kong, I can't stand anything you say now. I'm going to take some people to chop down those two dogs right now." "Okay, go ahead and chop him. I will send you to jail myself," Director Kong said in a deep voice. These words made the white dog feel like he was falling into an icy cave. His eyes were red as he said, "My sister has been beaten like this. If I don't kill them both, how am I going to survive in the future? They both must die." Director Kong shook his head, "But not now. First, finish what I asked you to do. When this storm is over, I will support you in whatever you want to do. Remember, recklessness is the behavior of a coward." The white dog gritted his teeth and said, "Then let them go free. I'll arrest William and Black Wolf first." Director Kong sneered, "Don't worry. When this storm is over, I will help them clean their necks and send them to you." The white dog panted heavily, his eyes red, for 3 full minutes before he nodded heavily. "I believe you." Chief Kong sneered, "That kid is too arrogant. He thinks he has something on me, so I dare not touch him. It's ridiculous. This handle is not enough to kill me. I can handle it. Someone locate William and Black Wolf and arrest him now." Chapter 96. The elder sister admits her mistake. At the same time, a tank 300 rushed to the door of the building. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen Toyota Hiaces followed. More than 100 young men came down, swearing and laughing. This scene scared the hell out of all the employees of Lingyun Group. Seeing that the situation was not good, many people ran away. William getting off the tank 300, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be William S. Man, but then he still looked shocked. William, who is known for his weakness, actually has so many thugs under his command. The 3 traffic light brothers came over with respectful looks on their faces. William ordered, "The 7th floor of the building is the storage room. Let's arrange for the brothers to live on the 7th floor first." He looked at Hailang and said, "Brothers, please calm down and stop making so much noise. After this matter is over, I'll give you 5 million and divide it among the brothers." Hailang nodded, waved his hand, and led his men into Lingyun Group. After returning to the office, William sent the photo of Hailang stepping on by Moyu to the media, asking them to publicize it. Eve frowned slightly and said, "You were too impulsive today. Don't be impulsive. This is all expected." William smiled faintly. "Xiaoyu, you're not scared, right?" "No," Eve shook her head. "I am worried about you. I was afraid they would do something to you. So I asked Hailang to arrange 2 people to send you out of the province to hide for a few days." William held her hand and smiled. "No, I want to be with you." Eve's voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable firmness. She gave a faint smile. "Besides, you don't have to worry about me. The person who can touch me in the southern wilds hasn't been born yet. Why are you so confident? Are you some hidden young lady?" William joked with a smile. Eve smiled and said, "I will call a meeting with the senior executives first to calm them down and avoid chaos in the company." "Okay." William nodded. After Eve left, William checked his phone and received a message from Li Qitian. "What you did this time was crazy, but it was great. Wait for me. I'll come find you now." Just then, the office door was pushed open. Linda and Chun Shunhe rushed in like thieves. Finally sneaked in. Chun Shunhe breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing William's disgusted expression, he smiled flatteringly. William, don't be angry first. We are here to apologize to you." William frowned. He was in no mood to talk nonsense with these two people. William. Linda gritted her teeth and looked at William with complicated eyes. Half a year ago in UU Business K, you saved me, right? William frowned, recalling what happened in Shang K half a year ago. At that time, the eldest sister Linda ignored her own advice and went to Shang K for a social event. He led people to rescue her, but was beaten half to death. He even asked Li Qitian to bring police officers to rescue her. He was beaten so badly that he was hospitalized for more than a month. But her credit was taken away by Anthony. No matter how she explained, her elder sister always felt that it was Anthony who saved her, and that it was she who colluded with the clients to harm her, so she beat herself up severely. I didn't dare to resist at that time, and could only beg for mercy and grievance. Thinking of this, William couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking how stupid he was at that time. Now I only have hatred towards my family. He shook his head and said, "If you came here just to talk about this, you can go away. This is not what I want to hear." I'm sorry. I misunderstood you," Linda said with red eyes. "I checked it out. It was you who brought people to save me, not Anthony's brother. I shouldn't have distrusted you, and I shouldn't have beaten and scolded you when you were hurt. You must have been very sad and desperate at that time, right? I'm sorry. Sister really knows I was wrong." Chapter 97. The elder sister who admits her mistake. William still had a faint smile on his face, and painful memories flashed through his mind. Once upon a time, he treated his sisters as his closest relatives and responded to their every request. He even went so far as to drive away his close confidants whom he had promoted himself, and let his eldest and second sister serve as senior executives of the company. But they never thought about their own goodness and just took it all for granted. He smiled faintly and said, "It's been so long since this happened. Why are you suddenly checking it out? Who told you that?" Of course, he couldn't believe that Linda had a change of heart. Someone must have told her, so she would go and find out the truth. Otherwise, she would just believe Anthony's words. "It's not important," Linda said with red eyes. "I asked the staff at that time, checked the surveillance of Yu Shank, and went to the hospital to check your hospitalization records. Do you know how heartbroken I was when I found out the truth? How could you be so stupid? It was you who saved me, but you said nothing." Chun Shun aside. "William, this is your fault. It was obviously you who did a good thing, but you didn't say it, causing Linda to misunderstand for so long. Fortunately, we have discovered it now. I will definitely work hard to repay you in the future." He was extremely sincere and kept nodding and bowing. It seemed like he really came to apologize sincerely. William sneered. Justice delayed is justice denied, and belated family affection is not what one wants. I am now completely disappointed with these relatives. William frowned and said, "Did Xiaoyu tell you that?" "Yes." Linda felt a little disappointed. Although he came to apologize sincerely, William only cared about who leaked the news to him. Could it be that in his eyes, a girlfriend he had only been dating for a few days was more important than his own sister? William shook his head and smiled, knowing in his heart that Eve was standing up for him. "But now my family's thoughts are no longer important to me," he said calmly. "Okay, this matter is over, and I don't want to waste any more time talking to you." He took out a contract with a calm expression. "After you sign this contract, you go your way, and I go mine, and we will have nothing to do with each other in the future." Linda and Chun Shunha didn't even need to look at the contract. They knew it was a share transfer agreement. Chun Shunha's face suddenly turned a little ugly, and his fists clenched suddenly, but soon returned to normal. He didn't expect William to be so cruel. Both he and Linda came to apologize. William was so disrespectful and determined to take back Linda's shares. Linda's eyes turned red. "William, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. You obviously cared so much about me that you risked your own life to save me. I was really touched. I may have misunderstood you before, but now I know completely that you are my good brother." She choked with sobs. Her beautiful eyes were red, as if she was sincerely admitting her mistake. But he didn't dare look directly at William, let alone the contract on the table. William narrowed his eyes, feeling a little impatient, and said coldly, "Did you come here today just to admit your mistake to me? If you just want to admit your mistake, you can sign the contract and leave. I have a lot of things on my hands, and I don't want to waste time talking to you." Linda's beautiful eyes turned red instantly, and she stared at William with gritted teeth, looking pitiful. William sneered, not moved at all. This was not the case when she was beating herself up, belittling and insulting herself. Linda gritted her teeth with a questioning look on her face. William, I am your biological sister after all. I know I was wrong now, and I sincerely come to apologize to you. Can't you be more generous? Do you have to kick me out of the group completely? Chapter 98. Just to admit my mistake? William laughed when he heard this. Sure enough, Linda came to me to apologize and spoke so pitifully, but in the end, she did it to make me let her go. Let her continue to hold 5% of Lingyun Group shares and continue to be the superior person who makes money without doing anything. William shook his head and smiled, then called Xiaohong directly. The three red light brothers must have gone to make arrangements with Black Wolf just now, so they didn't guard the place well and let Linda and the others sneak in. After the call was connected, he just said come over and then hung up. Linda's face turned ugly, and there was a hint of anger on her face. William, I sincerely apologize to you, and I promise that I will treat you as my own brother in the future and do my best to treat you well. Would you please forgive me and withdraw the lawsuit? I will still be your good sister from now on. William was tired of hearing this and said coldly, I don't need you to be nice to me, nor do I need you to forgive me. If you don't sign the contract, get out now. He just said it outright, not giving Linda any chance to continue performing. Chun Shuna's face changed. He handed William a cigarette and took a deep breath. Brother-in-law, let me say something fair. Get out. William slammed the table and shouted. He could give Linda a chance, but he didn't want to be nice to his brother-in-law. Chun Shuna's face turned ugly when he saw William was so ruthless. Before, William was very respectful to his brother-in-law. Linda was furious, her eyes red as she said, William, I treat you as a family member, so I came to apologize to you sincerely. Don't take advantage of your position as the chairman of Lingyun Group to insult us relatives. Our patience is limited. I advise you to take care of yourself. Once you've gone too far, we won't show you mercy. Maybe you won't be able to be the chairman of Lingyun Group anymore. Threatened. A blatant threat. William narrowed his eyes and sneered. He knew that Linda couldn't help it anymore and threatened him. Indeed, the Lin family holds a lot of shares in Lingyun Group and has considerable power. Once they completely turn against each other, they can turn Lingyun Group upside down and even bankrupt it. But they underestimated themselves. Just then, the office door was pushed open. The person who came was Xiao Hong, but he looked panicked. William, it's bad. Chief Kong is leading the team himself, and he brought a lot of people from the police station. Brother Black Wolf and his brothers were trying to stop them from below, but they were all caught. Director Kong specifically asked you to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent. Chun Xuanhe and Linda were shocked, and then an expression of gloating appeared on their faces. Chun Xuanhe felt proud and said jokingly, Isn't William on good terms with Chief Kong? Why did Chief Kong go to such lengths to arrest you? I've let you get into trouble everywhere, and now you're going to be arrested, right? Linda said smugly, You should know now that it's us, your family, who can help you in your time of need. As long as you promise to bow down to your family, I will go back now and ask Dad to use his connections to save you. William, however, looked calm, too lazy to pay attention to the two of them, and stood up and said lightly, Let's go down and take a look. He had already expected that Director Kong would take action against him. Because now is the time for Director Kong to take action against the provincial envoy, he dare not let Go cause trouble. In order to calm the white dog's anger, he could only pretend to catch himself. At this time, Eve walked over quickly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I'll go down with you. No need. William smiled faintly. Everything is under control. Chief Kong can't take me away. Just work with peace of mind and help me calm everyone down. Eve nodded hesitantly, seeing how confident he was. William came downstairs. He saw Hailang and a group of his younger brothers were handcuffed and squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Hailang kept winking at him, suggesting that he should not be impulsive. At this time, Chief Kong, who was wearing a police uniform, looked at William with a righteous look on his face and shouted, Cuff him and take him away. Chapter 99, I had no choice. Several police officers rushed over immediately. William frowned and shouted, Chief Kong, what do you mean by this? I haven't broken any law, and neither have my employees. What do you mean by coming to my company to arrest people? Lingyun Group is a star enterprise in Nanzhou. It has supported a lot of infrastructure, charity funds, and tax revenue in Nanzhou. Do you know how much loss you have caused to Lingyun Group by making such a fuss? If Lingyun Group goes bankrupt, Nanzhou's construction and tax revenue will be greatly reduced. Can you bear this responsibility? Without saying a word, he directly put a big hat on Director Kong. The two police officers who rushed forward immediately hesitated. Chief Kong had a serious expression, as if he was determined to enforce the law impartially. He said in a deep voice, "William, there's a case of armed fighting and malicious wounding involving you and your employees. Please cooperate with our investigation. If you still resist, don't blame us for being merciless to you." William took out his phone, opened the video of Director Kong, and shook it in front of him. "Director Kong, I don't quite understand what you mean." After seeing the video, Director Kong's face suddenly changed. That was the video of him and his aunt in the hotel. Although he had made some preparations long ago and had sufficient psychological preparation, he was no longer afraid of this video. But after watching the video, I still felt a little panicked. He waved his hand hastily and asked the two police officers to retreat. Then he walked to William and whispered, "Brother Lin, you don't have to be so hostile. I came here out of necessity." His expression softened, as if he was helpless, and he continued, "You beat up Baigo's sister like that this time. Baigo was furious with you. Just now, I want to bring hundreds of people to attack your group directly and overthrow Ling Yun Group. I had to calm him down and stop him from getting impulsive." "Oh," William sneered and said sincerely. "Then I thanked Chief Kong." But how could White Dog let it go?" Chief Kong sighed. "I must give him an explanation. I have no choice but to bring people to capture you and Black Wolf. Just come with me. I'll just lock you up for a few days symbolically, so that White Dog can save face. We can all live in peace from now on." After saying this, his eyes were full of casualness and helplessness. It seemed like he was really forced into a corner by the White Dog and came to catch William. William's expression remained normal, but he was sneering in his heart. Having no choice? To stabilize the White Dog? How many symbolic days will it be? It's all bullshit. Once you're caught and taken to the police station, you will be at the mercy of others. Even if Li Qiqian strongly opposed it and made various arrangements, it would take at least 3 days to rescue himself. And 3 days is enough time for Baigo and Director Kong to do a lot of things. If I just followed Director Kong obediently, I would be extremely stupid. When Chief Kong saw that William did not agree, his face immediately darkened, and he said sternly, "Brother Lin, the power of the White Dog in Nanzhou is not as simple as you think. Even I am afraid of it. Have you ever heard of this saying? During the day, the entire Nanzhou belongs to the mayor, and, at night, the entire Nanzhou belongs to his White Dog. With just one word from him, the entire Nanzhou would be thrown into chaos. Once he gets really angry, your Black Wolf won't be able to handle it." His voice was heavy and contained a looming threat. It seemed that if William didn't follow him, the White Dog would immediately bring hundreds of his followers to chop William to pieces. William raised his eyebrows and said, "Chief Kong, it seems that you are too incompetent as the chief. You can't even control the White Dog. Then I won't leave. I want to see how powerful the White Dog, known as the underground boss of Nanzhou, is." Chapter 100, Is This All You Have? Director Kong's expression became even uglier. He said all kinds of nice and bad things, but William just wouldn't listen. William here? William and Director Kong were in a stalemate. Hailing breathed a sigh of relief. William did not disappoint himself. He really has the ability to challenge Director Kong. Hailing knew very well that if he and his brothers were caught by the police station, they would be in great danger. The White Dog will never let them go easily. At this moment, Eve, who was dressed in a professional suit, came over and said with a cold face, "Chief Kong, is your handling of the case in accordance with the regulations? It's okay if you arrest a few people, but how can you arrest dozens of people at once? Arresting dozens of people at once requires approval from higher authorities. Have you obtained approval from higher authorities? If you don't get the approval, you are just using your power to make things difficult for outstanding entrepreneurs in Nanzhou City." William looked at Eve in surprise, not expecting her to come down. He whispered, "It's okay, Xiaoyu, I can handle it. I can't just watch you get caught, can I?" Eve smiled, looking calm and composed. There was no feeling of being cramped in the face of a big scene. "What are you, a little secretary now?" Director Kong did not have the approval document. He glared and said angrily, "I don't need outsiders like you to point fingers at me when I do things." It seems that Chief Kong doesn't take Dragon Country's officials seriously. Eve said coldly, "He treats the police station as his own private army. If this matter gets to the provincial level, how will you end it? You're just a little girl, and you still want to make trouble in the province? That's ridiculous." Director Kong didn't take Eve's words seriously at all. How can she, an ordinary person, contact the province? Enough of words, just capture him. Director Kong shouted in a deep voice. Several police officers rushed up and were about to arrest William. Director Kong laughed and said, "William, I'm sorry for offending you. I will come to your house in person to offer you wine and thanks later." Having said that, his eyes were full of cruelty. Because William has no future, the white dog would never let him live more than a week. As long as you finish your own business, it'll be time for the white dog to take revenge. But at this moment, the shrill sound of sirens rang out. Surprisingly, more than a dozen police cars arrived. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone looked at the dozen or so police cars curiously. After all, Director Kong has already brought people here, so how could another group of people come? Soon, a man jumped out of the leading police car. It was Li Qitian. Director Kong's eyes, which were originally a little flustered, were full of disdain. It turned out to be Li Qitian. He thought it was someone else. He knew that Li Qitian was here to help William, but Li Qitian was only a deputy after all, and the decision made by him, as the chief, could not be changed by a deputy chief. Seeing this, Black Wolf sighed. If William's backup is Li Qitian, it only means that William is too naive. With Li Qitian's ability, he is not yet able to fight against Director Kong. Chun Xuanhe and Linda, who had been watching from the side, sneered and talked in low voices. I found out. This kid is so bold that he even dares to hit Brother Baigo's sister. Doesn't he know that Brother Baigo loves his sister the most? Chun Xuanhe sneered in a low voice. At this moment, he just felt proud. Normally, the family gives in to him and doesn't argue with him, but he thinks he has the final say in the entire Nanzhou. Linda frowned, but her mood improved a lot. Now that he has offended a big shot, he knows his place now. Brother Baigo will never let him go. I guess this kid won't live long. Chun Xuanhe sneered. What? Linda was shocked, and her face turned pale. She already knew how much William had done for her, and her opinion of him had changed a lot. She no longer wished for William to die as much as before. He's so stupid. His friend, the deputy director, will definitely not be able to help him. Is this all he has? Linda said with a pale face. Xuanhe, is he really finished? Can you find a way to get Brother White Dog to forgive him? Umph. He wanted to step on our faces just now. And you still want to help him now, you stupid brain. Chun Xuanhe snorted coldly. Besides, I don't have the ability to do that. Then, what should we do? Linda's voice trembled with fear. Damn bastard. I knew that if he lost our Lin family, he would cause trouble sooner or later. I'll talk to my dad and see if they can help him. Having said that, she didn't even dare to fart at the scene, let alone say a few words to help William. Chapter 101, Openly Challenge. Chief Kong said with a straight face. Li Qitian, I didn't ask you to come here. Why did you bring people here without permission? He pointed at the police officers behind Li Qitian and said, And you, Li Qitian acted on his own, but you guys are messing with him? William was amazed when he saw that Li Qitian brought more than 30 people with him. Those who can come with Li Qitian to challenge Director Kong are all Li Qitian's confidants. I didn't expect that Li Qitian has developed so many die-hard fans in the municipal police department. Li Qitian said seriously, Chief Kong, I'm afraid you are the one making trouble. Without any discussion at a meeting or due process, they led people to Ling Yun Group to arrest so many people. Do you treat the police station as your own home? Do you use it however you want? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at Li Qitian in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a deputy director would dare to challenge Director Kong for William. Where does he get the confidence from? Even the confidants who came with Li Qitian were shocked. They knew that this time he came here to secretly oppose Director Kong, but they didn't expect that he would openly turn against Director Kong. Many people regretted coming here. After all, Li Qitian was playing with fire. William smiled and glanced at Eve. You know a lot. What Li Qitian said was actually similar to what Eve had just said. When did Eve understand the rules of the police station? Eve smiled and said, You should worry about yourself first. I don't want my boyfriend, who I've just been dating for a few days, to be arrested by the police. At this time, Chief Kong laughed. Ha ha, what a good rule, what a good procedure, what a way to treat the police station as your own home. He changed the subject and said angrily, Li Qitian, it's not your turn to teach me, Kong Ling Zhao, how to do things. Speaking of your true identity, you're just a deputy director. I, Kong Ling Zhao, am the real one. And those who came with Li Qitian, be smart and don't stand on the wrong side. The people behind Li Qitian were in a panic. Li Qitian laughed broadly. Chief Kong is breaking the law knowingly, and even threatening colleagues who came to dissuade him. SK, if this matter gets to the province, I'm afraid Chief Kong will have a hard time explaining it. As soon as these words came out, Director Kong's face suddenly changed. He stared at Li Qiqian in disbelief. You dare? Why shouldn't I dare? Li Qiqian said nonchalantly. As the deputy director, I also have the responsibilities of the director of the supervisory bureau. What you did was wrong. Of course, I will report it to the city and the province. Of course, there's no way a mere city could possibly embarrass Chief Kong. We must report this to the province. When everyone heard this, they took a deep breath in fear. Director Kong also stood there in a daze, with 3 words repeating over and over in his mind. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? Even Hailang was dumbfounded and couldn't help but give Li Qiqian a thumbs up. How dare a mere deputy director dare to challenge Director Kong, who has been operating in Nanzhou for more than 10 years? What a courage. Eve looked even more surprised. William smiled faintly. Director Li, please also report to the higher-ups that Director Kong is threatening entrepreneurs and destroying the business environment. Nanzhou is now strictly controlling the economy, but Director Kong deliberately sabotaged it, which chilled the hearts of entrepreneurs. Who will dare to come to Nanzhou to do business in the future? That makes sense, Li Qiqian said righteously. I will report this matter truthfully. Chief Kong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He stared at Li Qiqian, tried to see what was wrong with him today that he dared to openly challenge him. Could it be that Li Qiqian also saw the video in William's hand and thought it was a handle that could threaten him? Thinking of this, he felt much better. If this is the only backup plan Li Qiqian has, then he will be at my mercy. Chapter 102. Come home with me. Thinking of this, Director Kong shouted angrily. Take William and the woman next to him away. I don't believe Li Qiqian dares to stop him. As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen police officers rushed forward. Li Qiqian also moved and rushed forward with a group of police officers to stand in front of William. Let's see who dares to move. A police officer advised. Deputy Chief Li, calm down. Chief Kong is not someone you can afford to offend. I, Li Qiqian, am not someone Kong Ling Zhao can afford to offend. Li Qiqian took out his cell phone and looked at Director Kong with disdain. Do you want me to call the provincial government to report? Director Kong's expression changed instantly. Now was the critical moment of his plan. If news of this suddenly spread to the province, it would have a major impact on his plan. He shouted angrily, Li Qiqian, stop it. I just want to take William and Black Wolf to the police station for investigation. You don't have to be so confrontational, right? Did you take their money and intend to protect them? If you take people away by force, I will report the matter immediately and say that you, Kong Ling Zhao, ignored laws and regulations and forcibly oppressed the people. Li Qiqian did not give in at all. He glanced around and continued. While I, Li Qiqian, and my colleagues tried our best to dissuade you, Kong Ling Zhao still ignored the law and acted recklessly. As soon as these words came out, the police officer behind Chief Kong couldn't help but change his expression. If this matter gets to the higher-ups, even they will be punished. Chief Kong was so angry that he was shaking all over and staring at Li Qiqian. Chief Kong shouted angrily, Okay, you are so cruel, just wait for me. He waved his hand grimly, retreat. William laughed and said, Chief Kong, do you want me to arrange a few people to help you go to the police station to investigate? But Chief Kong just glared at him angrily and left with his police officers. After seeing Director Kong take his men away, everyone at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Then there was an uproar, and everyone looked at Li Qiqian in shock. How could a young deputy director dare to go against the veteran director? Where does he get the courage? Eve frowned slightly. William, Brother Li, you are too impulsive. You shouldn't have completely turned against Chief Kong. Brother Li, Chief Kong has been operating in Nanzhou for so many years. He has many ways to deal with you. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I have your husband to protect me. Li Qiqian smiled and put his arm around William's shoulders. Eve blushed and glared at Li Qiqian, saying helplessly, No matter how rich William is, he is just an entrepreneur. How can he fight against the government? He is very capable. Li Qiqian laughed. William smiled and said, Don't worry. Let's go to my office for tea first. Black Wolf also walked over quickly, his black shirt soaked with sweat. He was really scared just now. After all, he has been in the business for so many years, and he would run away like a rat when he sees the bureau chief, let alone go against him. He frowned and said in a deep voice, William, are you really okay? The plan is already being implemented, don't worry. William gave Black Wolf an affirmative look. Brother Black Wolf, you've chosen the right path. Li Qitian also laughed and said, "My brother is really capable. We will be fellow travelers from now on." But his face suddenly darkened. "But if you do anything illegal or taboo, don't blame me for being merciless." Black Wolf smiled and scratched his head. "Of course, William has already warned me. I will be honest in the future and will definitely not do anything that I shouldn't do." Linda and Chun Shuinha on the side were stunned. They didn't expect William to be so tough and dare to offend Director Kong to death. "Your brother is finished." Chun Shuinha sneered. "It's okay to offend Bai Go. At least he can call the police and hide in the police station. But now that Director Kong has been offended, I'm afraid he can't even count on the police station." Linda's face changed drastically. She rushed to William and said sternly, "Are you crazy? How dare you provoke Director Kong? Come home with me." Chapter 103. The plan went smoothly. William glanced at Linda as if he was looking at a fool and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Black Wolf snorted coldly. "Miss, please stay away from my boss, or I will be rude to you. I'm his sister. How dare you touch me?" Linda screamed. "I'm the security captain of Ling Yun Group." Black Wolf sneered. "I don't care who you are. As long as you harass William, I have the right to deal with you." Linda sarcastically and said, "You have a real dragon in your family, but you discard it like a worn-out shoe, while you hold on to a worthless insect and love him with all your heart. How ridiculous." Linda was furious and said angrily, "We don't need you to comment on our family affairs. William, I warn you, you'd better stay away from these bad friends, otherwise they will kill you sooner or later. If it weren't for the people around you, would you have offended Chief Kong to death?" William shook his head and smiled, saying helplessly, "Just leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. As for your home, I will not return. You better come home with me now and apologize to your parents and us. Admit your mistake." Linda glared at William and said angrily, "As long as you hand over your shares in the group, we will forgive you. Then we will work together to find a way to help you get Chief Kong's forgiveness." Hearing this, Hailang and Li Qitian couldn't help laughing. William frowned and said coldly, "Drive her away." Hailang nodded, waved to a few of his younger brothers, and forcibly took Linda away. By the way, Chun Shunha was also driven away. William looked at Linda, who was cursing angrily, his eyes full of sarcasm. Going home to apologize, handing over the shares, and begging for their forgiveness meant dropping the lawsuit against Linda and reinstating her position. She had a beautiful thought. "You must be mentally ill to do this." He narrowed his eyes. Once things got serious, the Lin family would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would withdraw from Ling Yun Group. Back to the office. William rinsed the tea set skillfully, poured a cup of tea for Li Qitian, and asked with a smile, "How is it?" "It went very smoothly." Li Qitian laughed. "A group of people sent by the province have been here for a while and have found out a lot of things, all targeting Director Kong and Bai Go. And Bai Go and Director Kong are, just as you said, desperate and desperate. They sent people to kidnap the special envoy's wife. Fortunately, I listened to you and made arrangements in advance. So the minions sent by White Dog were arrested and have confessed that it was White Dog who ordered them to do so." William handed him a cigarette and frowned. "Now that the evidence is irrefutable, can't we arrest the White Dog?" "Not yet." Li Qitian held a cigarette in his mouth and sighed. "If we take action now, Bai Go and Director Li will definitely go in, but the higher-ups want to catch them all in one fell swoop. Clear up the dirt on Bai Go and Chief Li's side completely. So the higher-ups are waiting for the White Dog to get angry and attack you. So you are the core." He was silent for a moment, staring at William, and said word by word, "Very dangerous. But the higher-ups have sent quite a few people to protect you secretly." "Already sent?" William raised his eyebrows. He didn't even notice that someone was staring at him. "Not there yet." Li Qitian shook his head and smiled. "But it will be there soon. That idiot Kong Ling Zhao was so arrogant just now, calling me the deputy director all the time. Wait a few days and see if he can still smile." William smiled and said, "But Director Kong gave in a little too quickly just now. He could have taken me, Black Wolf, and the others away by force. Even if he tried to stop him, it would have been useless. But he just retreated like that." Li Qitian sneered and said slowly, "It means that he might use his power to attack me, suspend me, or transfer me away, and then deal with you." Chapter 104. Chief Kong's Methods. On the other side, Director Kong was sitting in the car with a gloomy face. Deputy Director Zhang Changchong said angrily, "How dare Li Qitian do this? He actually doesn't even take you, the director, seriously. I suggest that he be suspended directly for not following his superior's orders and resisting law enforcement. After some time, we will find a way to get rid of his position as deputy director." Chief Kong's face was still gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said, "What do you think Li Qiqian is so sure of that he dares to go against me? It can't be that he has someone above him, right?" Zhang Changchong sneered. "No matter how powerful his boss is, can he be more powerful than you? He has something on me." Director Kong sneered, but at this point, it's no longer a big deal. He only said half of his words. If Li Qiqian had the evidence of the video of him and his aunt, he would be very afraid. But if he fails to appease the white dog, he will become confused and do stupid things, and it will happen to be a critical period of the special envoy's investigation, which will be enough to make him spend the rest of his life in jail. Maybe they would be shot directly. When faced with two options, choose the lesser one. So he chose to ignore the video in William's hand. At this time, Baigo called. As soon as Director Kong answered the phone, Baigo's hoarse and angry voice came. "Director Kong, you are a director. How can you not do anything to a deputy director? How come you brought so many people there, but didn't even touch William? If you can't do anything to him, then I'll have to use my own means to make that kid die." "Calm down," Director Kong said angrily. "The situation just now was quite special, and there were so many people watching. Once it is reported to the higher-ups, even if I help you catch William, you have to let him go. At most, you have to catch that guy in half an hour and then let him go. What can you do to him in this half an hour? Besides, if the higher-ups pay attention to William and he gets hurt in the police station, we'll both be in big trouble. As long as I can make him pay the price, I'm not afraid of any trouble." White Dog said angrily. "Ha! The higher-ups will realize that you and I are colluding, and they will send people down to investigate us thoroughly." Director Kong sneered and said, "Then we are both finished, right? What should we do?" The White Dog was silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, "You promised me that you would hand William over to me for disposal. My sister was beaten half to death, and that bastard even posted the photos to the media. The whole of South State knew about it. If I, Baigo, don't take revenge, will I still have my dignity? Respect is a small matter. My sister was beaten. If I, as her brother, don't help her get revenge, I am not worthy of being her brother." Director Kong said coldly, "I will find a way to transfer Li Qiqian and the people around him away. Then even if he wants to help, he won't be able to help William. In 3 hours at most, I will bring William to you. A small entrepreneur dares to fight with me. He is still young." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Back at the police station, he immediately called a meeting and ordered all police officers to be present within half an hour. Soon, Li Qiqian also sat at the conference table. Chief Kong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Deputy Chief Li, I have a task for you. You are to take all the people from the 3rd and 4th battalions to the provincial capital to participate in the joint exercise. Set off immediately." The police officers present knew what was going on, and they all looked at Li Qiqian. "This is an order. If Li Qiqian disobeys, it will be considered as forced disobedience, and he will be suspended." William and Nanzhou, Deputy Director Zhang said sarcastically, "Deputy Director Li, you are not going to disobey orders, are you?" Li Qiqian smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I can't obey your order." Chief Kong's face changed drastically, and he slammed the table angrily. "Li Qiqian, are you going to disobey orders? As a police officer, you actually don't obey the police station's transfer order. I wonder if you still won't wear this hat." Chapter 105, Lin Family's Response. Everyone looked at Li Qiqian in shock. If Li Qiqian was going against Director Kong in Lingyun Group, then he had a legitimate reason. Now that's unreasonable disobedience. Doesn't he really want to wear the hat on his head? Director Kong laughed in anger. Okay. I think Deputy Director Li needs to be suspended for a period of time to reflect on himself. From this moment on, Deputy Director Li is suspended from his duties." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiqian took out a piece of paper with a red seal on it and said with disdain, "Chief Kong, this is the temporary action letter from above. I must stay in Nanzhou and carry out the tasks assigned by my superiors." Court Chief Kong, don't you want to confront the higher-ups? When Director Kong saw the document, he was stunned. He snatched the paper and looked at it carefully. Li Qiqian said nonchalantly, "Director Kong, is there anything else you need to say about this meeting? If not, I have to go and carry out the task assigned by my superiors." Director Kong's hands, holding the paper, were shaking with anger. He didn't expect that Li Qiqian actually got the temporary action order from above. then I won't be able to control him at all in the short term. What mission? He asked, suppressing his anger. If you want to know, just call and ask. Li Qiqian laughed. Director Li had a gloomy expression on his face and stared at Li Qiqian intently. How did he get the temporary action letter above? And you don't even know it? Is there some emergency in Nanzhou that needs to be dealt with? But after thinking about it, there's nothing to deal with in Nanzhou. That was most likely a letter of action written by Li Qiqian using his connections. He could only say a few nonsense words before adjourning the meeting. At the same time, the Lin family. Linda hurried home. When I came to the living room, I saw that all the family members were there except William. Even Anthony was there. Robert asked hurriedly, "What's the matter? Is the beast crazy? Didn't you go to Lin Yun Group? Did you see anything? I heard that Director Kong has taken people to arrest him. This beast is always causing trouble." Maria cursed. "If he causes trouble for our Lin family, I will never let him off. He's really crazy." The second sister, Nancy, also gritted her teeth and said, "Even dare to beat Baigo's sister," and even sent the photos to the media. The whole Nanzhou knew about it. Now the white dog has gone mad and threatened to kill him. The eldest sister, Linda, frowned and gritted her teeth and said, "Chief Kong led people to arrest William, but Deputy Chief Li directly broke up with Chief Kong and insisted on saving William. Director Kong has no choice but to leave first." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Li Qiqian is also stupid. Robert sneered. It's okay for William, that idiot, to go crazy, but he actually went crazy too. He is just a deputy director. How dare he go against the director who has been entrenched in Nanzhou for more than 10 years? Chief Kong has 100 ways to make Li Qiqian pay for his crimes. He has offended Baigo and Chief Kong. It looks like he is not far from death. Third sister Lin Keshin frowned and said without emotion, "It's all his own fault. This ungrateful bastard deserves it. He turned against us and didn't even listen to us." Maria said happily, "Isn't this his retribution? If you had listened to us, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Anthony sighed. What on earth was Brother William thinking? If he had just gone home and admitted his mistake and let Dad take him to apologize to White Dog, this wouldn't have happened. Robert frowned and said, "Come on, I don't dare take him to find the White Dog, lest the White Dog chop me up too. It's better to draw a clear line between ourselves and this beast." Maria said angrily, her face flushed, gritting her teeth, "Lest Chief Kong and White Dog take their anger out on us." When everyone heard this, they turned pale with fright. There's still William's family in name, and if Baigo and Director Kong take their anger out on them, they will be finished. Chapter 106. No, it's not. Robert frowned, obviously confused. After all, William is his biological son. In order to avoid being taken out on, she was kicked out of the house by her own son. If this matter gets out, he will inevitably be criticized. I think it's okay. The third sister, Lin Keshin, said in a cold voice. He doesn't recognize us as his family anyway, so why should we bear the wrath of Baigo and Chief Kong for him? But William is our relative after all. Fourth sister, Lin Keys, hesitated. But have you ever thought about the revenge from Baigo and Director Kong? Lin Keshin said angrily. Our Lin group simply can't afford it. Just one sentence from Director Kong can make our group shut down and reorganize. Or they'll have people come to check every few days. If they find any problems, we'll have to pay a lot of money. Not to mention the White Dog. If he really dares to attack us, someone might come and stab us while we're walking. Hearing this, the Lin family fell silent. Indeed, they did not dare to bear the wrath of Director Kong and Baigo. In comparison, the best option is to decisively sever ties with William. At this time, Robert glanced at his phone and his face changed drastically. Lin Group stock has hit the limit again. The current market value is only over 8 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Falling again? I think it's been falling for a week straight, right? Oh my God, our shares have dropped by tens of millions for no reason. If you don't sell it quickly, I think it will continue to fall. Robert's face looked even uglier. He held 10% of the shares of Lin Group, which meant he had lost more than 100 million. He said angrily, "Damn beast. Everyone knows that he provoked Baigo and Kong Ju Shou, and they sold stocks like crazy, which led to such a terrible drop. I should have sold it out sooner. I lost more than 100 million yuan in vain." What? Over 100 million? Maria was so angry that her face turned pale. It's okay for this beast to seek death, but why did he make us lose money? I think we should sell the shares now, while they are still available. Anthony frowned. If something happens to Brother William, the shares of Lin Group will probably fall to the bottom. Maybe no one will dare to take over. I think that's right. The second sister nodded heavily. Sell it now while it's still valuable. If the market value drops to less than 5 billion, we will really lose hundreds of millions. It's better to take the money out and invest in other projects. But after she finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They are still reluctant to give up their shares in Lingyun Group. After all, each of them receives tens of millions in dividends every year. Or, help William. He's really a nice guy. I think we misunderstood him before. Linda said with a conflicted look on her face. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Robert said angrily. We all know clearly the dirty things he did. How can there be any misunderstanding? When they heard about the dirty things William had done, the sisters all nodded angrily. Wasn't he caught red-handed last time he stole my underwear? Yes, he even secretly replaced my medicine, causing me to almost be hospitalized. I worked so hard to write this song, but he stole my score because he was jealous. He always bullies me. Anthony also looked aggrieved. Fortunately, my sister stood up for me. This beast. Thinking of these things, Robert couldn't help but curse. He deserves to be reduced to this state. Linda, in confusion. Didn't he collude with a few foreign businessmen to attack you at the time? If it weren't for brother Anthony saving you, you would have been insulted. No, it's not. Linda suddenly became angry and her face turned red, glaring at Anthony. Chapter 107. Don't cry, brother Anthony. Everyone looked at her in shock. Why is she so excited all of a sudden? The second sister, Nancy, was dissatisfied and said, Sister, why are you so mad? Are we wrong? No. Linda shook her head hastily, gritting her teeth and said, At that time, it wasn't Anthony who saved me, but William. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Linda in shock. I couldn't believe my ears. William saved her? How is that possible? Maria screamed. How is that possible? Anthony told us the truth at the time. Were you deceived by that guy, William? I checked it myself. Linda said angrily. I went to the KTV to check the surveillance, asked the staff there, and went to the police station to ask. The truth is that William risked his life to save me, but was beaten by those customers. Later, Li Qiqian brought people to rescue us. Anthony didn't save me at all. According to the waiter, Anthony's brother was so scared that he hid under the table and watched me being molested. William, who saved me, was hospitalized for more than a month due to his serious injuries. I also went to the hospital to verify this. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Linda, in disbelief. Big sister, you need to calm down. This is not a joke. Third sister Lynn Keshen said incredulously. According to you, it was Anthony's brother who stole the credit for William? Brother Anthony is so good to us, so kind. How could he possibly steal the credit from that bastard? Anthony's eyes were filled with panic and fear. He didn't expect Linda to find out the truth. She obviously trusted herself so much before. Why would she suddenly check? There was a flash of disgust and viciousness in his eyes. William must have said something to her. Linda cried and said, I didn't lie to you. It was really William who saved me. He was badly injured for me, but we scolded him to pieces. He must have been very disappointed with us at that time. When everyone heard this, they panicked. If what Linda said was true, then they were indeed very harsh on William. Anthony, how could you lie to me? Linda suddenly looked at Anthony with red eyes and gritted her teeth and said, I've been so good to you and trusted you so much. How could you possibly lie to me? I misunderstood William for so long. I didn't. Anthony was so frightened that he shuddered. His eyes suddenly reddened. Sister, don't you believe me? After saying that, she began to wipe away her tears with grievance. Linda saw this. A trace of pity flashed through her heart, followed by disgust. Anthony always cried and acted pitiful to win their sympathy. That's why she was deceived by him at that time. Can you please stop pretending? You're really disgusting. Linda scolded in a crying voice. Can't you just admit that it's your own fault? She finally couldn't stand Anthony's green tea behavior and couldn't help but scold him. But this scolding immediately aroused the anger of others. Maria screamed, Linda, are you trying to rebel? How dare you scold your brother Anthony? Look at yourself now. Are you worthy of being a sister? Then since Anthony lied to me, does that make him worthy of being my younger brother? Linda said angrily, I'm sorry. Please kill me, sister. Anthony choked up and said, It's all Anthony's fault. Everyone was shocked. The fourth sister hurriedly hugged him in her arms, her chest pressed tightly against his head, not caring about the difference between men and women at all, and comforted him. "Brother Anthony, don't cry. Your eldest sister was just deceived by that bastard William. Don't be afraid, Anthony. We will take care of it for you." The third sister, Lynn Keshin, also nodded heavily and glared at Linda. "Sister, you must have been deceived by William." Chapter 108, Scar on the Back. Robert frowned and said in a deep voice, "Okay, we are all family. Don't make it so ugly." "Linda, Anthony is still young, so don't bother with him." "Young? You're already in your 20s and still young." Linda said angrily, "I remember Anthony was the same age as William, but when William made a mistake, you wanted to beat him to death and scold him to death. And when Anthony makes mistakes, you say he's still young. Can your discrimination be any more obvious? William is obviously your biological son, our brother, yet you are still so harsh to him." Everyone fell silent after hearing this, thinking about what Linda said, and actually felt that what she said made sense. They were indeed too harsh on William, always ignoring the fact that he was only in his early 20s. Lindsay Wu choked up and said, "Sister, don't be angry. I apologize to you. Don't get mad at me. Tell me, did you steal the credit from William and slander him?" Linda gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I remember clearly that you said you saw William colluding with those foreign businessmen to attack me. If you hadn't fought desperately and rescued me, I would have been killed by William. Why did you lie to me?" Anthony's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he pretended to be pitiful. I. How could Anthony be so bad? William must have lied to you." Maria glared at Linda and said, "The fact is that Anthony saved you, and you believed William and thought it was that beast who saved you. By the way, although I was not conscious at the time, I could vaguely see that the man who saved me had been stabbed in the back by a broken beer bottle." Linda's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was really Anthony who saved me, he would definitely have scar on his back. After saying that, she lifted up Anthony's back. Smooth, white, flawless. There are no scars at all. Linda's face instantly turned red, and she shrieked, "There's no scar at all. You didn't save me that night at all. Anthony, you are so innocent and kind, and I treat you well. So why did you lie to me? I misunderstood William for so long and kept scolding him when he was hurt. Anthony was completely panicked and looked at Maria for help. Maria angrily pushed Linda away and said angrily, "Half a year has passed. Maybe Anthony's wound is healed." "Healed?" Linda laughed in anger. "It can't be so completely healed, right? I saw with my own eyes that the glass fragments penetrated at least 1 centimeter. Mom, can you be so stupid? Anthony is really not as simple as we thought. And William is not as bad as we thought." Anthony quietly. If it is true that Anthony deceived everyone and took away the credit for William risking his life to save his eldest sister, then Anthony really went too far. Speak up. Why don't you say anything? Linda glared at Anthony angrily and said angrily, "Didn't you want to quibble just now?" Anthony said with tears in his eyes, "Sister, did William say something to you that made you treat me like this? The implication is that you should not fall for William's scheme of sowing discord." "What did he tell me?" Linda said, and suddenly felt weak all over. She laughed at herself and said, "He didn't even want to see me. It was his secretary, Eve, who told me. He didn't even want to explain anything to me. It was Eve who couldn't stand it anymore and told me the truth." Everyone fell silent again. "You can imagine how disappointed William is with us," Linda said coldly. "He is so disappointed that he doesn't even want to defend himself. He is so disappointed that he doesn't care about our attitude towards him." "That's enough." Robert slammed the table angrily. "What happened is over. Linda, don't forget that William has already taken your elder sister to court. He doesn't even care about family affection and wants to put you in jail, and you are still here speaking for him." The fourth sister also added, "Don't you think you are ridiculous now? The most important thing for us now is to find a way to sever our relationship with William, so as to prevent White Dog and Chief Kong from taking their anger out on us." Chapter 109, The Rage of the White Dog. At the same time, Baigo learned that Director Kong had no way to deal with Li Qitian, and he was so angry that he smashed things in the office. Waste. What a waste. He is the chief of the police station. He has been running the business in Nanzhou for more than 10 years. He has strong connections with people in various departments. I can't even defeat a mere deputy director Li Qitian. Is this idiot Kong Ling Zhao just here to eat for free? I gave him so much money. He was so angry that he swept everything on the desk to the floor. Even an antique vase worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was smashed to pieces. He was really pissed off. He is just an entrepreneur. How can he fight against official people? Even with Li Qitian's mindless support, he could never be his opponent. But he felt so aggrieved. He clearly had the ability to kill William, but he was suppressed by Director Kong and dared not touch William at all. Secretary Fong Ru, who was wearing a black miniskirt, was so frightened that she was trembling with fear and hid aside, not knowing whether to leave or not. The white dog's scarlet eyes met Fong Ru's trembling eyes, revealing a cruel and sinister smile. "Come here." "By Mr. Bai, please calm down." Fong Ru did not dare to disobey and said in a trembling voice, "Take off all your clothes." Bai Go suppressed his anger, and his voice made people feel cold all over. This is not good, right?" Fong Ru glanced at the half-open office door and the glass on the door. "How about we go to the room? There are people coming here at any time. If someone saw it, would she still have her dignity?" The white dog showed a ferocious smile. "Haha, even a secretary dares not to listen to me. It's fine that William and Li Qitian are against me, but you, a dog, dare to go against me?" He suddenly grabbed Fong Ru's hair and pushed her to the ground. 10 seconds to take off all your clothes." Fong Ru did not dare to disobey. She took off her clothes skillfully and knelt on the ground. She is a college student, currently a sophomore. Half a year ago, she was tricked by her best friend into going to KTV, where she was raped by a white dog after being drunk. From then on, she became Bai Go's plaything and even stopped going to school. She just became Bai Go's secretary. The white dog looked at the naked girl in front of him and laughed hoarsely. "Huh? Dare you disobey me? Do you still dare to go against me? Do you know that I could chop you in a pulp and feed you to the dogs just by saying one word?" After beating for 10 minutes, Fong Ru was already kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair, sobbing softly. The white dog suddenly helped her up and said with a look of pity, "Are you okay?" "Hiss, how did you get beaten like this?" "By Mr. Bai." Fong Ru was so scared that she was shaking all over. "I'm fine." But the next moment, the white dog suddenly pushed her to the ground, and her snow-white body, without any clothes covering it, fell directly on the broken porcelain on the ground, blood flowing out. Fong Ru screamed, covered her wound, and climbed up trembling all over. Bai Go laughed loudly, took off his pants, and pulled Fong Ru under him. Half an hour later, Bai Go put on his clothes with satisfaction, sneered, and called his confidant to come in. Completely ignoring the mess on his body, Fong Ru fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. When the men came in, they were not surprised to see this scene. The white dog said with a ferocious face, "First, if the news spreads, I will kill William. I want the entire Nanzhou to know the consequences of offending me. White dog. Second, make arrangements. I'm going to kill William. Since Chief Kong doesn't dare to do it, I will do it myself." One of the men frowned and said, "Brother White Dog, William is a very special person. If we kill him, it will probably cause a lot of trouble." Several men nodded and advised Bai Go not to be impulsive. White Dog said with red eyes, "He beat Scarface, beat my people, and beat my most beloved sister. If I let him get away with it, how am I going to survive in the future?" He paused, his tone full of murderous intent. "Besides, even if the whole Nanzhou knows that I killed William, do they have evidence? I've arranged everything for you. This time, I have to do it beautifully so that the whole Nanzhou will know my methods." Chapter 110, Proud Annie. Soon, the news that the white dog was going to kill William spread throughout the entire South State. It has become a topic of conversation among the rich after dinner. Although William is the CEO of a billion-dollar group, he is not considered a big shot in Nanzhou. It's just a little bit famous. After all, there are at least 50 CEOs of billion-dollar groups in Nanzhou, if not 100. But Bai Go is different, and Director Kong is also different. There is only one boss of the underground forces in the entire Nanzhou, and there's only one police chief in the entire Nanzhou. If they were determined to attack William, William would definitely die a miserable death. This William is really miserable. I heard that he was abused by his family. He finally fell out with his family, and now he is offended by Go and Director Kong. The shares of Lingyun Group have fallen terribly. Damn it, I lost tens of millions. I sold them all. I used to have some cooperation with him, but now I have cut it off completely to avoid offending by Go and Chief Kong. At the Su Group meeting, Annie held her head high and looked very proud. Prior to this, she was targeted by Lingyun Group because her relationship with Anthony was exposed and was scolded by the shareholders of Su Group. Even her uncle and others ran away with the money, causing the Su Group's capital chain to be broken. But she sold the jewelry William gave her and pawned it for 80 million yuan, which made up for the capital shortage of the Su Group. Now that the Su Group no longer has the financial support from the Lingyun Group, it no longer has the glory of the past, but at least it can still maintain its income. Her status in the Su Group has risen sharply. As the CEO, she gradually replaced her father's voice and took control of the entire Su Group. She looked at the senior executives of the Su Group with pride and said proudly, "I was not married to William at that time, but you scolded me a lot. But what about now? Do you still dare to scold?" Upon hearing this, everyone at the conference table began to praise him. Fortunately, Manager Su didn't marry that guy at the time, otherwise she would be implicated now. We are short-sighted. We didn't expect that Manager Su, who is so young, could have such a far-sighted vision. Now that William is dead, Lingyun Group is likely to go bankrupt. They may even have to beg our Su Group for help. Father Su also nodded with satisfaction, and the look in his eyes as he looked at his daughter became more and more satisfied, and snorted coldly. I knew at that time that William was a jerk with a rebellious character and looked down on everyone. Although he made a lot of money by luck in the early years, his character will kill him sooner or later. That's why I chose Anthony, who has a better future. You called me stupid at that time. Now you know who is stupid, right? Father Su nodded and praised. It's Dad's fault, or you have good vision. Not marrying William was the best decision you ever made. Otherwise now, I'm afraid even our Su Group will be smashed by the white dog. The shareholders present nodded in praise. Anne's expression became more and more proud, but she still said coldly, "But the group is not optimistic at the moment. Our industries are all old industries and will be eliminated sooner or later. We have to choose a new industry. Otherwise, in a few years, the Su Group will be finished." She frowned and discussed the transformation with shareholders. At present, the Su Group is still very short of money. After the meeting, she returned to her office. Anthony had thoughtfully brought her afternoon tea. She showed a smug smile and hugged Anthony. "Anthony, you are still good to me. Sister Annie is really amazing." Anthony smiled innocently. "I heard that the Su Group is now headed by you." "Of course. Without that idiot William, will be better off." And sneered, sat on the sofa, and began to taste the dessert that Anthony brought. "Your family doesn't want to help William, does it?" she asked suddenly. "Brother William relied on his wealth to treat his family terribly and even wanted to put my eldest sister in jail. Now my family is very disappointed in him and doesn't intend to help him." A sinister look flashed in Anthony's eyes. William, the Lin family wanted to add insult to injury by selling off Lingyun Group's shares and putting the final nail in the coffin for the dying Lingyun Group. "You brought this upon yourself, you idiot." Annie smiled smugly. "Let's go to Lingyun Group together later. I want to see him begging us humbly." Chapter 111. Visiting and Mocking. Anthony nodded and said with a smile, "We have been bullied by him before, and now we finally have a chance to vent our anger. But I'm afraid he won't want to see us. We went there before, but were stopped by security guards and were not allowed to go in. Now even my dad can't enter Lingyun Group. Even my second and third sisters had positions in the group, but William asked the security guards to stop them from going into work. Humph. Chairman Lin is so arrogant." Annie snorted coldly. "Even his sister has a job in the group, but he doesn't let her go to work. No wonder Lingyun Group has been in so many troubles recently. Not only has its business been suspended, but many of the deals that have been negotiated have also fallen through. It turns out that William cut off his left and right arms. I'm afraid your family is also secretly disrupting Lingyun Group." "Yes," Anthony said innocently. "Dad and the sisters want to force brother William to compromise in this way. But no matter how chaotic the group is now, brother William doesn't want to compromise at all. Until something like this happened, he didn't take the initiative to communicate with his family. I feel so anxious for him. Is it so difficult to apologize?" Oomph. Arrogant and conceited. Other group CEOs would like to arrange their family members as confidants so that they can better control the company and the whole family can help when troubles occur. Annie lifted her hair and said with disdain, "He is good, guarding against his relatives like a tiger." After thinking for a moment, she smiled sarcastically. "But it doesn't matter. The more stupid he is, the more it seems that my choice not to marry him is correct. Annie is the best." Anthony touched Anne's head and said, "When I become a big star, I will support you." "Okay," and snuggled into Anthony's arms affectionately. After a while, the two men appeared downstairs of Lingyun Group in a haughty manner. Lingyun Group was unusually depressed at the moment. At a glance, There were hardly any cars in front of the door. Even on the street in front of the building, there were only a few cars passing by. This is very abnormal. After all, Lingyun Group is located in the city center. It stands to reason that there is a lot of traffic. I'm afraid everyone is afraid of getting into trouble, so they deliberately avoid Lingyun Group. In the past, Lingyun Group was crowded with people, and many companies rushed to discuss cooperation, but now, Annie smiled contemptuously. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Even passers-by don't dare to pass by, let alone come to discuss cooperation. Anthony's eyes were full of disdain, and he sighed. Brother William is too stupid. If he'd been nicer to us before, we wouldn't have ended up like this with no one to help us. My eldest sister is still trying to persuade my parents to help him, saying that they are a family after all. Don't feel sorry for him, Annie said with a distressed look on her face. You are just too kind. He bullied you so much before. Why are you still speaking for him? Anthony looked innocent, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. When the two men arrived in front of the building, several security guards came up and recognized them. The leading security guard said in a deep voice, Go away. Our boss has ordered that you are not allowed to come in. Humph, Annie said proudly. He didn't want to see me before, but now he has to beg to see me. Go tell William that the president of the Sioux Group is here and ask him to come down to greet him. She has the confidence and pride to back her up. After all, William is under attack from all sides and is in trouble, and he is in desperate need of help. Whether it is asking for help from the Sioux Group or asking for forgiveness from the Lin family, he had to come down and pick up himself and Anthony. TSK, you are too confident. William doesn't want to see you at all. The leading security guard said disdainfully, Don't humiliate yourself. You're such a proud security guard. Annie said sarcastically. Don't you know that Lingyun Group is in imminent danger? Now your group's stock price has plummeted, a lot of cooperation has gone wrong, and William, that idiot, is also provoked by Go and Director Kong. He should have asked both of us for help. If you don't believe me, tell him and he'll come to us to beg me. Chapter 112, Sheena Salt Lake. Upon hearing this, the faces of several security guards turned unhappy. They were all Black Wolf's men. At first, I thought I could develop rapidly, become a security guard, and earn over 10,000 yuan. How cool it would be. Maybe I can even hook up with a beautiful white-collar girl from Lingyun Group. But unexpectedly, within just a few days, William provoked both by Go and Director Kong at the same time. They also heard a lot of rumors and thought that William might be doomed. Maybe he would really ask these two people in front of him to do something. The leading security guard hesitated for a moment and then called William. William received the call. A sneer appeared on his face. He naturally knew that Anne and Anthony were here to show off their power. He wanted to wave the security guards to drive them away. But when he saw the stock market page on his computer, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Bring them to my office. After saying that, he hung up the phone and called Eve again. What's wrong? Eve rolled her eyes at William and said, I'm busy cleaning your ass. Don't bother me if you don't have anything else. Do you know how panicked people are in the company right now? Come and act out a play with me. William grinned. On the other side, when Anne and Anthony heard William asking them to go up, they both smiled smugly. Am I right? Your William is in a hurry now and can't wait to ask me for help. Annie looked at the security guards proudly and said, Take my advice and resign quickly to avoid being affected. William is such an unqualified chairman. Anthony sighed and said worriedly, It's bad enough that he got into trouble himself, but he also implicated so many people. He looked at the security guard in front of him seriously and said, Why don't you quit and come and work at Lin's group? He didn't care about the security guards in front of him at all. He poached them just to disgust William and make them the first to be criticized and degrade William's image in the media. You don't have to worry about this. The leading security guard snorted coldly. He belongs to Black Wolf. Wherever Black Wolf is, there he is. Afterwards, the two were taken to the front of William's office and pushed the door open without any hesitation and said jokingly, I thought William was busy putting out the fire, but I didn't expect him to be sitting in the office leisurely. It seems that I underestimated you. Anthony looked at William with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Brother William, why do you suddenly want to see us again? Are you planning to surrender to us? It's time for him to give in. Annie sneered. He dared to provoke Chief Kong and White Dog. I wonder what he has between his ears. Good luck. Anthony couldn't help laughing. Annie, you are so mean. How can you say that Brother William is a pig? William looked at the two of them with interest, picked up the thermos cup, and took a sip. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me quickly. His attitude is exactly like a leader's attitude towards his subordinates. Annie got angry when she heard this. It made as if they came to William to ask for help. She sneered, "William, are you still being stubborn? You are about to die. Do you know that?" She raised her voice a little. Anthony said hypocritically, "If you come home with me now and ask for forgiveness from your parents and sisters, maybe we can help you. Don't force us to take action against you. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your imagination." William laughed. "Where did these wild dogs come from? If I had known, I wouldn't have let you up. If you have nothing else to do, get out of here." The two looked at each other and saw doubt in each other's eyes. Everyone knew that William was about to die, but he was so calm. Does he have anything to rely on? At this moment, Eve walked in and said in a brisk voice, "William, the Sheena Salt Lake stock you asked me to buy has increased more than 10 times, and I have made more than 100 million. Didn't you say last time that there was news about the development of the Salt Lake, and that the stock price of Sino Salt Lake would increase by more than 30 times? Hearing this, and Anthony were shocked and looked at Eve in disbelief. William's face darkened, and he said sternly, "Xiao Yu." Chapter 113, The Fish is Hooked. Eve blanched. "Sorry, I didn't see anyone in the office. Since you were busy, I will come back later." Annie hurriedly said, "Wait, what letter in Salt Lake? Explain clearly." "Nothing." Eve smiled awkwardly. "You may have heard me wrong. I didn't say anything about Salt Lake." After saying that, she walked away with her long legs. And Anthony were stunned. They finally understood why William was so calm. It turned out that the stock market had increased more than 10 times, making more than 100 million. Moreover, William has inside information that Sun Hung Kai Salt Lake shares will continue to rise, increasing by more than 30 times. With so much money to make, it's no wonder that William has no time to worry about the affairs of Baigo and Director Kong. "Explain it to me clearly." Annie put her jade hand on William's desk and said in a strong tone, "What letter in Salt Lake? What inside information? Oh my God, you obviously knew the inside information. Why didn't you tell me? Can't we make money together?" Anthony's eyes were full of greed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother William, are you too selfish? There was an opportunity to make money, but he didn't even think about us relatives." William's eyes. It seemed that the two had taken the bait, but he had to act in full, so he said with a sullen face, "I don't understand what you were talking about." "Oh, what stock investment? You got it wrong. This is a joint training program between Ling Yun Group and the finance department of Nanzhou University. It is just to help students simulate investment. Don't take it seriously." Hearing William's feeble rebuttal, and laughed happily, thinking she had seen through William's mind. "You are still pretending. William, you are such a sinister villain. You just can't stand seeing others doing well. Only you can make money, not us." Anthony also nodded heavily. "That's too rude. Xiaohong, come to my office and get rid of them." William didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and directly called Xiaohong and sneered, "Isn't it just that I got the inside information by chance and made a fortune? No matter how much money you make, no matter how rich you are, you can't stop Go and Kong Jis Ho. I'm warning you, being rich and having power are not the same thing. Money has to give way to power." "So," William looked at him calmly. "No hope." Annie laughed in anger. "Then you could just stay here and wait to die. Anthony, let's go." Anthony nodded and gave William a sarcastic look. "Take care of yourself." William looked at the two people leaving. A playful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "The fish is hooked." Eve walked in and said in shock, "I checked Sheena Salt Lake, and indeed the stock price has skyrocketed more than 10 times in just 3 days." "William, do you really have inside information?" "No," William said arrogantly. "Of course I discovered it with my own intelligence." "I'm afraid you just discovered it too. You didn't buy it at the low point." Eve smiled and said, "Now this stock has attracted a lot of attention. But many people suspect that this is a trap. It has already reached its peak, so the heat is not high. I'm afraid and Anthony won't be so easily fooled. The Lin family may not be deceived, but that fool Annie will definitely be deceived because the Su group is so short of money." William smiled confidently. "Xiao Yu, you underestimate me too much, don't you? I bought it at the bottom." "Ah," he was shocked. "Did you really make over 100 million?" "No." William shook his head. "That's what I told you." Eve smiled. "How could you be so impulsive as to invest millions in an uncertain stock?" William's mouth curled up with a hint of pride. "Earned 1.3 billion, and it's still rising." "What?" Eve's eyes widened in shock. "More than a billion?" William clicked the mouse a few times and motioned Eve to look at the computer. Here. Eve was stunned. She knew William had a strong talent for business, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. The outside world thought William was dead. William earned more than $10 billion while chatting and laughing. Come on, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. William stood up and ruffled Eve's hair. Chapter 114, each with his own agenda. On the other side, Anthony and looked excited, as if they had discovered a new world. Check it out quickly. Annie said excitedly. Go to my office quickly and don't let anyone else know about this. Let's quickly check and see if the shares of Salt Lake will skyrocket more than 30 times as William said. If it can surge to this extent, then we will act quickly. Anthony hesitated and said, Annie, I just checked, and the Sheena Salt Lake has indeed skyrocketed more than 10 times in just 3 days. But if you want it to increase by more than 30 times, I'm afraid it's impossible, right? I'm afraid this is the highest point. Annie also calmed down and said word by word, let's study it carefully. If it is true, we must not miss this opportunity. The two came to an S office and studied the letter and the Salt Lake. Strange, the stock price has risen so much, but there is so little information about it online. Annie frowned, looking puzzled. It's not even on the hot list of various sectors. Is everyone blind? This is very abnormal. Then, could that be fake? Anthony looked surprised. It skyrocketed more than 10 times in 3 days, so it should have caused a sensation in the stock market. And frowned, glanced at Anthony, and sighed. His business sense is really close to zero. She couldn't help but think back to when she and William talked about the stock market. She was amazed by William's insights and foresight into the stock market. Compared with William, Anthony is like the difference between an elementary school student and a capital tycoon. William now, thinking of what William said before, her eyes suddenly lit up. There must be something fishy going on when things go wrong. Such a promising stock, but no one is interested in it, which means someone is deliberately suppressing its popularity. This stock may be seen by some bigwigs as a means of bribery. It could also be that it's an exchange of interest among the upper class, and no one else is allowed to get involved. What do you mean? Anthony asked stupidly, his eyes revealing clear stupidity. Annie couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. You don't understand this? Anthony said with a wronged look on his face. I'm sorry, sister, and I disappoint you. Then he lowered his head, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Annie couldn't help but soften her heart. You are in the entertainment industry. It's normal that you don't know much about this. The sharp rise in the Salt Lake stock price indicates that it is very likely to be mined soon. But the news has been suppressed and not announced because they don't want others to get involved in the profits. And mining requires the consent and support of various government agencies, so that dozens of times higher profits can go straight into the pockets of some high-ranking officials. Suddenly, her voice stopped. She suddenly realized that if the news leaked out, she would not make any money if she entered the market now, because it will allow the top management of Sino Salt Lake to announce the news in advance, attract large-scale investment, and reap the benefits of later investors. If I tell Anthony about this, he will probably ask the Lin family to invest as well. The Lin family is definitely not trustworthy, and the news will definitely get out. In a few days, the news will spread throughout the city, and by that time, Sheena Salt Lake will definitely start to fall. She smiled and said, but let's wait and see for a few more days. If the price continues to rise, we will act decisively. If you suddenly rush in and become a high-ranking buyer, you'll be in big trouble. Yeah, Annie is right. Anthony nodded, not quite understanding. It's better to be careful for fear of falling into a trap. You must not tell anyone about this. It's fine if we just keep it between the two of us. Annie warned seriously. If we tell anyone, it'll be fine if everyone makes money, but if we get cheated, we'll be the ones who suffer. I understand. Anthony's eyes flashed with greed, but he simply nodded. I won't say anything even if you kill me. Well, something happened at the company, so I'll be busy now. Annie wanted to buy it immediately, so she thought of an excuse to get Anthony away. This was exactly what Anthony wanted, and he smiled and said, then I won't bother you anymore. Chapter 115, A Share of the Pie. Anthony left and hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call. After making several phone calls to find connections, I finally got through to an official clerk in the Sino Salt Lake area. Annie, the chairman of Nanjo Su Group. Is there any news about mining in Sheena Salt Lake recently? Annie said politely. A compliment came from the other end of the phone. I don't know about this either. I'm just a small clerk, and I haven't heard any news. Don't you have any news? Annie looked happy. Yes. The person on the other end of the phone wondered. Sheena Salt Lake has been shelled for a long time because of disagreements among the leaders. It is estimated that it will not be developed in the short term. Okay, thank you. Annie suppressed her excitement and hung up the phone. Then he stood up excitedly and walked to the French window. I originally suspected that it was William's trick, but the news about the letter in Salt Lake is so secretive. This means that this may really be a secret deal between the big shots above. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh happily and said proudly, I'm so lucky that I happened to hear the news. Let me have a share of it. William, you're such an idiot that you don't even keep this kind of information confidential. Thank you very much. But you are really capable. You even know such a secret information. Annie felt a little regretful. If I hadn't fallen out with William, I would have known the news from him a long time ago and would have made tens of millions. But it's not too late to buy now. She acted immediately and notified the finance department to transfer the 60 million yuan from the sale of jewelry into her own account. Then he clicked on the buying interface, thought for a moment, and bought 60 million without hesitation. I hope you won't let me down, Annie said with anticipation. If the price continues to rise tomorrow, I will borrow money and continue to invest. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. Sue's father walked in with an angry look on his face. He stared at Annie and said in a deep voice, I heard from the finance department that you transferred the 60 million. Didn't you lend it to the group? Why did you suddenly transfer it? The 60 million you took out just solved the urgent needs of the group, but it's only been a few days. Why did you transfer it away again? Don't you know that the group's funds are very tight right now? Annie looked at her anxious father and smiled confidently. Dad, do you believe me? I can turn these 60 million into 600 million in 10 days. Annie blankly. What did you say? Increase 60 million tenfold in 10 days. That's right, Annie said confidently, maybe even more than 10 times. Are you crazy? Father Sue was furious. What did you do with the money? Since Lingyun Group stopped investing in Sue Group, all banks have cut off our loans, and our working capital has been forced to repay the loans. Many partners have gone crazy collecting debts, and the group's working capital is almost gone. You're still messing around with so much money at this time? His fingers were shaking as he pointed at Annie. You've been deceived. Don't be impatient. Annie calmly analyzed the stocks of Sinalink and Salt Lake with Sue's father. Father Sue's expression changed from anger to shock, and then to greed. If it's true, then we are really lucky. He said with emotion, how did you suddenly notice this stock? And looked very proud and never mentioned that she got the news from William. Instead, she attributed the success to her daughter's intelligence. Don't underestimate your daughter's talent for business. I can tell what's happening in the stock market. Ha ha ha. You've grown up. You've grown up. Father Sue laughed proudly. The Sue Group will depend on you in the future. Fortunately, I didn't marry William at that time. My daughter is so outstanding. There will definitely be many top-notch young men pursuing her in the future. By then, it will be too late for William to regret. And smiled awkwardly. Of course. Chapter 116, Smart Fool. On the other hand, Anthony went home and told his family about this. He even patted his chest and said that he discovered it himself. Robert looked excited. I didn't expect Anthony to also pay attention to the stock market. I haven't heard you mention it before. This time, it's really a blockbuster. This letter and Salt do have a good upward trend. The second sister also had a look of approval. I pay attention to the stock market every day, but I didn't notice this dark horse. I didn't expect Anthony to be so amazing and actually noticed it. Anthony continued his analysis. According to my analysis, the increase in Salt Lake's stock price is so exaggerated. He repeated Annie's analysis with the Lin family. The Lin family was amazed by her beauty. That makes sense. Anthony actually thought about it so deeply. Oh my God, no wonder it's not well known. It turns out it's an exchange of interest between some high-ranking figures. Anthony is amazing, isn't he? He actually thought of this. Anthony smiled modestly and said, my parents and sisters taught me well. Ha ha ha. Robert patted Anthony's shoulder excitedly. Anthony is so outstanding. The Lin Group really has a successor. If Anthony's analysis is true, we can make at least hundreds of millions this time. Well, I guess I know Salt Lake stock will increase more than 10 times. Anthony said confidently. I thought William, that ungrateful bastard, had the best business talent in our family, but I didn't expect Anthony to be no worse than that ungrateful bastard. Maria said lovingly, that ungrateful bastard can die wherever he wants. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Indeed, Third sister Lin Keshin snorted coldly. Just like this time, Anthony was able to notice this stock, but that idiot was still deeply trapped in the crisis of Kong, Just Ho, and Baigo. Anthony can help us make money, but that jerk will only bring us trouble. I have more than 50 million in my hand. I originally wanted to buy the ancient painting, but unfortunately the painting was snatched away by Brother William. Anthony said excitedly, but it's good. I can use the money to buy this stock. Although Anthony is right, we can't act rashly, because a tenfold increase is already very exaggerated. The second sister said coldly, I'm afraid it has reached its peak now. Robert also nodded solemnly. At present, the Lin Group can't afford to gamble. Anthony wanted to say something, but Robert said with an unpleasant expression, Anthony, the group is also affected by William Beast. The bank not only cut off the loan, but also forced us to pay back the money. Transfer the 50 million first, and don't invest recklessly. Lin Group is our base. We must protect our base first. On the other side, in a magnificent villa, a dozen middle-aged men with extraordinary temperaments were laughing and toasting each other. Among them were several foreigners with high cheekbones and deep eye sockets. Since the news was released, it has attracted more than 10 billion yuan in investment. If those people hadn't been so clever, our trap might not have succeeded. In a few days, we can close the net. Everyone laughed and toasted. Someone frowned and asked. Several accounts from Nanzhou City, Nanwang Province, Longhua, bought a total of more than 100 million worth of stocks 3 days ago. It has increased more than 10 times and earned 1.3 billion. Apart from us, only a few accounts from South State purchased in advance. Is it someone from the audience here? Everyone shook their heads. I asked someone to check, but that person was very cautious and there was no news about him. We did it so covertly. How on earth did he know about it in advance? I'm afraid that this guy Nanzhou will have to take away a lot of our profits. The blonde middle-aged man in the main seat said in a deep voice, never mind. Our multi-billion-dollar project won't hurt us more than a few billion. Besides, once we start operating, he might not be willing to sell it and even pay back the initial 100 million. Everyone smiled and nodded. The blonde middle-aged man continued. Continue to spread the news secretly to attract more people to buy Sheena Salt Lake stocks. Then we can start selling them. When the price drops to a certain level, we will release the news that the Salt Lake is going to be developed to attract some idiots to buy at the bottom. Chapter 1:17 Zhang Family. William came to the underground parking lot. Black Wolf and the three red light brothers gathered around. In the private area of the underground parking lot of Lingyun Building, there stood 12 professional bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. It is also equipped with 3 bulletproof Humvees. When the 12 professional bodyguards saw William, they immediately bowed their heads respectfully, "Boss." The leader stepped forward and stood quietly in front of William with his head lowered. William took the initiative to extend his hand, and he stretched out both hands to shake hands with William. "Hello, William. I am number 107 of Hungtong International Bodyguard Group. You can call me by my number or my real name, Yongli. From now on, please let me and my team be responsible for your security tasks." William nodded, glanced at the bodyguards standing upright, and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay." He looked at Hailang and said with a smile, "Are these people reliable?" "It's reliable." Black Wolf nodded solemnly. "This is a world-renowned security group. White Dog can't interfere at all. Moreover, each of them is battle-hardened and has experienced many security operations for big names. They all have gun licenses and are equipped with pistols." Yongli nodded respectfully. "The group has equipped each of us with high-value insurance and has strict management regulations. We will guarantee your safety with our lives." William nodded. "Okay, I just happen to be going to a party. Come with me." Yongli nodded, walked towards the bulletproof Hummer, and opened the door for William. Black Wolf introduced with a smile. "I bought this bulletproof Hummer from Hungtong International Bodyguard Group, according to your instructions." "Hiss. It's extremely expensive, 20 million per vehicle, but it's reliable and military grade. It's bulletproof and explosion-proof. Even if it's hit by dozens of grenades, it can still ensure the safety of the passengers in the car." "I'm sorry, Brother Black Wolf. You've become my butler," William said with a smile. "Don't be polite. If it weren't for you, Hailang would still be delivering food." Hailang smiled broadly and wanted to get on another Hummer. "You stay in the group," William said in a deep voice. "Protect Xiaoyu's safety." Although Bai Go's main target is himself, and he doesn't dare to mess around in Lingyun Group, he may send some thugs to disgust him. "Okay." Black Wolf was stunned for a moment and nodded. William got into the car and felt the comfortable air conditioning. In order to ensure the comfort of the employer, the air conditioning and air circulation systems of the Hummer are turned on 24 hours a day, without any concern for fuel consumption. A convoy consisting of 12 bodyguards and 3 bulletproof Hummers set off in a mighty manner, just to protect William's safety. But William also paid a considerable price. The daily salary of a bodyguard was as high as $100,000. 12 bodyguards cost $1.2 million. He signed a 1-month bodyguard contract in one go, spending $36 million. But compared to your life, this little money is nothing. Half an hour later, we arrived at a magnificent villa. A plaque with the word Zung is hung high on the gate of the villa. This is the residence of the Zung family, one of the major forces in Nanzhou. The Zung family is a well-known large family in Nanzhou, with assets of nearly 100 billion yuan, involving industries such as real estate, medicine, and furniture decoration. It is considered a behemoth. There's a saying that goes, if the Zung family stomps their feet 3 times, the whole Nanzhou will shake. William's mouth curled up into a smile. Zung family. He knew very well that the purpose of the Zung family inviting him here was nothing more than to keep an eye on his Lingyun group. He originally didn't want to attend the banquet, but in order to stabilize public opinion and to stabilize Lingyun group's partners, he came anyway. The main purpose is to send a signal to the outside world that he, William, is not worried about the threat of the white dog at all. At this time, countless luxury cars drove into the door of Zhang's villa. Countless people in gorgeous clothes got off the bus. These people are people that ordinary people can never see even if they beg for help, but they're everywhere here. Several leaders of the Zung family came to greet them in front of the main building. William got out of the car, surrounded by bodyguards. However, the leaders of the Zung family seemed not to notice him and left him aside for a full minute. He frowned, ignored the attentive receptionist beside him, and scanned the scene calmly. Zung Fa, the third brother of the Zung family, came over to greet him with a big smile. William, you are here? Please come in quickly. By the way, bodyguards are not allowed to enter the banquet hall. Please forgive me. After that, he hurriedly scolded the receptionist. Hurry up and welcome William in. Excuse me, there are too many guests. I'll toast you later to apologize. Zung Fa didn't even look at William and went to greet other guests. Chapter 1:18 Zung Family's Arrangements. Although he acted very politely, if he was skilled, he would have used the same actions and treated William like any other ordinary guest. Although the guests were all important people, there were also different levels among important people. William, the chairman of a billion-dollar group, was ranked among the top 3 guests. And anyone with a discerning eye knows that William is also the main guest of the Zung family's banquet today. But the Zung family seemed to not care about William at all, to a person of William's level. Instead, he treated him like an ordinary guest, saying a few words casually and letting William in. This attitude makes people feel that William couldn't stand the pressure from Go and came to ask for help from the Zung family. There was a hint of teasing in the eyes of everyone present as they looked at William. William, who had offended the white dog, must have come to the Zung family for help in desperation. The Zung family seemed to treat him as a plague god and were unwilling to help him. Thinking of this, everyone deliberately distanced themselves from William. William, however, didn't care. The Zung family thought that he was anxious to ask the Zung family to save him, so they deliberately ignored him, hoping that he would take the initiative to ask the Zung family for help. In this way, the Zung family can gain greater benefits. At this moment, he frowned and noticed several figures. It was Robert, who was in the banquet hall with his second and third sisters. Robert looked at William and snorted coldly. The second sister, Nancy, also looked sarcastic. Why are you here too? William didn't bother to pay attention to them and turn away, and came up from behind with Anthony on her arm, and laughed and said, William, what are you doing here? Are you asking the Zung family to save your life? It's a pity that your life doesn't seem to be worth much. The Zung family doesn't plan to save you. The stocks of Sheena's Salt Lake that she bought have increased a lot, and now she speaks with confidence. Brother William, why are you acting like a street rat? Anthony asked with a worried look on his face. Why don't you go home? William glanced at the two of them coldly. Get lost. Are you furious? Third sister Lynn Keshen laughed contemptuously. Anthony is right. You're like a rat crossing the street. Everyone is shouting and beating you. The Zung family invited you to the banquet, so you should be happy. If you don't appreciate it and cause trouble, you'll be kicked out like a rat. Upon hearing this, the guests around cast teasing glances at him. In the eyes of most people, William is indeed just like a rat crossing the street. After all, No one wants to mess with a mad dog like White Dog. William remained calm, sneered, and ignored the ridicule of several people. He already knew the purpose of the Zung family, asking the Lin family and Annie to come. There are three meanings. First, he couldn't help but quarrel with the Lin family and others. So the Zung family stepped in and allowed him to slap the Lin family and others in the face to show the Zung family's strength. Second, if a quarrel breaks out, the Zung family can also choose to take the opportunity to clean themselves up and ask a favor from Baigo. Third, if I hold back, I might even become so angry that I might want to join the Zung family and survive this disaster. The Lin family members were still complacent, thinking that their status was higher than theirs. But what they didn't expect was that they were just pawns used by the Zung family to influence themselves. As long as the Zung family has a thought, they will lose all their face. William smiled faintly and ignored the ridicule and alienation of the crowd and sat quietly at the table to eat. Upon seeing this, several leaders of the Zung family came to the conference room to discuss the matter. This kid is really patient. He just sits there quietly eating and drinking. Yes, the people we arrange cannot arouse his emotions. I don't believe that he doesn't understand what we mean. Without our help, there is no way he can be a match for the White Dog. Zung Fa said thoughtfully, the banquet is almost over, and he hasn't expressed anything yet. This is not a solution. How about letting Annie and the Lin family provoke him, and then we will come forward to help him and gain his favor first. Hearing this, several people nodded. Chapter 119, you are asking for a fight. Soon, Annie and the Lin family learned from the guests around them that the Zung family and Baigo had a better relationship, so they also disliked William. If they deliberately targeted William, they could gain the favor of the Zung family and Baigo. And most of the time, they can get investment and cooperation from the Zung family. And was overjoyed when she heard the news. She picked up the wine glass and stood up. The red slit Chong Sam outlined her seductive figure, and her tight makeup was also eye-catching. She walked towards William with a faint smile and said with a teasing smile, "You look so pitiful. No one cares about you. Come, I'll toast you a glass." Many guests looked at her curiously, not believing that she was so kind. After all, she was almost ruined by William at that time. As expected, Annie sneered and poured the wine directly on the ground. "You are worthy of drinking the wine I toast you with. Why don't you take a piss and see what you look like?" Annie, must have been blind at the time to agree to marry you. Fortunately, I didn't do that in the end. Otherwise, I would be regretting it now. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone looked at Annie in shock. Isn't this too humiliating? William glanced at Annie coldly and said indifferently, "Get lost." "Let me go." Annie sneered. "You are the one who should go, right? Everyone knows that you, William, have offended Brother White Dog and are being bullied by everyone. How dare you come to this banquet? If it were me, I would have stayed at home and not caused any trouble for others." Everyone at the scene burst into laughter and observed William's reaction. After all, who could tolerate the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar group being humiliated like this? Even if William offended the White Dog, his status was still many times higher than Anne's. William stood up coldly and looked at Annie. "You are being used as a gun and you don't even know it. You'd better go to the hospital to see a doctor. Get out of here now and stop crowing like a chicken in front of me." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the banquet hall, not wanting to do anything to Annie. Because he slapped her, he ended up dirtying his hands. If a male lion fights with a wild dog that provokes him in the mud, he will get dirty and be laughed at. The best way is to ignore it and wait for the next day to kill it with one strike. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter and looked down on William even more. As expected, William couldn't stand the humiliation, but he didn't dare to do anything, so he could only leave in shame. When the Lin family saw William was about to leave, they became anxious. Annie has already shown it in front of the Zung family, but they haven't yet. They didn't want to lose this opportunity to please the Zung family. Robert signaled with his eyes, and the third sister stood up with Anthony. "Stop!" Third sister Lin Keshin shouted. "Come with me. Dad has something to ask you." "Get out of the way, idiot," William said coldly. "Oh, now you dare to talk to me like this?" Lin Keshin said with disdain. "Have you forgotten how you knelt in front of me and begged for my forgiveness before?" "William, we in the Lin family don't want to acknowledge a piece of trash like you. Every time we try to kick you out of the Lin family, you were like a dog, begging us to take you in. If you get into trouble this time, don't expect our Lin family to protect you." Everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Everyone has heard about William's cowardly image in the Lin family. But when this story was told by the third sister of the Lin family, it became even more interesting. As the chairman and CEO of Lin Yun Group, he is a high-ranking chairman in public, but just a dog of the Lin family at home. I'll repeat it for the last time, get out. William's expression darkened. No matter how good his character is, he can't tolerate such provocation. Brother William, you should get out, right? Anthony sneered. Even if you kneel down again this time, don't expect us to forgive you. Annie also sneered and said, fortunately, I didn't fancy a loser like you at that time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you. William clenched his fists, wishing he could slap him. But for the sake of the overall situation, he just smiled coldly. You are asking for a fight. Do you know that? Believe it or not, I won't have to do anything later. Someone will take care of you. Chapter 120. Zhang family appears. Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. They all looked at William as if he were a fool. William must be so angry that he can even say such stupid things. I guess he's been under too much pressure lately and has been driven crazy. Brother Bai Go threatened to kill him. Who dares to help him now? And also chuckled, with a look of contempt on her face. Can I understand this as your impotent rage? What a disgrace. Robert also snorted angrily. Get out of here quickly. Don't embarrass my Lin family here. How could I give birth to a beast like you? William glanced at the two of them calmly, then turned and left. He knew that if the Zhang family had any ideas about him, they would definitely not sit idly by. Otherwise, their banquet today would be in vain. William was the Zhang family members could no longer sit still. All three brothers came out. William, where are you going? Zhang Fa asked politely. Is it my family's fault for not hosting you well? William then stopped and smiled faintly. It is indeed a poor hospitality to let a few dogs bark in front of me. These dogs don't even take your Zhang family seriously. They keep telling me to get out, as if they're the hosts of this banquet. Annie and the others heard this. They all laughed out loud. William was so stupid as to ask the Zhang family to make the decision for him. How could the Zhang family risk offending Bai Go and Director Kong to help him? Hu Xingfa's face darkened, and he looked at Annie and the others. Ms. Su, Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? William is a distinguished guest of my Zhang family. What qualifications do you have to chase him away? When these words were spoken, Annie and the others were dumbfounded. Doesn't the Zhang family feel unhappy with William and want to use them to humiliate him? Zhang Fa actually spoke up for William. Come here, kick them out. Zhang Chong, the eldest brother of the Zhang family, shouted angrily, what status and qualifications do you have to dare to stir up trouble in my Zhang family? You are really courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen servants rushed up. There was an uproar at the scene, and turned pale with fright. She never expected the Zhang family would go to such lengths for William. She hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? You're also unhappy with William, aren't you? Besides, he has offended Brother Bai Go. Aren't you asking for trouble by treating him like this? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. Robert felt a little embarrassed and said in a deep voice, I have no intention of offending the Zhang family, but as his father, I should deal with him. Yes, we're just dealing with our own family. It's none of your business, the Zhang family, to interfere, right? Second sister Nancy said hurriedly. Robert sarcastically, although William is in dire straits, he is not someone you can bully. His expression relaxed, and he looked at William. William, I'll kick them out right now. Nancy and Lin Keshin looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. It would be too embarrassing to be kicked out like this. Wait, William spoke slowly. Annie and the others heard this. They were immediately delighted. William really didn't dare to attack them. Robert snorted angrily. He still has some conscience. He knows that I am still his father. Everyone looked down on him. Everyone was stepping on William's head, but William didn't even dare to ask the Zhang family to help him. Isn't that too cowardly? Let my bodyguards come in and slap each of them. William smiled faintly and said, William in shock. What a courage. Robert and his friends were guests personally invited by the Zhang family. William suggest slapping them? Robert was so angry that he yelled, Beast! You dare! Nancy glared at William. I am your second sister. You dare to let someone beat me? Brother William, how can you be so excessive? Dad at least gave birth to you. Anthony also spoke in a teasing tone. Everyone looked at the three Zhang brothers. I feel that they will never agree to William's request. But Zhang Chong, the eldest brother of the Zhang family, said in a deep voice, William, your request is a little too. I have something I want to talk to you about later. William raised his eyebrows and spoke. Okay, let your bodyguard come in. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. William made a phone call, and 12 bodyguards were let in. One slap each. Let me see your strength. William said coldly, looking at Robert and the others. Just a few of them, slap them. Chapter 121, No Right to Choose. The leading bodyguard, Yang Li, rushed forward, grabbed Robert by the collar, and slapped him. This slap made Robert's face swollen. He screamed, covering his swollen face, and fell to the ground screaming, mumbling, "Beast, I'm your father." Seeing this, the other bodyguards also rushed forward and slapped Anthony and others in the face. The scene was immediately filled with their screams and the sound of people gasping for breath. And screamed, "William, I will never let you go." William frowned in disgust and said calmly, "Just now I said I don't need to do it myself. Someone will take care of you. I didn't lie to you, did I?" Robert was almost vomiting blood because of him. Okay. Since you were so unkind, don't blame me for not blaming the relationship between father and son. Drag him out." William waved his hands impatiently. Upon hearing this, Yang Li and other bodyguards dragged out the people who were cursing. The scene fell into deathly silence, and everyone smelled a different scent. The Zung family acquiesced to William's action. Could it be that they wanted to extend an olive branch to William and help him overcome this crisis? The Zung family members looked unhappy. They didn't expect William to actually dare to fight. These are William's own family, and one of them is his fiancée. Zhang Chong said in a deep voice, "William, have you calmed down? We have something to discuss with you." William nodded. Please. Zhang Fa nodded and took William into the tea room. Zhang Chong said succinctly, "William, we are frank people, and we speak frankly. You are in a situation where you are surrounded by enemies on all sides. Out there's an underground boss in Nanzhou called White Dog who's gone mad and wants to kill you, and Chief Kong has also said he wants to get you. Inside, your group has been in turmoil due to your family, and the share price has fallen from around 12 yuan per share to around 7 yuan per share, with a market value of only 6 billion yuan. Our Zung family helped you just now, which is bound to make by Go and Chief Kong dissatisfied." William raised a smile and nodded slowly. To outsiders, he was indeed in trouble. The huge Lingyun group is also on the verge of collapse. But all of this was done intentionally by myself. "I'm very happy that you gave me face just now," he said with a smile. "We helped you just now because we wanted to make friends with you." The second brother of the Zung family said with a smile, "We also hope that William can have some good feelings towards us." The Zung family's meaning is very clear. We have given you so much face, you should also give us some face and discuss the next things properly. Just tell me what you want to say." William said calmly, "We want to acquire shares in Lingyun Group." Zhang Chong was silent for a moment, then said in a serious tone, "We want to take full control of the company. We will help you recover the Lin family's shares, and we will also buy 30% of your shares. But you are still the chairman and general manager of Lingyun Group and have the final say on most matters." William frowned and sneered in his heart. The Zung family is planning to take advantage of the situation and forcibly occupy Lingyun Group. "It sounds good," he said. He would buy his own shares and let him continue to hold the power of the group. But in fact, the current stock price has fallen by 40%, so they're making a huge profit by buying now. And once they become major shareholders, they can be removed from their positions with just one word. Zhang Fa noticed that William looked unhappy and frowned. "William, you know your current situation well. If the Zung family hadn't intervened, I'm afraid the White Dog wouldn't let you live long. How much do you plan to pay for my shares?" William raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. "The current market value is 6 billion and 30% is 1.8 billion. However, the stock price is still falling, so we can only offer 500 million for the acquisition." Zhang Fa's eyes were sharp and his voice was threatening. William sneered, "Ha, you want to buy 30% of my shares for 1 billion yuan? Don't you know that once this crisis is over, the market value will soon rise back to nearly 10 billion? Currently, all of Lingyun Group's industries are promising high-tech industries, and the possibility of their value increasing back to 10 billion is very high. You have too big an appetite." The Zung family members looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. They naturally knew that the market value would rise again, but William had no choice now. "William, you seem to have misunderstood. We are not negotiating with you." Zhang Chong's voice sank, his deep eyes full of threats. "You have no right to bargain with us now." Chapter 122, Joking About Conditions. William with murderous intent. The three men usually hold high positions and have killed people. Most people would be at least scared to death if they were looked at like this by these three people. William smiled faintly, looking indifferent. The Zung family would never be stupid enough to use force on me, because I have many ways to make them lose more than they gain. They do this simply to test their bottom line, so that they can lower the price. The purchase price just proposed was just to test my bottom line. What? Zhang Chong said with a fake smile. William, do you think your life is more important than Ling Yun Group? The second and third brothers of the Zhang family remained silent, but their eyes were full of threats. William was not afraid at all, and smiled faintly. If the three of you want to use force on me, then before I die, I can at least drag one of you to take the blame. If you three are sincere, let's negotiate the terms. If you three don't want to talk, then go ahead and flip the table. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. The three brothers of the Zhang family looked at each other, and their eyes lit up when they saw that William did not object to Ling Yun Group being acquired by Zhang Group. Zhang Fa said with a smile, I was just joking with you. We are in a civilized society now, so why would there be violence? Since William is not satisfied with our conditions, let's discuss it properly. Next, William actually sat down and discussed with them. He even argued and bargained with the three brothers of the Zhang family. Finally, the three Zhang brothers were all smiles, thinking that the acquisition of Ling Yun Group was a sure thing. That's left is to offer conditions that satisfy William. William stood up and shook hands with the three of them. I'll go back and think about it. The conditions we offer are already very sincere, Zhang Chong said with a smile. I hope William will consider it as soon as possible. Until you agree, the Zhang family will not provide you with any help. If anything unexpected happens, don't blame my Zhang family for not lending a helping hand. That's true. Brother Lin, please agree as soon as possible and sign the contract with us as soon as possible. Zhang Fa said threateningly. I heard that Bai Go is going to attack you in the next few days. Join our Zhang family's fold sooner and you'll be safe sooner. William smiled and nodded, then turned and left. As he returned to the Hummer under the escort of bodyguards, the smile on his face instantly turned into a sneer. The Zhang family has such a big appetite that they even want to swallow up Ling Yun Group. Although he is in trouble now, it is not something that the Zhang family can control. There is no way he could agree to the Zhang family's conditions, but he couldn't turn against them for the time being. He talked so much with the Zhang family just to convey a message. That is, he was already looking for help everywhere, and even the Zhang family might help him. If the white dog doesn't take action now, it will be too late. If Bai Go received this message, he would definitely not be able to restrain himself and would attack himself. By then, even Director Kong won't be able to stop him. And Li Qitian can also close the net. The Zhang family is just a pawn. William sneered and shouted to Yang Li in the driver's seat, go back to the group. As soon as the three Hummers drove to the vicinity of Ling Yun building, they smelled a strong smell of paint. Even though the Hummer's air purification function is very powerful, the smell of paint still hits my nostrils. William frowned and looked out the window and found that the front of Ling Yun building was covered with colorful paint. There was also a large group of people in security uniforms surrounding them, and more than a dozen of them were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. He pushed open the door and got out of the car, only to see Black Wolf walking towards him with a black face and walking quickly. William, White Dog is really a bad guy. He sent a group of people to throw paint and beat people and then ran away. We couldn't catch him at all. Everyone in the group was scared away, and no one dared to continue working in the group. Chapter 123, Registering an Entertainment Company. William frowned. Don't panic. Clean up the scene first. Send the injured brother for treatment, and the group will reimburse any amount. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked into the building nonchalantly. The White Dog's revenge is not painful, but it is disgusting. Most likely he wanted to divert my attention and make me think that he was nothing special. He came to the office and saw Eve and the purchasing director Sean Kaiway looking at him helplessly. William, the outside world is talking about it all the time. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Sean Kaiway said with a wry smile. I heard from Eve that you even went to the party. Don't you know how chaotic the group is? Don't blame me for speaking harshly. If this continues, Ling Yun Group will go bankrupt within a month. Did you hear that? Eve said fiercely. It's urgent now. But you, the Emperor, are not anxious, but we, the employees, are anxious. What's the next sentence of the Emperor is not in a hurry? William joked with a smile. Eve rolled her eyes at William angrily. Are you looking for a beating? Can you two stop flirting? Sean Kaiway smiled bitterly. Why aren't you worried at all? Don't you have any backup plan that you haven't told me? Eve and William smiled at each other. with a glint in their eyes. William laughed and said, I do have a backup plan, but what is your backup plan? Don't ask so many questions. Eve smiled and said, You'll know when the time comes. William's curiosity was immediately aroused. He knew that the family behind Eve might not be simple, but she had never revealed it in her previous life. Sean Kaiway said helplessly, William, the stock price has hit the limit down again today. Now the market value of the group is less than $5.5 billion. Should we look for external financiers? No need. William shook his head. Lower it, the more the better. Sean Kaiway was stunned and stammered. William, are you serious? Who wants to have less and less money? Don't worry about the group's affairs. Bai Go and Kong Ju Show are just clowns. William's voice sank. Xiao Yu, I want to register an entertainment company, and I want your help. Sean Kaiway was dumbfounded when she heard this. Now, that Ling Yun group is about to collapse. William is still thinking about starting a new entertainment industry. Okay. Eve's eyes lit up. Actually, I've always wanted to start my own entertainment company. Now that the economy is getting better and better, the entertainment industry will definitely become more and more prosperous. I heard that if you create a provincial-level star, you can earn at least 100 million yuan a year. If you were a national star, you would make at least 1 billion yuan a year. Let's start with a registered capital of 1 billion. Ling Yun Group will invest 1 billion, accounting for 51%, and you will account for 49%. William, who had lived a new life, naturally knew Eve's dream and said with a smile. Really? Eve's beautiful eyes were a little excited. When William was planning to set up an entertainment company, the Lin family gathered together to discuss it again. Damn beast. Robert was so angry that he was shaking all over. I treated him as my son, but he dared to have someone beat me up. Is there any justice in this world? I said I shouldn't have brought him back to the Lin family. Maria said tartly. Look at what has happened to our family now. The share price of Ling Yun Group has fallen again, and William did not take any measures, allowing the share price to continue to fall. The second sister took out a document and frowned. The shares we hold have shrunk by tens of millions again. Hearing this, the Lin family immediately became anxious. Is there something wrong with his brain? Third sister Lin Keshin snorted angrily. At least take some remedial measures? But he did nothing. I really don't know how he became the CEO and chairman of Ling Yun Group with his brains. We can't just sit there and watch the shares we hold keep falling, can we? Fourth sister Lin Kaisai said worriedly. Based on the current situation, Ling Yun Group's shares will continue to fall. Hey, Brother William may really not understand anything. Anthony frowned and said, if we had helped him, would he have fallen to this point? If he restores the eldest sister's position and lets the second and third sisters return to the company, I believe that with the sisters' abilities, they will be able to help Ling Yun Group stabilize its stock price. Chapter 124 Ling Yun Group is in danger. Nancy and Lin Keshin found this sentence very useful. They all raised their chins proudly. Even Robert had a smug look on his face. When they helped William, Ling Yun Group was thriving. As soon as they fell out with William, Ling Yun Group went from bad to worse. This shows that the growth of Ling Yun Group is all due to their efforts. Of course, that loser is an orphan who has barely read a book. He was just lucky enough to make some money, which is why he founded Ling Yun Group. The second sister said proudly, if we hadn't helped him later, I'm afraid the group would have closed down long ago. We can't survive without that bastard. The third sister said as a matter of course, we are all highly educated and have MBAs from the United States, but William didn't even go to college. Humph. Outsiders all think that my Lin family benefited from William's help. Now, everyone should know that it was William who benefited from us, right? Maria was very excited when she heard this. Mom doesn't understand, but from what you said, William can have Ling Yun Group's 10 billion industry entirely because of us. Humph. Without our help, he would be regretting it now. Robert thought of the humiliation he had suffered today and snorted angrily. Since he has done such an excessive thing today, don't blame us for being rude. Before, I didn't sell my shares because of our relationship as father and son. Now it seems that we can make a move in time. We have so many shares in our hands that even if we only sell half of them, it will cause panic in the market, and Ling Yun Group will fall even more severely. The market value may drop to 4 billion in an instant. Linda, who was silent on the side, frowned and remained silent. My father's words sounded nice, saying that he didn't sell the shares because of William. In fact, I just want to wait and see the situation, and I am reluctant to sell it. She frowned and said, Dad, don't be impulsive. William is our family after all. He is anxious to stabilize the stock price, but we are stabbing him in the back. Isn't this bad? What's wrong with that? Maria slammed the table and screamed. Have you forgotten that bastard wanted to put you in jail? He just saved you at that time. Is it necessary to speak for him like this? Big sister, you're not being PUA by Brother William, are you? Anthony also said with a worried look on his face. The worse he treats you, why do you treat him better? Everyone nodded and started to blame Linda. Linda was helpless and secretly sighed for William in her heart. If she had been treated the same way as William, she would have fallen out with her family long ago, right? She understood even more why William fell out with the Lin family. Okay, let's talk about how to sell the shares first. Robert said solemnly. The bankruptcy of Ling Yun Group is a fact. If we don't sell them, the shares in our hands will become less and less valuable. While some people still have hope for Ling Yun Group, we should sell all our shares and stop the loss in time. Everyone started talking about it. Sell everything? Don't keep anything? Isn't that too impulsive? Why are you so impulsive? Do you still expect the stock price to go back up? With William, that's impossible. I also think it's better to sell them all. The longer you wait, the less valuable they will be. In the end, the Lin family decided to sell all of their shares in Ling Yun Group. But the eldest sister Linda was determined not to sell, and the Lin family had no choice but to agree. Once this news was released, it caused a shock in the stock market. The Lin family holds 30% of Ling Yun Group's shares. If it flows into the market, I am afraid that Ling Yun Group's stock price will fall to the bottom. Countless people who still had dreams about Ling Yun Group decisively sold their shares. For a time, Ling Yun Group's shares plummeted again, and its market value was only 5 billion yuan. William also got the news, but he just sneered. You've taken the bait. Xiaoyu, you can send someone to take back all the shares they have. 30% of the shares. We can get it for 1 billion yuan. Chapter 125, Su Group's Arrangements. Eve looked at William deeply and said, You are very clever. You want to buy the shares that were originally worth 3 billion for 1 billion. I still think it's a big loss to give them 1 billion. William smiled bitterly. But there is no other way. The 30% of Lin family shares were given away by themselves. There is no other way except to buy them back. Eve rolled her eyes at William. Are you feeling bad now? No matter how I try to persuade you, you are still determined to give the shares to your family. What else can you say? They are your beloved relatives. You can give them everything. Thinking of the stupid things he had done in the past, William couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I was indeed too stupid in the past, and was too kind to my family without any limit. But what they got in return was not gratitude and love, but abuse and endless demands. It is true that the principle of a little bit of kindness is rewarded with a big bit of hatred is true. I'll arrange for a few employees to talk to you. Eve smiled and walked out the door. At the same time, many forces in Southern Province were in an uproar, and, who had just made more than 60 million in the stock market, convened an emergency board meeting. Because she made more than 60 million in the stock market, her prestige in the Su Group has surpassed that of her father. The shareholders all admire her very much. I think we can acquire some of Ling Yun Group's shares, Annie said excitedly. Ling Yun Group's industries are all high-tech industries, and they have a large number of patented technologies in batteries, drones, etc. Although it has fallen now, it will definitely rise in the future. But the shareholders looked at each other, all with expressions of resistance on their faces. Boss Su, you know what's happening with Ling Yun Group right now. The entire group is in chaos. How can its shares be worth buying? Yes, William of Ling Yun Group has provoked Director Kong and by go. He is almost certain to die. If he dies, I'm afraid Ling Yun Group's shares will be cut in half. Moreover, most of Ling Yun Group's technical personnel were taken away by the Lin family. Many technologies that were halfway through their research were stagnant, and even the relevant data were taken away. Hundreds of millions of research and development funds were wasted. Now Ling Yun Group's technology is worthless. Father Su also frowned and said in a deep voice, Annie, everyone is right. We can't be so impulsive. The market value of Ling Yun Group has fallen to less than 4 billion. It seems to be a good deal to buy it now. But judging from the current situation, there is no end in sight for Ling Yun Group's market value to plummet, so we must not entertain the idea of buying at the bottom. But Annie frowned. Others might not understand Ling Yun Group, but she knew it very well. William was still her bootlicker. He told her everything he knew. She realized that Ling Yun Group's technology was of great value. Even if William died, Ling Yun Group could still rely on these technologies to barely maintain a market value of more than 5 billion. But what but? Father Su's voice became more serious. Have you forgotten how William harmed you? You and Anthony were truly in love, but he ruined your reputation. Have you forgotten how the upper circles of Nanzhou scolded you during that time? Annie's face turned ugly, and she gnashed her teeth in anger, but she still said calmly, although I hate him, it can't affect our ability to make money. Father Su shook his head and said, by buying shares of Lingyun Group now, aren't you helping it stabilize the stock price in disguise? Yes. Annie's eyes widened, her face full of anger. But, a shareholder smiled and said, Boss Su, let's focus all the group's existing funds on the Sheena Salt Lake stock and not waste money on Lingyun Group. You bought that share only a few days ago, and your money has doubled. Even if you buy shares of Lingyun Group, can you double it in a year? Annie thought it made sense and nodded seriously. It was because I paid too much attention to Lingyun Group before that I forgot about Salt Lake shares. Everyone, I want to mortgage the company's assets to cash out and invest all the money in Sino Salt Lake shares. Let's make more money now while we can. Otherwise, we will regret it later. Chapter 126. Isn't this free money? All shareholders nodded in support. They started discussing which banks to contact and what assets to mortgage. But after a long discussion, Annie helplessly discovered that because the Su Group's industries were too old-fashioned and sunset industries, few banks were willing to accept mortgages. Even if you were willing, you can't mortgage much money. For a factory worth $10 million, you can only borrow $5 million at most. And the interest rates are ridiculously high. The shareholders shook their heads and sighed and couldn't help but talk about the time when they were protected by Lingyun Group. Even though the Su Group's industries are all old industries, there is still a steady stream of investment. The equipment is constantly being updated, and it can even receive OEM production from major national brands. Even though the Su Group had no demand for loans, bank presidents came one after another to beg Annie and Sue's father for loans. But now those bank presidents have become big shots and ignore Annie, and snorted coldly, with a proud look on her face. I want to prove to the people of Nanzhou that even without William's help, I am still a genius in the business world. Even William will only hinder my progress. Without him, will be better off. The shareholders nodded one after another. She was not exaggerating. If the share price of Sino Salt Lake continued to rise like this, in less than a month, Annie would become a dazzling new business star in South State. Father Su nodded with a smile on his face, his eyes filled with relief and satisfaction. My daughter has grown up and can take care of herself. Annie's voice cooled down and became more determined. Even if the mortgage price is lower than expected, we have to mortgage it. What we need now is working capital. As long as we make enough money from Sino Salt Lake, we will have enough money to repay the loan and take back those properties. At the same time, all the big and small forces in Nanzhou have the same view on Lingyun Group as Su Group. Everyone thought that William was dead and that Lingyun Group shares had no purchasing value. Only a dozen companies planned to purchase a small portion of Lingyun Group's shares to test the waters. In the meeting room of the Lin Group, Robert looked extremely unhappy and said angrily, no matter how much the Lingyun Group, which claims to have a market value of $10 billion, falls, it still has a market value of more than $4 billion now. The 25% of shares we hold should be worth at least $1.2 billion or $1.3 billion, right? Those people must be crazy. They actually thought they could take it down with only $700 million or $800 million. Aren't they treating us like fools? If the eldest sister was willing to sell her shares as well, a total of 30% of the shares, their offer would not be so low. The second sister, Nancy, sighed. After all, 25% of the shares is too embarrassing. It's not too much, but it's not too little either. With 30%, we can at least get a controlling stake, but with 25%, there's no hope. My eldest sister is unwilling to give up her shares. Anthony sighed. I'm afraid she believed what Brother William said. What a bastard. Fourth sister Lin Keisai gritted her teeth and said angrily, what on earth did he trick my eldest sister into becoming like this? The most important thing is that he caused us to lose more than 1 billion yuan. Nancy said angrily. The shares we held were worth at least 2.5 billion yuan, but now they are only worth more than 1 billion yuan because of him. Robert was so angry when he heard this that he slammed the table and said, if I had known, I shouldn't have taken him back to the Lin family. Fourth sister Lin Keisai suddenly thought of something. Her expression became a little strange, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong, fourth sister? The second sister asked coldly. Are you mad at that bastard, William? I suddenly remembered. Fourth sister Lin Keisai said with a strange expression. These shares were given to us by William for free. We didn't pay any price. Even if we can only sell for a few billion, we will still make a profit. It's not like he owes us anything." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. The Lin family members looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Yes, this money was earned by them in the first place. What qualifications do they have to blame William? Anthony was a little flustered when he saw this. He shook his head and sighed, with a look of heartache on his face. Chapter 127. This is what we deserve. What's wrong, Anthony? Several sisters spoke in unison, with concerned looks on their faces. Have you never considered Brother William as a family member? Anthony said with a sad face. What? The second sister was startled and said lovingly, "He doesn't even recognize our Lin family anymore, so don't speak for him. Brother Anthony is so sentimental and kind." The third sister also admired him. "This is our good brother. But don't be kind to William, this bastard. He deserves a beating." "No, it's not." Anthony blinked and said innocently, "If everyone treats Brother William as a relative, and he also treats us as relatives, then isn't it reasonable for him to give us some shares? He can't spend that much money anyway, so what's wrong with giving us some? If he doesn't give us shares, then it's his fault." After hearing this, several people suddenly realized. Yes, the second sister said coldly, "It is only natural for him to give us shares. We are his relatives, so what's wrong with taking his shares?" I was almost misled by my fourth sister. Third sister Lin Keshin shook her head and said, "Fourth sister, did William tell you something? Don't believe him. He is definitely trying to PUA you." No. Fourth sister Lin Kasai shook her head. "I won't believe what that bastard said." Anthony heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was disgusted with William again. He said in a teasing tone, "Sisters, please stop talking about Brother William." Before he could finish his words, Robert stopped him and said, "Come on, Anthony, don't be so kind." Another group of people came downstairs of the group and wanted to discuss the purchase of shares with us. Everyone should be prepared and strive to sell for 1.2 billion yuan. When everyone heard this, they immediately became serious. "No, it's Mr. Zheng Fa from Zheng Group." Robert stood up hurriedly, looking nervous. Anthony and others also felt like they were facing a formidable enemy when they heard this. After all, the Zheng family made them lose face that day. Moreover, the attitude shown by the Zheng family is to support William. They felt that the Zheng family was most likely here to cause trouble. "They may not be here to cause trouble for us." Anthony thought for a moment and said, "The Zheng family favored Brother William that day, maybe just for the shares of Lingyun Group. For them, as long as there is profit, there is no emotion. Maybe we can get a price that satisfies us." Robert nodded, his eyes full of praise for Anthony. "Anthony is right. Don't be nervous. Come with me to greet them." When he came downstairs, Zheng Fa's attitude was neither arrogant nor troublemaking, but polite. Ha. William, I came here specially to apologize. I'm really sorry for what happened that day." Robert recalled the day when he was slapped and kicked out of Zheng's house, and he felt his chest filled with anger. But he didn't dare to have any opinions about the Zheng family, so he hurriedly said with a smile, "It's too polite to say that. Please come in quickly." Zheng Fa smiled and didn't say much. For the Zheng family, being able to simply apologize is already a gift to the Lin family. Robert and his companions also understood that even if a behemoth like the Zheng family killed someone, they would just apologize lightly, and no one would dare to pursue the matter. In the conference room, Zheng Fa slowly said, 800 million, I want 25% of your shares. After that, he took out a contract and said, "Sign it." Robert's face turned ugly. "Mr. Zheng, we can't accept your price. The current market value of Lingyun Group is 4 billion. Our 25% stake is worth 1 billion. Besides, Lingyun Group's market value has fallen from tens of billions, and it may rise again in the future. Our bottom line is 1.2 billion, and you offered 800 million. Isn't that too much of a bully?" Chapter 128. No time to wait. "Bully?" Zheng Fa snorted coldly. "You know what Lingyun Group is like now. The core science and technology departments have fallen apart, and a lot of core technologies have been lost. Add to that the debt collection from banks, suppliers, and other parties, as well as the large penalty for breach of contract, and we may go bankrupt soon." Robert looked resistant. "When you go bankrupt, the shares you hold may not even be worth 300 million. Zheng said coldly. 800 million is already a great favor to you. As far as I know, The prices offered by the previous few companies did not exceed 800 million, right? Maybe I can't pay you the full amount, but I brought 800 million in cash. The Lin family looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Indeed, the prices offered by the first few companies were lower, and they all required installment payments. But this value is really unacceptable to them. Clearly, a lot of people were scrambling for the 2.5 billion yuan before, but less than a month later, it dropped to 800 million yuan. How could they bear to sell it? After talking for 10 minutes, Zheng snorted coldly. I'll give you one day to think about it. If you don't, I won't wait any longer. The market value of Lingyun Group will definitely continue to fall, but I will still offer 800 million. I believe that it won't be long before you find that my Zheng family is the most sincere. After saying that, he turned and left. Even though it's a few hundred million more, it's nothing to the Zheng family. But business is business, and the Zheng family cannot do business at a loss. They can use the 300 million to buy luxury cars, build a racetrack, and buy yachts, but they just can't spend a penny more on business. Lingyun Group. William's lips curled up into a smile. Linda doesn't even plan to sell that 5% of the shares. It seems that she doesn't want to go to jail. He glanced at the office door. The court hearing is about to begin. Why doesn't Linda just return the shares to me? It seems that he is waiting to see whether I am dead or not. He laughed at himself. If he died and Lingyun Group fell apart, naturally no one would continue to sue her. She can then enjoy herself with 5% of the shares. He called Eve and said, Xiaoyu, help me spread the news. Just say that I sold 25% of the shares and only sold them for 900 million yuan. Okay, is there anything else? I'm a little busy, Eve said impatiently. On the surface, I am your girlfriend, but in fact, I am the free labor you hired. Thank you for your hard work during this period. When this period is over, we will have fun together. William comforted with a smile. Let's see how you perform then, otherwise don't even think about me forgiving you. Eve said and hung up the phone. William smiled, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Eve really helped me a lot. As her girlfriend, I should let her be a little rich woman and dress up beautifully and have fun all day long. But Eve's ability is so strong that in order to keep some things secret, he can only ask her to help him. I can't find anyone who can replace her. After this storm is over, I will definitely not let her get too tired. At this time, he opened the stock software and saw that the stocks of Sheena Salt Lake began to fall. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the net has begun to close. The group of people who set up the scheme have already released the news on a small scale, making everyone who got the news feel that they have received top-secret information and a huge opportunity to make money. Now that the stock price is falling, that group of people have begun to close in their net, making a little money while setting up the scheme. But after this small drop, that group of people will release the news on a large scale, attracting more people to rush in, and the stock price will skyrocket. The sharp rise after this fall will give some people tremendous confidence, trapping them, and they will not sell even if the market falls further next time. But little did they know that the next time it fell, it would fall directly to the bottom. I was prepared to sell all the stocks I had bought before the next drop. Chapter 129 will die within 3 days. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. William frowned. The person who could directly push open the door of his office without being stopped by the bodyguards was either Eve or Black Wolf. Eve is his girlfriend, so there is no need for him to be polite by knocking on the door. But Black Wolf has no habit of knocking on the door at all. In the past, he always kicked the door, but now he has restrained himself a lot. William, Black Wolf said with a worried look on his face. Our Wonglane credit company was smashed, and dozens of our brothers were injured and sent to the hospital. A lot of customer information was lost, and the loss was at least 3 million. Look at this. Are you still going to endure it? The brothers couldn't help themselves. I have to bear it even if I can't help it. William smiled and handed Hailang a cigarette. It's just 3 million, right? I can afford it. After saying that, he picked up a check, wrote 5 million on it elegantly, and handed it to Hailang. That's not what I meant. Black Wolf's voice deepened a bit, and he angrily said, that bastard white dog is so shameless. He beat up my people and smashed my company. I'm not going to care about him for now, but he's still pushing his luck. William, can you please tell me clearly? When can we get the white dog? So I can let my brothers sharpen their knives in advance. William looked at the Black Wolf with a half smile. You can't bear it anymore? You've been enduring for 10 years, but it's only been a few days and you want to fight the white dog to death. I have warned you long ago that the Dragon Country today is not the Dragon Country of 10 years ago. Now the crackdown on underground forces is very severe. It may be fun for you to seek revenge on by Go, but you and your brothers will still have to go to jail. You don't expect me to rescue you, do you? After saying that, he picked up a cigarette. Hailang immediately lit his cigarette for him, his face already deteriorating a lot. If you were in the underworld, you have to have a bit of temper, right? Black Wolf, originally wanted to make a comeback this time, but now I am so frustrated. Who in Nanzhou will give me face in the future? After I kill the white dog, everyone in Nanzhou will have to give you face. William laughed. Black Wolf shook his head, questioning, but you stay in the office every day, and there is no news from Deputy Director Lee. How long will it take to kill White Dog? William's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Hailang with a half-smile, and his tone became heavier. Are you teaching me how to do things? Black Wolf frowned. William's sharp eyes made him dare not look directly at him. Black Wolf wanted to speak, but William's cold gaze sent a chill down his spine. Only then did he realize that he had gone a little too far. And it is entirely thanks to William that I have the good life I have now. Without the money given by William, it is not certain whether his brothers would still sincerely call him boss. I was too impatient. Black Wolf lowered his head and apologized sincerely. William laughed, his eyes narrowed slightly. When a man is entrusted with a great responsibility, he must suffer, starve, destitute, and frustrate him. Forget it. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Anyway, those who achieve great things have to endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Look, the outside world is saying that Ling Yun Group is going to be finished, and I, William, am doomed. Am I panicking? Black Wolf looked at William's confident and aloof face and shook his head. Although he also felt that what the outside world said made some sense, he believed that William was definitely planning a big fart. A fart so big that it could kill a white dog. William narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Within 3 days, the white dog must die, and Chief Kong must die. Black Wolf's pupils shrank, and he looked at William in surprise and suspicion. Within 3 days? Did William send assassins? Or does Li Qitian intend to take down the white dog by force? Chapter 130, I don't need to explain to you. But this is not in accordance with the rules. Even if they forcibly captured the white dog, William and Li Qitian would gain nothing and would still have to be dealt with by the police. What are you going to do? Black Wolf asked in a deep voice. I don't need to explain what I do to you, do I? William's voice turned cold. If you really have nothing to do, go and smash up a few places of Baigo. But be careful. Smash up and run away, and don't cause him any trouble. Let the outside world and White Dog think that my revenge method is just this. Okay. Black Wolf was frightened by William several times and didn't dare to refute anything. He could only nod heavily. By the way, Linda has been clamoring to see you downstairs of the group. But the brothers stopped her from coming in, but they didn't dare to attack her either. Oh, William raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Go and slap her twice, and then bring her up to see me. Well, I slap her twice. Black Wolf frowned. After all, she's your family member. It would be inappropriate for me to use force, right? Except Xiaoyu, I don't have any family. William sneered. I understand. Hailing nodded and walked out of the office. The moment he walked out of the office, he felt that the huge pressure hanging over him disappeared. He subconsciously touched his back and found that it was soaked with cold sweat. He's only in his 20s, but he's so courageous. Hailing, didn't follow the wrong person. Hailing murmured. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it were a month ago, he didn't believe that William could bring down the popular white dog, let alone believe that William could bring down Director Kong. But now he was so firmly convinced that the two would die. He came downstairs and saw Linda still making a fuss. Several younger brothers were already annoyed by her, but they didn't dare to hit her. You're just a bunch of guard dogs. Get out of my way. Linda was furious. When I was a senior executive at Ling Yun Group, you were still guarding the door. I'm a shareholder of Ling Yun Group. I want to enter my company. Why can't I enter? Okay, the earth is yours. A young man dressed in a suit, but still with a gangster-like aura said with a wry smile. Yes. Another younger brother echoed. Back then, you were the one who wanted Ming Yuan and embezzled the funds, right? Someone joked, then we have to call you Lao Foy. Linda's voice trembled with anger. Ignorant, stupid, just a bunch of hooligans who never went to college. What are you doing? Black Wolf snorted angrily. The brothers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Black Wolf finally coming. You black dog, Linda said angrily. William is my brother. You're just my brother's dog. How dare you let your dog stop me? Let me go up to him at once. Black Wolf said with a wry smile, doesn't recognize you as his sister. You are so shameless, saying you are his sister all day long. Forcing a relationship, right? You. Linda's voice trembled with anger. I am his sister. Hey, stop shaking. If you are sick, go to the hospital. Don't act wild here. Black Wolf sneered. You're looking for death. Linda screamed. Tell William to first have something good for him. If he doesn't see me, he'll never get it. What a coincidence. William wants me to tell you something. Black Wolf's expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, What's the matter? Linda frowned. What she cares most about is whether William will withdraw the lawsuit. If she really goes to court, she will definitely go to jail. Come here, I'll tell you. Black Wolf glared at the brothers around him and said, Go do what you should do. If you hear something you shouldn't, I'll cut off your ears and soak them in wine. Several young men walked away with a grin on their faces. One person even joked, Okay, help Big Brother strengthen his body, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable at night. Linda frowned and looked at Hailang warily. What are you going to do? Chapter 131. Shooting with both hands, so impressive. Stop dithering. Do you want to listen or not? Black Wolf said unhappily. You can go up after you finish listening. Linda then reluctantly walked up to the Black Wolf. The Black Wolf stood firm, swung his palms, and attacked left and right. He slapped with his right hand and then slapped with his left hand. 2 slaps in total. Linda screamed twice, covered her swollen face, and stepped back repeatedly. You dare to hit me? No matter how much William hates me, I am still his sister. How dare you hit me? Do you believe me? I'll let him fire you? She was crying in pain, but she still didn't forget to threaten the Black Wolf. Black Wolf sneered at her grimace in pain and said, Get out of here. William has limited time. If he's in a bad mood, he might not want to see you. Come with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Linda also shrieked, Let me slap you twice, or I will never let you go. But Black Wolf had already walked into the building and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Only then did she follow him angrily. Arriving at William's office, she angrily opened the door, pointed at the Black Wolf behind her and shrieked, Look at my face. I was beaten like this by the dog you raised. William, if you still think of me as your sister, fire him now. William sat at his desk, looking at the documents, without even raising his head, and said coldly, Why don't you knock before coming in? Do you know the rules? After saying that, he continued to look at the information and didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. Me rules? Linda widened her eyes in disbelief. She didn't expect William to say such a thing to her. In the past, William always came to her office with a flattering face. He didn't have anything to tell her. He just wanted to chat with her, and she felt annoyed to death. 18 times out of 10, William was turned away. In the past, she had taken the initiative to look for William, which was a gift to him. But now William has completely changed. He would scold me for being rude, even when I took the initiative to look for him and entered his office without knocking. He has really changed. Linda's eyes were red as she asked, Do you have to follow these rules with your sister? But Black Wolf kicked her out directly, angrily saying, You don't have ears, right? You can't even understand what I'm saying. I really don't know what's stuck between your ears. Patting your head during the Chinese New Year means good luck and prosperity, right? You scolded me? Linda glared at Hailang. I didn't expect that Black Wolf would dare to scold me like this in front of William. Black Wolf closed the office door and sneered, Knock before entering. Linda said angrily, William, if you don't want to see me, then forget it. There's no need to humiliate me like this, right? I'm here this time to bring you something, and I guarantee it's what you need most right now. But after waiting for a minute, no sound came from the office. She said angrily, If you don't want it, then I will sell all the shares together and let the share price of your Lingyun Group plummet and be completely ruined. If you don't want Lingyun Group to go bankrupt, come out and pick me up. After saying that, he waited angrily for William to give in. William in the office frowned in annoyance. It seems that Linda has not yet figured out her own status and identity, and still thinks of herself as the fool who can be manipulated before. Outside the door, Black Wolf sneered, Then just sell it. William would rather not have the shares than have you go to jail. Hearing this, Linda's face turned pale. Yes, it's not William who is begging for his shares, but I want to return the shares to William and beg him to show mercy. I'm here to ask for help, not to give gifts. She felt sad. She never expected her own brother to be so cruel. Knock on the door if you want. Linda muttered and knocked on the door reluctantly. Once I go in and apologize sincerely, it will definitely awaken the family affection in William's heart. Let him go back to being the sensible and good brother he used to be. This time she knocked on the door seriously. There is some etiquette for knocking on the door. If you just knock continuously, it's no different from announcing a death. Knock once first, then knock twice after a while. If the owner does not respond, continue to knock twice at intervals until the owner responds. This is the etiquette of knocking on the door. Chapter 132. Reflect on yourself. Black Wolf watched Linda knock on the door reluctantly, and suddenly felt his butt tighten. William's words sounded like he was scolding Linda. It actually seems like I'm beating myself up. After all, every time I entered William's office, I pushed open the door without hesitation. He thought about it, and felt that he was definitely not the only one who was so reckless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and Eve entered William's office without knocking. Fortunately, I'm not the only one who is so reckless. But the next second, his face fell. Eve is William's girlfriend. How can I compare with Eve in terms of my status and level? Linda knocked patiently for a full minute. Just when she was about to lose her patience, William said coldly, "Come in." William angrily, "Are you satisfied? Is there any sister in the world who would go to such trouble to see her brother?" In ancient times, the emperor's sister had to kneel down when she saw the emperor. "Why don't you kneel down for me too?" William joked. "William, I'm not kidding you," Linda said angrily. "If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't be here. Sign it and get out." William was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and directly took out a contract and threw it on the desk. Then he casually threw an Omis pen on the contract. You won't even listen to me?" Linda gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes reddened as she asked, "Do you still regard me as your sister? Can you please stop talking so much nonsense?" William said impatiently, "I've said it before, I don't have family like you. William, I'm just an orphan that no one wants. Is that okay? I know you came to me to beg me not to appeal. Sign it now. We will have nothing to do with each other anymore." "You?" Linda's eyes were red. "I'm not here to argue with you this time. I'm here to sincerely apologize to you. Brother, I was wrong before. Can you forgive me?" "Not good," William said neatly. "I'll give you 1 minute. Sign the contract and get out of here. I'm Buse. My parents and sisters hold 25% of Lingyun Group's shares." Linda hesitated, then slowed down her voice and advised, "They are planning to sell all of them now. I believe you have heard the news. The share price of Lingyun Group has been falling. As long as they sell their shares, your Lingyun Group will be finished. Brother, can you please forgive me? I could persuade my parents not to sell their shares." William frowned and looked at Linda with even more displeasure. He had done so many things, offending Baigo, offending Director Kong, contacting the Zhang family, and finding someone to spread the news. Isn't it just to get the Lin family to sell all their shares? Now you're telling me to persuade the Lin family not to sell their shares. Aren't you asking for trouble for me? He sneered. "You have 30 seconds left. Hurry up and sign the contract, otherwise you won't be allowed in next time. Just wait till you go to jail." "It's unreasonable." Linda was so angry that she snatched the pen and signed her name on the contract without even looking at it. Then he dropped his pen, stood up, and angrily asked, "Are you satisfied? I came here with good intentions to help you and apologize to you. But with this attitude, you deserve to die. Do you know what the outside world is saying about you now? They all say that you are a turtle in a jar, hiding in the tortoise shell of Lingyun Group and waiting to die. As long as the white dog pours a pot of boiling water on your turtle shell, you'll be scalded to death." William raised his eyebrows, looked at Linda with interest, and joked, "I didn't expect the outside world to speak so highly of me. They praised me as a tortoise. Isn't this a wish for me to live 100 years? Even though the tortoise lives long, it still has its end." Linda sneered. "William, think about it. Ever since you fell out with your family, you have been in trouble. On the other hand, Annie made more than 100 million in the stock market, while our Lin family has nothing to worry about and can still make more than 1 billion by selling shares. Everyone is doing well, but you're the only one who is not doing well. You should reflect on your own reasons. If you had listened to your family at that time, would this have led to your current situation?" "What do you mean? Let me go back to the Lin family." William's eyes turned cold. "That's right. Without your family's help, you would have become what you are now." Linda said earnestly, "Just listen to me, come home with me, and apologize to your parents." William looked at Linda with a half smile, took a sip of the tea in the cup, and then slammed it heavily on the table. "Send the guest out." Chapter 133. Treat you as a brother. There was an immediate knock at the door. William raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Come in." Only then did Black Wolf push the door open and come in. William couldn't help but tease. "Now you know how to be civilized and polite?" Black Wolf smiled awkwardly and scratched his head in embarrassment. In the past, Hailang was indifferent to life and death and would fight against anyone who refused to obey. Now that I'm older, I've become more honest. Black Wolf looked at Linda and scolded. What are you standing there for? Get out of here now. Linda glared at the Black Wolf, then turned and left obediently. She knew that if she didn't leave, she would probably get beaten. After Hailang asked Xiaohong to send Linda away, he returned to William's office and said, Hongbin just came back, Xiaohong. He has finished the work you asked him to do, and all the formalities have been approved. 25% of your shares were sold to our subsidiary company. Xiaohong is a legal person. No one will find out that he is related to you. William nodded with satisfaction. If you just release the news that you want to sell shares, people will probably be skeptical. So he asked Hailang to send Xiaohong to the north to set up a subsidiary and invest in buying shares of Lingyun Group. It is equivalent to freeing up the left hand for the right hand. The shares are still in his own hands, while the outside world will think that a major force in the north has intervened and bought out his shares in Lingyun Group. Only in this way will everyone completely believe that they have sold their shares, and Lingyun Group stock price will plummet further. After all, even the founder himself has sold his shares, so who would still have confidence in Lingyun Group? Moreover, doing so would kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would it be able to discount the value of the shares held by the Lin family, it would also allow Annie to be tricked, and it would also make Baigo mistakenly believe that he was going to run away, making him more eager to take action against him. He smiled and said, Has the news spread? I've sent someone to spread the news. Black Wolf said in a deep voice, I guess it's now spread throughout the upper circles of Nanzhou. William smiled and nodded. Okay. Black Wolf knew William's plan. If it were him, he would be fooled by William. He admired William even more and said respectfully, If there's nothing else, I won't bother you. Wait. William's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said meaningfully, Are you my dog or my brother? The smile on Black Wolf's face froze, and his expression became extremely ugly. The outside world sees him as William's dog, and he is indeed being ordered around by William. Although he was very unhappy, he had few complaints when he thought about how much William had helped him. But William actually asked such a question. Was he trying to force me to admit that I was his dog? Even though he was down and out now, he was still the Black Wolf who once dominated Southern Province. William asked her to admit with her own mouth that she was his dog. How could she bear such humiliation? No matter what the outside world says or what you think, I, William, treat you as a brother. William saw that Black Wolf looked upset and said solemnly, Brother Black Wolf, are you willing to acknowledge me as your brother? Black Wolf's eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. It's not that I was flattered, but I was shocked by William's cunningness. Although he knew that William was trying to reassure him, William's art of language really convinced him. Moreover, considering his current situation, being able to be William's brother is a great honor from William. Yes, of course I am. Hailang nodded heavily. I, Hailang, feel guilty. How can I be worthy of being your brother? You are older, so why can't you be my brother? William said with a smile. Anyway, don't worry about what people say. I really want to make you my brother. Don't be so reserved when you talk to me next time. Don't call me you. Isn't that embarrassing for me? Black Wolf was touched and said with a fist, I understand. Go and get busy. William saw the guest off with a smile. After Black Wolf left, William tapped the table lightly. There are many rumors circulating in Nanzhou at present, one of which is that Black Wolf is his own dog, which belittles Black Wolf to the point of being nothing. There is no doubt that it was the work of Director Kong and Baigo, and their purpose was to alienate Black Wolf from themselves. Even if Hailang himself has no objection, his younger brothers will definitely have one. That's why I said that just now, to calm Black Wolf down. Chapter 134, Signal of a Crash. Su Group. The atmosphere at the scene was tense, and everyone looked nervous. After all, the next issue to be discussed is about the money in their pockets. If you make the wrong decision, you might lose half of your wealth. A shareholder stood up and said with a worried look on his face, Some of our Su Group's properties have been mortgaged for a total of 200 million yuan. Adding the 300 million yuan we raised, the funds we have invested in Sheena Salt Lake have exceeded 500 million yuan. The shares we hold have only risen to 600 million in the past few days, but today they have fallen back to 530 million. Why don't we quit while we're ahead? We've already made 30 million anyway. Annie frowned. The 60 million yuan she invested in her personal name had risen to 130 million yuan at its highest, but now it has fallen to just over 110 million yuan. But it also made 50 million, which was more than what the Sue Group made. She also plans to mortgage her family's real estate and car assets to borrow more money to invest in it. But I didn't expect that the shares of Sino Salt Lake, which had a good growth rate, would fall. William swear that the price would increase more than 30 times? How come it failed before the price increased by 20 times? Father Sue nodded. Annie, it's time to stop. We have already made a little money. We can't be too greedy. I guess this drop is the signal for the beginning of sharp drop. And frowned, thinking back to William's solemn promise. William has a very strong insight into the stock market, and the stocks he invests heavily in are likely to be correct. After all, William's first pot of gold was earned from the stock market. Later, William made tens of billions through the stock market, and she had full faith in his abilities. William was so confident about Salt Lake's stock this time, even saying that it could surge more than 30 times. He must have known some inside information. If William did not sell Salt Lake shares during this crash, but continued to buy more, it would mean that this crash was just a small setback and the stock would definitely rise higher later. But given her current relationship with William, how could she know whether William actually sold or bought more Salt Lake shares? Seeing Annie was silent, everyone looked at each other. The price has dropped so much. Could it be that Annie is still reluctant to sell? There can't really be room for more than 10 times of growth, right? Annie frowned slightly and analyzed seriously. Is there any problem with Sheena Salt Lake? Or is it that the procedures for its development have not been approved? As far as we know, there is no news from Sino Salt Lake, said a shareholder. There was no news from Sino Salt Lake, but the stock price suddenly plummeted. This is definitely not simple. Annie frowned and continued. If I didn't sell it rashly, I might have fallen into a trap. Just then, a girl in a suit knocked on the door and walked in. The person who came was Annie's secretary. She came to Annie's side and whispered, William has sold 25% of his shares in Ling Yun Group. I heard it was sold to a company from the Northern Wilderness for only $700 million. What? Annie exclaimed. He actually sold the shares of Ling Yun Group? Is he crazy? And it's 25%, which means he will lose absolute control. Sue's father and others were shocked and asked what had happened, and told the story, and there was an immediate exclamation of surprise at the scene. He's really crazy. Even if Ling Yun Group's market value plummets, 25% of the shares are worth more than $700 million, and he will lose his absolute controlling rights. Is he willing to share the Ling Yun Group he founded with others? Is this news true or false? Are there any official transaction records? The news is true. I checked the official transaction records, and it is true that 25% of the shares were sold and $700 million was received. The secretary said. The scene was shocked again. Chapter 135. Give it a try. Father Sue snorted coldly, looking very proud. It seems that he couldn't stand the pressure from Go, and he's going to sell Ling Yun Group and run away. But can he run away? Go and Director Kong will definitely send people to keep an eye on him. One is an underground force, and the other is a white way. With such a strong alliance, he can't escape at all. Nanjo has become an iron barrel to surround him. Annie a bad reputation at the wedding, and then went back on his word and cut off investment in my Sue Group. Is he getting his comeuppance now? God still has eyes, haha. Everyone at the scene also laughed. It seems that my Sue Group is the one who has the last laugh. Young people are really too arrogant. General Manager Sue's decision not to marry that idiot was a wise one. Otherwise, we would all be implicated now. But and frowned as if thinking about something. Father Sue wondered, Annie, shouldn't you be happy about this? You should be happy, but think about it. Why would William suddenly sell off Ling Yun Group's shares at a low price? Annie said slowly, White Dog's threat has been around for a long time. Why did he wait until the stock price fell so badly before selling off? You know, if he sells at a low price, Ling Yun Group's market value will plummet. We all know that his best option is to hold on and not sell. Even if the Lin family sells 30% of their shares, as long as William holds on, Ling Yun Group still has hope. Could it be related to the Sino Salt Lake stock? Sue's father suddenly exclaimed. That's right. Annie suddenly realized he must have received some inside information and needed a lot of money to buy the bottom of Sheena Salt Lake, so he sold Ling Yun Group's shares at such a low price. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Yes, we got this information from him. He must know more about the deeper level of the Salt Lake. I see. It seems that the plunge of Sino Salt Lake is just a trap. But is William's information reliable? What if he makes a wrong bet? And sneered. Based on what I know about him, he will never bet everything on something uncertain. Since he dared to sell Ling Yun Group's shares at a low price, He must have accurate information that Sheena Salt Lake will rise in value. She looked at Father Sue. Dad, I suggest that we not only don't withdraw our investment, but we should invest more. I'll go borrow some money from my friends and invest another $50 million. We'll definitely make a fortune this time. Everyone was silent. Do they really want to continue investing? If they suffer a loss, they will lose everything. Father Sue frowned and thought for a long time before saying, I think we need to defend this time. That's right, give it a try. Annie said excitedly, the opportunity for our Sue group to take off has come. If we don't seize it, we will definitely regret it for the rest of our lives. Annie and Sue's father both expressed their intention to give it a try, and the shareholders also did not hesitate. Since William is so sure, if they hesitate any longer, they might not even get to drink the soup. Seeing everyone excitedly expressing how much more money they wanted to invest, Father Sue was dumbfounded. What he meant was to defend, not to give a try. They don't increase their investment, but they don't sell either. They just wait for the stocks they hold to appreciate in value. This way the risk won't be too great. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, the white dog was shirtless and wearing flip-flops, with a sneer on his face. Selling shares? And selling them at a low price? Huh, you are a genius. Just sell it. Why do you have to sneak to the north to sell it? It's bad enough that he did it secretly, but he was so cowardly as to let everyone know about the sale of shares. Ha ha, what an idiot. Bai Moyu's eyes were vicious. Brother, you must avenge me. Don't worry. Even though it looks like I haven't done anything yet, I've actually made plans behind the scenes. Bai Go smiled proudly. The fact that he sold his shares was discovered by an undercover agent I sent to Ling Yun Group. It was also my instruction that it spread throughout Nanzhou. It is to let the entire Nanzhou know how scared the entrepreneurs who offended my white dog are. Chapter 136, Professional Killer. What a loser. Bai Moyu sneered. I thought he was so arrogant, but it turns out he's just a wimp. There's no one else like him who is so useless as to sell off his shares at a low price. I'm afraid his next step will be to find an opportunity to escape. Brother, you better be careful not to let him run away. Everything is under control. Everything is under control. Haha. Bai Go arrogantly crossed his legs and shook off his slippers. You don't know how many people I have arranged to monitor him. As long as there is any movement, it will not escape my eyes. You know Black Wolf's gang, right? I've bribed 3 of them to serve as spies. As long as I want to raid Ling Yun building, those 3 people can help me get through from the inside. Poor William and Black Wolf. They thought they were hiding in the iron barrel of Ling Yun building. I didn't dare to go in and force them to do it. Bai Moyu said with some worry. But those people of Black Wolf are more ruthless than each other, and they were all famous in the past. If we force our way into Ling Yun building, I'm afraid a lot of people will be injured. Besides, we have caused such a big incident. Even if Chief Kong protects us, public opinion will make the police deal with us severely. Do you think I'm that stupid? The white dog laughed sarcastically. The martial arts world nowadays is different from that of 10 years ago. It's not about fighting and killing, but relying on brains. I have contacted a group of professional killers who can make sure everything goes flawlessly. They had already arrived and had been making arrangements. We just didn't have time to take action. What? Bai Moyu exclaimed, covering her red lips, and said in shock. Professional killer? Brother, this is too outrageous, isn't it? If you're discovered, you're done. If they can be discovered, do they deserve to be called professional killers? White Dog sneered. I guarantee it will be done cleanly. This time, I, Bai Go, want to establish my authority. Director Kong must establish his authority first. After we kill William, the entire Ling Yun group will be ours. I guarantee that no one in Nanzhou will dare to compete with us, including those big families. But those professional killers have to wait until William leaves Ling Yun group before they can carry out the assassination, so we have to find a way to make him come out obediently. Bai Go said in a bad tone. He's so damn hard to please. I spent so much money to hire them, and yet they still give me a headache. That's normal. Bai Moyu's eyes were full of viciousness. After all, assassinating someone in Ling Yun group is easy to leave evidence, and it is easy for people to associate it with you. I guess those hitmen wanted to cause a car accident or something. I have to discuss this with that old man, Kong Lingzhao. Bai Go stood up and sneered. Don't worry. William will definitely die this time. Even if I'm suspected, I will avenge you. Thank you, brother. Bai Moyu said gratefully. It's okay. Only a small part of the reason for killing him is to avenge you. Bai Go clapped his hands and said in a cold tone, the bigger reason is that Director Kong and I also want to kill him. In the evening, Director Kong came to Baigo's villa. At the table, Director Kong held up his wine glass and said helplessly, "Are you so anxious? Can't you wait until the special envoy from the provincial capital leaves before dealing with him? Didn't you see that I scared him into selling his shares and preparing to run away?" Baigo said unhappily, "If we don't take action now, it will be too late. By then, he will be abroad with luxury cars and beautiful women, and we will just be pissed off in Nanzhou. Hey, you have to understand me. Now the provincial special commissioner is still in Nanzhou. Although he has agreed to help me make a false report, if you get into trouble, I'm afraid he won't be able to help us cover it up." Director Kong sighed. "That's easy. If he refuses to help, chop off one of his son's fingers and show him." Baigo said with a grim expression, sneering, "His wife and children are in our hands. How dare he not obey?" He stared at Director Kong and said word by word, "Think it over carefully. William has evidence against you. If you let him get away, he will make your evidence public, and you will not be in a good situation." Then, Director Kong asked tentatively, "Fuck him." Baigo slammed the table. "I have already found a professional killer. He will definitely not leave any evidence. But I need your cooperation to lure him out." Chapter 137. Each takes what it needs. Inside a high-end private kitchen, a chef wearing a chef's hat and a white robe is fiddling with his two spatulas. There were very few ingredients placed on the side. Anthony and Moyu sat next to each other. Anthony said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Moyu. It's all because of me that you got beaten by Brother William. He is used to being arrogant and domineering at home. He even dares to hit me and my family members. I didn't expect he would be bold enough to hit you. It has nothing to do with you. I just made a small request, but he dared to hit me. This shows that he doesn't take me and my brother seriously at all." Moyu sneered, "Since he is so arrogant, my brother will make him realize that he has hit a wall this time. Don't worry. No matter how he bullied you before, he will pay you back 100-fold this time. I said I would help you vent your anger, and I will definitely make you feel better. This is not so good. After all, he is my brother." Anthony looked conflicted, but he was very happy in his heart, secretly cursing Moyu and Baigo for being idiots. "With just a little trick, I can make White Dog and William fight to the death. He treated you like that, and you still talk to him." Moyu touched Anthony's head distressfully. "Should I say you are stupid, or that you are naive? Since he is unkind, don't blame us for being unjust." "Yeah." Anthony nodded obediently. "But now there is a problem, which is how to lure William out of Lingyun building." Moyu frowned slightly. "My brother is also worried about this. Knowing we want to kill him, he is so cautious that he probably doesn't dare to come out at all." "Anthony, you are so smart. Can you help me think of a solution?" Anthony's handsome face showed a trace of entanglement. "I do have an idea, but it's not very good. Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up and tell me." Moyu's eyes lit up. "Let's find a place to talk later." Anthony smiled and looked at the busy chef in front of him. "Let's go to the hotel." After finishing the meal, Moyu cast a wink at Anthony. "That's a good place to talk about things." There was a hint of desire in her beautiful eyes. As a young and handsome star with 8-pack abs and a height of over 1.8 meters, Anthony is a fatal temptation to her. "Okay." Anthony nodded, looking innocent, as if he didn't understand Moyu's thoughts. When the two arrived at the hotel, Moyu couldn't wait to get started. "Moyu, what are you doing?" Anthony resisted feebly. "Don't touch me. I have a girlfriend. It wouldn't be good if Annie knew." "It's okay, we're just having fun." Moyu had already put his hand into Anthony's clothes, looking very happy. "You want it too, right?" Anthony already had unconcealed desire in his eyes. After all, Moyu's appearance and figure were first class, but he still said with a tangled look, "Moyu is so beautiful. How can I resist?" "Then don't endure it." Moyu pushed Anthony down on the bed. "We just get what we need, don't think too much." 10 minutes later, Anthony with resentment. I'm a little nervous. I didn't sleep well last night." Anthony looked embarrassed. "Next time I will definitely be able to stay for more than an hour." "Humph," Moyu said unhappily. "Tell me, is there any way to lure William out? If my father or my mother got into a car accident, and there were rumors outside that William had someone hit them, and reporters reported it, he would definitely go to the hospital to visit them and clarify, right?" Anthony said with vicious eyes. Then he looked nervous again. I was just saying it casually. Moyu, please don't do this." "So smart." Moyu hugged Anthony's face and kissed him hard. "I know what to do." At this time, there was a knock on the door. Moyu put on a bathrobe and opened the door. The hotel receptionist respectfully handed her a box of medicine and then left respectfully. Moyu took out the medicine with a charming smile. What is this? Anthony's pupils shrank. Aren't you in a bad condition? This medicine can make you feel much better. Moyu looked at Anthony with seductive eyes. Chapter 138, It Must Be That Bastard's Doing. 3 hours later, Anthony lay on the bed like a dead fish, with a look of despair on his face. Moyu took out his cell phone and told Go about his plan. TSK, you have a lot of clever ideas and they're in line with my plan. White Dog slapped his thigh happily. Then I will send someone to cripple William's parents. Then they sent people to spread the news, saying that William had someone hit the hospital and arranged for some reporters to go to the hospital for interviews. As long as public opinion is in place, I'll make sure that kid leaves the house obediently. Brother, what are your plans? Moyu asked curiously. Chief Kong contacted the police station in East City and asked them to send someone to arrest me, and then spread the news that I was suspected of murder. Go said proudly, lower William's vigilance. Moyu's naked body trembled with laughter. Two-pronged approach, we are really smart. On the other hand, after learning that William sold his 25% shares, the Lin family was furious. Beast! Idiot! How can he sell his shares? Robert was so angry that he blew his nose and glared. As a founder, he actually sold his own shares. Does he really want this group to fail? What a moron. If it were me, I would definitely not sell my shares. Instead, I would buy back some to stabilize the share price of Lingyun Group. The second sister was so angry that her expression was ferocious. She gritted her teeth and said, he is clearly against us. Knowing that we were going to sell our shares, he followed suit, which prevented us from getting a good price. Third sister Lin Keshin said coldly, I'm afraid he wants to run away. I guess the pressure from Go was too great, and he wanted to cash out and leave Nanzhou as soon as possible. What should we do? Fourth sister Lin Keisai gritted her teeth and said, he only sold 25% of the shares for 700 million. Now the shares we hold are probably not worth 700 million. If we had known that Mr. Zhang offered 800 million, we would have sold it. Robert sighed. Now it's good, but we can't even sell it for 800 million. Hurry up and call him and tell him that 800 million is fine. We will go to him to sign the contract right away. Maria urged hurriedly. Hurry up. It will be too late if we are late. Robert called, but heard Zhang's third brother's in FA's sarcastic sneer. 800 million? Are you dreaming? I don't want to buy it anymore. Get out of here. After that, the phone was hung up. Zhang Fa was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground with a look of anger on his face. The eldest and second brothers of the Zhang family next to them also had grim expressions on their faces. William these days, but William has been avoiding them. I've used all sorts of excuses, short of just telling them to get lost. When the Zhang family learned that William had sold his shares to other people, they realized that William didn't want to sell the shares to them at all. They were fooled by William, and all their efforts were in vain. The Zhang family was furious, but they could do nothing about William. After all, he was going to run away or be killed by the White Dog. The Zhang family finally chose not to get involved in this mess. Robert, who had been scolded by Zhang Fa, stood there in a daze. Everyone in the Lin family was also dumbfounded. Why does the Zhang family suddenly not want to buy it? What is going on? It must be that bastard's fault. Everyone thinks Lingyun Group is finished and no one dares to buy our shares. The second sister gnashed her teeth in anger. She also hoped to sell her 5% stake at a good price, which would allow her to live comfortably for several years. Now it seems that it may not even be sold. Afterwards, Robert contacted several companies that were willing to acquire their shares. But the price offered did not exceed 600 million. The Lin family members all stood there in a daze with a look of frustration on their faces. It was clear that a few months ago, the shares they held were worth 2.5 billion. But now, it's not even worth 600 million. At this moment, Robert, his secretary, knocked on the door and came in. William, there's a group of people who claim to be from the northern wilderness and want to buy shares of Lingyun Group. He said they can offer 700 million. Chapter 139. This is probably a trap.